He hastily asked Ruin Zian to join him as they rushed to the training base of the Occult Society. Luckily, the headquarters was not far from the training base. Inside the training base building, a group of police officers had arrived early, protecting the scene and conducting an investigation. A detective approached Shan Fukai, whispering, "Chief, it has been confirmed that it was Fang Heng, and we also discovered a high concentration of pollution reactions in the practice grounds just now. Personnel are being evacuated." Shan Fukai furrowed his brow. High concentration of pollution. Is it the source of contamination, or are there other fallen present? End of this chapter. Chapter 1520. Traces. No traces of other fallen ones have been found so far. The specific situation is still under investigation, and several eyewitnesses have now been taken down to give their statements separately. According to them, Fang Heng had no idea when a person appeared at the cultivation site, and then there was a disturbance in the alubra I used for cultivation within the base. At that time, they were not aware that the person was the wanted Fang Heng. Later, they saw Fang Heng absorb the alubra I and take it away. The alubra I? Taken away. Upon hearing this, Shan Fu was surprised. He also knew that the alubra I was used for cultivation and was extremely dangerous. What was Fang Heng thinking? How could he snatch such a dangerous thing? Even more strange, why would he take it away for no reason? Shan Fu was full of question marks in his mind and couldn't help but look towards Ruin Zian beside him. Ruin Zian also opened her mouth, unable to say a word. What was Fang Heng up to? She had no idea at all. Shan Fu nodded and said, "Let's go, take me to the scene." "Okay, there is still residual contamination at the cultivation site. Please make sure to take precautions, Captain." Ruin Zian hurriedly followed Shan Fu and the others into the cultivation site to investigate. Soon, they entered the cultivation site. Looking at the dilapidated hall that seemed to have been through a catastrophe, Ruin Zian couldn't help but mutter to herself. Such a big scene. Was it really caused by Fang Heng? It had only been a short time since they entered the vast game world, and things had already escalated to this point. Was everyone in the beginner game world so domineering now? Ruin Zian suddenly felt like she was getting old and couldn't keep up with the times. Shan Fu quickly observed the surroundings, furrowing his brows, and asked, "How did Fang Heng get in here?" "It's still under investigation. We suspect he may have bribed the security personnel here." The person in charge of the training base was brought over by an investigator. The person in charge was a middle-aged man who looked gentle but kept wiping his sweat with a wet tissue, saying, "The alubra I was summoned from another world by the Joint Committee of Mysticism a long time ago. It has always been calm and has never caused any accidents. Now that something like this has happened, I don't know how to explain it. Our people saw the disturbance in the alubra I only after Fang Heng appeared. He must have used some method to absorb and take away the alubra I. We must find Fang Heng. We must retrieve the alubra I." Ruin Zian listened carefully, swallowing nervously. She had recently requested information about Fang Heng from the company offline, learning about his background and the fact that he had sold a large amount of goods to their company a few days ago. An odd thought suddenly crossed Ruin Zian's mind. Could it be that Fang Heng was planning to steal the alubra I and then sell it to their company? It was unbelievable. The alubra I was valuable. If that was true, they might not be able to resist the temptation. All right. Shan Fu nodded lightly and asked, "Besides cultivation, what other uses does the alubra I have?" "Think carefully. Do you know why Fang Heng would want to take it away?" "It's hard to say. The alubra I is a symbol of ancient wisdom, containing a lot of mystical knowledge, so it has always been used for cultivation. Oh, and it's an ancient artifact with great power, so it might be used for some kind of sacrifice as well." Shan Fu's brows furrowed even more tightly. He made a note in his notebook and then looked back at Ruin Zian. Ruin Zian made an innocent expression. She truly was innocent. Who would have thought Fang Heng was capable of causing such chaos? Your friend doesn't seem as harmless as you claimed. Following this incident, Fang Heng's danger level within the Joint Committee of Mysticism had been adjusted from a C to an S. Being able to take the alubra I without any harm showed his strength, which made the committee take him seriously. Ruin Zian moved her lips slightly, unsure of what to say, and could only continue to look innocent, responding with a wry smile. Everything had spiraled out of control. Fang Heng single-handedly turned their Adutu Trang area upside down. She now only hoped that Fang Heng would return in 2 days and not cause any more trouble here. Captain! A hurried investigator rushed over. We just analyzed the contamination, and the report shows it's a type of contamination reaction we've never seen before. Extremely unique. Never seen before. Contamination source? This clue made Shanfu realize something was off. He lowered his head to look at his filled notebook and scratched his already sparse hair in frustration. There were too many clues, too chaotic. One moment it was Aldoma Seventis, an old school figure, breaking taboos. Then it was the Phoenix Fir Tree, followed by fallen ones chasing after Fang Heng. And now it was the Alubrai. But summing up everything that had happened, it all seemed to be related to Fang Heng. He must find Fang Heng. Shanfu had a feeling that once they found Fang Heng, everything would fall into place. Report. Come in. Captain. We have news. Tianwang has detected a female accomplice who left with Fang Heng. The woman's name is Yu Jiyuan, an astrologer and a registered mystic. Here is her file. The investigator walked over and handed the copied file to them. Ruin Zian also took the file on Yu Jiyuan and flipped through it. She quickly discovered that Yu Jiyuan was a player. We have tracked Yu Jiyuan and just found her vehicle. We are currently in pursuit. Good. Don't alert the prey. Set up an ambush, continue the pursuit, and keep a close eye on her. This time, we must strike decisively. Finally, a breakthrough. Shanfu narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, once we find Yu Jiyuan, we can find Fang Heng. And this time, after adjusting the danger level, the operation to apprehend Fang Heng would be carried out by the operational team of the Joint Committee of Mysticism. Fang Heng would have no chance of escape anymore. 3 hours later, under the pursuit of fallen ones and the Joint Committee of Mysticism, Yu Jiyuan took Fang Heng and fled east, making deals everywhere to gather the final materials. Fang Heng watched Yu Jiyuan spend money like water along the way. Finally, the car stopped near an abandoned building on the outskirts. The two got out of the car and climbed to the 3rd floor of the abandoned building. Almost there, let's settle here. Yu Jiyuan looked around, took out an ancient parchment from her backpack and handed it to Fang Heng. Take this. Oh, what treasure is this? Fang Heng took the parchment passed by Yu Jiyuan, and game prompts immediately appeared in his vision. End of this chapter. Chapter 1521 Demon Imp. Player obtains special item, Demon. Imp Summoning Ritual Parchment Scroll learnable. Remaining uses 1/3. Explanation. The Demon Imp Summoning Ritual passed down from the mysterious school can be learned by players through this parchment scroll. Learning requirements, Intermediate Alchemy LVA 10 and Intermediate Mysticism LVA 10. Additional explanation, players can also use the parchment scroll to set up a magic circle by consuming its use limit. In this state, players need to meet the requirements of Elementary Alchemy LV 3 and Elementary Mysticism LV 3 each time the parchment scroll is used for direct summoning or learning a skill. The usage count will decrease. Special note, this skill is only effective in some special worlds, and the success rate will greatly decrease when used in other worlds. Fang Heng looked at the parchment scroll instructions, then glanced at Yu Jiyuan. Summoning. Demon Imp? Yes, you don't need to worry about the rest. Just complete the ritual and summon the imp. Leave the rest to me. All right. Fang Heng activated his mental power while holding the parchment scroll. Snap! The parchment scroll instantly ignited with a deep blue flame. It rapidly burned, turning into ashes before the two's eyes. A dense flow of knowledge information entered Fang Heng's consciousness. Hint: Imp Summoning Ritual Parchment Scroll. Usage limit reached 3 times. Destroyed. Hint: Player obtains Special Summoning Ritual. Demon. Imp Summoning Ritual. Fang Heng closed his eyes and sensed the flow of information in his mind, then asked, "Are the spell materials ready?" "Yes." "Then let's begin." Fang Heng walked to an empty space, roughly estimating in his mind. "No issues, right here." Saying this, Fang Heng squatted down and drew 2 circles, one large and one small, on the ground. The ritual requires the practitioner's blood. "I'll do it." Yu Jiyuan had already prepared, walked up, and cut her wrist. The fresh blood dripped into a prepared sacrificial vessel. Fang Heng dipped a brush in the blood and drew alchemical magic circle patterns on the ground. Due to the mixture of blood in the drawing material, the entire magic circle emitted a strange glow. Summoning connected to hell is one of the taboos in this world. Stepping into the taboo will contaminate the spirit. When contamination reaches a certain level, corruption or even madness may occur. For those of us who are already contaminated, breaking the taboo will accelerate the pollution in our consciousness. Yu Ji-yuan could clearly feel the contamination spreading in her consciousness. A desperate move. To catch up, she had reserved 3 days for the contamination to spread. We are about to summon the imp from hell. As recorded in the mysticism books, imps are creatures from the depths of hell, born with chaotic attributes. They tempt people to commit sins, representing evil powers. Some have successfully summoned the imp and made a contract with it to rid themselves of pollution, thus avoiding becoming fallen ones. Of course, for this, we also need to pay a price. Yu Ji-yuan spoke slowly. No matter how great the cost is, it's always better than becoming a fallen one directly. One last effort. Fang Heng remained silent, silently listening, focusing on setting up the magic circle ritual. As he completed the final stroke of the alchemical magic circle, the entire circle began to spin rapidly. Fang Heng quickly stood up and took a few steps back. Crackle! Above the circling magic circle, crimson space rifts appeared. The rifts slowly expanded. Yu Ji-yuan stared at the rifts, praying incessantly in her heart. Success! It must succeed! At the same time, outside the abandoned building, investigation team 7 members gathered around the building. Captain, they've been inside for 10 minutes confirming that the suspects Fang Heng and Yu Ji-yuan are currently inside the abandoned building. Additional support will arrive within 5 minutes. Alright, don't act rashly until the support arrives. The enemy's strength is unknown and extremely dangerous. Secure the perimeter. Be cautious. Just then, Dane Fukai's expression changed, and he turned to look in the direction of the building. A dark red light was emanating from the 3rd floor of the abandoned building. This is bad. That kind of spatial fluctuation. Damn. It's a ritual. A ritual connecting to hell. They touched the taboo. All members of the action team looked towards the 3rd floor of the abandoned building, their faces showing a serious expression. Those who dare to touch the taboo are undoubtedly the most dangerous. Ruin Zian stared at the building ahead, unconsciously clenching his fist. What is Fang Heng up to? Wasn't he just here to learn about natural studies? How did he start Forbidden's rituals? How could he dare? Dane Fukai, seeing the distant dark red light, muttered to himself in distress. This is bad. Thinking back to the recent incident where the Eye of Albal was stolen, he had a horrifying thought. Are they planning a sacrifice ritual? The ritual requires sacrificing an ancient artifact, which is why they went to the mystical training base and took the Eye of Albal first. Beads of cold sweat formed on Dane Fukai's forehead. Those two lunatics! What are they planning to do? What kind of advanced ritual requires sacrificing an ancient artifact? No, we can't wait any longer. We must stop them. Dane Fukai waved his hand suddenly. Move in immediately. Focus on self-protection and stop them from conducting the ritual. Ruin Zian took a step forward, wanting to follow, but Dane Fukai stopped her with a hand gesture. Wait. You stay here. 3rd floor of the abandoned building. Hiss. Above the circling magic circle, a red-headed creature squeezed out of the void fissure. The demon imp. Its huge head occupied most of its body, resembling a newborn human baby, with dark red feathered wings, short horns on its forehead, a long tail behind it, and extremely skinny limbs. The imp floated in the air, bearing its sharp teeth, and its ankle was bound by a red iron shackle. Looking closely, the other end of the shackle was connected to the red void fissure. Ga ga ga, humans! Why summon the great Michael? Fang Heng observed the imp in front of him, then glanced at Yu Ji-yuan, signaling her to take the lead. Yu Ji-yuan, seeing the successful summoning, with a hint of excitement in her eyes, stepped forward and said, Great Lord Michael, our spirits are contaminated, and we want to cleanse ourselves. For this, we are willing to offer 100 pure souls as payment. Oh! The imp's eyes lit up at the mention of pure souls. No! Foolish mortals, do you think 100 pure souls can make Great Michael help you? No? 1,000! I want 1,000 pure souls. End of the chapter. Chapter 1522. Interrupt the greedy demon. Yu Ji-yuan gritted her teeth. Just to cleanse the pollution on her body. Good. 1,000 souls. Ha ha. Very good. I appreciate your straightforwardness. The demon imp raised its hand, and immediately a parchment scroll and a blue feather pen appeared in its hand. As it wrote on the parchment scroll, it said, "This is the contract. Each of you needs to gather 1,000 pure souls within a year as a sacrifice to me. In exchange, I will remove the pollution from your bodies." The contract was quickly completed and slowly floated into the hands of Fang Heng and Yu Jiyuan. Fang Heng opened the contract for inspection. Hint: a creature from the abyss is about to make a contract with you. Players can choose whether to accept the contract. Warning: there may be great dangers in this contract. Hint: refusing the contract will most likely anger the contractor. After carefully reading through the contract, Fang Heng furrowed his brows. A contract signed with a demon. Upon closer examination of the contract, Fang Heng discovered that the little demon in front of them was just a middleman. In reality, the true contracting party was not the little demon, but a demon named Rivas. After signing the contract, in addition to abiding by the terms set by the little demon earlier, upon their death or after 20 years, their soul's ownership would also be inherited by the demon Rivas, and their souls would forever be enslaved by the demon. What a cunning plan! Fang Heng sneered inwardly. What's the difference between eternal slavery of the soul after death or 20 years and that of the fallen? For Yu Jiyuan, this action was merely addressing the symptoms and not the root cause, just a temporary delay. Fang Heng turned to look at Yu Jiyuan. Yu Jiyuan clenched her teeth. She obviously realized the problems in the contract. Another deep abyss pit. But she had no time left. The materials maintaining the magic circle ritual were running out. She had no time to negotiate with the demon imp. After signing the contract, she would have 20 years to struggle. But if she didn't sign the contract, she would have at most 2 more days and lose everything. Signing the contract offered a chance. There was still time too. Yu Jiyuan gritted her teeth and began to sign the contract. Stop! Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. Fang Heng turned his head to look back and saw Shan Fukai raising his gun towards them, with a group of people behind him quickly coming up from the stairs below. Cease the trade with the demon immediately! Bang! Bang bang! Shan Fukai yelled and shot directly at the demon imp in the air. Bastard! The demon imp agilely dodged the attack and turned back to glare at Shan Fukai's group, a hint of resentment flashing in its eyes. You again! Always coming to disturb me! The imp shouted angrily, then turned to Fang Heng and Yu Jiyuan. Hand it over! Give me the signed contract! Suddenly, the demon imp rushed towards Yu Jiyuan, attempting to snatch the contract from her hands. And you! Hurry up! Sign the contract for me! While roaring, the demon imp's eyes focused on Fang Heng. In that moment, it seemed to see something incredibly strange, and a look of astonishment appeared in its eyes. It stared tightly at Fang Heng, its face showing extreme fear. You are... Whoosh! Whoosh la la la! Suddenly, the red iron chains binding the demon imp's feet were pulled taut. The imp's body was uncontrollably dragged by the iron chains, unable to utter a word, and was forcefully pulled into the red spatial crack behind it. Boom! The next moment, the spatial crack in mid-air exploded. What ... Watching the shattered spatial crack in the air and the rapidly burning contract in her hand, Yu Jiyuan's expression gradually fell into a daze. The contract! It was her final hope. It's over, all over. The failed signing of the contract shattered her last hope. For a moment, Yu Jiyuan felt completely devoid of hope, standing still in a daze. Fang Heng! Freeze! Seeing the summoning ritual interrupted, Shan Fukai felt relieved, shouting from afar to Fang Heng, Stay where you are, do not move, immediately accept our investigation, cease all actions. Fang Heng's attention was focused on Shan Fukai's group, not noticing the anomaly of the demon imp. Seeing Shan Fukai and others rushing towards him, he quickly grabbed Yu Jiyuan beside him. Let's go! He didn't want to spend the remaining game time in prison, so he immediately took Yu Jiyuan and ran quickly to the other side of the unfinished building. Chase him! Stop him! Alive! Yes! Several figures swiftly passed by Shan Fukai, rapidly closing in on Fang Heng. Sensing the pursuers behind him, Fang Heng frowned deeply. These were not ordinary police officers encountered earlier. They were probably some kind of scholarly cultivators. Their speed was extremely fast. The situation was not looking good. Fang Heng quickly reached into his backpack and took out a jade pendant. Bang! In the next instant, a black aura suddenly burst out from the jade pendant. The aura of death. Almost instantly, Fang Heng and Yu Jiyuan disappeared in the enshrouding black aura of death. Be careful! The investigators from the Joint Investigation Committee of Mysticism were apprehensive upon witnessing this eerie aura of death for the first time, refraining from getting close to the spreading black mist. Their vision was obscured by a dense fog, losing track of Fang Heng for a moment. Fire! An investigator attempted to use elemental magic to purify and burn away the aura of death. The effect was minimal. Damn it! Just a little bit more. By the time everyone used water elemental magic to clear the aura of death, Fang Heng and Yu Jiyuan had already disappeared. If they had just a few more minutes, the entire unfinished building would have been surrounded, and that would have made it impossible for Fang Heng to escape. However, Shan Fukai cited his string of bad luck these past 2 days, then shouted again, "Quick! Use perception magic! Magic!" Another investigator in the team condensed a mark between his hands, and with a light shout, released the perception magic spell. A faint path appeared before the investigator. It was the route Fang Heng had taken with Yu Jiyuan to escape. There's still time, chase. Shan Fukai was unwilling to give up and continued to lead the pursuit. They hurried down the corridor, just reaching the second-floor stairway when a loud explosive sound rang out. Boom! A tall figure broke through the right wall, standing in front of Shan Fukai and his team. Shan Fukai's pupils suddenly contracted. Sun Jiaoyu, the infamous S-Class Fallen, who had been on the wanted list for over a decade and had a hand in the day's chaos in the city during the day. Heh, caught up. Sun Jiaoyu brushed off the dust on his body, pounded his fist against his chest, and looked at the Joint Investigation Committee of Mysticism group with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. Come on, you trash. Every one of you looks displeasing. Let's take you all on. End of this chapter. Chapter 1523. Bad plan. On a train racing forward at high speed, Fang Heng was panting heavily. They were lucky this time, perhaps because they were wary of the death energy, and only Single Fu and his group did not catch up. Sitting in the back seat of the vehicle, Yu Jiyuan muttered to herself like a walking corpse. It's over, all over. There was no hope. Even the last hope was shattered. Was there only one way to become a fallen one? Hey, Yu Jiyuan. Fang Heng drove the vehicle and glanced at Yu Jiyuan in the rearview mirror. Hearing someone calling her name, Yu Jiyuan looked up with a trace of confusion in her eyes. She felt as if she had lost her soul. If Fang Heng hadn't pulled her to run just now, Yu Jiyuan would have given up. Just get caught. In order to collect the items needed for summoning demons and ghosts, Yu Jiyuan spent a lot of time and money. It was impossible for her to gather all the items for the summoning again in a short time. It was a waste at the critical moment. It was annoying. Yu Jiyuan sighed deeply. Fate is like this. Helpless. She could only accept it. It's over, Fang Heng. Everything is over. Fang Heng sneered and said, Don't be so pessimistic. We just tried it, and it seems that your plan didn't work out. Now let me take the lead. Do you have any objections? Yu Jiyuan didn't understand Fang Heng's meaning for a moment. Sitting in the back seat, she stared at Fang Heng for a moment. Suddenly, she reacted and stared at Fang Heng firmly, raising her voice slightly. What do you mean? Are you saying you have a way to remove the pollution? Indeed, Fang Heng nodded and said, but I can't guarantee that it will definitely work, and this method is very dangerous. Yu Jiyuan immediately revived and eagerly asked, What method? You still have a way. Why didn't you say it earlier? Fang Heng focused on driving the vehicle, looking ahead, and asked, Have you ever heard of an organization called the Alliance of Hope? Alliance of Hope. Hope. Yu Jiyuan muttered the words several times and then recalled something, her eyes showing a hint of doubt. Are you talking about the Holy See? Yes? Have you heard of it? Fang Heng immediately nodded. Since Yu Jiyuan's plan had failed, they could only start from the Holy See. Fang Heng had always been wary of Saint Viola. He decided to try Viola's method only after Yu Jiyuan's plan failed. And Fang Heng already had a plan. Wasn't it said that the Alliance of Hope had the ability to cleanse pollution? For safety, let Yu Jiyuan try first. Okay. Yu Jiyuan agreed without hesitation after hearing Fang Heng's explanation. Isn't it just being a guinea pig? She had nothing to lose anyway. Take a chance. Win and make a fortune. Lose and risk your life. The next day, the sky was gradually brightening. Feng Heng looked out the window. The morning light passed through the city covered by dark clouds. After driving for almost half a night, they had entered the slums 20 kilometers outside the Adutu Tran district. The vehicle drove on the muddy path for nearly half an hour before coming to a stop. There was only a muddy lane ahead, and the vehicle could no longer pass through. We're here. Yu Jiyuan had bought a special item called Sunstone by chance in the slums before and had some impression of the Alliance of Hope. The headquarters of the Alliance of Hope is deep in the slums. I've been there once, and it was quite ordinary at that time. Feng Heng got out of the car, looked at the row of low houses not far away, and nodded. Well, lead the way. Let's go. The two continued forward along the muddy path and entered the dirty and smelly slums. In addition to refugees, there were also various people from different backgrounds in the slums. Many people noticed Feng Heng and Yu Jiyuan and cast curious glances at them. Halfway there, Yu Jiyuan quietly explained the situation here to Feng Heng. The headquarters of the Alliance of Hope is deep in the slums. This is their operational base. Most people in the slums come from Odert, a place that has been ravaged by wars for years. Many people have fled from there. The government is too busy to manage, and they have no identification. Over time, a slum has been established here. Did the government allow them to establish a slum here? No need for government permission. The sovereignty here is disputed. Our country often clashes with neighboring countries. Once the conflict escalates, this area will become the first battlefield. Both sides tacitly use this as a buffer zone, and any military action here will trigger a counter-reaction from the other side. Yu Jiyuan lowered her voice and said, besides that, this is also a major smuggling route. We can buy some goods on the black market here. Passing through the bustling open-air market, twisting and turning, Feng Heng and Yu Jiyuan arrived at a half-abandoned church deep in the slums. A dilapidated church. Ravaged by war, the outer walls of the church were heavily damaged, and even a wall had collapsed. Through the outer wall, Feng Heng saw many people praying inside the church. Outside the church, Taboy saw Feng Heng and Yu Jiyuan approaching and handed them hand-drawn flyers. Even in the desperate darkness, we can still find traces of light. Yu Jiyuan glanced at the text on the flyer and handed the promotional flyer to Feng Heng. It seemed that the Holy See was not doing well here. They could only barely advertise in the slums. Feng Heng shrugged, put away the flyer, and walked into the church with Yu Jiyuan. Two believers immediately came up to them. The morning prayer has already begun today. Please stay. We've come to find Gan Honghua. Please inform Mr. Gan. It's Viola, who sent me to find him. One of the believers nodded and pointed to the elder, who was leading the prayer in the hall, and said, Bishop Gan is leading the morning prayer. After the prayer, I will inform him immediately. You can rest here for a while. Feng Heng and Yu Jiyuan looked at each other and simply sat down on chairs on the side, quietly waiting for the end of the prayer service. After more than 10 minutes, the daily prayer participants left, and Gan Honghua walked over. I am Gan Honghua. How can I help you? Gan Honghua was an elderly man with a gentle and kind smile on his face, making people feel somewhat warm. Feng Heng stood up and said, Bishop Gan, Saint Viola sent me to find you. Gan Honghua waved his hand, motioning the other believers to step back, and whispered, I have heard. What does the Saint Lady have to order? End of this chapter. Chapter 1524 to Slum District. We are all tainted with pollution. Viona sent me to find you. She told me that you have the ability to help me get rid of the pollution on my body. Gan Honghua looked at Feng Heng. Forgive my presumption, but do you have any token to prove what you're saying? Feng Heng shook his head. Time is short. We did not meet the Holy Lady in person, but she said you should understand after seeing this. Feng Heng reached out his hand. A dark golden oath book floated in the air. Far away, a group of believers saw Feng Heng's oath book and showed expressions of admiration. Someone led the way, and the believers knelt halfway on the ground, silently reciting prayers. After confirming the oath book, Gan Honghua's expression changed slightly, and he asked softly, I understand. Is there a problem? Feng Heng put away the oath book, glanced at Gan Honghua, and said, The Holy Lady has her own arrangements. I see. Since it's an invitation from the Holy Lady, I will do my best. Setting up the pollution expulsion ritual will take some time, about an hour. I'll have the believers take the two of you out for a walk. No need, we'll wait here. As you wish. Gan Honghua called a few church followers over, whispered a few words to them, and then went to the backyard with them. Feng Heng and Yu Jiyuan sat on the chairs and waited for over an hour. A church follower came respectfully to them. The ritual is ready. Archbishop Gan asked me to take you to the ritual hall below. Please follow me. Feng Heng stood up. Lead the way. Following the assistant's guidance, Feng Heng and Yu Jiyuan entered the backyard, went down a staircase to the underground level, and arrived at the entrance to the second underground level. The church follower stopped and handed them oil lamps. The ritual hall is on the second underground level. Normal believers are not allowed to enter the lower areas. Please go down to the second underground level. Go straight along the passage at the bottom. Archbishop Gan is waiting for you. Okay, thank you. Feng Heng and Yu Jiyuan exchanged a glance, feeling a bit strange. But at this point, there was no turning back. They had to venture into the dangerous situation. Feng Heng took the oil lamp and started walking down the stairs. The second underground level. A long corridor faced the staircase. The dim light from the oil lamp barely illuminated the passage's end. They walked slowly along the narrow corridor for over 10 minutes. Just as Feng Heng felt something was not right, a large door appeared ahead. The door was open, and candlelight flickered inside the room. Gan Honghua was standing at the door. You've been waiting long. The ritual is ready, we can begin. Feng Heng entered the hall and looked around. In the center of the hall stood a goddess statue. 2 meters in front of the goddess statue, the floor was covered with densely engraved sacred runes. Gan Honghua led Feng Heng and Yu Jiyuan into the hall. Over 10 years ago, following the instructions of the Holy Palace, I secretly set up a faith temple in the slums, built deep underground. Unfortunately, preaching in this world was too difficult. After so many years of effort, only 1/10 of the target faith power has been collected. Please convey my apologies to the Holy Lady. Gan Honghua sighed heavily. Feng Heng listened and glanced at Gan Honghua discreetly. The Holy Palace had secretly built a faith temple over 10 years ago. What were they up to sneakily preparing for? Worried that Gan Honghua might become suspicious, Feng Heng did not inquire further. All right, I will do it. Yu Jiyuan, concerned about the pollution, couldn't help but steer the conversation back to the pollution issue. Mr. Gan, can you remove the pollution from our bodies? Yes, but clearing the pollution will consume a portion of faith power. I once received a divine oracle with the Holy Lady. Since it's her request, I will do it. Gan Honghua provided a confident answer, reigniting hope in Yu Jiyuan. In the dimly lit hall, the candlelight flickered. Gan Honghua walked to the magic circle in the hall, gestured with his hand, and said, I will begin the pollution expulsion ritual for both of you. The ritual can only be done individually. Since both of you are contaminated, who will go first? Feng Heng nodded at Yu Jiyuan. They had previously communicated. The Holy Palace solving the pollution issue was not a sure thing and had great risks. Let Yu Jiyuan test it, and he would be on standby, ready to intervene if necessary. I'll go. Yu Jiyuan glanced at Feng Heng and stepped forward. She had sensed the contradictions in Feng Heng's words when he first mentioned the Holy Palace incident, but wisely didn't ask. As long as her pollution could be eliminated, any risk was worth it. Yu Jiyuan took a deep breath, stood in the middle, and closed her eyes slightly. Before I announce the end of the ritual, do not leave the magic circle. Gan Honghua summoned the initial book, silently reciting prayers. With mental power releasing, the fluctuating prayers awakened a golden light from the goddess statue in the hall. The light emerged, triggering the magic circle beneath the hall, gradually enveloping Yu Jiyuan in the center. Yu Jiyuan closed her eyes. She felt like she was immersed in comfortable warm water. The dark golden sacred power gradually entered her consciousness. After the influence of that gentle and clean power, the gray mist in her consciousness gradually dissipated. Effective. Yu Jiyuan closed her eyes tightly, feeling an overwhelming excitement. The pollution was gradually diminishing. The pollution in her consciousness was dispelled by the sacred power. Feng Heng stood by quietly observing. In front of the goddess statue, there were 3 extravagantly decorated glass bottles. Under Gan Honghua's control, A light blue aura continuously overflowed from the bottles, and after passing through the goddess statue and the magic circle, formed into a dark golden light around Yu Jiyuan. It seemed Yu Jiyuan was absorbing this light. Those 3 bottles seemed mysterious. Feng Heng pondered, and suddenly, the reflection of the magic circle appeared in the pupil of his right eye. The all-knowing eye. The phantom of the magic circle spun rapidly. Hint: through the all-knowing eye, the player observes and finds the item. Bottle of Faith Holy Palace. Item: Bottle of Faith Holy Palace. Grade: Rare. Explanation: Faith is an extremely powerful force. The Holy Palace produces faith products that can temporarily store faith. Explanation: This item is a special item and cannot be stored in the backpack. Feng Heng understood. It was the power of faith. Gan Honghua temporarily stored faith using the Bottle of Faith. By activating the initial book, the magic circle, and the goddess statue, he could achieve the effect of removing pollution. Everything seemed fine. End of the chapter. Chapter 1525. The shocking change in belief. Faith is a formidable force for the Holy See, and the Book of Oaths in his hand can be replenished quickly through the power of faith. However, Feng Heng was not very interested in these 3 bottles that could not fit into a backpack. After the ceremony continued for 10 minutes, the golden light in the hall gradually dimmed. The ceremony is over. You can open your eyes now. Yu Jiyuan suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Feng Heng beside her, her expression filled with excitement. It worked. The contamination in the Sea of Consciousness has been eliminated. It was so easy. If I had known this, why did I put in so much effort before? Isn't it solved by just finding Feng Heng directly? Feng Heng looked at Yu Jiyuan and said in a deep voice, "Have you confirmed the contamination situation? Do you feel uncomfortable in any part of your body?" It really succeeded. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, Feng Heng felt that it was a bit too simple. He had always been suspicious of Fiona, so he chose to solve the contamination from other places first, and only turned to Gan Honghua when he had no other choice. As a precaution, he chose to let Yu Jiyuan try the effect first. But from the results, it seems that Fiona did not deceive him. Was he being too cautious? Biased against the Holy See? Is Fiona really sincere about cooperating? Feng Heng hesitated whether to give Fiona a little more trust. Yu Jiyuan said, "The Sea of Consciousness has been completely cleared, the contamination has completely disappeared, and the game prompts have confirmed that the contamination has been completely eliminated. I feel very good now. The contamination has been completely removed." Yu Jiyuan felt that her state was exploding with goodness. Gan Honghua took out a tissue to wipe the sweat from his forehead, walked to the 2 of them, and instructed, "People who have experienced contamination will have a great resistance to the power of contamination. In theory, it will be difficult for them to be affected by contamination again in the future, but be careful and take precautions. Don't touch taboos just because you have resistance." Thanking her lifesaver respectfully, Yu Jiyuan said, "Thank you, Mr. Gan, I have taken it to heart." "You're welcome. I will do my best to follow the arrangements of the great saintess," said Gan Honghua, looking at Feng Heng. "Mr. Feng Heng, are you ready? We can begin." "Yes, I am." Since Yu Jiyuan had already succeeded, Feng Heng no longer hesitated. He planned to resolve the contamination first, then find a way to contact Ruin Xian and seize the opportunity to escape. The high-level game world is too terrifying. It's better to quickly return to the middle-level world for stability. Following Gan Honghua's gesture, Feng Heng walked to the center of the hall in the magic circle. "Let's begin." Gan Honghua activated the Book of Beginnings once again. In an instant, the golden light shone in the hall again. The goddess statue once again emitted a gentle light. Feng Heng closed his eyes tightly. He could clearly sense a warm and sacred power flowing into his body from the outside, then filling his sea of consciousness from his body. The gray pollution in the sea of consciousness was afraid of the sacred power and began to swiftly flee and evade within it. More and more dark golden light shone into the sea of consciousness, gradually filling the entire sea. The murky contamination was finally forced to dissipate under the power of the sacred light. Just as it seemed to be disappearing completely. What's this? Feng Heng suddenly felt his heart beat violently. The gray contamination seemed to have been suppressed to the extreme, almost on the verge of destruction, but suddenly, a force radiated from Feng Heng's forehead. Gan Honghua, who was officiating the ceremony, suddenly changed color, large beads of sweat oozing out of his forehead. "What is that?" Gan Honghua stared at Fang Heng intensely. A dark red light appeared on Fang Heng's forehead. The golden sacred light points in the hall were stimulated and frantically gathered toward Fang Heng's body. The magic circle inscribed on the floor began to rotate rapidly, causing the entire hall to tremble slightly. Yu Jiyuan noticed that something seemed amiss and asked softly, "Bishop Gan, what's happening to him?" Gan Honghua did not answer and just stared at Fang Heng, his eyes filled with increasing confusion and astonishment. The ceremony was starting to spiral out of control. Click! Yu Jiyuan heard another soft sound. Turning her head to where the sound was coming from, she saw fine cracks appearing on the central goddess statue in the hall. Crackle, crackle, crackle. In an instant, the cracks spread rapidly and diffused throughout the entire statue. Boom! The goddess statue shattered in front of Yu Jiyuan's eyes. Deity seed? Oh no! Gan Honghua, ignoring the ongoing ceremony, suddenly grabbed Yu Jiyuan and shouted, "Quick! Let's go!" What? Yu Jiyuan was pulled by Gan Honghua and hurried outside, subconsciously glancing back at Fang Heng. A dazzling red light emanated behind him. The red light centered on Fang Heng, flashed into the sky, accompanied by a surge of brutal power spreading from behind. What kind of terrifying power was that? On the main road leading to the slums, a car raced by. Since the incident with Idama Seventis 2 nights ago, Shan Fukai had been busy for a full 2 nights and a day, hardly getting any rest. Almost everything was related to Fang Heng. Last night, they were so close to catching Fang Heng, but unexpectedly encountered interference from the fallen Sun Jiaoyu. After a fierce battle, both sides finally left unscathed. After the battle with Sun Jiaoyu, the nearby aura was completely disrupted, and they once again lost track of Fang Heng. It wasn't until just now that headquarters received a report from a citizen claiming to have seen Fang Heng in the slums. Shan Fukai immediately led the team to investigate, with Ruin Zian accompanying. She was also having a headache. Unable to contact Fang Heng offline, she was also treated as a suspect online and forced to work with the mysterious Committee for Investigation of Occult Studies. What on earth was Fang Heng up to? It had only been less than 2 days since Fang Heng entered the game, but it felt like he had experienced more trouble in these 2 days than she had in 2 years in the game. Ruin Zian couldn't help but ask, according to your current deductions, Fang Heng wanted to use the Albulian Eye as a sacrifice for the ritual. Now that his ritual has failed, and he hasn't gone to meet the fallen, what is he doing in the slums? Is there a problem with your information? Our sources are reliable. I think hiding in the slums is a smart choice. There is no monitoring in the slums, and he can evade the surveillance of the Heavenly Eye here. Unfortunately, their luck isn't very good. They have been reported, replied Shan Fukai. As the vehicle left the Adutu Trang district and proceeded along the muddy road, it gradually slowed down. Ruin Zian looked out of the window. About 20 kilometers ahead was the slum area. It was an area known for its chaos and dirt, with limited water and electricity supply. What would be the next step in finding Fang Heng? End of this chapter. Chapter 1526 Awakening. Don't rush. Don't startle the snake before grasping the grass. The preliminary group of reconnaissance personnel has already infiltrated disguised as beggars for internal investigation. I believe results will be soon obtained. This time, we won't let him slip away from us again. Swish! Ruin Zian, who was looking out the window, was startled. She suddenly saw a red light appearing in the distance in the center of the slum area. Huh? What is that? Ruin Zian was about to speak. Boom! A distant rumble echoed, and the car slowly moving also jolted violently. What the ... Shan Fukai abruptly slammed on the brakes to stop the car, leaning out to look outside the window. In the distance, in the direction of the slums, a crimson column of light shot up into the sky. The column of light pierced the void, connecting heaven and earth without end in sight. Ruin Zian was stunned, looking at the column of light speechless. Could it be that column of light was also created by Fang Heng? Shan Fukai quickly shook the communicator on the car seat and shouted, "What's going on? Does anyone know? All teams report your status. An unknown light column was found in the slums. Tima is heading to investigate." Soon, the communicator crackled with various reports. "Attention everyone, a high level of contamination has been detected in the slums. An explosion has occurred in the slums, suspected to be related to Fang Heng. Urgently adjust the danger level of Fang Heng to SSS. Warning: if encountering Fang Heng, subdue him immediately, using any means necessary. Attention everyone, power fluctuations detected. Tracing the source of the fluctuations, requesting support. Attention! Requesting support. Hiss, hiss. Suddenly, the entire communication channel was interfered with by electrical currents, and the voices became intermittent. Damn it! Sean Fukai fiercely hit the steering wheel, pressed the gas pedal, and sprinted towards the slums where the column of light emerged. Hint: player's unknown power has awakened. Hint: player's hidden bloodline awakening, beginner level demon lineage. Hint: your original skill, basic inferior demon lineage, has been deleted. Hint: your beginner level demon lineage current level, LV1. Hint: current bloodline lineage and demon lineage do not conflict, with some attributions unable to merge. Skills: beginner level demon lineage LV1. Explanation: players can possess multiple lineages simultaneously, but some lineages cannot coexist simultaneously. Explanation: zombie split body conflicts with bloodline lineage, only inherits minimal bloodline benefits. Skill tier: S tier limit. This skill can be upgraded to a maximum of LV12. The player's current level cannot exceed the current level of the skill. The player can find ways to upgrade the bloodline. Explanation: creatures living in hell possess chaotic attributes. Players can enhance bloodline skill experience by spreading chaos. Derivative Skill 1. Demon Lineage. Skill explanation: immediately gain an additional 150% maximum health after learning the skill. Strength +7, Agility +2, Constitution +7, additional strength equal to skill level *1.5. Agility equal to skill level *0.5, Constitution equal to skill level *1.5. Derivative Skill 2, Flame Survival. Explanation: fire resistance increased by 20%, unaffected by negative effects of the hellish environment. Derivative Skill 3, Demon's Gaze. Explanation: Demon's Gaze may see through illusions, dispel spells, directly dissolve spells, can use the Demon's Gaze to look at the opponent, with a chance to contaminate the opponent and rapidly induce a corrupted state. This state is related to various attributes of both sides. Underground Floor 2 of the Shattered Cathedral. Fang Heng suddenly opened his eyes, pupils glowing scarlet. The world before him was also a shade of red, with only glimpses of game prompts flashing rapidly on his retinas. Demon Lineage. Special bloodline within the body, related to demons. For a moment, Fang Heng felt his thoughts becoming muddled. Demons. The third skill attached by blood lineage isn't that the pollution of this world. So this world is related to demons? Thinking carefully, the first time he discovered the existence of the inferior demon bloodline in his body was during the Blood Race Apocalypse. Together with Mo Jiawei, they completed a troublesome mission, planning to seize a hunter of demon bloodline. Then, during the inheritance ritual of the huntsman's bloodline, a failure occurred, triggering the huntsman bloodline within him. But when did the demon bloodline suddenly appear? Related to the special ritual in memory? So before his first entry into the game, was the demon bloodline already bound to him? Is the demon bloodline related to the mysterious symbol on his forehead? Fang Heng felt a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Thud! Fang Heng fell heavily from mid-air, breaking free from the red realm in front of his eyes. Pain gradually brought him back from the blood-red illusion. Fang Heng propped himself up, looking around. The entire hall seemed to have undergone a severe impact, and as he looked up, a huge hole pierced the roof directly, the surrounding area eroded by the erupting power, completely flattened. It seems another explosion just occurred. Where are the people? Yujia Yuan and Bishop Hanhua? Fang Heng looked around, but found no trace of Yujia Yuan and Gan Honghua. This explosion seemed much weaker compared to the one experienced in the previous Sacred Mountain. It did not cause widespread collapse, and the impact was limited. Fang Heng tried to sense his sea of consciousness. Trouble. The contamination has not been completely eradicated. After the previous ritual conducted by Gan Honghua, only a tiny part of the sea of consciousness remained contaminated. Hint. Player's sea of consciousness is affected by unknown pollution. Current pollution level, 0.001%, under the current state, affected by the player's various attributive skills. It is expected to clear all contamination within 58,276 days, 11 hours, 3 minutes. The time may be shortened or extended due to external influences affecting the player. More than 50,000 days, over 150 years left until complete purification. As Fang Heng pondered, a crimson line of game prompts floated on his retina. Warning: a powerful force has sensed your existence. Please be cautious. Fang Heng furrowed his brows, once again absorbed in his thoughts. A powerful force. Referring to whom? Considering all the things he had seen and heard since entering Vars, Fang Heng roughly pieced together a prototype of this world. A world closely related to demons. Most likely, the peculiar rules, taboos, pollution, and others are mostly related to demons. So did Fiona know early on that the source of her unknown power within her body was related to demons? Did she deliberately lead herself into this world to discover all this? Putting aside Fiona's matters for now, who does this powerful force in the game prompts refer to? Based on the existing information, most likely he belongs to the faction of fallen demons, and the enemies are most likely the mysterious occult joint investigation committee on the opposing side. Is it the committee's people? End of chapter. Chapter 1527. The source of pollution still exists. What's strange is, why did the fallen ones go to such great lengths to find themselves before? Was it because of their demonic bloodline? After awakening the unknown bloodline within himself, Fang Heng's doubts in his heart were somewhat resolved, but more unknowns and confusion followed one after another. Not good. Fang Heng suddenly realized that his situation was very dangerous. The previous red light pillar was too conspicuous, and it's very likely that the mysterious Academy Union would come looking. He couldn't stay here any longer. He needed to leave first and find Gan Honghua. He must know something. Fang Heng made up his mind, directly switching to bat form and flying towards the sky, flying out towards the outside from the broken ceiling roof. After the red light pillar disappeared, the building collapsed a second time, burying a large part of the higher exit. Fang Heng exerted some effort to reach the ground, reverting back to human form. After the explosion, the church should be in chaos. Why is it so quiet? Fang Heng was suspicious in his heart. Just as he walked out of the staircase on the first floor of the abandoned church, he happened to meet two young people coming towards him. When the two saw Fang Heng, their faces instantly turned pale. Fang Heng! The two young members of the mysterious Academy Investigative Committee had already identified Fang Heng as the most dangerous criminal, not saying a word and attacking first. Incinerate! One investigator formed hand seals, and a dense flame condensed into a straight line, pouncing towards Fang Heng. Sensing the heatwave coming towards him, Fang Heng immediately dodged to the side. Boom! The intense flames landed on the wall behind, creating a hole straight through the wall. So ruthless! Fang Heng furrowed his brows, quickly darting towards the other side. He didn't want to engage in a direct conflict with the mysterious Academy Investigative Committee. Realizing Fang Heng's intention to flee, the investigators formed hand seals again to launch an attack. This time, the investigators chose a widespread attack. Flame explosion. Boom! Fang Heng felt the intense flames rushing towards him. The dense flames filled the space in front of him, almost completely engulfing the whole passage. The temperature in the entire space suddenly rose by more than 10 degrees. Fang Heng furrowed his brows, adjusting his direction once again to dodge the flames engulfing him. Suddenly, a slight fluctuation appeared in the space in front of him, and two shadows wielding long guns shot out from the ruptured void. Illusions. Clones. Fang Heng evaded the attacks, staring at the two shadows and realizing that it was a special ability he had never seen before. It seemed related to spatial manipulation. Trouble. He was trapped. Fang Heng glanced around. The other investigator held a long gun in one hand and formed seals with the other hand, obviously controlling the illusions. There were only two of them. Fang Heng had never directly fought against the mysterious Academy Union Investigative Committee before, and now he truly understood how troublesome they were. The strength of the indigenous players in this game world was extremely powerful, and to ordinary investigators could easily entangle him. The level of danger was far beyond that of low to mid-level games. He couldn't afford to linger with them. Affected by the red light pillar, the reinforcements from the mysterious Academy Investigative Committee would arrive one after another, making the situation even more troublesome. He had to quickly deal with them. Use that move. Quick! Feng Heng swiftly switched to the study of the undead, and a layer of deathly gray appeared in his pupils. After advancing to high-level study of the undead, Feng Heng found that many of the skills he had previously learned had been enhanced in various aspects. From the release time of the skills to the control over them, and the ultimate power the skills could achieve, all had been improved. Often, these enhancements weren't reflected in the game's single data alone. Feng Heng formed a seal with both hands. Summoning undead skeleton summoning only required mental energy to activate. But summoning an undead skeletal leader, hundreds of times stronger than a normal undead skeleton, consumed a great deal of mental energy, requiring the use of the study's curse and spell to be fully successful. Ha-ah! Just as Feng Heng finished forming the seal, before he could release the skill, he heard two screams. The two investigators of the Mysterious Academy Investigative Committee let out painful wails, falling to the ground in agony, clutching their heads. What's going on? Pollution! Seeing this scene made Feng Heng stop in his tracks. This sight brought him back to the pollution he had seen in the prison before. The two investigators struggled on the ground in pain, and simultaneously, the sky rapidly darkened. Feng Heng realized something. Looking up into the air, the black sky was shrouded in thick clouds. The previously clear sky was now rapidly darkening. Feng Heng sensed a very powerful force gathering in the sky. That is, Feng Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. Suddenly, a pair of eyes. Feng Heng clearly saw a pair of eyes emerging above the thick black cloud layer in the sky. Those eyes were glaring at him intensely. In the brief moment of eye contact, Feng Heng felt an extremely overbearing force pressing down on him. The gray pollution that had been lurking in his sea of consciousness was stimulated, rapidly expanding within his consciousness. Warning: being affected by unknown forces, the player's current pollution is rapidly increasing. Please be cautious. Hint: in the current special environment, player cannot use flight skills, spatial teleportation skills, and player will have a higher chance of being affected by pollution effects. Hint: the current special environment has other unknown effects. Please be careful. Hint: player is affected by pollution effects. Remaining time: 52,292 days. Turning his head, Feng Heng saw that the two investigators of the Mysterious Academy Investigative Committee, who were writhing in pain on the ground, were gradually showing signs of corruption. Such strong and fast pollution? Even the investigators of the Mysterious Academy Investigative Committee were affected by pollution. Feng Heng remembered Ryuzian mentioning that the Investigative Committee had a professional process to deal with pollution, which could prevent contamination to the greatest extent. Is the source of pollution the eyes staring at him in the sky? Not good. Feng Heng suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. Run. Immediately leave this place. Feng Heng left behind the two investigators who were rapidly corrupting due to pollution, and immediately turned back towards the broken church. What's going on? What kind of thing are those eyes in the sky? And under the influence of the unknown environment, all spatial skills and flight skills were disabled. Not good. Run first. Log off and hide for a while. Feng Heng returned to a vacant room in the church, quickly closing his eyes. Just like before. Closing his eyes, a shadow of a large gate immediately appeared before him. However, this time, Feng Heng realized that something was wrong. The red gate was covered with crimson tentacles. End of chapter. Chapter 1528. The octagonal seal hiss. Unexpectedly, the door in front of Feng Heng couldn't be pushed open. Damn it! Could it be that even the return to the offline operation has been sealed? Feng Heng tried to break the tentacles on the door, only to find that he couldn't do it at all. Upon closer inspection, the red tentacles entwined on the red door turned out to be tongues. Jealous tongues. No, it's not possible to continue wasting time. Swoosh. Feng Heng opened his eyes again, and the alchemy magic circles circling at his feet quickly disappeared. Unable to go offline, he could only find a way to leave the special environment area first, and then figure out a solution. Leave the slum first. With that in mind, Feng Heng quickly ran towards the church outside. On the other side, outside the slum, several investigators were in extreme shock. Everyone involuntarily raised their heads to look at the thick clouds in the sky. A car rushed from a distance and stopped in front of them. Commander! Shan Fukai opened the car door and got out, loudly asking, "What's going on?" Can anyone tell me the specific situation in the slum now? Reporting, Commander. Extremely high-intensity contamination has been detected in the slum. The contamination reading on the dashboard has exceeded the limit. 2 minutes ago, superiors have issued the latest orders, prohibiting anyone from entering the slum area without permission. Ruin Zian did not get out of the car. She leaned out of the car window and looked towards the slums. From a distance, a thick black cloud layer covered the sky in the outer area. She could feel the powerful force contained in that cloud layer. Commander, 5 minutes ago, all communications within the slum area were blocked by a special force, and external communications were greatly disrupted. We have lost contact with the investigators who entered the slum area. This is a photo we obtained from a nearby military base. At that time, a military helicopter was conducting a reconnaissance mission and found an abnormal cloud formation above the slum area, took relevant photos, and later the helicopter's communications were disrupted and had to urgently cancel the mission and return. Sean Fukai took the photos and looked at them, his eyes showing a look of amazement. The photo was an aerial view shot from above the town, clearly showing a giant octagonal seal locking down the entire slum area. Let me see. Ruin Zian took the photo and glanced at it, her expression also changing slightly. It turned out to be an octagonal seal. A huge octagonal seal covering the entire slum area and a large part of the surrounding area. Ruin Zian found her hands feeling cold. Just standing here, she could feel the contamination spreading rapidly nearby. What on earth is going on? What is the source of such terrifying power? Report, there is a large number of personnel corruption. Unprecedented high-intensity contamination corruption reactions have occurred. Superiors have requested immediate sealing of the outer area of the slum. Prohibit anyone from entering or leaving the slum area. Reinforcements are on the way. The latest orders from the superiors. Only the highest level operation team is allowed to enter the slum wearing the highest level safety gear. The first mission is to rescue the uncorrupted individuals and to search for Fang Heng with all efforts. Commander, there is new information. Speak. Just now, it was discovered that some fallen individuals entered the slum from the eastern area and engaged us in battle. Time is running out. Our people haven't had time to set up defenses and they forcefully entered the slum. Shan Fukai immediately got a headache and asked, "How many are they?" 5 people. Led by Luo Su and Sun Jiaoyu. How did they get here so fast? They are even faster than the dogs. They have beaten us to the punch. Shan Fukai clenched his fists, feeling frustrated. Commander, it seems like they followed our people to the vicinity of the slums. Shan Fukai opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond. Indeed, the fallen individuals were also searching for Fang Heng. If the fallen individuals rely solely on their own strength to search for Fang Heng, it might be troublesome, but their actions are well known by the investigative committee and can easily be found out. Another investigator hastily approached and reported, "Commander, there is new information." Just now, the leader of the Renovation Society, Pang Xiaolan, contacted headquarters and suggested that we should not interfere with what is happening in the slum area. Their people are on their way and will handle the situation. The Renovation Society has agreed to give us a satisfactory answer after the matter is resolved. Renovation Society. Shan Fukai was taken aback, his frown deepening. Why are they in contact with the Renovation Society again? Could the cause of the whole incident be a struggle between the two factions? Who is coming? Sheng Dao. Shan Fukai's expression changed suddenly, turned around, somewhat incredulously repeated. What did you say? Sheng Dao. The demon Karalamoti. Take me to see him. Under the gloomy atmosphere, Fang Heng ran frantically towards the exit of the slum. He could feel the eyes in the sky staring at him tightly. In this state, the game warnings were almost refreshing every half a minute, warning him that the contamination on his body was spreading rapidly. Fallen individuals. Turning a corner of a street, in front, more than a dozen fallen individuals blocked the road. Their eyes were filled with red light. Beside them were more corrupted creatures after being contaminated, almost blocking the entire road intersection. The lead fallen individual fixed his gaze on Fang Heng and waved his hand forward. Attack! The fallen individuals flew up one after another, rushing towards Fang Heng together. Looks like trouble. Fang Heng muttered to himself quietly, taking out a thick metal rod from his backpack. First, it was the mysterious Academy Joint Investigation Committee, and now it's the fallen individuals. Well then, let's fight. Whoosh! Feng Heng lightly stepped on the ground, flew forward like an arrow released from a bow, and at the same time, slammed the metal rod forward, making a sound as it broke through the air. The alloy metal rod. It was personally crafted by Dr. Ding Min with material science skill level 189, costing nearly 500W survival points and various precious rare materials to make. The metal rod itself did not have any additional skills. It was just heavy and hard. Boom! Boom! The rod fiercely knocked the first to fallen individuals flying back, hitting a deep pit on the wall behind. The fallen individuals who came after were momentarily startled by Feng Heng's move, slowing down their speed. The lead fallen individual stared at Feng Heng and shouted, "Take him down! Do you all want to die?" The fallen individuals scattered again and rushed towards Feng Heng from all sides. This is troublesome. These fallen individuals were just recently corrupted in the slum. Their true strength isn't strong, but each one is extremely fast and very tricky. They are average in terms of attack skills, but they possess a powerful self-healing ability. After being thrown out heavily, their bodies slowly fuse back together and stand up again. The remaining corrupted creatures, without consciousness, are almost harmless in terms of attacks, but they are still extremely troublesome, practically indestructible. End of this chapter. Chapter 1529. The rescuer Feng Heng raised the metal rod in his hand and fought his way through the chaos, continuously using the metal rod to knock away the fallen and corrupted. But he found that no matter how many he killed, they wouldn't die. Their thickness even exceeded that of his zombie clone. Were they just buying time? He watched as more and more fallen and corrupted beings surged towards him. Feng Heng realized he was gradually sinking into a quagmire and reacted instantly. Trouble! These corrupted fallen ones were just recently born. Most of them were influenced by the eyes in the sky and had just fallen. And there were a large number of poor people in the slum. With the passage of time, more and more poor people were directly corrupted or turned into fallen beings due to the contamination effect. Feng Heng glanced at the game prompt. Bad. He had been stuck in place for more than 5 minutes, and the contamination on his body had greatly increased, shortening the remaining time of corruption from over 50,000 days to just over 10,000 days. Feng Heng had a bad feeling. Once the contamination was complete, he was sure to be in big trouble. He needed to resolve this quickly. Feng Heng no longer wasted time with the corrupted fallen beings and found an opportunity to quickly retreat a short distance backwards. Buzz! The Book of Oaths appeared in midair. Hiss! 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 The sacred fragments flew out of the Book of Oaths, forming streaks of flying light dancing in the air. Boom! Boom boom! The fragments hit the fallen and corrupted creatures and exploded. Hint: you have killed unknown fallen creatures. Hint: you have killed unknown corrupted creatures. Great! The game prompt finally showed killing hints. The Sacred series was strangely effective against them. However, the energy stored in the Book of Oaths was quickly depleting. The energy remaining in the book was already low, with 7/8 consumed in just a minute. The corrupted ones did not expect Feng Heng to suddenly take out the killer hammer. Seeing their companions' deaths, they were somewhat intimidated by the power of the Book of Oaths, hesitating. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Heng immediately turned and quickly broke through to the right side, forcing his way through. Catch up! We can't let him escape, or we won't survive. Feng Heng continued to run forward, turning towards the right side for only half a minute, turning another corner, only to see more than 30 fallen beings ahead. Damn! Why so many? Looking back, the fallen beings behind him also caught up. A dense group of fallen creatures almost filled the path ahead. Trouble! We're trapped! Since there was no way to avoid it, let's do it! Breakthrough! Feng Heng's face showed a hint of seriousness. He once again tightened his grip on the metal rod. At the fastest speed, without engaging them, he used the last remaining energy from the Book of Oaths to forge a path forward. Go! Feng Heng made a quick decision, lightly tapping his toes on the ground, and stepped into the midst of the corrupted beings. Boom! Boom boom! The flying sacred fragments shattered all the fallen and corrupted creatures attacking him. However, after just half a minute, the energy of the Book of Oaths was completely exhausted. Corrupted and fallen beings swarmed from all sides, as if they wanted to completely engulf him. Bang! In the chaos, a fist of a corrupted being hit Fang Heng's shoulder and was pushed back to steps by the force coming from Fang Heng. Hint: player receives an attack from a fallen creature. Player receives 243 points of damage. Hint: player's contamination effect deepens. Hint: player receives an attack from a corrupted creature. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompts, realizing the situation was getting worse. Although the enemies were weak, being surrounded by a large number of corrupted creatures and fallen beings made it difficult to avoid any damage in the chaotic battle. Relying on the terrifying health recovery effect of the undead body, he could naturally ignore damages. But what about the corruption effect? Helpless as he was already dragged into the mud by the enemies, Fang Heng couldn't afford to investigate the contamination within his consciousness and could only try to avoid harm. He ran towards the outskirts of the slum. Fang Heng dashed forward desperately for 5 minutes, but there was no sign of the reduction of the corrupted fallen creatures in the path ahead. Only more and more appeared. Not good. He had to come up with a way to escape quickly. Fang Heng had to stop, gather his mental strength again, and prepare to use the skeleton summon spell. Fang Heng! Over here! What? Suddenly, Fang Heng heard a shout and saw a figure jumping from behind a nearby wall on his right side. Plop! A big bald guy with a fierce expression jumped down from the wall behind him and rushed towards him like a raging bull, pushing away the corrupted and fallen creatures on the path. This rugged fighting style matched his huge body perfectly. Fang Heng's pupils shrank suddenly. He had seen this bald guy before at the bar. Sun Jiaoyu, upon seeing Fang Heng, showed a flicker of joy in his eyes. Mad? Finally found him. Thanks to Luo Su, who suggested following the people from the mysterious study committee, they actually found Fang Heng. Sun Jiaoyu ran to Fang Heng, shouting, "I'll stop them. Luo Su is at the east gate. Go through from behind the wall, find him and regroup. Go." Ha! Fang Heng was taken aback. Initially, he thought the bald guy was an enemy when he appeared, but after hearing his words and seeing him take 2 steps forward, blocking the fallen and corrupted creatures surging towards him, he was puzzled. What's going on? Fang Heng had 10,000 questions in his mind. Weren't they all fallen beings? Were they fighting each other? Then, once again, a new game prompt appeared on his retina. Hint: player's current faction mission has changed. Mission name: regroup. Mission description: you have learned that a group of fallen beings is searching for your whereabouts, and Luo Su is currently in the northern region of the slum. Mission requirement: regroup with Luo Su. Similar to the previous mission, this mission had no explanations for penalties or rewards. Instead of leaving immediately, Fang Heng remained cautious and looked at the bald guy, asking, "Aren't you with them? Why are you looking for me?" Sun Jiaoyu raised his eyebrows in surprise at Fang Heng's question. He wanted to explain something, but before he could speak, he was hit hard by a punching corrupted being that had suddenly appeared beside him. "Damn it! Did you forget everything? That ritual!" Sun Jiaoyu yelled, punching the fallen being away. "You're a demon seed. Go find Luo Su. Once you find him, you'll understand. If the people from the Revolutionary Council find you first, we're all dead." Fang Heng stared at Sun Jiaoyu. Each keyword struck a nerve. Ritual, demon seed, Luo Su, Revolutionary Council. Memories of the mysterious ritual flashed in Fang Heng's mind. End of this chapter. Chapter 1530. Dilemma Quick. More and more fallen ones gathered from behind the passage. Sun Jiaoyu tightly clenched his fists and slammed them towards the ground. Boom! Cracks appeared on the ground, and tall earth and rock barriers rose up from the ground, temporarily blocking the footsteps of the fallen ones ahead. Fang Heng came to his senses and saw that Sun Jiaoyu's close combat ability was extremely strong. Ordinary corruptors couldn't break through his defense, and it seemed like he was no longer affected by the corruption. Fang Heng immediately turned around and followed Sun Jiaoyu over the wall he had come from. Forget about the rest, just run first. After flipping over the wall, Fang Heng quickly surveyed the surroundings after landing. An open area, run. Fang Heng once again sped up his pace and thought quickly. Fiona didn't lie to herself. Fang Heng was now very certain that this world was closely related to the ritual on his body. The fallen ones looking for him were also related to the ritual. What the so-called Innovation Council was all about. When did a third party emerge again? Were the clouds covering the sky and those eyes created by the Innovation Council? And what about the demon breeds that the bald man mentioned earlier? What were those? Both the bald man and Luo Su behaved suspiciously. Just from listening to the bald man's words, Fang Heng didn't dare to fully trust them. Luo Su knew some things, but couldn't confirm whether the other party wasn't a lie. It was highly likely to be a trap. At present, Fang Heng quickly came up with two completely different choices. The first choice: join the mysterious occult joint investigation committee, find Du Fukai and Ruin Zian for help. From the perspective of the camps, the corrupting clouds in the sky and the fallen ones probably belonged to the demon camp, while the other side, the righteous camp, was the occult committee. With such a big disturbance in the slums, government departments and investigation committees would definitely intervene. Finding them could most likely save his life. However, Fang Heng quickly dismissed this choice. Judging from the shouting and clamor of the occult joint committee earlier, the best result they could hope for after returning with them was strict imprisonment and interrogation. He wasn't sure how solid Ruin Zian's relationship with them was. Moreover, he had recently just taken away the Eye of Albra. What if the occult joint investigation committee forced him to return it? Could something that had reached his mouth still be easily spat out? And his demonic lineage was also of unknown origin, once discovered. Fang Heng felt like a villain's label had already been stamped on him. It was difficult to cooperate with them. The second option: choose Luo Su's camp of the fallen ones. Find Luo Su, figure out what happened, and take the initiative. The risks were equally huge. On the surface, the game's mission hints at camp missions, which might imply that Luo Su and himself were on the same camp. But game quests that misled and betrayed had happened countless times before. Many players had lamented about it in the forums. Luo Su's fallen camp origin was unknown, and the pollution within himself was even more bizarre. It was very likely a huge trap, and running towards them directly might be walking into the lion's den. Damn! Why did both options feel like pitfalls? Trouble! Fang Heng grit his teeth and immediately decided not to trust anyone and only trust himself. Anyway, he already had the Phoenix Cedar in hand. He didn't care about the rituals and pollution on his body. This world was too terrifying. His priority was to find a way to escape from the slums, delay time, and later contact Ruin Zian to leave this world when the 3-day game time limit ended tomorrow. After strengthening himself, he could come back and start over. This plan seemed the most secure, but was still extremely dangerous. The occult joint investigation committee and the fallen camp seemed to be going crazy looking for him, and there was also a new group, the Innovation Council, that had emerged unexpectedly. Faced with the three-way pursuit, the difficulty of escaping was extremely high. It was better to take matters into his own hands than to leave his fate to others. Having made up his mind, Fang Heng quickly turned a corner and ran towards the right side. Luo Su's camp was on the east side of the city, so he decided to turn back towards the west to avoid Luo Su and his group. However, by doing so, he would inadvertently head back towards the direction of the shattered church. Run! Having just run forward for 5 minutes, sounds of hissing came from behind once again. The fallen ones! They were chasing him again. Under the surveillance of those eyes in the sky, Fang Heng felt like there was no place to hide. Fang Heng took a deep breath. There was no escaping. Fight! The ground beneath his feet churned, and grayish-blue hands emerged from the mud. The zombie avatars staggered out from the ground. When he was stealing the Phoenix Cedar earlier, all the zombie avatars had returned to the zombie doomsday world together with the transmission portal. Before he went to find Gan Honghua, for safety reasons, Fang Heng had set up batches of zombie avatars to continuously resurrect. These were the first batch. The second batch of zombie avatars would resurrect in 20 minutes. Originally, the zombie avatars were meant to deal with the Holy Court, but now Fang Heng hoped they would entangle this group of fallen ones. The chances didn't look good. Fang Heng quickly estimated in his mind when he suddenly heard someone not far away calling his name. Fang Heng! Over here! Here, hum! Fang Heng's heart stirred, and he immediately looked in the direction of the voice. It was Yu Jiyuan. Yu Jiyuan was poking her head out from a nearby household room at the end of the passage, waving urgently towards him. How did she end up in that place? Hurriedly. Fang Heng didn't have time to think. He left the zombie avatars behind and swiftly dashed towards the residential area on the right side. Bang! Fang Heng entered the room and immediately locked the door behind him. Fang Heng. In the room, besides Yu Jiyuan, there were over a dozen people. They were all the Holy Court disciples he had seen in the church before. When the disciples saw Fang Heng, joy and surprise filled their eyes. They all recognized Fang Heng. They had seen him using divine power in the shattered church before, and had received instructions from Gan Honghua to treat Fang Heng with respect, which led them to regard Fang Heng as a high-ranking official from the Holy Court of another world. Fang Heng glanced at the disciples, nodded at them, and then looked at Yu Jiyuan, asking, "What's the situation here?" Listening to Fang Heng's question, Yu Jiyuan felt immensely bitter in her heart. What's the situation? She also wanted to ask Fang Heng what the situation was. Everyone else was fine, so why did such a big disturbance happen when it was his turn to perform the pollution removal ritual? Fang Heng immediately understood Yu Jiyuan's expression. Right, and there was also Gan Honghua. Gan Honghua must know what had happened. Fang Heng then focused his gaze on the group of believers in the corner of the room and asked, "Where's Gan Honghua? Isn't he here? Where did he go? When the explosion happened earlier, Mr. Gan and I escaped together. But halfway through, Mr. Gan was affected by corruption. He is already." End of this chapter. Chapter 1531 Passage Yu Jiyuan exhaled a sigh, quietly recounting the events that had happened earlier to Fang Heng. As Fang Heng was performing a ritual, a strange phenomenon occurred on his body, with red light columns appearing. When Gan Honghua realized something was amiss, he immediately pulled her away, and she saw a red light shooting up into the sky, covering the sky with dark clouds. After Gan Honghua left the hall, he immediately led the disciples to evacuate. Unexpectedly, halfway through the escape, they were contaminated. Gan Honghua was heavily polluted, and in less than half a minute, he turned into a corrupted creature. The accompanying disciples also began to be contaminated one by one. In the chaos, Yu Jiyuan followed the remaining disciples into an underground passage, emerging from the other end shortly after and preparing to wait here for the crisis to pass. Unexpectedly, she saw Fang Heng passing by. Yu Jiyuan felt like dying now. Just as the contamination on her body had been cleared, she was now facing new pollution. Wasn't there supposed to be a period of high resistance after the contamination was cleared? Since seeing Fang Heng, Yu Jiyuan's emotions have been like a roller coaster, experiencing hope, despair, hope again, hope again, and despair again, followed by a miraculous resurrection, and finally sinking back into despair. Yu Jiyuan couldn't express her weariness in her heart. Despite all efforts, she was still in a contaminated state, but the only difference was that she now had more than a month of time compared to before. Fang Heng listened to Yu Jiyuan's words, his brows furrowed. Did Gan Honghua say anything before he died? Yu Jiyuan glanced at Fang Heng and whispered softly. He said something about murdering a devil's name and had a terrifying expression, then immediately ordered the church members to retreat. I followed them, and midway, Gan Honghua was corrupted. I see. Fang Heng nodded. Overall, Yu Jiyuan's situation was similar to his, both affected by the corruption effect. The fallen ones are likely targeting me. Their numbers are growing, and we need to find a way to get out of here immediately. No, don't go out. Yu Jiyuan hurriedly reached out to stop Fang Heng, saying, I just tried it. Once exposed to the outside, the contamination on our bodies will spread rapidly. Bishop Gan was contaminated quickly because he left the church. The pollution on my body increased significantly when I went out under the black cloud cover, and I couldn't last over half an hour. Fang Heng's heart moved, immediately looking at the game prompt. Indeed, every half minute when he stayed outside before, the game prompt showed a significant increase in pollution, but now the game prompt did not appear. Fang Heng tried to sense the sea of consciousness with his eyes. Since hiding in the room, the pollution speed within the sea of consciousness had decreased significantly. He had been fleeing all the way and hadn't had time to observe the ritual sea of consciousness. Now, upon closer inspection, he found something strange. Different from the initial situation where the sea of consciousness was entirely gray with pollution, now the pollution showed changes. Within the polluted gray area of consciousness, faint dark red filaments were emerging. Fang Heng's brow furrowed. He carefully observed. The polluted gray area seemed to be divided into two parts. After Bishop Gan Honghua's sacred ritual, The gray area had significantly reduced, leaving only a small chunk less than the size of a fingernail. Outside of this fingernail-sized piece, a large area of gray pollution was enveloped. On this polluted area, fine dark red fur-like filaments were visible, and this part of the pollution was still spreading rapidly. Fang Heng! Fang Heng! Fang Heng raised his head and saw Yujia Yuan standing at the window, her face slightly pale. They are coming after us. Fang Heng walked to the window to check. Fallen ones were continuing to pursue them towards the flat house where they were hiding. This is not good. They are most likely after me. Only relying on this place won't be able to stop them. Let's go back to the underground passage. The terrain there is narrow, and we can hold out a bit longer. Yujia Yuan followed, looking back at the disciples behind her. The fallen ones are coming. Let's return to the passage. The disciples had already considered Fang Heng as the spokesperson for the Holy Court and immediately acted upon Yujia Yuan's words, reopened the underground passage. Fang Heng was surprised. There was still an underground passage? It was left behind from the past wars, and there are many similar passages in the slum area. The passages in the lower region are interconnected. However, after the end of the wars, all passages leading out of the slum areas were blocked off. After taking over the church, Bishop Gan Honghua gradually united the believers to modify the underground area. Past church ceremonial prayers were also carried out in these underground areas, where they could avoid being traced by the Mystical Studies Association. As they spoke, the underground passage was opened again, and a young church member waved at Fang Heng and Yujia Yuan. Quick, hurry, and hide inside. Okay, Fang Heng nodded and followed, controlling the zombie avatars outside to enter the room as well, following Yujia Yuan into the underground passage. It was too difficult to break out of the slum area from outside. First, they needed to escape. Perhaps there could be an opportunity after venturing deeper into the underground region. Deep in the underground passage, the air was slightly hazy. The tunnels in the underground area of the slums were initially constructed by refugees to escape the wars, so they were very narrow, only accommodating to people walking side by side at most. Over a dozen Holy Court believers led the way. Occasionally, scattered corrupted creatures could be seen along the way. With the help of Yujia Yuan's astrology and the believers' purification prayers, the corrupted creatures were thoroughly eliminated. Fang Heng followed at the rear of the team. Summoning skeletons every 10 steps he walked forward. Countless undead skeletons crawled out of the swirling magic circle. Leveraging the narrowness of the passage, the undead skeletons blocked the rear passage completely, delaying the pursuit of the fallen ones and corrupted creatures from the outside. This would buy them some time. The Holy Court believers noticed Fang Heng's summoned creatures with somewhat strange expressions. Weren't they supposed to be celestial messengers from other realms? Why were they using undead methods? With the situation tense and no one speaking, they continued walking forward. Soon, after walking over 20 minutes into the passage, the believers led Fang Heng and Yujia Yuan to a relatively spacious resting point. It wasn't quite a room, more like a larger underground space. The believers gathered in front, whispering softly. Fang Heng was puzzled and approached, asking, "Why aren't we moving? There is no way forward. The pathway leads to where we fled from before, to the interior of the shattered church. Now the church is filled with monsters, and the passage is blocked. We cannot go back." End of this chapter. Chapter 1532. The Temple of Faith. What about the right side? Fang Heng glanced at the two dark passages leading to the right. He asked, "What about over there? What is that place?" "It's another exit. Behind the passages, it branches out to various corners in the south side slums. However, it has been sealed long ago." "Sealed? Why?" "Arranged by Archbishop Gian Honghua. Because the passages connect to the church. The Archbishop was worried about outsiders invading through the passages. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to completely seal it off from here." Fang Heng's heart stirred. Sealed off for what? He has zombie subordinates. Just dig another passage out. Immediately, Fang Heng asked, "Can this lead to the outskirts of the slums?" The believer shook his head. "No, this is the border area between two countries." After the ceasefire treaty was signed, all passages to the outskirts of the slums were destroyed by the military. "What about the nearest one? How far is the nearest exit to the outskirts of the slums from the passage?" "Probably about 400 to 500 meters." "Okay. just 4 to 500 meters. The plan remains the same. The second batch of zombie subordinates will soon be resurrected. By then, he can dig another passage underground to leave this place. The surface world is too dangerous. Once exposed to external contamination, the pollution level will significantly rise. It's much safer to find a way to dig a passage out underground. Make some room. Behind them, the zombie subordinates who were originally crowded in the passage walked out one by one, taking out the foldable entrenching shovels tied to their waists. They assembled them and entered the dark passage on the right side. Dr. D.I. Angmanbo tailored multifunctional entrenching shovels for the zombie subordinates. Each one costs about 200,000 life points. Since Feng Heng has plenty of life points, he can use them freely. Soon, the sound of digging echoed inside the passage. What are the zombies doing? Digging a passage? Win Jibyuan was shocked to see this scene. In fact, when they drove halfway last night, she had already seen Feng Heng stop the car by the roadside several times. Later, he summoned similar undead creatures. At that time, Win Jibyuan didn't think much about it. She just assumed it was Feng Heng's special passive skill to summon the undead. Now, upon closer observation, she realized that what she saw last night were not undead creatures but zombies. She also never thought that these zombies were not used for fighting, but as laborers. The believers were somewhat puzzled to see this. Controlling zombies and undead skeletons, this divine messenger of the Holy Court seemed unusually bizarre. Feng Heng noticed the puzzled gazes of the believers, but remained composed and said solemnly, "Light is an inclusive force. Do not be confined by external prejudices. Let us continue to be devout, as always." The church believers looked at each other and suddenly felt inspired. We will heed the messenger's teachings. With Gian Honghua dead, the remaining believers lost their direction and now regarded Feng Heng, who possessed the power of the Holy Spirit, as their leader, following him closely. Not long after, a zombie subordinate walked unsteadily out of the passage with a large stone on its back. Feng Heng frowned, glanced back at the others, and asked, "Is there any transportation tool here?" The zombie subordinates had entrenching shovels, but they lacked a transportation tool to move the stones, making their efficiency very low. There was a moment of silence among the group. A young believer spoke up. "There are indeed some on the church side, but..." When Jibyuan sighed and explained, "We fled from the passage near the church before. When we were escaping, we were also pursued by the fallen and the corrupted. To evade them, we blew up a small section of the passage. Now, the area near the church is very dangerous and likely occupied by the fallen." Feng Heng pondered. With the multifunctional entrenching shovels, the zombie subordinates' digging efficiency was high. However, without a transportation tool, they could not effectively move the excavated stones out, greatly reducing their efficiency. As the tunnel got deeper, their efficiency would only decrease. It's time to take a risk. Let's dig over there and see. Find a way to locate a tool. Feng Heng immediately controlled a zombie subordinate to start digging in a different direction, towards the passage leading to the church. While they were digging, Feng Heng scanned the surroundings again. He suddenly pointed to the area on the left side of the cave. "What is over there?" The left area hadn't been introduced by the Holy Court members before. Several Holy Court believers glanced at each other, and an elderly believer stepped forward and explained, "Sir, that area is where we listen to the divine oracle. Only with Archbishop's permission can one enter. If one enters without permission, we will be punished by the gods. Listen to the divine oracle." Feng Heng found it strange. What kind of place is that? Wait a minute. Feng Heng suddenly remembered what Gian Honghua mentioned before the purification ritual. Gian Honghua chose to stay in this world to spread the teachings of the Holy Court and gather faith only after receiving the divine oracle. For this reason, he established the Temple of Faith here. The outside was dilapidated, with no trace of the Temple of Faith. Could it be the Temple of Faith was built in the rear? Interesting. Perhaps Fiona also knows about this place. There might be some good goods inside. Since he's here, why not take a look? Even though they were in imminent danger, Feng Heng couldn't help but feel curious. "I want to go in and take a look." The believers looked at each other again, but no one spoke. Seeing their hesitating expressions, Feng Heng reached out his hand. The holy sanction scepter appeared in his palm. Skill, repentance. Release spiritual suppression on a single target of the general human race to induce a state of repentance requires continuous casting. The success rate of the skill depends on the player's level of sacred studies, spiritual attributes, willpower attributes, and related attributes of the target's willpower and spiritual attributes. The scepter obtained after killing Archbishop Karlkila had the additional skill repentance. Although the scepter was currently damaged with reduced efficiency and a penalty to movement speed, its additional skill repentance was very useful. Fang Heng aimed the scepter at a believer who appeared to have less firm willpower and released the repentance skill on him, saying solemnly, "Archbishop Gian Honghua once told me that the Temple of Faith has powers that we can harness. Now that contamination has spread, the Holy Court is in a life-or-death situation. The gods will forgive our offense. If there is still divine punishment, let me take it on behalf of you all. Faith will grant us courage and strength. I'll do it." Encouraged by Fang Heng's words, a brave believer stepped out from the crowd. "Holy Messenger, I'll take you there. I admire your courage, young believer." Fang Heng then turned to Win Jibuan. "I'll go and see. You stay here. If the passage is cleared, come find me immediately. Okay, be careful." End of this chapter. Chapter 1533. Extracting Lord's Servant, please come this way. The believer's face carried a hint of excitement as he took the oil lamp from his companion and led the way towards the deep left passage. The passage was not deep. After walking for 3 minutes, they reached a shining metallic gate blocking the way ahead. The gate was made of a golden metal, continuously emitting waves of sacred power. In the center of the gate, there was a circular groove that seemed like some kind of mechanism that could be activated. A believer said, "Lord Servant, I heard the bishop mention before that the sacred gate possesses immense power. Approaching it without permission will result in severe divine punishment. All right, you step back." Fang Heng looked at the gate, and in his right eye reflected an alchemy magic array. Correspondingly, runes of the alchemy array appeared on the golden gate. Hint: through the all-knowing eye, the player discovers Sacred Gate Sealed Special. Hint: the player needs to use the Sacred Jewel to unlock the gate. Hint: the player can also try other ways to open the gate. A bit troublesome. Fang Heng observed the structure of the Sacred Gate. There were alchemy magic arrays on the gate. Let's see if forcefully activating the magic array can open it. Swiftly, the alchemy magic array in Fang Heng's pupil rapidly spun. The golden light on the gate also accelerated, emitting a dazzling holy light. After a moment, Fang Heng stopped the all-knowing eye. Using the all-knowing eye to activate the magic array required mental energy and blood. He had almost depleted all his mental energy, but the gate remained unmoved. It failed. Fang Heng took a half-step forward. Swift. A fist struck forward like lightning. Before the fist could reach the gate, a dark golden divine barrier appeared on the gate. Boom! The fist struck the barrier, producing a deep resonating impact sound like a bell. A strong counterforce surged, causing Fang Heng to retreat half a step. Oh! There's also a divine force barrier. With all his strength, the barrier on the gate remained intact, and the gate still did not budge. Fang Heng was not disappointed. Instead, a joyful expression appeared on his face. So, the Sacred Gate also has a defensive divine power attachment? That's a good thing. A smile appeared on Fang Heng's face. For others, dealing with a similar attached divine barrier would be difficult. He was different. For the Book of Vows, this was a big boost. Excitement flashed in Fang Heng's eyes as he raised his hand. Swift. Stimulated by the Book of Vows, it swiftly appeared in mid-air. Fang Heng concentrated, forming an imprint with both hands in front of him. Under the activation of mental energy, the vow technique emitted a golden light. Flecks of sacred power escaped from the metal gate. The believers who followed Fang Heng didn't know what he was doing. Seeing the sparkling sacred light emerging like stars, they felt that Fang Heng's strength was incredibly powerful. The sacred dots were quickly absorbed by the Book of Vows floating in front of Fang Heng. The game prompt on Fang Heng's retina began to refresh at an accelerated pace. Hint: the Book of Vows has absorbed some power. The energy value of the corresponding Book of Vows fragment is rapidly recovering. Hint: the vow technique absorbed. The power contained within the metallic gate far exceeded Fang Heng's expectations. Perfect. Dealing with those corrupt and fallen beings outside required a large amount of divine energy. The more, the better. Feng Heng fully controlled the Book of Vows. Sacred dots accelerated outflows from the gate. In just a short moment, the energy of the Book of Vows was fully absorbed. Feng Heng temporarily stopped the Book of Vows. The golden gate still stood at the entrance, seemingly undamaged. Feng Heng hesitated slightly. If he continued absorbing, the sacred power would dissipate directly. Wasn't this a bit wasteful? At this moment, a believer from the Holy Court hurriedly ran over, urgently calling out, "Lord Servant, the passage outside has been cleared." "Good. Take me to see it." Feng Heng temporarily put aside the sacred gate and followed the believer back to the underground resting point. In the rest area, Yu Jiyuan was assisting the Holy Court believers in combating the fallen creatures crawling out of the passage. The collapsed passage was only a short distance, and it was quickly dug through by the zombie doppelgangers. Seeing Feng Heng approaching, Yu Jiyuan took a few steps back and said, "Feng Heng, there aren't many creatures inside the passage now. Let's go quickly." "All right, let's go." Having just completed charging the Book of Vows, Feng Heng felt a bit more confident in this mission, leading the way towards the front of the passage. First clear a passage to the broken church, then find transportation, and finally run back. And then blow up the passage. Run. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the slums, Shan Fukai lit a cigarette for himself. After receiving news of the arrival of the Reformation Society, he immediately sought out Sheng Dao, but the latter gave him no face and went directly into the restricted area of the slums. Sheng Dao left them with only 2 words regarding their problem: taboo. Ruan Ziyan had been in wars for a long time, and her strength was not weak, but even so, she knew very little about the mysteries of the upper echelons of this world. Where did Sheng Dao come from? Why so arrogant? The Reformation Society, Sheng Dao, has been very prominent recently. It is said that he is a ruthless character who kills without blinking an eye. The internal affairs of the Reformation Society are all handled by him. 2 years ago, the Reformation Society clashed heavily with the conservative faction, and at that time, Sheng Dao, as the representative of the Reformation Society, made quite a reputation. Shan Fukai extinguished the cigarette, furrowing his brow. The Reformation Society is very strong this time, and they are targeting Feng Heng. Ruan Ziyan couldn't help but look nervous. What do we do then? Just hand Feng Heng over to them? Didn't you say he has a big secret? Shan Fukai looked up at the dark clouds covering the slum sky, not knowing where Ruan Ziyan's optimism came from. The octagonal seal, the corrupted creatures and fallen beings within the octagonal seal area are almost immortal. I'm not even sure if Feng Heng can survive in there. What if he does? The ace player of the Reformation Society personally intervenes, and even if all of us go together, we won't be a match for him unless... What unless? Unless Feng Heng's strength can endure under Sheng Dao's pursuit and last until the boss returns. Ruan Ziyan was shocked. What? Are you saying our boss will also come? On the way here, there has never been such a high concentration of pollution, and he is very interested. Ruan Ziyan nervously swallowed. She had heard that name countless times from others and read it in books. Would she have the opportunity to see the real person today? End of chapter. Chapter 1534. The Wreckage of a Shattered Church. Feng Heng and Yu Jiyuan and their group climbed out from a large prayer room behind the church. Quickly looking around, Feng Heng furrowed his brows. Everywhere were corrupted creatures. A large number of corrupted beings gathered inside the church. In addition, there were fallen ones. 2 fallen beings gathered in the hallway saw Feng Heng emerging from below and immediately rushed towards him. Swish! Feng Heng raised his hand forward. Holy light shone. The Book of Oaths appeared in midair. Chaotic remnants of holiness formed streaks of light that easily pierced through the foreheads of the 2 fallen beings. After a muffled groan, the 2 fallen beings fell. Swish! Swish swish! The holy remnants continued to fly out, repeatedly striking the fallen beings and causing successive holy explosions until their bodies were completely purified and unable to revive. Amazing! This is the power of the divine. This scene boosted the morale of the accompanying church believers. Divine Envoy, over there. It's over there. The supply warehouse is in that direction. Please follow us. All right, let's go. Feng Heng followed the believers out of the prayer room, heading towards the right side. Along the way, they encountered few fallen beings. Feng Heng did not hold back, swiftly using the power of the Book of Oaths to eliminate them to save time. Soon, they reached the warehouse. The Holy Court had always been developing within the slum area, and their resources were meager. The warehouse was filled with old tools. As the believers hurriedly entered the warehouse to start moving the supplies, one of them rushed to Feng Heng and reported in a low voice, "Not good, Divine Envoy, a large group of fallen beings are coming from outside." Feng Heng furrowed his brows. Another group was approaching him. The fallen beings and corrupted creatures outside had been chasing him all along, and him being here would slow down the progress of moving the supplies. "Yujia Yuan, you stay here and help them transport the supplies back underground later. I will go lure the fallen beings outside away. We will meet under the passage." Time was tight. Yujia Yuan nodded immediately. "All right, be careful, yes." Feng Heng replied, then turned and headed back outside. Outside the warehouse, more than 10 fallen beings were sprinting towards him from the other end of the passage. "Feng Heng, you can't escape." Seeing Feng Heng, the fallen beings' red pupils flashed, and they all charged towards him. The Book of Oaths. The Book of Oaths in front of Feng Heng once again emitted a dazzling golden light. Light burst forth. Over 20 golden streaks continuously flew forward. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! The passage echoed with the dense sound of holy light explosions. In just half a minute, over 10 fallen beings were instantly annihilated by the holy remnants. Swiftly, Feng Heng retrieved the Book of Oaths. It felt amazing to have the Book of Oaths full of energy. It felt like using an automatic plugin. After all, it was a divine artifact. To protect Yujia Yuan and the others in the warehouse from being affected, Feng Heng pondered and decided to run towards the shattered hull of the church. It was further from the warehouse and had a wider terrain, more suitable for the Book of Oaths to unleash its power and easier to navigate while running. He cleared the fallen beings and corrupted creatures chasing him, and the energy within the Book of Oaths was rapidly depleting. Feng Heng estimated the remaining energy in the Book of Oaths and soon entered the shattered church hall. Hung isn't that? As soon as he entered the hall, Feng Heng's pupils suddenly contracted as his gaze fixed onto pillars at the entrance. Those two people. Investigators from the Mysterious Studies Committee. Feng Heng recognized the two from their attire and appearance. These two were clearly the investigators who had come to chase him before, and they had even attacked him. Now, they had been completely corrupted. Their lower bodies had turned into a disgusting, rotten mass resembling mud, coiled around the two pillars on both sides, almost merging with them, with their twisted heads attached to the top of their corrupted bodies, looking particularly grotesque. Gurgling, surrounding corrupted matter kept being absorbed by their bodies. Absorbing their kind. Feng Heng stood in place, surveying the entire hall. Feng Heng felt physically uneasy around biological matter, muttering softly to himself, and a phantom alchemy ray flashed in his right eye. Hint: player discovers object, unknown life form corrupted being elite. An elite class corrupted life form. Feng Heng focused his gaze on a somewhat elliptical object in the center of the unknown corrupted being's body. What was that? Feng Heng had a strange feeling. It seemed like something was gestating within that sphere. Carefully taking a few steps forward, Feng Heng wanted to see more clearly while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. The back of the shattered hall had collapsed due to the explosion, enveloped in darkness, making it hard to see, but the visible area showed no fallen beings or corrupted matter. It seemed they had been absorbed. Similarly, the fallen beings and corrupted matter outside seemed to be aware of their presence, and none of them continued to pursue into the hall area. Hiss! Hiss! Suddenly, several long, black-brown narrow spikes shot out from the rotten body. Who? Feng Heng's heart leapt, sharp spikes directly aimed at him, rolling in the air, trying to engulf him completely. The Book of Oaths. Swish! Once again, holy remnants flew out from the Book of Oaths, hitting the corrupted spikes, which shattered under the holy light. Feng Heng pointed towards the unknown elite corrupted being entwined around the pillar. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! The concentrated holy remnants flew towards Feng Heng's indicated direction. Gurgling! The corrupted being emitted a strange sound once again. Corrupted spikes burst out from various corners of the rotten body. Hit them! Before the corrupted spikes crawling out from the rotten being could spread further, they were consecutively crushed by the incoming holy remnants. They vanished instantly in a golden light. Boom boom! Boom boom boom! The dense holy explosions lasted for over 10 seconds before the holy remnants gradually flew back into the Book of Oaths in Feng Heng's hand. A game prompt floated in his retina. Hint: player kills elite corrupted being *2. Player discovers corruption crystal *2. Huh. Something came out. Corruption crystals? Feng Heng couldn't help feeling curious. He hadn't obtained any survival points or items when killing the corrupted beings and fallen ones before. Suddenly, a corruption crystal popped out. What level of crystal is this? Is it exclusive to higher worlds? Is it used for leveling up? Feng Heng observed the remains left behind by the unknown corrupted being with interest. End of this chapter. Chapter 1535. Besides the Holy Light Piercing and Holy Light Explosion, the Divine Pearl of Sanctity also has multiple effects, such as Holy Light Purification. The unknown corruption has been thoroughly purified, leaving to pools of corrosive stains on the ground emitting a foul smell. In the center of the stains are 2 dark crystals. Feng Heng tried to reach out and wave his hand forward. 2 gray crystals suddenly flew towards Feng Heng. Feng Heng's pupils suddenly contracted as 2 dark shadows sprang out from the darkness behind the crystals while they were still in midair. Whoosh! The black corrupted thorns. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. The speed at which the corrupted thorns pierced out was nearly twice as fast as before. Before Feng Heng could react and use the Book of Oaths again, the corrupted thorns swiftly enveloped the 2 crystals in midair and then retracted rapidly back into the darkness behind. Its target is the corrupted crystals. Feng Heng stared intently at the darkness behind, his pupils quickly tinged with a layer of red light. Using his special ability as a bloodline vampire, the darkness ahead gradually became visible through his bloodline's unique eyes. Feng Heng saw the huge black shadow lurking in the collapsed area of the hull behind. It turned out to be him. Bishop Gan Honghua. Feng Heng stared at the monster from a distance. Like the 2 investigators he encountered before, Gan Honghua had transformed into a similar life form after corruption. Its lower body had merged with the ruins below, forming a thick mass of intertwined corruption, making it immobile. On the upper body, Gan Honghua was already dead, with a terrifying expression frozen on his face. Similar to the previous encounters with investigators, Gan Honghua also had a spherical object in the abdominal area. At this moment, Feng Heng finally saw what was growing on the corpse. Red flowers. A beautiful black flower bloomed on the corrupted corpse after its death. Feng Heng stared closely at the spherical, budding flower. The petals were not fully bloomed, mostly hidden within the bud. What? The bud suddenly bloomed at an extremely fast pace. Bright red flowers emerged from the bud, forming a human face. Zia Shi. Suddenly, a visible bizarre ripple emanated from the flowering plant outward. Feng Heng felt a momentary dizziness. An intricate magic circle appeared in his right eye's pupil. Information was displayed on the retina. Hint: player discovers object, unknown life form corrupted elite. Hint: player influenced by psychic illusion. Hint: player affected by all-seeing eye alchemy occult effect. This psychic illusion attack fails. Psychic attack. Feng Heng broke out in a cold sweat, quickly backing away. The higher-level gaming world was full of traps. Fortunately, with the all-seeing eye, he avoided a mishap. Feng Heng felt fortunate for decisively using absorption of Elbula's eye before, upgrading the all-seeing eye and gaining the ability to see through illusions. Whoosh! The Book of Oaths appeared in front of him. Feng Heng pointed his finger forward. Purify it. Zoom! Zoom! Golden divine light continuously shot out from the Book of Oaths, bombarding Gan Honghua's body. Boom! Boom! Under the intense barrage of golden divine light, the corruption beneath Gan Honghua's body twisted and exploded with a dull sound. Gan Honghua's endurance was much stronger than Feng Heng had imagined. Fully unleashing the Book of Oaths power, Feng Heng relentlessly bombarded the corruption for 3 minutes, until the energy within the Book of Oaths was completely exhausted. Quick! The remnants of the divine fragments, without energy support, flew back into the Book of Oaths. Feng Heng looked up again and saw that the rotten matter on the body had been largely cleared, appearing to be on the brink of death. Not dead yet. Feng Heng glanced at the game prompts and found no notification of defeat. Cautiously, he approached, preparing to try a few more purification spells to see if he could completely eliminate the corruption. As he got closer, Feng Heng suddenly noticed a pop-up in his pupil. Hint: player discovers special item, Intermediate Botany, Hellfire Red Mandragora Real Damaged Growing Incomplete. Item: Hellfire Red Mandragora Real Damaged Growing Incomplete. Type: Plant, Material. Rank: Description: a flower of evil thoughts from the depths of hell, capable of blooming after absorbing corruption, pollution, malevolence, chaos, and other energies. Possessing formidable illusion abilities, it is an extremely rare material. Hint: players can advance their botany level to gain more information. Feng Heng's mind raced. A plant blooming through the nourishment of corrupted life forms. Connecting the previous occurrences where corrupted life forms absorbed their surroundings and attempted to take the corrupted crystals, Feng Heng roughly understood. Wait, what level of plant could this be? Coming from hell, its level shouldn't be too low, right? Can it even reach the S rank? Should he take it back too? Whatever, take it with him. Even if the mission couldn't be completed, it could still be used as material. Feng Heng took out a small knife from his backpack and carefully sliced along the root of the Hellfire Red Mandragora, intending to cut it off and take it with him. SSS's. The post-corruption purplish red blood continuously spurted from the rotten matter sliced by the knife. After swiftly making several cuts, Feng Heng couldn't help but put down the knife, frowning. Something didn't seem right. As he kept cutting, the vitality of the Mandragora flower was rapidly wilting. So they were interdependent? Hint: player has skill, inadequate tree planting for the current life form. Hint: forceful transplantation will most likely cause the tree to die. Feng Heng hesitated and stopped his attacks. The corrupted Gan Honghua was already in a semi-lifeless state. The red Hellfire Mandragora was using the corrupted Gan Honghua as its host. If he directly killed Gan Honghua, the Mandragora would likely die soon as well. No, the normal method wouldn't work for transplanting. Feng Heng pondered for a moment. Should he leave it for now and ask someone else later? Feng Heng squinted at the Mandragora flower, lost in thought. Should he take the entire corrupted matter along with the Hellfire Mandragora with him? But doing so would significantly increase pollution. Observing carefully, Feng Heng suddenly noticed something sticking out from the torn pocket of Gan Honghua's clothes. Right, a pearl. The gateway pearl leading to the underground temple should be on Gan Honghua, right? Feng Heng approached and tried to search the pockets of the body. End of the chapter. Chapter 1536. The Renovation Association did not find any treasure or key, but instead found a tattered notebook. The notebook was hidden in the inner pocket, covered in a thick layer of bloodstains. Hint: player obtains item, Gan Honghua's notebook. Explanation: Gan Honghua's personal notebook, imbued with the power of the Holy Spirit. Feng Heng couldn't help but brighten up as he opened the notebook to carefully examine it, suddenly feeling a sharp discomfort as if being pricked from behind. It felt as though someone was watching him. Swiftly, Feng Heng quickly leapt to the side, turning his head to look behind him. The entrance of the shattered temple was not far away. A young man in his mid-20s stood on a fallen pillar nearby. More accurately, he wasn't standing. It seemed like his feet were about 2 centimeters off the ground, as if he was floating. What was particularly striking was the red monster phantom attached to his shoulders. Feng Heng noticed that the young man's face held a hint of youthfulness, with peculiar red flashes in his pupils, staring straight at him. I finally found you, Demon Seed. Demon Seed. Feng Heng wasn't hearing this term for the first time. Looking at the young man in front of him, a sense of extreme danger arose in his heart. Who are you? Renovation Association, Shengdao. The phantom on his shoulder snickered, revealing sharp teeth and a ferocious smile. Nice to meet you, esteemed Demon Seed. I am Kumodal. Renovation Association. Are you the one searching for me? Feng Heng remained vigilant, slowly stepping out from the blind spot behind, observing potential escape routes, also pointing upwards. Did you create those eyes up there? Shengdao also gazed at Feng Heng, whispering, You have a lot of questions. Feng Heng then looked at the red demon on Shengdao's shoulder and continued to ask, What about you? Kumodal. Who are you? You can see Kumodal. Shengdao's eyes flashed with surprise at the words, furrowing his brows deeply. So, you can't be let off easily. With that, Shengdao suddenly raised his hand. Hoo! Condensed fireballs. In an instant, Over 20 rapidly spinning condensed fireballs shot out from Shang Dao's palm. Fang Heng felt a powerful oppression and swiftly dodged to the side. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! The condensed fireballs exploded on the ground, instantly engulfing a large area of the shattered church in flames. Just as Fang Heng avoided the fireball attack, and before he could catch his breath, he was caught off guard once again. Swiftly, looking up, Shang Dao quickly rushed towards him close to the ground, incredibly fast. Who? Fang Heng swung his alloy metal staff forward. Snap! Fang Heng's pupils constricted. The alloy iron staff in his hand was actually caught by the opponent. Caught! The opponent's strength was no weaker than his own. Bang! Shang Dao was initially attempting to catch Fang Heng's staff with one hand. Suddenly, as their hands made contact, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes, and he pressed his left hand onto his right wrist. Bang! A surge of force came forth, causing cracks to appear beneath Shang Dao's feet. Go! Boom! Fang Heng felt an eerie power erupting from Shang Dao, sending him flying. The surroundings rushed past his eyes until he collided with the rock wall behind. Hint: player receives 2,355 points of collision damage. Hint: player is affected by the fracture status. Hint: player enters a dazed state. Hint: player's undead body effect triggers. Player has recovered from dizziness and fractured state. Hint: player suffers additional damage from special attacks. Contamination effect further increased. Shang Dao looked at his hand in disbelief, his eyes filled with surprise. He had underestimated Fang Heng's strength. A very strong fundamental attribute. Clearly, he had just awakened as a demon seed, so how could he possess such exceptional physical qualities beyond that of an ordinary person? Shang Dao furrowed his brows, glancing at Fang Heng, lying amid a pile of rubble, then leapt towards him once more. There were uncertainties, but it didn't matter. He had to deal with him first. As Shang Dao approached Fang Heng swiftly, he suddenly noticed Fang Heng rising from the ground. Swiftly, a powerful undead aura burst forth from the black mist. A visible ripple of undead power spread outward. Undead! A flicker of doubt crossed Shang Dao's mind. He did not immediately rush in, but slowed his pace, stopping just beyond the spreading undead aura. Kumodal! He is an undead. The evil spirit phantom attached to Shang Dao's shoulder spoke. I don't know. Just a piece of rubbish from another world. Why be so cautious? Don't ask so much. Kill him. Whoever he is, with that demonic seed, he must be eliminated. Go ahead. Just a mere undead. Are you really scared of that? Shang Dao snorted lightly. Responding to the call, he approached hastily. Everything about Fang Heng was still unknown to him, not knowing his actual strength or what special powers he possessed. Humph, your intelligence better be reliable. Swiftly, Shang Dao once again moved towards the thick mist. Suddenly, Shang Dao felt a powerful undead wave emanating from the black mist. Visible ripples of undead power spread outward. Swift, Shang Dao's hand manifested a white longsword, slashing forward. Boom! The incoming ripple was split apart. Shang Dao's pupils constricted. After the ripple dissipated, a massive white sword aura surged from the mist. The sword aura carried an icy chill. In an instant, Shang Dao's right hand was enveloped in a layer of red scales. The long sword in his hand quickly ignited with heavy hellfire. The long blade fiercely collided with the sword aura. Boom! The two forces clashed, causing Shang Dao to stagger backwards. As the Black Death aura gradually dissipated, the once obscured scene within the mist became clear. Shang Dao stared ahead, his eyes shimmering with vigilance. Kumodal, is this the garbage from another world you spoke of? 3 icy skeletal leaders stood at the forefront, with rows of giant ice skeletons behind them. Fang Heng stood at the back of the giant ice skeletons, clutching his shoulder that had just recovered from a fracture, his eyes fixed intently on Shang Dao and the phantom on his shoulder. An opponent of unknown strength. He faced the most significant crisis since entering the high-level gaming world. The Eternal Moon skill had already been used, so now his biggest reliance was the giant ice skeletons. Is this your reliance? Shang Dao muttered to himself, his gaze seemingly penetrating through layers of ice skeletons, focusing directly on Fang Heng in the rear. End of this chapter. Chapter 1537 Counterattack impressive, but that's all you got. Fang Heng stared closely at Shang Dao. What kind of ghostly thing is that? After Sheng Dao finished speaking, the demonic creature attached to his back suddenly ignited rapidly, with red and blue flames swirling around its body. Boom! Sheng Dao leaned forward and rushed forward, his speed soaring once again under the enhancement of the flames. Who? The leader of the Ice Skeleton, Ice Soul Slashing Blade, also attacked forward. The massive blade nearly blocked all of Sheng Dao's forward paths. Bang! Sheng Dao's flaming longsword fiercely clashed with the Ice Soul Slashing Blade. For a moment, pale blue blade energies danced chaotically in the hall, leaving huge traces of blade energies all over the shattered hall, as a figure engaged in a fierce battle with 3 ice skeleton bosses. Not good. Undead skeleton bosses mostly have area attacks and skills like releasing ice waves, but the flames engulfing Sheng Dao seem to resist the negative effects. 3 against 1, and they still haven't won. Damn it, run! Taking the opportunity, while Sheng Dao's steps were being hindered, Fang Heng left the undead skeleton bosses to deal with the enemies and turned to run. Prenozer. Deep within the ice prison cave, the sealed source of yin veins. At some point, there was a large cauldron here. A pitch-black cauldron, about 5 meters in diameter, covered with intricate alchemical patterns. Ji Xiaobo was crouching in front of the cauldron, tinkering with something. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and looked around. Just now, a third of the giant undead skeletons in the hall had disappeared, along with 3 of the undead skeleton bosses. Seems like Fang Jie encountered big trouble over there. I need to hurry. Fang Heng made his way back along the passage he came from. What level of monsters were the members of the Renewal Society? Soloing 3 mid-level boss creatures from Game Worlds and even gaining the upper hand against a large group of giant undead skeletons. Being chased down like this, Fang Heng felt extremely unlucky on this trip. This round was a big loss. Ice skeletons are disposable. Losing 1 means 1 less. And he hadn't even managed to get his hands on the Hell Mandala yet. The only good news was that those annoying fallen creatures hadn't reappeared since Sheng Dao appeared, making his escape a little easier. In the blink of an eye, Fang Heng once again returned to the underground through the tunnel, only to see a disciple of the Holy Court guarding the entrance. Great Divine Envoy! Over here! Fang Heng hurriedly returned to the rest area, with the disciple leading the way. The Holy Court members had already returned with carts, assisting Fang Heng's zombie clones in transporting the excavated soil. How is the situation above? Yu Jiyuan, feeling the occasional huge tremors from above, was quite anxious. Encountered people from the Renewal Society, one named Sheng Dao. Do you know him? Yu Jiyuan's complexion changed drastically upon hearing this. The Renewal Society, Sheng Dao. Yu Jiyuan almost blurted out. How did you provoke him? Honestly, Fang Heng also wanted to ask that question. Yu Jiyuan was at a loss for words. Being able to offend so many people, Fang Heng was truly unmatched. After a moment of silence, Fang Heng asked, Do you know him? I have heard of him, the representative of the Renewal Society. His strength is unclear, but definitely not something we can handle. Yu Jiyuan grew increasingly anxious, hastily directing the disciples beside her. Quick! Pile all the stones we've moved to that side. Block the passage. Fang Heng silently calculated. The Ice Skeleton leader was undoubtedly a mid-level creature in the gaming world, possessing various troublesome support skills and a high amount of health. Unable to defeat it, delaying time was still possible. Every second he could delay mattered. However, digging a passage from here to leave the slums would take quite a long time. Was it really feasible? Fang Heng rubbed his chin. Seeing Fang Heng deep in thought, Yu Jiyuan dare not speak to interrupt, simply watching him eagerly. Until Fang Heng raised his head. What's wrong? I have a plan. You stay here. I'll go back to the Temple of Faith to check. Huh? Don't worry. Leave it to me. I'll handle it. Fang Heng had a plan. Observing from the game log, the undead skeleton boss's health was rapidly declining. Estimating the time to dig a tunnel out from here would take at least 2 to 3 hours. The undead skeleton boss wouldn't last that long. The only thing he had in hand that could harm and disrupt Sheng Dao was the Book of Oaths. He needed to go back, recharge in the Faith Hall, then use the Book of Oaths to deal with Sheng Dao. Delay the time. Ruined church. Sheng Dao, too, felt his steps being hindered by the 3 ice skeleton bosses, feeling a bit of a headache. Area skills. The ice skeletons were enveloped in a frozen zone. The areas controlled by the three ice skeleton bosses overlapped, making the surroundings bone-chilling, and he had to rely on hellfire to maintain his state. Additionally, there were ranged attacks and undead screeching skills that frustrated him to no end. The most troublesome part was that the undead skeleton boss had exceptionally solid health. Sheng Dao couldn't take down the boss in a short amount of time. There were rumors that Sheng Dao was a ruthless person on the outside. In fact, this image was intentionally created by someone. Sheng Dao had always been cautious. Confirming there were no other exits within the latent sanctuary, he carefully engaged with the ice skeletons to reduce the boss's health. With Fang Heng trapped inside, he couldn't escape either. Engaged in a struggle with the undead skeleton, Sheng Dao furrowed his brow. What was that? Whoosh! Whoosh! From the right side, more than 20 golden streaks of light streaked towards him. Sheng Dao felt a sense of crisis and immediately raised his sword to block. Bang! Bang bang! The sword clashed with the golden streaks, triggering a second explosion. Sheng Dao held his hands up in front of him, being pushed back by the consecutive divine surges. As he retreated, Sheng Dao looked to his right. He saw Fang Heng with the Book of Oaths in hand. It was him. Sheng Dao became even more puzzled. Was he with the Holy Court? Or the undead? Could two opposing forces switch so freely? Whoosh! 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 The powerless divine remnants were quickly absorbed into the Book of Oaths, then recharged and flew towards Sheng Dao again. Knowing these remnants were troublesome, Sheng Dao quickly dodged. However, these divine remnants had completely locked onto him. Helpless, Sheng Dao had to rely on his sword to knock the remnants away. With his attention split between dealing with the undead skeleton boss and the divine remnants, Sheng Dao's attack rhythm instantly became chaotic. Heh. Fang Heng chuckled mysteriously from the shadows. Unable to win with direct confrontation, he resorted to playing dirty. He regretted not recording some skills back when he was in the Undead Research Society that could restore skeletal life, which would have allowed him to hide in the back and heal the ice skeleton boss, buying even more time. In a short moment, the undead skeletons, cooperating with the Book of Oaths in Fang Heng's hand, launched a counterattack, forcing Sheng Dao to retreat repeatedly. Wings of the Demon. End of this chapter. Chapter 1538. Behind the delay, a dark virtual shadow suddenly emerges, blocking all attacks one by one. Whoosh! Sheng Dao lightly steps on the wall, neither advancing nor retreating, transforming into a streak of light, dodging the attacks of the ice skeletons and heading straight for Fang Heng sideways. Whoosh! Fang Heng sees Sheng Dao's movements and immediately recoils. How laughable, relying on zombie summons for battles since entering the game. His positioning is as solid as a rock. Fang Heng has always hidden among the layers of summoned creatures, and upon noticing Sheng Dao's slight change in movement, he quickly dodges to the rear. Seeing that the energy of the Book of Oaths is less than 1/3 left, Fang Heng turns and runs. TCH, really patient. Fang Heng feels a bit disappointed when Sheng Dao doesn't continue to chase. Oh well, patience it is. Fang Heng quickly retreats underground, ready to draw energy from the sacred gate again. Boom! In the shattered central hall of the church, the fiery virtual shadow attached to Sheng Dao's body erupts again. Feeling teased on his shoulder, Kulamodia can't help but shout, "Arg! This really annoys me! That fool! Sheng Dao! Chase after him! I want to devour him! Calm down, Kulamodia! It's useless, he just wants to provoke you. He wants to exhaust our power." Sheng Dao remains calm. After attempting a few times and even deliberately revealing some flaws to appear weaker, it didn't work at all. He couldn't catch Fang Heng at all. So Sheng Dao quickly gave up on this plan, regained control of the original pace, and continued to battle with the Ice Skeleton Warlord. Sheng Dao, I must remind you, he can see me. I know. Sheng Dao avoids the coming ice crystals with a piercing sound, saying firmly, he's starting to awaken. Kulamodia's angry eyes gradually soften, evolving into a deep sense of dread. You understand, once he escapes, aside from whether the higher-ups will hold us accountable, if he continues to grow, we will all be in trouble. I know, there's already a demonic seed we haven't found, now there's a second. Sheng Dao responds, suddenly feeling a movement in his heart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Momentarily distracted, over 20 golden flashes suddenly appear from the corner. The Darkwing's virtual shadow behind Shang Dao opens again, blocking the frontal attack of the golden sacred remnants. Boom, boom, boom. The subsequent explosions hurl Shang Dao backward. Ice crystal pierce. Shang Dao turns to face Feng Heng emerging from the sea of undead bones. It's not over yet. After being teased repeatedly a few times, Shang Dao remains unscathed, but Kulamodia is thoroughly enraged. Shang Dao, I will destroy him. I'm telling you. Boom. A dense red aura explodes, shattering the ice crystals under Shang Dao's feet. Feng Heng is also affected by the burst of scorching aura, instinctively raising his hand to shield himself. Reminder, you have been affected by the skill, Wrathful Ripple, losing 500 HP. Shang Dao absorbs the power of the holy remnants that have lost their strength back into the Book of Oaths. In just a minute, the energy absorbed by the Book of Oaths is depleted. Feng Heng puts away the book, running without looking back, not giving Shang Dao any chance to pursue. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Kulamodia watches Feng Heng run off again, unable to contain his frustration. It has never been toyed with by a human like this before. Feng Heng. Shang Dao's eyes hold a hint of anger. Kulamodia, take care of one of them first. Got it. Shang Dao stands focused, faint red lines appearing beneath his exposed skin. Whoosh! The hellfire on his longsword turns an intense crimson. The ice skeleton warlord falls back under a single strike. Ha ha ha! Well done, Shang Dao. Reminder, your controlled ice skeleton warlord has been killed in battle. Outside the sacred gate, Feng Heng, absorbing energy with the Book of Oaths, feels a shift. Nearly an hour has passed since Shang Dao appeared, and the undead skeleton boss finally suffers casualties. As the radiant power on the dark golden gate diminishes, the absorption rate by the Book of Oaths also slows down significantly. I need more power. Feng Heng halts the Book of Oaths in his hand. The sacred gate can no longer provide energy for the Book of Oaths. If behind the gate lies the Temple of Faith, then it should house the accumulated faith power of Gan Honghua for many years. Using that faith power to charge the Book of Oaths should be faster. Without hesitation, Feng Heng steps forward, clenching his fist and striking forward. Thud! A heavy impact sound. A dark golden light shrouds the gate, nearly fading compared to its initial glow. Boom! The weak light screen shatters under Feng Heng's fist. Creak, creak, creak. With the outer layer of holy light protection gone, the metal gate creaks open a crack. So this is the Temple of Faith. Feng Heng mutters softly, pushing open the gate, observing the situation inside the hall. The interior decoration of the entire hall resembles a temple fashioned in the style of Zeus in the zombie apocalypse, roughly circular with over a dozen pillars, scattered within. White sculptures adorn the hall's edge, and walls display murals depicting the divine realm. The sculptures here all possess a sacred attribute, enveloping the entire hall in divine power. They should provide some experience points akin to those of the Temple of Zeus. Unfortunately, it's hard to take them all in this current situation. Huh? What's that? Feng Heng's gaze fixates on the bottles around the room. If not observed closely, they could be mistaken for ordinary decorative jars. In truth, these are the faith vessels seen before. Good stuff. A rough estimate reveals hundreds of faith vessels piled in the room. Are they all filled with faith power? Feng Heng steps into the hall. Wait, what's that? Feng Heng suddenly senses something and looks up at the ceiling, his brows furrowing. It's a magic array. Unlike most times before, this time, densely packed magic arrays are etched on the ceiling. The difficulty of inscribing magic arrays on the ceiling is at least twice as challenging as on the ground, especially for such a large-scale magic array. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Feng Heng watches as the alchemy magic circle on his pupils slowly rotates. End of this chapter. Chapter 1539 Blueprint. Hint. Players discover an unknown magic array through the eye of alchemy and confirm that the magic array is related to alchemy, divine studies, and mystery studies. Hint. Determine the player's current mastered skills. The player gains partial information about the unknown magic array. Alchemy magic array. Refining evil. Explanation. A magic array established for hell creatures. The activation power can cause devastating damage to targets that enter the magic array, and can also cause a large amount of damage to other undead and creatures with evil attributes. Hint. Players can observe the magic array to obtain more information. Hell creatures. Looking at the description, Feng Heng couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Sheng Dao, does it belong to hell creatures? At least that red phantom on his shoulder looks a lot like a hell creature. Even if it's not, they should be within the attack range of the refining evil magic array. Can try it out? Find a way to lure Sheng Dao over, and then completely eliminate him. Feng Heng looked around, thinking about how to lure Sheng Dao over, and how to use the magic array to catch him off guard. It's not easy. Need to plan carefully. From previous encounters, Feng Heng had already discovered that Sheng Dao's fighting style was more cautious. It was the emotion of the creature attached to his shoulder that seemed unstable, easily provoked. As Feng Heng pondered, he suddenly felt something strange. So Gan Honghua set up a magic array to deal with demons here. Even though it's hidden on the ceiling, why does it have to be built in the Temple of Faith? This place shouldn't be used to set up a magic array for transforming beliefs, right? Something doesn't seem right. Did something get overlooked? Swish! Feng Heng once again looked up to observe the magic array. The alchemy magic array in his pupils spun faster, and a progress bar appeared above his head. Hint: player is simulating observation of the alchemy magic array. Hint: based on the player's mastery of various academic skills and basic attributes, the player discovers that there are flaws in the magic array. Getting the game prompt, Feng Heng suddenly felt a sinking feeling. Refining evil array. It turns out that the difficulty of making this magic array is at the SS level, a super large-scale magic array. Even if he were to personally arrange it, it would be difficult to complete, even with the assistance of the Eye of All-Knowing. And this magic array also requires a tremendous amount of energy to activate. Where could he find such a large amount of energy? What made Feng Heng even more incomprehensible was that a large part of the magic array on the ceiling was unfinished, and it was directly filled in a way to deceive outsiders. It looked very intimidating, but as soon as a savvy person encountered it and observed it carefully, they could tell that something was amiss. Strange. Why set up a fake magic array here? Feng Heng found it even more peculiar. Right. He suddenly remembered the notebook he had found on Gan Honghua's body earlier. Maybe he could find some clues in the notebook. Feng Heng rummaged through his backpack and pulled out the notebook, flipping it open to examine. At the beginning of Gan Honghua's notebook were insights into divine studies. As it progressed, there was more of Gan Honghua's brainwashing of himself. There was one casually recorded event information that made Feng Heng feel interested. This is already my 7th year in VAS. Since accepting the guidance of the domain and coming to this world, I have been praying continuously. I am convinced that demons have influenced this world. This is a test from the Holy See for me. I need to find a place to settle down, gather faith, and await the arrival of the Holy Lady. Sin will be exorcised. Neither the reformists nor the conservatives can stop the arrival of change. This world has been completely controlled by demons. This is an unchangeable fact. The Institute of Mysticism is also related to demons. No one wants us to appear in this world, and we are isolated and helpless here. I know this is a test for me. I have found a suitable place, the slums. There are many desperate people here, living in hell but still holding on to hope. I have found a foothold here. On the 79th day, 79 days have passed since the last relevant ceremony report. I have a bad feeling. The fallen ones might have successfully manipulated the demons. Will this world once again fall into disaster? I see the light. I have received a message from the domain. Guided by the Holy Lady, I have begun to plan to gather faith power, eradicate demons. This is the final step to awaken the power of the Holy Lady. I am honored to be a crucial part of the Holy Lady's plan. This is the trust from the domain to me. Unfortunately, collecting faith here has been too long. I dare not recruit believers openly, which would attract attention. At this rate, absorbing faith to complete the magic array will take at least 100 years. Can I really hold on until that day? May the gods bless us. The demons have appeared. I sense that this world is about to be in turmoil. A part is peering at the power of the demons. Perhaps this is good news. Demons are a chaotic group of creatures, inclined to infighting. I can safely hide here and build up strength. Feng Heng carefully read through the contents of the notebook, his heart racing. Gan Honghua's notebook also mentioned demons. But after looking back and forth twice, Feng Heng still couldn't figure out what demons were. Based on his analysis, Gan Honghua had been preaching in the slums for over a decade, gathering a great amount of faith power, most likely to help the Holy Lady Fiona eliminate demons and awaken the Holy Lady's soul power. Relying on that deceptive magic array above? It doesn't seem quite right. Unfortunately, the content of the notebook ended there. Fang Heng tried to quickly flip to the last few pages of the notebook, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Starting from the last page, the notebook recorded various densely packed diagrams. It's actually blueprints for building the Temple of Faith. Fang Heng raised his eyebrows, and a game prompt simultaneously refreshed on his retinas. Hint: player obtained. Temple of Faith blueprint. Item: blueprint, Temple of Faith. Type: construction blueprint. Explanation: through the blueprint, players can build the Temple of Faith divinity studies after preparing the materials. Explanation: the Temple of Faith is an auxiliary building for the Temple of Zeus, can also be built separately, but cannot provide world ratings and promote the spread of divinity studies in the world. Capable of absorbing, transforming, and storing the beliefs of followers, and providing building-level experience for the Temple of Zeus. What a great find! It'll come in handy when he goes back. Fang Heng carefully observed the content of the blueprints in the notebook and suddenly felt a surge of excitement, carefully flipping through it again and again. End of this chapter. Chapter 1540. Breakthrough. So that's how it is. There was a flash of insight in Fang Heng's eyes. The notebook not only recorded the blueprint for the construction of the Temple of Faith, but more precisely, it detailed the intricate construction blueprint of the temple before him. Gan Honghua had made significant modifications here. Fang Heng raised his head to look at the magical array high in the sky, suddenly understanding the significance of Gan Honghua's construction. In addition to the magical array, there was also a pseudo-divine artifact hidden in the Temple of Faith. A divine artifact bestowed by the realm of the gods. This was Gan Honghua's true ace in dealing with demons. Divine artifact: God-binding space. It could seal and suppress the enemy's power within a tiny space, sealing its power. But why just seal it? Why not kill directly? Fang Heng flipped through the notebook again, forming a rough guess. Perhaps Gan Honghua needed to seal the demon, then hand it over to the Saint Vicana, for her to personally complete the purification. Only Vicana's personal intervention could awaken and advance the power of the Holy Saint's soul. According to the notebook, the pseudo-divine artifact, God-binding space, had immense power to deal with demons, but it required the use of immense power of faith to be effective. Therefore, in theory, the divine artifact could also deal with that guy outside. Let's try it. Fang Heng's spirits lifted, and he walked straight towards the stone wall on the right. The wall depicted scenes of the divine realm. Fang Heng observed for a moment, then compared it with the notebook in his hand, reaching out and pressing a certain position on the mural. Click! A sound of a mechanism moving. A compartment suddenly popped out of the wall next to Fang Heng. Inside the compartment were neatly arranged 12 black sticks about a meter long. Hint: player has discovered special item, God-binding space pseudo-inferior. Item: God-binding space. Rank: divine artifact pseudo-inferior. Description: a pseudo-divine artifact made to mimic the God-binding space of the divine realm, activated by absorbing the power of faith, possessing powerful sealing abilities, with sealing time related to the strength of power absorption and the strength of the sealed enemy. Description: imitation item, self-destructs after one use. Due to differences in material, the seal will explosively detonate after a maximum of 72 hours, causing severe damage to the surrounding area. Description: this item needs to be used in conjunction with relevant magical arrays and has a suppressing effect on creatures with demonic, undead, and evil attributes. Fang Heng read the item description and understood. So, theoretically, as long as there is enough faith, the God-binding space could even seal demons directly from hell. If he used it to seal Sheng Dao, Fang Heng switched to his sacred scholar status, reached out and grasped the black stick. Suddenly, the stick emitted a faint light the moment it touched Fang Heng's palm, then quickly dissipated. The God-binding space was different from ordinary divine artifacts. It required the use of magical arrays and the absorption of the power of faith for activation. The conditions were quite strict. Fang Heng opened Gan Honghua's notebook again. The notebook contained detailed explanations of magical arrays and controls. A game hint appeared again. Hint: player detected to have advanced mystical knowledge, Learning requirements for special magical array. God binding space reduced. Hint. Player has fulfilled basic sacred scholar and alchemy qualifications deemed to have met learning conditions. Learn. Feng Heng silently declared in his mind. A progress bar quickly appeared above his head. Hint. Player has learned magical array. God binding space. After a moment, Feng Heng closed the notebook, then looked at the Chamber of Faith in the hall. Stepping slowly towards a Chamber of Faith, Feng Heng suddenly swung a fist. Boom! Under Feng Heng's fist, the Chamber of Faith shattered with silver spakes of light overflowing. The power of faith. It appeared as faint silver light points to the naked eye. Feng Heng extended his hand, summoning the Book of Oaths. Under the effect of the Book of Oaths, the silver light points were quickly drawn into the book for absorption. Hint, the Book of Oaths has absorbed the power of faith, significantly increasing its energy value. In terms of conversion rate, the power of faith had a significant advantage. A dark silver light ring appeared around the Book of Oaths, and its energy filled up within seconds. Feng Heng put away the Book of Oaths, then scanned the surroundings of the hall, simulating a plan against Sheng Dao once more. Seal Sheng Dao using magical arrays and divine artifacts. Success rate exceeded 80%. Let's do it. Instead of running away, it's better to take the initiative. Deal with him directly. A look of determination flashed in Feng Heng's eyes. Two followers had been waiting outside the gate. After over 10 minutes, when Feng Heng finally emerged from the hall, they cautiously asked, "Divine Envoy, are you all right?" "Yes." Feng Heng nodded, and in a solemn tone, said, "Something has happened. We need to plan. Please give us your orders, Divine Envoy." The broken church. Sheng Dao remained vigilant, maintaining his rhythm. He frequently flashed through two cold skeletal minions, continuously weakening the leader of the cold skeletal minions. He could tell that the leader of the cold skeletal minions wouldn't last much longer. It's almost time. Whoosh! Several streaks of light suddenly attacked from the right shadows. Here they come again. Sheng Dao sensed danger and prepared himself as soon as the sacred fragment appeared, unfolding his demon wings in advance. Boom! Boom boom! The erupting holy light sent Sheng Dao flying backward. In midair, Sheng Dao quickly adjusted his body. His eyes narrowed as he noticed Feng Heng amidst the group of cold skeletal minions. An opening. Previously, there were 3 leaders and a large number of elite giant cold skeletal minions guarding Feng Heng, but now, with 1 leader missing, the Guardian's strength had halved. Moreover, Feng Heng's positioning was bolder than before. The 2 leaders' movements were much slower due to the sheer size of the giant skeletal beings, unlike the agility of the leader creatures. It's a perfect opportunity. Take him down. Sheng Dao was cautious, but when he saw the opportunity, he didn't hesitate for a moment. Boom! The scorching hellfire surrounding Sheng Dao accelerated its burn. The visible waves of heat expanded outward. The rippling force even caused the attacks of the 2 leaders ahead to pause. Swiftly. Taking advantage of this momentary pause, Sheng Dao's figure swiftly crossed over in midair, passing between the attacks of the 2 cold skeletal minions. He made it through. Sheng Dao stared at Feng Heng, hiding behind the giant elite cold skeletal minions. He noticed a hint of surprise and horror on Feng Heng's face, as if he didn't expect Sheng Dao to break through the attacks of the 2 cold skeletal minions instantaneously. In front, there was only 1 giant elite cold skeletal minion left. The huge bodies of the giant creatures somehow restricted them in some areas. Their movements were far less agile than the leader creatures. End of this chapter. Chapter 1541 Seduction. As long as you pass through them, you can directly take down Feng Heng. Easy as pie. Feng Heng. Sheng Dao's eyes shimmered with a cold killing intent. His speed escalated to the extreme, soaring straight towards Feng Heng. The distance between the 2 sides rapidly narrowed. Suddenly, a change occurred. Boom! Boom boom boom! The densely packed giant icy skeletons around them suddenly exploded. Not good! Sheng Dao's pupils contracted suddenly. Self-destruct. Hundreds of giant icy skeletons self-destructed simultaneously. The continuous booming sound was incessant. The shattered bone fragments exploded in the air 2 or 3 times in succession. Is this a desperate move? Sheng Dao was cautious by nature, considering Fang Heng still had the Book of Oaths, and even worried that the previous lapse might have been intentionally set as a trap by Fang Heng, so he simply stopped his steps and focused on defense. The illusion of wings behind him enveloping his body to block the explosions from all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. The explosions lasted for a full second. When the explosions ended, Sheng Dao looked in the direction where Fang Heng hurriedly fled. What are you doing? The bug actually managed to escape. Quickly go after him. Kilamoti couldn't help but roar. What are you waiting for? Sheng Dao. He's on his last legs. Sheng Dao did not respond, but instead turned back, carefully scanning the surroundings. Except for the 2 leaders of the icy skeletons in the shattered hall, all the giant undead skeletons had just self-destructed. Was it a trap? Sheng Dao quickly pondered. He didn't think so. It was a reaction made in haste by Fang Heng. Chase! Ignoring the 2 icy skeleton leaders chasing from behind, Sheng Dao quickly pursued in the direction Fang Heng had disappeared. By this time, Fang Heng had already followed the passage back to the underground area of the church. Paid a heavy price. The elite giant icy skeletons all sacrificed themselves in one wave. He had hoped to cause some trouble for Sheng Dao, but he still underestimated Sheng Dao. The self-destruct didn't harm the other party. The bait had been laid, and next, it depended on whether the other party would take the bait. Fang Heng quickly ran towards the direction of the Temple of Faith, returning to the hall swiftly, setting up a simple defensive magic array in place. Sheng Dao cautiously followed in the direction Fang Heng had fled, not moving very quickly. Just a little distraction earlier, and he nearly fell into Fang Heng's trap, the hellfire surrounding his body dimming for a few moments. Kilamoti, how long can you hold on? Don't worry, at least 2 more hours. Kilamoti angrily looked towards the direction Fang Heng was escaping, saying in a deep voice, "Catch up quickly. I don't want to play games with that rat any longer. Kill him immediately. Right away. I know, he's already contaminated and can't escape." Sheng Dao felt the direction Fang Heng was fleeing, striding forward determinedly, until he arrived at a dark golden door. Sheng Dao stopped again. He sensed the power of the sacred attribute emanating from the door. The cathedral. Sheng Dao muttered to himself, a few traces of vigilance rising in his heart, before pushing open the door. Creak, creak, creak. Through the gradually opening gap in the door, Sheng Dao saw Fang Heng standing at the deepest part of the circular hall. Ha ha ha! Finally found you! You're good at running, aren't you? Run! Keep running! The red shadow attached to Sheng Dao's shoulder, Kilamoti, saw Fang Heng being cornered and burst into laughter, shouting, "Let's see another escape." Fang Heng stared at Sheng Dao closely, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. "Who are you people, and what is the magical species?" Kilamoti laughed wildly. "Heh, want to know? Too bad we won't tell you. You currently don't have the right to speak to us. Sheng Dao, get rid of him. Quickly. What are you waiting for?" Sheng Dao didn't step forward. He didn't rashly enter the interior of the hall, but stood outside, carefully surveying the entire hall, finally resting his gaze on the ceiling. "Looks like it's a supersized magic array. Is this your plan?" Sheng Dao noticed the densely packed magic array patterns on the ceiling. Didn't expect the cathedral to set up a magic array here. Sheng Dao's eyes turned cold for a moment, then looked back at Fang Heng. A rat will always be a rat, hiding in the dark underground, doing some dirty work. With that, Sheng Dao raised his hand towards the ceiling. Swish! Swish swish! Several rapidly spinning condensed fireballs overflowed from Sheng Dao's hands. Boom! Boom boom boom! The ceiling shattered under the impact of the fireballs. Burning stone debris continued to fall from the ceiling. The magic array was also destroyed. Seeing the magic array on the ceiling exposed, Fang Heng remained silent, his frown deepening, swiftly forming an imprint in front of him, and the Book of Oaths appeared in front of him. Protect! Swish! Fang Heng triggered the small magic array he had just arranged under his feet. With the support of the magic array, a divine shield emerged in the hall, firmly sealing off the entrance to the Hall of Faith. Ha ha! Is that all? Kilamoti, seeing Fang Heng cornered, couldn't help but laugh heartily. Fool! Really? You thought you could stop us with this little trick? Fang Heng ignored Kilamoti and instead stared at Sheng Dao, switching the Book of Oaths to the Book of the Dead, and asked again, What is the magical species after all? You don't need to know. Sheng Dao saw Fang Heng's slight movements, casually waved his hand forward. Boom! A crack appeared in the barrier of holy light in front of Sheng Dao, and then shattered. Stepping forward, Sheng Dao entered the hall. Do you have any more tricks? Just bring them out. Stop! Wait! Fang Heng shouted, trying to stop the two of them, gritting his teeth and saying firmly, I'll go with you. Let me have a way out. Sorry, it's too late. Sheng Dao replied, accelerating towards Fang Heng. Just as he rushed forward, Sheng Dao's heart suddenly throbbed. He suddenly noticed a strange smile appearing on Fang Heng's lips. Why is he smiling? Sheng Dao saw a rapidly rotating magic array shadow appearing in Fang Heng's right eye pupil. What is that? Sheng Dao had an instinctual feeling of danger. Could it be a trap? No. He had confirmed that there were no large magic arrays in the hall, only a few small ones. A magic array of this intensity definitely couldn't harm him. Seeing Fang Heng standing still, forming imprints with his hands and uttering a few words. Soul impact. Sheng Dao was startled, and then a violent surge of pain came from the sea of consciousness. His consciousness blurred for a moment. How long had passed? It seemed like an instant, and at the same time, it felt like days had gone by. When Sheng Dao regained his senses, he suddenly heard the sound of explosions ringing in his ears. Boom! Boom boom! What? Was it under his feet? A trap! End of this chapter. Chapter 1542. The space of God's binding, suddenly the entire hall floor shattered, and huge pieces of debris fell down. Sheng Dao felt as if a heavy boulder was pressing on his shoulders, unable to maintain flight in the air, and his body began to plummet downwards. It was the effect of a magic array. Sheng Dao quickly looked around, searching for the source of power. At first glance, he saw Fang Heng. He was not far from him. Fang Heng was also falling. Sheng Dao met Fang Heng's gaze. Their eyes briefly met in the air. That gaze made Sheng Dao feel an unprecedented sense of danger. Kilamoti! Roar! The shadow of an evil spirit roared. The scorching flames of hell instantly surrounded Sheng Dao, spreading out from Kilamoti. Sheng Dao pointed his finger towards Fang Heng. Dense condensed fireballs flew out from his fingertips and blasted towards Fang Heng. At the same time, the Book of Vows once again appeared in front of Fang Heng. Golden light burst out from the vow book. The light directly clashed with the condensed fireballs in mid-air, causing a violent explosion. Amidst the intense explosions, two fireballs broke through the layers of protection of the vow book and rushed towards Fang Heng. Shield! A blood-red barrier appeared in front of Fang Heng. Bloodline shield! The shield was shattered after half a second, and the weakened condensed fireballs hit the wall behind Fang Heng heavily. Hint: player bloodline shield disabled. Hint: player receives damage from condensed hellfire, losing 9,339 health points. Hint: player receives continuous burning damage. Hint: player enters a state of magical burning. Hint: influenced by the effect of undead body, the player's health recovers. Is that all? Now it's my turn. Fang Heng's body was embedded in the wall. Glancing at his health, a hint of coldness appeared on his lips as he stared at Sheng Dao, with the magical array in his right eye rapidly revolving. Sheng Dao was also falling. He fixed his gaze on Fang Heng, suddenly feeling an extremely strange sensation in his heart. He knew he had lost his final chance to deal with Fang Heng. The sound of explosions rang in his ears. Sheng Dao looked around. In mid-air, the bottles of faith that fell with the collapsing ground were bursting one by one. Sparkling silver dots of light spilled out from the shattered bottles of faith, floating in mid-air. Bottles! Were those sparkling silver lights the power of faith? What was he going to do? In an instant, a blazing golden light rose from under his feet. No! Sheng Dao almost instantly realized what was happening. Oh no! It was a double-layer design. The densely packed magic array on the ceiling was the first layer of design, meant to deceive him. The actual killing move set up by Fang Heng was beneath the entire hall floor, the second layer of design. Damn it! There was no time for regrets. The golden light from the magic array absorbed the starry points in mid-air and amplified the light hundreds of times. Ah! Damn it! What is that thing? Stop! Please stop! Kilamoti attached to Sheng Dao's body felt the excruciating pain of being burned by the flames of hell and let out a painful roar. Stop it! Stop it! Fang Heng stared at the rapidly falling Sheng Dao in midair. His wrist flicked. Sheng Dao and the evil spirit on him were already suppressed and unable to resist due to the magic array. It was time for the next step. Artifact, God's binding space. Completely suppress and seal him. Instantly, Fang Heng firmly locked onto Sheng Dao's position as he fell from midair. 12 black long sticks were thrown out together in his hand. The sticks absorbed golden power in the air, quickly enveloped in a layer of golden sacred attribute light, then swiftly shot towards the falling Sheng Dao. By now, under the oppression of the magic array, Sheng Dao had completely lost his ability to resist and could only watch as his body was surrounded by a golden light. Click! Click click! The long sticks quickly overlapped and combined in midair, constructing a dark golden cube around Sheng Dao. Buzz! A golden holy light film appeared on the 6 surfaces of the cube. Bang! The cube fell from the sky, landing on the ground with a heavy impact. Was it successful? Buzz! The light on the magic array gradually dissipated. Everything seemed to have returned to calm. Fang Heng observed the golden cube on the ground, mostly buried under debris on the ground more than 10 meters below. It was hard to see from this distance. Fang Heng controlled his body to climb out from a gap in the wall, then jumped down towards the ground below. Landing. Fang Heng stood not far from the golden cube, staring intently at Sheng Dao inside. Game prompts quickly appeared on the retina. Hint: player successfully uses God's binding space, can suppress imprisoned life form for 72 hours. Hint: the duration of suppression may fluctuate due to other factors. It seemed successful. Sheng Dao, who was subdued, had fallen into a coma and lost consciousness, the evil spirit that had been attached to his shoulder no longer visible, only a faint red aura emanating from him. Fang Heng tried pointing a finger towards him. Phew! The golden god's binding space shrank under Fang Heng's control, floating in mid-air and directly solidifying into an irregular polyhedron. Fang Heng rubbed his chin and observed. This let him off easy. Despite exerting so much effort, it was only a temporary seal, and currently there was no direct way to kill him. Hey, Fang Heng! Can you hear me? Are you okay? Fang Heng heard the call and looked up. Yujia Yuan and several followers had been hiding in the passage dug out by the zombie clones and came over to investigate upon hearing the battle sounds disappearing. At this moment, they were crouching at the edge of the shattered hall, looking down to check Fang Heng's condition. All taken care of. Fang Heng made an okay gesture towards the people above. Yujia Yuan's mouth fell open. He actually succeeded. Initially, when Fang Heng said he was going to take down Sheng Dao, Yujia Yuan thought he was crazy. That was the innovative association. And it was the famous Sheng Dao. But now, the fact was right in front of her. Fang Heng actually succeeded. We'll pull you up. Yujia Yuan quickly regained her composure and had the followers lower a rope from above to pull Fang Heng up. As Fang Heng was brought up to the ground, Yujia Yuan carefully checked him over several times to ensure he was not injured, then cautiously leaned over to look below. It was hard to imagine that the Fang Heng before her was actually the ruthless person who could seal evil spirits. Yujia Yuan's lips quivered slightly as she turned her head once again to confirm with Fang Heng. Really? Is he dead? End of this chapter. Chapter 1543. The end. Well, it's just temporarily suppressed. Theoretically, we can control him for a long time. Enough for us to leave this place, Fang Heng said with relief. This wave was a bit risky. And upon careful consideration, it was also quite a loss. In order to seek stability earlier, Fang Heng released all the accumulated power of faith that Gan Honghua had collected over the years in one go, leaving only 3 bottles for survival. He had to use the Book of Oaths sparingly. He hoped to hold on until the zombie doppelgangers dug out a passage to leave. Fang Heng raised his spirits and began to think about the next step. Let's go. Sheng Dao is still down there. Seal off this place and don't let anyone near. Let's go back and assess the situation first. Yujia Yuan nodded gravely. Okay? The group once again returned to the underground rest area. The zombie doppelgangers were still busy back and forth, using the excavated soil to block the passage on the other side. In just a short hour, the zombie doppelgangers had dug a long way forward, and several waves of doppelgangers had successfully resurrected and joined the excavation team, boosting efficiency. The underground area was all okay, stabilizing and improving. The next steps were just a matter of time. As a precaution, Fang Heng took Yu Jiyuan through the passage into the broken church to check. Two undead skeletal bosses were still in the broken hall. Yu Jiyuan had been following behind Fang Heng all along. Seeing these two huge creatures and the aura emanating from them, she couldn't help but nod inwardly. Summoned creatures? Just from the aura and power fluctuations, these two large summoned creatures were extremely powerful. No wonder Fang Heng had the ability to contend with Sheng Dao for so long. Fang Heng looked around. There were no signs of the fallen and corrupted creatures showing up yet. He decided to reverse summon the undead skeletal bosses back. He didn't want to let them self-destruct earlier. After reversing the summon and sending them back to the source of yin veins, their health could slowly regenerate. They could be used again in the future. Fang Heng stood in place, his hands forming a seal. A magic circle appeared in the void. Under Fang Heng's control, the two undead skeletal bosses slowly entered the magic circle in front and disappeared. Now are we safe? Yu Jiyuan looked around, noticing that everything seemed to have returned to calmness. The fallen and corrupted creatures outside the church had also stopped entering. Yes, now all we can do is wait. For safety's sake, continue to dig a passage to leave from here. Fang Heng nodded. You go back first. Keep an eye on those believers below. I'll handle things here. Okay. The closer Yu Jiyuan got to the ground, the faster the contamination spread within her body. Upon hearing Fang Heng's instructions, she hurriedly agreed and returned underground. After Yu Jiyuan hurried away, Fang Heng pondered and decided to check the situation outside the broken church. When Sheng Dao had come earlier, the fallen and corrupted creatures had stopped their attacks. Now that Sheng Dao was sealed, they might come back. Oh, right. There was that thing. Just as Fang Heng was about to step forward, he caught a glimpse of a shadow deep in the broken church. The red hell mandala flower. He hadn't had a chance to arrange things properly before. Fang Heng walked over to the red hell mandala flower and couldn't help but stroke his chin. The battle with Sheng Dao earlier hadn't affected the red hell mandala flower. It still looked half dead. How could he take it away from here? It wasn't easy. Unfortunately, his offline capabilities had been sealed off, or he could contact the Sea Star Company for information. In addition, Fang Heng had tried earlier, but the seal over the slums was too strong, and even the spatial teleportation hub was disabled and couldn't be used. As Fang Heng pondered, he suddenly looked up. Familiar sounds of movement were coming from outside again. Trouble! The corrupted creatures outside were coming again. Fang Heng summoned the Book of Oaths, still with 3 bottles of faith left. The stored power of faith could last for a while. At this moment, outside the broken church, Bald Sun Jiaoyu and Luo Su were casually mingling among a group of fallen and corrupted creatures. Over half an hour ago, the two of them had already converged and followed a large number of fallen and corrupted creatures gathered around the periphery of the church. Because both of them emitted the aura of the fallen, coupled with the fact that the other fallen had just recently awakened and gathered here under some kind of call, no one could recognize their special identities within the group. However, Sun Jiaoyu and Luo Su didn't dare to rush in directly. What made them increasingly uneasy was the sudden strong fluctuations that had occurred inside the broken church. The fluctuations were mixed with the aura of the undead. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes ago that the fluctuations completely disappeared. The fallen and corrupted life forms became restless, and a few of the fallen entered the broken church to investigate. However, no one came out of the church. We're done for. The fluctuations disappeared for so long. Something must have gone wrong. Luo Su shrugged and muttered, oh well, as expected. Under the octagonal seal, the abilities of the corrupted creatures and fallen life forms are greatly enhanced. Add to that Sheng Dao personally entering the fray. The destruction of the demonic seed was to be expected. Damn! Sun Jiaoyu felt like cursing. They had gone to great lengths to find the trail of the demonic seed, and had even spent so much effort trying to be one step ahead in finding it. Who knew the demonic seed would suddenly erupt, leaving them empty-handed in the end? They hadn't obtained anything, just caught a glimpse of the appearance of the demonic seed's host, and even lost their due-too-long district that they had been running for many years. Stay calm. Sun Jiaoyu took a deep breath, calmed down, and asked, what should we do now? Sheng Dao has the support of evil spirits and is powerful. We are no match for him. Luo Su shook his head and whispered. The appearance of the demonic seed this time was peculiar, with swift actions. It's normal for it to end in failure. At least we did our best. Let's hide in a different place and continue to lay low. Sun Jiaoyu was very unhappy, muttering under his breath, damn it. Since they had failed, they needed to move quickly. Luo Su turned to leave. Let's go. Don't engage with the followers of the demonic seed. We don't stand a chance. The researchers from the Society of Occult Studies are looking for us now. It's time to think about how to escape. Damn bad luck. If only we had found him earlier, we wouldn't be in this mess. Sun Jiaoyu couldn't help but spit on the ground. Suddenly, he caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye, frozen in place with a look of surprise in his eyes. What was that? Sun Jiaoyu turned to look in the direction of the entrance to the broken church, unable to believe what he was seeing. Why aren't you leaving? The Society of Occult Studies has already surrounded the outside, and there is a fierce battle waiting for us. No, wait, just wait a moment. Sun Jiaoyu confirmed that he wasn't mistaken, but felt that something was off. He pointed to the church not far away and asked Luo Su for confirmation. That person, take a look, is that Fang Heng? End of this chapter. Chapter 1544. The source of evil, what did you say? Luo Su had already turned his back to leave, but when he heard Sun Jiaoyu's words, he was stunned and subconsciously turned back to look. It was Fang Heng. Luo Su tightly stared at the direction of the church without moving. He saw a figure peeking out from the broken church. That face ... was it not the Fang Heng they had been looking for all along? The fallen ones crowded around the outskirts also noticed Fang Heng, staring at the figure one after another. After the initial astonishment, one fallen one suddenly shouted, "It's Fang Heng. He's not dead yet. Get rid of him." A fallen one recognized Fang Heng, and the fallen ones around the broken church outskirts immediately started to get restless. A small group of corrupted beings and fallen ones immediately rushed towards the inside of the church. Fang Heng was also startled. He never expected that such a large number of fallen ones and corrupted beings would gather outside the broken church. He quickly hid back. Initially, Fang Heng hid inside the church, using the Book of Oaths to eliminate the small number of fallen ones and corrupted beings entering from outside. That was to buy time to wait for the zombie splitting to dig a tunnel. As time passed, Fang Heng realized something was wrong. The remains of the fallen ones and corrupted beings were slowly squirming and being absorbed by the hell mandrake flowers behind them. The corrupted substances formed by the death of ManhwaRecap showed signs of gradual recovery, making it very troublesome to deal with. So Fang Heng thought of intercepting the enemies outside the broken church to prevent the bodies from being absorbed. Little did he know that this would cause trouble. The fallen ones outside the church were shocked to see Fang Heng. The perception they previously received from Sheng Dao had warned everyone not to approach the broken church for the time being. However, after more than an hour passed with no movement, and even losing the perception from Sheng Dao over 10 minutes ago, some fallen ones couldn't resist entering the interior of the church to investigate. But Sheng Dao was completely missing now, and instead they saw Fang Heng go. In contrast, Luo Su and Sun Jiaoyu were overjoyed to see this scene. Fang Heng was not dead. What a pleasant surprise! The two immediately mixed in with a group of fallen ones and rushed towards the interior of the broken church. As they just rushed into the church and entered the hall, a constant explosion of golden sacred light flashed before their eyes. The fallen ones and corrupted beings who had entered the interior of the broken church were purified under the bombardment of the golden sacred light. Luo Su's heart tightened. The extremely powerful divine power. However, relying on this alone to deal with Sheng Dao was simply impossible. Be careful! A stream of light flew towards Luo Su from the right. Sun Jiaoyu shouted and pulled Luo Su to the side to avoid the attack of the stream of light. After the golden stream of light attack missed, it quickly turned in the air and came rushing towards the two from the right again. Not only that, there were two more golden streams of light flying towards them from a distance. Bad, they were targeted. Sun Jiaoyu's heart sank. With vast combat experience, he immediately raised his hands to block in front of him. Luo Su immediately knelt down, making a gesture of non-resistance, and shouted, "It's us, Lord of the Demons! Please stop!" Boom! Four golden streams of light hit Sun Jiaoyu, sending him flying backwards and crashing hard into the wall behind him. Luo Su glanced at Sun Jiaoyu, being blasted out by the sacred light, then looked at Fang Heng, controlling the Book of Oaths not far away, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. This Lord of the Demons! Its core has such powerful strength, and it is a divine attribute power. Simply unheard of. Yet even so, Fang Heng still couldn't possibly be a match for Sheng Dao. So where was Sheng Dao? Luo Su carefully observed his surroundings. The fallen ones and corrupted beings who entered the church with them previously were all slaughtered by Fang Heng's Book of Oaths. There was no sign of Sheng Dao's power fluctuations around. Could someone else have interfered to help? Fang Heng also observed Sun Xiaoyu and Luo Su from afar, alert and silently preparing for battle. The attacks of the Book of Oaths were almost automatic, and Fang Heng had already withdrawn when he sensed the situation was abnormal. Unfortunately, it was a step too late. Sun Jiaoyu struggled to get up from the ground, and his injuries quickly healed. He walked over and knelt alongside Luo Su towards Fang Heng. "Greetings, Lord of the Demons." Fang Heng watched their movements with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He saw a game prompt quickly appearing on his retina. Hint: players have completed the current mission, Convergence. Who are you? Fallen ones. Why are you looking for me? Luo Su knelt down. Lord of the Demons, the two of us are servants of the Abyss, subordinate to another Lord of the Demons. We have been searching for you to seek your help, and also to protect your safety temporarily. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow in surprise. What exactly is a Lord of the Demons? In fact, we don't know the exact cause of the emergence of Lords of the Demons. We only know that Lords of the Demons are the incarnation of sin from the depths of hell, sources of evil generated after the destruction of the Lord of Hell. Demons have left magic circles in the human world to summon Lords of the Demons, who can be summoned into human bodies through rituals. As far as we know, there are 7 Lords of the Demons, representing pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. They will return to the depths of hell upon the death of the host's body, and will be continually reborn in the human world through the rituals of hell followers, spreading chaos in the human world. Lords of the Demons possess great power, and will lead the hell followers to spread chaos in the world. Fang Heng listened attentively to what Luo Su said, his brow furrowed. He had seen some information about this when he checked some Holy Court records before. These 7 powers were considered by the Holy Court to be the 7 sources of corruption, tempting humanity into sin. Luo Su looked respectfully at Fang Heng. My lord, you should feel that the Lords of the Demons within you have already completed their initial awakening. So the Lords of the Demons within me are ... I'm sorry, we're not sure. Luo Su looked up at Fang Heng. After the ritual is completed, the seed of the Lords of the Demons gradually hides and merges with the host's life, subtly influencing your behavior and personality, so you may be more aware of which Lords of the Demons are inside you than we are. Personality will be affected. Fang Heng opened his mouth and quietly muttered the so-called 7 sins. He wondered what Lord of the Demons was inside him. He had no sensation at all. It seems that I haven't felt anything. Luo Su and Sun Jiaoyu looked at each other. They had only heard a demon solemnly swear that he had sensed the presence of the Lords of the Demons. A new unknown Lords of the Demons had been born. As for the specific Lords of the Demons within Fang Heng, they were not sure. End of this chapter. Chapter 1545. Fang Heng explained that it was normal to not feel anything. After the demonic seed was implanted during the ritual, a large part of the host body would not perceive any changes in their personality. More accurately, human host bodies suitable for the survival of demonic seeds inherently match with a certain level of sin, and the demonic seed amplifies this inherent sin. However, during their first meeting, Luo Su and Sun Jiaoyu did not know Fang Heng's personality and temper, so they didn't dare to speak. If Fang Heng turned out to be violent and say something reckless, they might end up in trouble. Sun Jiaoyu cautiously suggested, you can try asking your friends for their opinion of you, which should give you some clues. Fang Heng nodded, trying to organize his thoughts. So, after undergoing a certain ritual, now there is a demonic seed in my body, right? Yes. So, will I eventually be consumed as the demonic seed gradually grows stronger? Luo Su looked puzzled and couldn't help but ask, why would you have such thoughts? What do you mean? After the ritual is completed, you have already merged with the demonic seed. You are the demonic seed, and the demonic seed is you. There is no concept of being consumed. The power is under your control, but while using the power, it will subtly influence some of your behaviors. Luo Su nodded seriously. Even if influenced, the final decision is still under your control. Everything is determined by your will. More accurately, it is only after you have been recognized and passed the demonic seed ritual that you have accepted the demonic seed. Hearing this, Feng Heng felt relieved. It seemed that the demonic seed did not have negative effects. For a moment, Feng Heng's thoughts were in turmoil. I understand now. You may leave. Thank you, sir. Luo Su and the others stood up, saying, there are still many things we need to report to you, but now it is not the time. Please follow us and leave this place. It is too dangerous to stay here. In the future, call me Feng Heng. Also, when you mention danger, are you referring to the fallen ones and corrupted creatures outside? Specifically, who wants to harm me? Was it Sheng Dao who sent you? Luo Su sighed and said solemnly, the one who wants to harm you is another demonic seed. To be precise, your sister who wields the power of the jealous tongue, a demonic seed named Esclorina. Feng Heng fell into a brief silence upon hearing this. After a moment, Feng Heng asked, so why does she want to harm me? Demons living in the abyss are inherently chaotic creatures, and they may have no specific reason for targeting you. Luo Su forced a bitter smile. If we must give a reason, it may be jealousy. Feng Heng. Hint. Player triggers special main quest, Seed of Jealousy. Quest name, Seed of Jealousy. Quest description, you have found the servants of the abyss and learned about the rumors of the 7 demonic seeds. You realize that you have been tainted by the power of jealousy within the demonic seed. Survive under the contamination of jealousy. Quest requirements, understand the contamination originating from the jealous tongue within you. Quest reward. Next stage quest prompt. Feng Heng fell silent once again. Seeing the quest description and combining it with the conversations with Luo Su and Sun Jiaoyu, Feng Heng suddenly found many answers to the questions that had previously troubled him. He is a demonic seed. Then who planted the demonic seed in him? The answer was becoming clear. Zia Shi. So she also comes from hell. Feng Heng felt a bit confused but continued to inquire. How did you find me? Did you use positioning? Luo Su and Sun Jiaoyu looked at each other, thinking that they wouldn't have gone to such lengths in the slums if they could locate him through positioning. Seeing the strange expressions on Luo Su and Sun Jiaoyu, Feng Heng said in a deep voice, tell me, what happened? It's like this. Based on the information we have about you and the intelligence we have collected from various sources, we have made a rough estimation. Go on. We learned that you came from another world, and it is unclear how you obtained the demonic seed. We know that you discovered a fusion tree in the villa of Edema Severnatus that night. Is that correct? Yes? Underneath the fusion tree was originally sealed an evil ghost sealed by Edema. You inadvertently weakened the seal's power and came into contact with the evil ghost, triggering the power of the demonic seed within you, further awakening it. Feng Heng recalled the situation during that night of cultivation, his brows furrowed. Wait, what did you say? Awakening. Yes, awakening. In the sea of your consciousness, the demonic seed was in a seed state initially. Once the awakening is complete, the demonic seed within you successfully sprouts, and you can perceive the existence of the demonic seed. If you have undergone esoteric cultivation, you should be able to discover its presence in your sea of consciousness. Feng Heng involuntarily clenched his fist. Awakening, like the contamination he felt at the beginning. He had vaguely sensed it. He was likely deceived by Viona. Seeing Feng Heng's expression turning extremely dark, Luo Su and Sun Jiaoyu remained silent. Go on, said Feng Heng. Sun Jiaoyu continued. However, after the evil ghost broke the seal, it did not find your trace. Later, when the Mysterious Studies Committee team found out about the explosion at the villa and came for support, the evil ghost had just fled the weakened seal, so it could only hide temporarily. Feng Heng understood. At that time, he had chosen to hide due to sensing the explosion, thus the evil ghost couldn't find him. And then, later, the evil ghost informed us that it had found you. We learned that you were taken away by the Mysterious Studies Investigation Committee, so we immediately caused chaos in the city, trying to protect you before the Revolutionary Society would find you. To conceal our true intentions, we made as much noise as possible. But we didn't expect that you were not detained by the Mysterious Studies Committee, and we missed the opportunity. After that, we have been secretly accompanying the Federation in finding you, until not long ago, we discovered a powerful fluctuation outside the slums. The fluctuation was so strong that even Asclarina, the demonic seed wielding the power of the jealous tongue, sensed it from another realm and intervened, then brought down an octagonal seal over the slums. Yes, the pair of eyes shrouded in the clouds above the slums belong to your sister's surveillance. Luo Su also found this very puzzling. We believe that due to the massive external force affecting the power of the demonic seed in your sea of consciousness, the power of the demonic seed inside you was suppressed to the limit. As a result, the demonic seed power suffered a backlash, which would to some extent stimulate the potential power of the demonic seed inside you, but also cause massive power fluctuations. End of chapter. Chapter 1546 was terrifying with Fang Heng's dark and gloomy expression. Viona! Damn it! Fang Heng gritted his teeth. He was sure that he had been tricked by Viona. Viona must have heard about the awakening of the demonic power inside him, so she deliberately made him go to Gan Honghua for a ritual to remove the contamination from his body. In fact, the awakening of the seed inside him only began after the initial contamination had ended. Later, he found Gan Honghua to undergo the ritual. During the ritual, the power that erupted when suppressed caught the attention of the jealous seed, Excelina. Excelina directly unleashed her skills, wanting to kill him completely. Everything was connected. Fang Heng was chased around the world until now he finally figured out what had happened to him. That woman! Fang Heng's fist unconsciously clenched, and his eyes did not hide his murderous intent towards Viona. It was she who pushed him into this life and death situation. And now he was still in extreme danger. Only a small part of the gray contamination in his sea of consciousness belonged to his own demonic power, while the large swaths of contamination with red filaments belonged to Excelina. Those large swaths of red filaments were actually the tongue of jealousy, the power emanating from the jealous seed. Fang Heng, we need to speed up. The longer you exist within the octagonal seal, the contamination in your body will gradually strengthen, and by then you will also be controlled by Excelina. Fang Heng understood. If he didn't find a way to completely eliminate them, by the time the contamination completely took over his consciousness, he would become a puppet of Excelina. Fang Heng took a deep breath to calm himself down, then glanced at the game prompt. According to the current situation, he still had 136 days before he would be completely contaminated. Stay calm. There was still time. Fang Heng raised his head and said, "Let's not rush." "But sir, Sheng Dao is already on his way here. It won't be long." "It's okay. Sheng Dao won't cause us trouble for the time being." "Huh?" Luo Su and Sun Jiaoyu both showed expressions of confusion and looked at Fang Heng. "I've temporarily suppressed him." "What?" The two of them looked extremely surprised as if they had heard something incredible, and they stared at Fang Heng in disbelief. A demonic seed that had just awakened had become powerful enough to deal with Sheng Dao alone. "It's not my own power. I use the power of the Holy Sea, and I only temporarily suppressed it," Fang Heng explained casually. At the moment, he trusted everything Luo Su and Sun Jiaoyu said. After all, the game had provided corresponding mission prompts. Sun Jiaoyu looked at Luo Su, swallowed nervously, and said, "Sir, regardless, we should leave the octagonal seal area as soon as possible. Staying here will only accelerate the corruption. It's best to leave first." Even if Sheng Dao is no longer a threat, there are members of the Federation of Mystical Studies waiting outside. 2 hours ago they had already set up outside, and more reinforcements will be arriving soon. It will be hard to break through their blockade. Let's not worry for now. I already have a plan to get out of here. Fang Heng waved his hand. Sun Jiaoyu blinked again and looked at Luo Su. According to Fang Heng's words, had he already solved everything? Really? Not only had he dealt with Sheng Dao, but he had also figured out an escape route. So in the end, were they here to rescue for nothing? There was a spark in Luo Su's eyes. After a brief exchange, Luo Su realized that Fang Heng was completely different from other demonic seeds he had encountered in the past. Incredibly strong and unusually calm in the face of danger. Keep the matter of the demonic seed confidential for now. What's the situation outside now? The fallen ones responded to Sheng Dao's call and did not enter the church. They gathered outside to guard, but they haven't sensed Sheng Dao for some time now. Some of the fallen ones are getting restless. They saw you just now and might barge in soon to investigate. Can you delay them? They looked at each other and shook their heads. Probably not. There are too many of them. How about tricking them? Find a way to make them stay outside the church. Huh? Sun Jiaoyu was puzzled. Trick them. And then what? There is a passage beneath the church. We will dig a tunnel to escape from here, but we need to delay a little longer. Luo Su thought for a moment and nodded. Let's give it a try. All right, give it a try. Even if it fails, it's okay. Before that, there's one more thing. Do you guys know what that thing is? Luo Su and Sun Jiaoyu followed Fang Heng's gaze towards the broken church's depths. A red flower draped over a corpse. That's a hell mandala. It appears on the bodies of corrupted corpses. Luo Su had seen some hell mandalas before, but his knowledge of them was limited. The growth of hell mandala is rare, and the successful flowering is unheard of. At least I've never seen it. I've heard that blooming hell mandala can be used as special materials, but I'm not very familiar with them. Can we take the flowers down? Or find a way to move them? I'm afraid not. In the unflowered state, once they detach from the corrupted body, or if the body fully decomposes, the flowers will quickly rot, and the remains of the corrupted body also carry a strong infection. It's almost impossible to transport them as a whole. Never mind then. Fang Heng was somewhat disappointed. He waved his hand, preparing to find another solution. You guys find a way to keep watch over this place for me. Distract them and prevent them from getting close to the church. Understood. We'll go try. As Fang Heng saw Luo Su and Sun Jiaoyu turn towards the church, he suddenly thought of something and called out to them. Wait, with your current abilities, it shouldn't be a problem for one of you to sneak out of the slum area to deliver a message, right? Of course, it's no problem. Sun Jiaoyu clenched his fist. The slum area outside has been surrounded by the Federal Commission of Mysterious Studies and government officials. It will be difficult to leave without being noticed, but they can't stop us. We'll just have to fight them. What about summoning? Can you use your summoning power to contact the outside world? Yes, but we need to be outside the octagonal seal range. 2 hours later, after several probing attempts around the perimeter, the team of the Federation of Mysterious Studies was ready to enter the slum area for a search. Report to the commander. All unrelated personnel within a 50-kilometer radius of the slum area have been confirmed evacuated. The blockade has been preliminarily set up, and detailed inspections are underway. Attention all teams, with the high concentration of contamination, the probability of survival is less than 0.1%. There is a large gathering of contaminated individuals within the slum area. Please be cautious. Team 1 and Team 5, prepare to enter the slum area from the west. This mission focuses on reconnaissance. End of this chapter. Chapter 1547. Ruin Zian was standing alone at the outskirts of the slum area next to a car, looking into the distance. What's the situation inside? When Dan Fukai returned, Ruin Zian asked. At this moment, Dan Fukai's command authority had been taken over by the superior who rushed over a few hours ago. I'm not sure. The signal inside the octagonal seal is blocked, so we can't assess the situation inside the slum area. There are also fallen ones gathering outside, and we encountered Luo Su and his group earlier, engaged in a confrontation with them as they forcefully entered the slum area. Currently, the inside is filled with a large number of corrupted creatures and fallen ones, coupled with extremely high levels of pollution, making it very difficult for our people to enter and act. No news from Sheng Dao either. Dan Fukai looked solemn and shook his head. Ruin Zian opened her phone. She was currently outside the slum area and still affected by signal interference with intermittent network connectivity. After receiving the news, there were also several groups of players approaching the slum area in hopes of exploring the mission line, but most were intercepted by the Mysterious Research Committee. As the octagonal seal in the sky continued, those outside the seal also began to be contaminated. Therefore, the Mysterious Research Committee organized the evacuation of personnel from the outer perimeter and declared it a restricted area. In fact, Ruin Zian had received reminders about investigating the slum area, but she valued her life more. It was too dangerous to go in alone. The client was important, the mission was enticing, but self-preservation was paramount. Ruin Zian felt a bit anxious and refreshed the web page, checking for relevant information. Suddenly, Ruin Zian's heart skipped a beat. She received a text message on her phone from an unknown number. The message started with a series of numbers. These numbers were very familiar to Ruin Zian. They were the phone number that Fang Heng had given her when she first arrived in this world. Following the numbers was a message instructing her to go alone to a specific coordinate point, avoiding detection by the mysterious research committee. Judging from the map, the coordinate point was located on the outskirts of the slum area, not far from her current position. How could this be? Could it be Fang Heng? He wasn't dead. And he even sent her a message. Ruin Xian's heart raced with excitement. Dan Fukai noticed a change in Ruin Xian's expression and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing, nothing." Ruin Xian quickly thought for a moment, made up her mind, and decided to go check it out. The target coordinate was nearby, and in case it was a trap, there would be people coming to investigate if she made any noise. With her abilities, she could ensure her safety in the short term. "Maybe I'm a bit tired, so I want to go outside and rest for a bit." Dan Fukai stared at Ruin Xian, his voice deep, contaminated. "No, it's just that I'm a bit tired." "Well, go then. Be careful." Dan Fukai watched Ruin Xian leave and turned his gaze back to the interior of the slum area. He found it very strange that Sheng Dao had been inside for too long. Could something unexpected have happened? Even the superior shared the same thoughts as him, so they were not in a rush to enter the area sealed by the octagon, but instead sought to control the situation on the outside first. Ruin Xian cautiously avoided the areas where the mysterious research committee was gathering for investigation, remained vigilant, and followed the coordinate point received on her phone. Along the way, there were scattered police patrols, driving away unrelated personnel. Ruin Xian had a temporary consultant badge provided by the mysterious research committee, making her a member of the committee, so she encountered no obstacles. She finally arrived at the edge of a sparse forest, where she stopped. There was no one around. Yes, this was the agreed-upon coordinate location. No one. Click. A slight noise made Ruin Xian startle, and she turned to look at her feet. At the same time, the natural book materialized in her hand, ready for battle. Click. Another noise, and a wooden board on the ground was lifted. Ruin Xian was astonished to find that beneath the thick layer of leaves, there was a wooden passage. The board was slowly pushed open by a hand, followed by a person poking their head out from below the board. At the sight of that person, Ruin Xian's face immediately showed a look of astonishment and joy. Fang! Shh! It was Fang Heng! Ruin Xian quickly covered her mouth. When she saw the message, she had been guessing whether it was Fang Heng looking for her. Seeing him in person now, she was shocked. Fang Heng looked unscathed, not at all like he was being hunted. Ruin Xian was momentarily speechless. You. Fang Heng looked around, quickly nodded, and said, "I know you have many questions. Follow me. Come down." Ruin Xian watched as Fang Heng disappeared underground. It was a secret passage built beneath the slum area. Ruin Xian recognized it instantly. A long time ago, there were many secret passages underground in this war-torn area. Could Fang Heng's luck be so good that he actually found one of the passages? But she remembered the government had sealed off all the passages before. Hurry! Still a bit stunned, Ruin Xian was urged by Fang Heng below. Without much thought, she followed him into the underground passage. Fang Heng quickly closed the entrance above and led Ruin Xian towards the interior. What's the situation outside? No one followed, right? Right. Following Fang Heng, Ruin Xian nodded somewhat dazedly at first, then quickly snapped out of her amazement and began bombarding Fang Heng with questions like a machine gun. What's your situation? What's happening here? Was it you who caused the disappearance of the Eye of Alubra last night? Is the ritual also related to you? Why are members of the Revival Society looking for you? And what about Sheng Dao? Do you know that Sheng Dao is looking for you now? He is a member of the Revival Society. When did you get involved with the Revival Society? Sheng Dao is ruthless. You're in extreme danger now. How's your contamination situation now? No, anyway, this place is too dangerous. You can't stay here for long. You need to leave quickly. Fang Heng turned to look at Ruin Xian. There were too many questions, and he didn't know which one to answer. In any case, the luck of the zombie doppelganger was good. He had just dug out a tunnel from the underground and connected it to the old underground passage. Subsequently, Fang Heng had asked Luo Su for help and sent some abyss servants to edit and send a text message to Ruin Xian, prompting her to come to one of the exits. Don't rush. In any case, some things have happened. I will answer your questions one by one. But now, I need your help. After all, I am your client, right? That's natural. C-Star Company has always put customer priorities. Ruin Zian was about to speak, but she paused when she saw Fang Heng's calm and composed expression and started to come back to her senses. End of this chapter. Chapter 1548. Join. Wait. You've had the ability to leave the slum district a long time ago, right? You're not leading me into the 8-face seal, are you? You madman, I will be contaminated. Ruin Zian quickly bestows several layers of natural blessings on herself. Don't worry. I know you guys have something to deal with contamination, and we are underground now, somewhat resistant to the contamination outside. You madman, you need to pay more. Ruin Zian felt that Fang Heng was a madman. Do you know that the representative of the Revolutionary Society, Sheng Dao, is looking for you? His strength is terrifying, far beyond what we can handle now. Before he finds you, we can find a way to take you out of here. This world is too dangerous. You are already enemies with the whole world. You better not stay here for long. I'll find a way to take you to a safe place. When tomorrow comes, I'll take you away. Hey, why don't you listen to advice... Seeing Ruin Zian in such an agitated state, Fang Heng couldn't help but interrupt. I know Sheng Dao, and I've fought against him. Ruin Zian stared directly at Fang Heng, her words stuck in her throat. What? What did you say? You've met Sheng Dao. Ruin Zian wanted to ask why, if he had met Sheng Dao, he could still stand here so calmly. Yes, I used a sealing spell to temporarily suppress him. Ruin Zian was completely stunned. She stared at Fang Heng with an incredulous expression. Fang Heng saw Ruin Zian pause, and he also stopped walking, turning to look at Ruin Zian. What's wrong? You. What did you say? You. Ruin Zian completely ignored the part about the seal of the Holy Court that Fang Heng mentioned. Her mind was only filled with the key point Fang Heng said. Sheng Dao. He sealed and suppressed the people of the Revolutionary Society. Were people who came out of the beginner game so terrifying? This suppression and sealing were done with the help of an external force. Ruin Zian didn't care about what external force Fang Heng used. Sheng Dao, the formidable figure of the Revolutionary Society. A ruthless character to be feared, yet he was overpowered by a newbie who had just entered the advanced game world for the first time, and even an illegal immigrant at that. Who would believe it if it was said aloud? Let's go. The church area is not very dangerous now, provided you can resist the contamination. Ruin Zian snapped back to reality, looking at Fang Heng, who was gradually heading deeper into the passage. Wait a minute. She was actually crushed by a player who came out of the beginner game. TSK, don't underestimate me. I've been here longer than you. Resisting a little contamination is no problem. But let's be clear, going into the contaminated area with you is extremely risky, and it will cost extra. Since Sheng Dao was not here, Ruin Zian still had her own way of self-preservation, hastily following behind. All right, let's go. Along the way, Ruin Zian gave Fang Heng a brief overview of the outskirts of the slum area. I see, it's the 8-face seal. Fang Heng had seen relevant content in a certain book and knew that the 8-face seal was an extremely powerful ancient seal that could be used in conjunction with various disciplines, each with different effects. While the government departments have not completely sealed off the outside world yet, I can try to sneak you out, as staying longer could lead to unexpected incidents. Ruin Zian kept urging Fang Heng to run. She found it strange. If they could escape, why not leave quickly? Why stay here? Not in a hurry. I encountered something strange and wanted you to see. See what? Well, you'll see soon enough. Fang Heng was not in a hurry. It was just a matter of leaving the slum district. In fact, opening a passage was much simpler than he had expected. Earlier, he had used his zombie avatar to open several exits from the slum area. Leaving was not a problem at all. He wasn't afraid of the lockdown by the mysterious consortium. It was just a matter of having the zombie avatar dig a bit more. And as soon as they left the 8-face seal area, he could transform into bat form again and escape through the passage as a bat. The current issue was how to leave with the gains from this trip. Having suffered such a loss, he needed to recuperate. Ruin Zian, with some doubt in her heart, followed Fang Heng through the underground passage deep into the slum area, until they reached the shattered main hall of the church. Two figures were standing at the entrance facing the outside of the church. Be careful! Seeing the two figures ahead, Ruin Xian's expression froze, immediately taking a defensive posture and casting a natural barrier to protect Feng Heng behind her. They were fallen. Ruin Xian stared at the two people, her expression grave. Luo Su and Sun Zhaoyu, the two people on the Federal Investigative Committee's wanted list. They could be considered the leaders of the fallen camp in the Adulterate Long area. Luo Su and Sun Zhaoyu heard the noise behind them, slowly turned to look at Feng Heng and Ruin Xian beside him. Feng Heng, you're back, yes? Feng Heng nodded and said to Ruin Xian, don't be nervous, they're on our side. Ruin Xian's hand trembled in fright. On our side? What kind of allies are these? Ruin Xian looked at Feng Heng in disbelief. When Ruin Xian was still in doubt about Feng Heng's connection with the fallen camp earlier, now she couldn't believe it. How long had it been since she entered the vast game world? And he had already joined the local camp. And he was so familiar with the camp's high-ranking members. When did you join the fallen camp? Well, it was a long time ago. Ruin Xian was completely dumbfounded. Feng Heng nodded at Luo Su and Sun Zhaoyu and asked, how's the situation outside? Sun Zhaoyu nodded and replied, those people are a bit slow in the head. As per your instructions, we managed to stall them temporarily. They are gathered outside the church and should be able to hold out for a while longer. Good, well done. Earlier, Feng Heng had used swift and decisive methods to intimidate and used the Book of Vows to annihilate all the fallen outside. Combined with the deception by Luo Su and Sun Zhaoyu, they had temporarily scared off the fallen outside. Ruin Xian stood aside, listening to the conversation, feeling her mind in a whirl. This was unbelievable. What's going on? Are you a fallen? Feng Heng not only had a connection to the fallen camp, but also seemed to be getting along so well with them. I can't explain the specifics clearly, but for now, I'm not a fallen yet, but I've temporarily joined the fallen camp. Anyway, I'm your customer. Your motto is customer first. Ruin Xian took a deep breath, gazing at Feng Heng. Are you sure you're not deceiving me? You're not a fallen, yet you can join the fallen camp? Of course not. If you don't believe me, ask them. End of this chapter. Chapter 1549. Blossoming Ruin Xian glanced at Luo Yu and Sun Zhaoyu, who were silent next to her, and took a deep breath, forcing herself to accept this setting. All right. Fine. Close cooperation with the antagonist. Ruin Xian quickly adjusted her mindset. All right, you know that I have always had a close relationship with the Committee for Paranormal Investigations, and I have always been working on their missions. Considering the risks and the situation of future missions, if I continue to help you, you need to pay me more. No problem. Feng Heng led Ruin Xian towards the depths of the broken church hall, pointing to a shadowy area. I brought you here for this. Ruin Xian followed Feng Heng's gesture and raised her eyebrows. A red hell mandala. A special plant born from absorbing nutrients from corrupting beings. At this moment, the hell mandala flower had already bloomed partially. Ruin Xian couldn't help but take a few steps forward, staring fixedly at the hell mandala flower. Do you recognize this? Of course, the red hell mandala, a flower that blooms on the corpses of elite corrupted beings, absorbing pollution and corruption. In general, it's not difficult for the flower buds to appear, but getting it to bloom is the real challenge. Is it very rare? Absolutely. Extremely rare. The mature, blooming hell mandala is an S-class plant, a highly sought-after material that is in short supply. Upon hearing that it was an S-class plant, Feng Heng was immediately delighted. Great! Besides the phoenix fir tree, he now had another S-class plant in his possession. Secure. How can I harvest it? I tried using brute force, but it didn't work. Ruin Xian observed the state of the hell mandala flower and nodded. This is natural. The hell mandala flower is connected to its main body and needs to absorb nutrients from corrupting life forms. Therefore, it can only be harvested after complete blooming. What should I do? Find a way to make it grow and bloom quickly. Normally, this process requires a large amount of corrupting material and pollution as nutrients. Or we can accelerate it by using corrupt crystals to speed up its growth significantly. In theory, as long as it absorbs enough energy from the corrupt crystals, it can complete its growth and bloom in a short period of time. I see. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. He immediately thought of the two gray corrupt crystals that had burst out of the elite corrupted beings before. The hell mandala forcefully took them away to absorb. Indeed, Let the professionals do the professional work. Feng Heng looked at Ruin Zian and asked, "How many corrupt crystals do you have with you?" "Why would I have such things?" Ruin Zian was speechless. Feng Heng's tone was as if he was asking for the price of cabbage. Corrupt crystals usually only appear after killing elite-level corrupted beings or fallen elites, and they are very rare. This was troublesome. He needed to find a way to get some. Feng Heng frowned and asked, "All right, how many more corrupt crystals are needed for the Hell Mandala to bloom completely?" Let me see." Ruin Zian carefully observed the growth status of the Hell Mandala and nodded. It is currently in a partially mature state. Based on this situation, it will soon reach maturity, but due to severe damage to the corrupt life form connected to the Hell Mandala, the absorption process cannot be guaranteed. Approximately 3 to 5 corrupt crystals are still needed to complete the growth. Feng Heng and Luo Su exchanged glances. Luckily, only 5 crystals were needed. Not too many. They could definitely find them in the slums. Just a matter of finding them. "All right, I understand. You stay here first, and we'll figure out a way to get some corrupt crystals back." Ruin Zian blinked and looked at Feng Heng, Luo Su, and Sun Xiaoyu, who were walking towards the broken church outside. Suddenly, she felt a strange sensation in her heart. He could have left from here a long time ago. He stayed here just to get an S-class plant. This madman! Meanwhile, Feng Heng, Luo Su, and Sun Xiaoyu arrived at the entrance of the church. "So, did you manage to get at least 5 corrupt crystals? Any ideas?" Luo Su thought for a moment and nodded. "It's difficult. Corrupt crystals are usually found on transformed corrupted life forms. They often have Hell Mandala flower buds on them, which can release illusions to attract nearby corrupt beings and absorb their corruption, making it difficult to deal with them. Let's give it a try. I can't leave, so you to go outside and see if you can find Hell Mandala flowers that have grown from corruption. After you find them, tell me the coordinates, and I'll handle it." "All right." After a brief discussion, the 3 immediately set off. After about 10 minutes, Feng Heng followed the coordinates given by Luo Su and climbed out of an underground passage of a low building. Luo Su and Sun Xiaoyu were already waiting in the room. "Feng Heng, we checked it out. It's possible that the high pollution intensity of the octagonal seal led to a large number of transformations among the corrupt beings in the slums, resulting in many Hell Mandala flowers appearing, but most of them are still in a pre-blooming state. Look, over there." Feng Heng looked outside through the window. Not far away, several clusters of corrupt beings were entwined around large broken rocks. The Hell Mandala flower buds on the bodies looked shrunken, indicating malnutrition. Luo Su reminded Feng Heng, "Be careful. Hell Mandala flowers have powerful hallucinatory abilities that affect a wide area. It's best to use long-distance attacks against them." "I see." Feng Heng nodded thoughtfully and glanced cautiously at the sky outside the window. It was still covered in thick clouds and mist. With his all-seeing eye, Feng Heng could see through the mist, so he wasn't afraid of dealing with the Hell Mandala flowers. The trouble was the tongue of envy. The eyes in the sky were constantly surveying above. Once he left the house, he would be discovered, and the pollution in his consciousness would rapidly increase. Luo Su and Sun Xiaoyu looked at Feng Heng, both leaning towards close combat and lacking long-range attack means. A slight mistake would make them susceptible to illusions. While it was possible to deal with the Hell Mandala creatures, it would take a lot of time and carry a high level of danger. After some thought, Feng Heng asked, "What about using summoned creatures?" "No, summoned creatures would also be affected by the illusions. In theory, we could summon creatures to act in the rear at any time, but it's still too difficult. Being affected by illusions, summoned creatures would deviate from their commands." "How do you explain it?" "For example, what the summoned creatures see as left and right may not be the same as what we see." Feng Heng nodded. It was a pity that the all-seeing eye was obtained through transplantation and couldn't be directly inherited by the zombie doppelgangers. Seeing through illusions. End of this chapter. Chapter 1550. Gather, and let's go hard directly. Solve the problem at the fastest speed. "All right, you guys stay here," Feng Heng said, then quickly dashed out towards the low building. Luo Su didn't expect Feng Heng to be so impulsive. He didn't even have a chance to speak before Feng Heng had rushed out of the window. He and Sun Xiaoyu quickly took 2 steps forward, standing by the window to observe. If Feng Heng was in danger, they would be the first to come to rescue. In the sky, a pair of eyes emerged rapidly from the thick clouds, locking onto Fang Heng. A red warning quickly popped up. Warning: the contamination inside your body is rapidly increasing. Be careful. Fang Heng swiftly moved forward, his hands gathering in front of him. The Book of Oaths, The Book of Oaths, radiating a golden holy light, appeared in front of him. The corrupted Hell Mandala flower sensed the approaching prey. The decaying matter underneath twisted and wriggled rapidly, forming corrupt thorns, releasing to visible spiritual ripples at the same time. Be careful! It's an illusion attack! Luo Su shouted to alert. The next moment, a look of surprise flashed in Luo Su's eyes. Ignored! He saw Fang Heng's body pass directly through the two ripples without any pause, continuing to swiftly attack the Hell Mandala flower. How could he ignore the illusions of the Hell Mandala flower? How did he do it? Swiftly, swiftly, swiftly. Dense streaks of light shot out from the Book of Oaths in front of Fang Heng, attacking the corrupt entities, with golden light bursting consecutively. The Book of Oaths exploded continuously for more than 30 seconds, and Fang Heng raised his hand forward. From the debris left by the sacred explosions, several gray crystalline structures flew into Fang Heng's palm. Swift, swift, tip, player gains corrupt crystals, *7. Run. Let's go. With the corrupt crystals in hand, Fang Heng didn't pause for a second, turning around and running back quickly to the low building behind. When Luo Su and Sun Jiaoyu saw Fang Heng return, they both looked at him with a strange gaze. How long had it been in total? Thinking to themselves, if they took more time, they could also deal with this batch of Hell Mandala flowers, but they could never do it as effortlessly as Fang Heng did. And he used the power of the sacred series. It felt strange no matter how you thought about it. Let's go back. In the shattered hull of the church, Ruin Zian was still hiding in a room observing the situation of the Hell Mandala flower. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded behind her. Ruin Zian turned around to see Fang Heng leading Luo Su and the others quickly returning from the underground passage. Done. So fast? Yes, it wasn't too difficult. Fang Heng spread out his hands, with 5 corrupt crystals floating in his palm. Ruin Zian was astonished, looking Fang Heng up and down. Not difficult? If it wasn't difficult, would the corrupt crystals be so valuable outside? How did you do it? Used a little bit of strategy, Fang Heng said, as if it was nothing. Given that the corrupted beings with Hell Mandala flower buds were difficult to move themselves and usually gathered in small groups, absorbing nutrients from the same kind, the nearby ordinary corrupt life forms and fallen ones had been completely cleared. He even had the idea of transplanting a circle of Hell Mandala flowers outside the church. However, considering the difficulty of transplantation, he quickly dismissed the idea. Fang Heng shrugged, not wanting to delve further into the topic, and asked, "What's next?" With the corrupt crystals in hand, what should we do next? Well, leave it to me next. Absorbing the corrupt crystals for the Hell Mandala flower requires special handling, or a significant portion of the corrupt beings providing nutrients to the Hell Mandala flower will be absorbed as well, making it troublesome for us to deal with them later, Ruin Zian explained softly, thinking it was finally time for her to take action. Ruin Zian focused her mental power, and a faint green light quickly wrapped around her hand. It was nature's energy. Fang Heng immediately recognized these light points. Ruin Zian took the corrupt crystals from Fang Heng, carefully approached the Hell Mandala flower, and enveloped the corrupt crystals and the Hell Mandala flower in a pale green light. Influenced by the natural energy, the corrupt matter beneath the Hell Mandala flower slowly wriggled. The bud of the Hell Mandala flower gradually opened a gap underneath, wrapping the corrupt crystals inside. After absorbing the power of the crystals, the Hell Mandala flower began to gradually recover from its previous half-dead appearance, blooming slowly in front of everyone, emitting bursts of fragrance. "It's ready now," Ruin Zian said softly as she took out cutting tools from her backpack, carefully cutting the root of the Hell Mandala flower and finally storing it in a box of natural spales. After completing all this, Ruin Zian handed the box to Fang Heng. Done. What was it about? Payment. Sure. No problem. Fang Heng took the box and quickly stored it in his backpack. Tip: player gains item, Red Hell Mandala flower. With it, the mission can be completed. Controlling the Hell Mandala flower, cutting and absorbing consumed a lot of Ruin Zian's energy. She stood up, stretched her body, and asked, Fang Heng, now that we have obtained all the Hell Mandala flowers and your mission to this world is almost complete, can we leave now? I don't want to stay here any longer. Indeed, we can consider leaving, but there is still a bit of trouble. I may need your help. Fang Heng rubbed his chin. The sealed Shengdao. Shengdao is currently sealed in the God Shackles space. Leaving him here would be a windfall for the mysterious occult committee. It might even lead to Shengdao's escape, bringing himself even more trouble. He needed to figure out a way to take the entire God Shackles space with him. How to use Shengdao? Fang Heng had a rough idea in his mind. Let's go, follow me, and you will see. 5 minutes later, everyone followed Fang Heng to the lower level of the Temple of Faith. The golden polyhedron kept emitting a dark golden light. Shengdao was still under suppression, unconscious. Everyone watched Shengdao in his suppressed state, and their expressions towards Fang Heng suddenly became different. Fang Heng thought for a long time. In the end, he decided to take a risk and figure out a way to take Shengdao back with him. The risk was significant, but the rewards would undoubtedly be worth it. The problem was that Shengdao was currently in a sealed state that could not be stored in a backpack. If he wanted to take him back, he would have to use an ultra-small space teleportation hub. Considering that the current octagonal seal area teleportation hub could not be used, he needed to take the God Shackles space far away from the slum area. The trouble had arrived. Moving the God Shackles space was very troublesome, requiring Fang Heng to personally stand by and control it, while there were many members of the occult committee guarding the outskirts of the slum area. End of this chapter. Chapter 1551. Packing and listening. After briefly sharing his thoughts with Luo Su, Fang Heng shook his head and said, "It's difficult. The area outside is full of members of the mysterious investigation committee. It would be hard to avoid their scrutiny while carrying this package. Trying to forcefully escort him out is also not feasible. Furthermore, I'm not certain about the stability of the sealed object. There are too many uncertainties. I've already started digging a passage, but there are few underground tunnels in the outskirts of the slum area. We need to dig anew, which is a challenging and slow process. So, I need your help as an outside contact to escort us out," Fang Heng said, looking at Ruin Zian with a pleading expression. Ruin Zian glanced at Fang Heng and then at the sealed space containing Shengdao, sighing heavily. Sending a representative of the Revolutionary Alliance out of the slum area. And then what? Locking him up. Was it worth all this effort? She felt Fang Heng was being too reckless. So, what do you plan to do with Shengdao? Once the Revolutionary Alliance discovers he's missing, they will definitely investigate. Trust me, they have the capability to find him. This is too risky. Ruin Zian shook her head, expressing her concerns. Fang Heng shook his head, not disclosing the spatial channel artifact, and simply said, "It's related to the mission. I suggest you're better off not knowing. Otherwise, it might trigger taboos. In any case, I have a way to deal with Shengdao." Ruin Zian's expression became more solemn as she nodded, "All right." She thought it was just a regular vacation mission, but how did it suddenly turn into this? In order to help Fang Heng, Ruin Zian felt her hair falling out strand by strand these past few days. After pondering for a moment, Ruin Zian snapped her fingers. "All right, I can help you bring the spatial shackles to leave the slum area together. But there's a condition." "You say? Everyone in the world is looking for you now. You're in great danger. If I can't smoothly get you out of this world, I'll be in big trouble too. So, after this is over, you must quietly hide until I escort you out of the game. Please stop causing trouble anymore." Ruin Zian was genuinely afraid of Fang Heng now. They only had 3 days in the game. It's only been 2 days, and so much has happened. Fang Heng has already made a big mess. She didn't dare think about the consequences if he stayed out for another day. She would be dragged into trouble too. Okay, Fang Heng immediately agreed upon hearing her words. The game indicated there were still over 400 days left of pollution, giving him enough time to figure out a way to deal with it. Besides, he had already completed his mission to enter Vaz's world. It was time to go back. He obtained the S-grade plant and could now exchange for the method to transplant the divine tree of Bezatek in the divine temple. That solved a major trouble. He planned to go back, grow a bit, and settle the score with Fiona. Upon hearing Fang Heng's prompt agreement, Ruin Zian finally relaxed. "Oh, There's one more thing besides the spatial shackles, Feng Heng added. What is it? There's also a group of followers from the Holy See. Ever since Gan Honghua's death, they've been following me. I hope to take them along as well. They know about me, and if they're discovered by the mysterious investigation committee outside, it will be troublesome for me. With Gan Honghua's death, the influence of the Holy See in Vaz's world collapsed. The remaining followers, under Gan Honghua's guidance, harbored no goodwill towards the official mysterious investigation committee. After being persuaded by Feng Heng, the followers now looked up to him. Thus, they quickly reached a consensus to follow Feng Heng and continue pursuing the holy light. It's worth noting that due to the pollution, Yujia Yuan couldn't wait any longer and left alone through the channel in advance, agreeing with Feng Heng on a way to meet outside later. Feng Heng carefully considered the situation. The power of the Book of Faith was extremely potent, but recharging it was a hassle, as relying solely on extracting energy from holy equipment wouldn't be sustainable. Having these Holy See followers was quite advantageous. They packed up and planned to take them back to the zombie apocalypse. In the apocalypse, the Zeus Temple was established, so they could spread faith there and recharge the Book of Faith. Ruin Zian felt her scalp tingling and a sense of her hair falling out at the thought of taking a person was already troublesome, now having to take a group. Cough. Seeing Ruin Zian's troubled expression, Feng Heng realized his request was challenging. He coughed lightly and added, I can pay more. Hearing this, Ruin Zian's heart clenched again. KPI. Considering that evacuating them to the outskirts of the slum area and taking them out from there was not impossible, albeit more troublesome and risky. For the sake of KPI, she would give it a shot. Okay. 30 cosmic crystals in total. Let me figure something out. Also, I'll need your cooperation to leave this place, and the procedure for collecting the mandala of hell will cost 1 crystal. Assisting you here, facing huge risks, will be 5 crystals. Ruin Zian agreed, also calculating a tally for Feng Heng. Feng Heng quickly estimated the situation. Cosmic crystals are the condensed product after refining the cosmic crystal ore, essentially a concentrate with denser power. In the game, only some worlds have the ability to refine cosmic crystal ore, influenced by the technological levels of different worlds. Usually, 1 kilogram of cosmic crystal ore could condense into 1 crystal. Deal. Feng Heng agreed promptly. Well, the spatial shackles are too conspicuous now. Let's find a way to conceal them first. Then, pretend to break through the slum area from the right side, attracting the attention of the mysterious investigation committee. Use the chaos to take both the followers and the spatial shackles out. Ruin Zian took out a map from her backpack and quickly formulated an escape plan. Break through from Point A, lure the committee members over. After a while, everything was ready. Now they awaited Feng Heng's zombie clones to dig a passage to Point E. Everyone fell silent once more, exchanging glances. Since that's the case, the passage to the locked area outside the slum is still being dug. We have some time to spare. Ruin Zian, you contact your people to come and assist us, right? Feng Heng licked his lips lightly, looking at Ruin Zian beside him. Ruin Zian met his gaze with a puzzled look and replied, feeling uneasy. What are you planning to do? There are still many mandala of hell inside the slums. We have some free time anyway. So I thought, maybe we could gather some more mandala of hell to take back. End of chapter. Chapter 1552. Feng Heng had long been contemplating the idea of evacuating. It was said that the chance for the red hell mandala to bloom was extremely rare. What a coincidence! There were so many hell mandalas in the slums. Obtaining the corrupted crystalline bodies was not difficult for him either. It was rare to encounter a high-level game. Why not take advantage of it? Ruin Zian swallowed nervously and looked at Feng Heng with an amazed look. Can you get more hell mandalas? Of course. The Book of Oaths was devastating against the hell mandala incarnations. As long as the corrupted crystals were gathered, with Ruin Zian's help, wouldn't it be easy to obtain the hell mandalas? In theory, there shouldn't be a problem. Feng Heng nodded, then thought of something and looked at Ruin Zian. I remember your C-Star company also acquires special materials, right? What is the acquisition price for the hell mandala? Ruin Zian suddenly felt a bit dizzy. Nonetheless, she professionally quoted, for rare and unusual materials, the acquisition price is approximately between 10 to 300 cosmic crystals. Hell Mandalus are very difficult to obtain. One large one probably needs. Ruinzian paused. If I recall correctly, the acquisition price has fluctuated between 65 and 70 cosmic crystals in recent years. Then I'll trouble you. Later, I'll need your help in gathering some Hell Mandalus. Don't worry, the labor fee for gathering will definitely be sufficient. Feng Heng put on a gentle smile. Everything was going well. It was back to his familiar territory. There was still plenty of time left, so let's go all out. Ruinzian stared dumbfoundedly at Feng Heng, gradually realizing the situation. She had lost a lot of hair helping Feng Heng with things and only received less than 40 cosmic crystals in total as payment, while he could easily sell one for 65. Is he profiting off the sweat of others? Luo Su, Sun Jiaoyu, let's go, find the Hell Mandalus. Time is tight, let's collect as many as we can, preferably all of them. Okay. Leaving Ruinzian, who was still stunned doing calculations on the spot, Luo Su and Sun Jiaoyu hurriedly followed Feng Heng, exchanging glances with each other. First, they took away a Hell Mandala. Then, they risked taking the sealed Shang Tao. That wasn't all, they also took away a group of believers left behind by the Holy See. Now they had to collect all the Hell Mandalas in the entire slum area? Could it be that Feng Heng's demonic seed was outside the slums? It was already afternoon, but the sky was as dark as night. The octagonal seal in the sky continued to operate. Report, there are some fallen in the right area. Warning, requesting backup. Team F, proceed to support, confirm the discovery of wanted individual, Sun Jiaoyu. Chaos erupted in the western area of the slums, and the Mysterious Studies Joint Committee immediately mobilized. Besides the necessary guards, a temporary command center immediately dispatched some personnel to support the western area. Meanwhile, Feng Heng sneaked out from an underground area in the eastern outskirts of the slums. The sealed heavenly bond space floated in front of Feng Heng. Several layers of black cloth had already covered the outer layer of the heavenly bond space, but a faint dark golden light still seeped out continuously. Feng Heng opened his phone and called Ruinzian. I've arrived. Good. Leave to your right. You'll see a path. Follow it straight ahead for about 10 minutes. You'll see a bus parked there. I'll be on the bus. Be careful. You might encounter patrol teams along the way. Eliminate them directly. And remember, make sure to lose any tails before boarding the bus. Got it. Feng Heng hung up the phone, immediately led the group of Holy See disciples behind him to head towards the right. Ruinzian had already prepared the escape route in advance. There shouldn't be any trouble halfway, unless they had really bad luck. Feng Heng followed the directions and soon found the path Ruinzian mentioned. Then he picked up the pace and ran along the path. Not even 2 minutes had passed when Feng Heng's heart sank. Suddenly, a group of people appeared up ahead. By the time he could see who they were, it was too late to avoid them. Halt! Who goes there? The newcomers were a regular inspection team from the government that cooperated with the outer perimeter lockdown of the slums. The team leader, upon seeing so many unknown individuals suddenly appearing outside the lockdown area, initially thought they were just ordinary stragglers and called out loudly, "This area has been designated as a danger zone. Please come over for inspection immediately." Trouble! Feng Heng's heart sank. He whispered, "I'll handle this. You guys retreat." Yes. Feng Heng quickly covered his face with a layer of corruption, concealing his features, and then accelerated towards the official team ahead. The team members immediately noticed Feng Heng's corrupted appearance when they shone their flashlights on him, raising their firearms at him. Not good. It's a fallen. Halt. Requesting backup. Found traces of the fallen and unknown individuals in Sector D. Do not approach. Fire. The specialized bullets modified through mysterious studies shot out from the barrels. Although the special bullets could affect corruption and the fallen, in previous battles, firearms were limited in dealing with fallen beings that surpassed ordinary human physical qualities. If they couldn't land a hit, they were essentially useless. Feng Heng raised his hand. Shoo! A Blood Clan barrier suddenly lit up in front of him. The concentrated bullets hit the barrier and lost their strength, falling to the ground. Seeing this, the faces of the inspectors turned pale. Not good. It's an A-rank fallen. Government inspectors rarely faced such situations. At most, they dealt with D-rank low-end fallens. Shoo! Just as the team leader was about to say something, a figure swiftly flashed by. Bang! The team leader felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Then everything went black, losing consciousness as he flew backward. The remaining inspectors paled, their hands holding firearms trembling. Feng Heng looked at them, and in a stern voice commanded, "Get lost." The inspectors felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly went to assist the fallen colleague before retreating together. Tip: players spreading chaos in the city. Players Junior Devil Bloodline experience, plus 121. Feng Heng glanced at the game prompt. Was this considered spreading chaos? It seemed that upgrading the Devil Bloodline wasn't as difficult as imagined. Perhaps there would be a chance to brush up on it before leaving? Let's go. There were too many troubles at the moment, no time to think about these things. Feng Heng waved his hand and swiftly departed with the disciples of the Holy See following behind. Soon, Feng Heng saw a bus parked not far away by the roadside. Ruin Zian had been waiting on the bus for a while. As soon as Feng Heng and the Holy See group boarded the bus quickly, she stepped on the gas pedal and drove the bus away. Phew! Gradually leaving the slums behind, Feng Heng looked at the heavenly bond space placed on the seat next to him in the bus, breathing a heavy sigh of relief. Everything went smoothly. Although the process was thrilling, the end result was acceptable. Feng Heng looked at Ruin Zian, who was at the driver's seat, and asked, "Where do we go next?" End of this chapter. Chapter 1553. Neighboring country. Let's disguise ourselves. I'll take you immediately to the neighboring country. Under each person's seat, there are new clothes and a new identity card. I've already arranged for my friends to help with the border. They won't inspect it closely, but will need to change clothes and write down names just in case. If I stay away for too long, it will attract the attention of the Mysterious Studies Committee. After we reach the border of the neighboring country, we will separate. I will go back immediately and provide you with information on the slums at any time. As for what comes next, you will follow my friend. He will properly arrange for you to enter the Bricklewood district of the neighboring country. Okay, thank you. Feng Heng nodded in thanks. As for what happens after entering the neighboring country, it will be arranged by Luo Su and Sun Xiaoyu. They have influence among the fallen in that area. Find a safe place to settle down, and quietly wait until tomorrow night to leave Vaz. After continuous fighting, Feng Heng was also a bit tired. He roughly estimated the subsequent arrangements and closed his eyes in the back seat. After the previous battle, the pollution in the Sea of Consciousness rose again. There are 271 days left until complete contamination. There is ample time, enough for him to find a solution. Of course, before that, there is still Fiona. That woman! Feng Heng narrowed his eyes. No amount of precautions could prevent him from being tricked by her. However, this matter would not be so easily concluded. In the outskirts of the slums, more and more people gathered. In addition to personnel drawn from various countries by the Mysterious Studies Committee, there were also members of the Innovation Union. Many high-ranking officials gathered in the temporary command tent. Shan Fukai waited outside the tent, a little impatiently putting out a cigarette, his thoughts somewhat scattered. Since entering the octagonal seal, Sheng Dao had not reappeared. Had he gone missing? The reaction of the Innovation Union was considerable. He sensed that there must be a problem within the slums. Could it be that even Sheng Dao couldn't handle someone like Feng Heng? What's up? Shan Fukai turned his head to look at Ruin Zian walking towards him not far away, and asked, "Did you just go out?" Yes, there was something that needed to be dealt with. There were reports earlier that the interior of the blockade zone was attacked by the Fallen, and unknown personnel were found. Did you encounter them? No, probably just the Fallen, coming from outside to support. Ruin Zian, after taking Feng Heng to the border to meet the client, immediately rushed back to monitor the situation. She forced herself to remain calm and look towards the interior of the seal, asking, "Is the situation inside still okay?" Members of the Innovation Union have arrived. They have just organized a group to enter the blockade zone to investigate. It looks like they have encountered a very tricky situation. Night, the Bricklewood district. Feng Heng sat in a corner of a cafe, pouring himself a small cup of coffee, pondering on everything that had happened since entering the Vaz gaming world. In the afternoon, he had completely changed his appearance and identity. The other members of the Holy See were temporarily housed in a luxury hotel by Luo Su. Sheng Dao, who had been sealed, was taken to a secluded private villa and hidden by Luo Su and Sun Xiaoyu, with several fallen under the strict surveillance of Sun Xiaoyu round the clock. It seemed like things had come to an end, but Feng Heng still felt that his understanding of this world was not enough. During this break, he needed to find ways to learn more. With that in mind, Feng Heng looked up. Yu Jiyuan entered the cafe. She had a mask on her face, a hat on her head, looking all geared up. When she saw Feng Heng, Yu Jiyuan quickly walked over and sat across from him. She nervously looked at Feng Heng. Feng Heng, I never thought you. Shh. Feng Heng made a quiet gesture. Don't mention those two words in front of others. I will help you with your pollution problem. Yu Jiyuan took a deep breath. Okay, thank you. Of course, she knew what the two words Feng Heng mentioned were. Demon Seed. Yu Jiyuan couldn't believe that the rumored Innovation Union, which had been searching for the demon seeds, had one right beside her. Feng Heng continued, similarly, as an exchange, I need your help. After being tricked earlier, Feng Heng became even more cautious in his actions, especially when it involved Fiona and the runes and rituals on his body. He wasn't completely certain about everything Luo Su and the others had said about the demon seeds, so he wanted to get more information from Yu Jiyuan. As long as you can help me remove the pollution, I am willing to do anything you ask. First, tell me what you know. Let's start with the various factions in this world. Since entering VAS, from the Mysterious Studies Society to the Legion of the Fallen, then the Innovation Union, and the Traditionalists, Feng Heng felt overwhelmed and needed to sort things out. It was too chaotic. He needed time to organize everything. Listening to Feng Heng's questions, Yu Jiyuan pondered for a moment. Having been contaminated twice, she had already decided to take a risk and put all her hopes of cleansing on Feng Heng. Even though she knew that telling Feng Heng these things could trigger taboos and worsen the pollution, she had made up her mind to do so. All right, let's start with the factions you just mentioned. Feng Heng straightened up and became more serious. According to the information publicly disclosed by the current government about the Mysterious Studies Society and the mainstream academic views, most people believe that the first discovery of contaminants was by a grand mage named Anthony. After being mentally contaminated, he founded a school focused on abyss worship. This school can communicate with the hellish world and obtain powers from there. However, using this power comes at a cost. To avoid greater destruction to the world, Anthony set a series of taboos. Those who violate these taboos will be contaminated and hunted down by the school established by Anthony. These are the mainstream views of the Mysterious Studies scholars, and there are certain aspects that are still unclear in terms of authenticity. Feng Heng nodded. Good, please continue. Currently, as time goes by, the faction founded by Anthony has gradually evolved into two factions. The first is the Traditionalists. This faction rarely appears in front of outsiders. They stick to tradition and silently hunt down those who violate taboos. The second is the Innovation Union, the ones who were chasing you before. When mentioning the Innovation Union, Yu Jiyuan cautiously glanced at Feng Heng. They are a faction that split off from the Abyss Worship School left by Anthony. They completely ignore the rules and taboos left by Anthony, unscrupulously using the power to communicate with hell, cooperating with demons and evil spirits. Their strength has grown explosively in recent years. End of chapter. Chapter 1550. For new traces, on the other hand, as people deepen their understanding of mysticism, various official organizations, such as the Mysticism Joint Committee, the Corruption Arbitration Council, and so on, have been established at the official level. The former deals with all matters related to mysticism, while the latter focuses on combating corrupt life forms and the spread of pollution. There are overlaps in the responsibilities of the two departments. In fact, there are many similar departments established by governments around the world in response to corrupt and fallen events. The scale, power, and comprehensive strength of these organizations vary depending on the strength of each country. There have been global investigations by the Global Mysticism Investigation Committee, but its control over local areas is very weak, and its symbolic significance far outweighs its practical effect. Feng Heng nodded in understanding and asked, and what about the fallen ones? Contaminated, obedient to the call of contamination, becoming servants of the abyss, that is the fallen ones, Yu Jiyuan said softly. I heard that demons, evil spirits, and other hellish creatures have the ability to corrupt. The demon seeds are the same, and their abilities are extremely powerful. As the demon seeds' power awakens, the power of their fallen followers will also gradually increase. Feng Heng frowned. trying to sort out his thoughts based on the information provided by Yu Jiyuan. According to Yu Jiyuan, the Renovation Society and the Demon Seeds did not have any grievances between them. So why would the Renovation Society be after him? Did the Renovation Society collaborate with the envious kind? Fang Heng was pondering when a person in a trench coat walked into the coffee shop and swiftly approached Fang Heng. Fang Heng, Luo Su nodded at Fang Heng and glanced at Yu Jiyuan sitting across from him. Well, sit down and talk. Luo Yu moved a chair and sat across from Fang Heng. I just checked as you said. There is a power plant in the northern part of the Brukrid district with relatively weak magnetic interference around it. I have sent someone there to control the power plant to enhance the magnetic field effect. The followers of the Holy See have also been arranged properly and can be transferred at any time. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Fang Heng was about to leave but decided to use the spatial teleportation hub once again before departing. Similar magnetic fields could slightly mitigate the negative effects of the spatial teleportation channel so as not to cause as much commotion as last time. Although this might not have much effect. Fang Heng asked Luo Su, by the way, I haven't asked before, why is the Renovation Society hunting me down? Luo Su glanced at Yu Jiyuan, then nodded as he explained, the Renovation Society is different from the conservatives. They have chosen to deeply collaborate with demons from the abyss, especially with the tongue of envious Aklina, who has tremendous power. She cannot truly descend into this world, but can influence it through certain means, extracting power continuously from this world. The Renovation Society desires power and has cooperated with many demons and evil spirits, including the tongue of envy. In fact, the Archmaganthony was the first to break the shackles of this world, connecting it closely with the abyss, thus allowing demonic summoning spells to achieve significantly enhanced efficiency. Listening to this, Fang Heng silently agreed. It seemed that his suspicions were correct. He recalled the demon summoning ritual from not long ago. The demon summoning ritual had a high success rate in this world, but would almost fail in other worlds. And what about you? What is your goal? Aren't you all followers of hell? Whether loyal to me or to the demon seed of envy, shouldn't it be the same for you? Luo Su sighed, saying, not quite. More accurately, we are servants of laziness. This world is one of the sources of power for the demonic seed, and due to the breaking of the world shackle, rituals and magic circles related to demons are easier to complete here, making it easier for demon seeds to successfully descend. Lazy demon seed has been controlled by envy. Once Lazy is in danger, we, as servants of Lazy, will be implicated as well. Only demon seeds can resist demon seeds, so we are always looking for new demon seeds to counter the power of the tongue of envy. Fang Heng stared at Luo Su, understanding the general idea. Each demon seed has its own servants. Through various forbidden powers or influenced by the powers of the 7 deadly sins, there will always be those who slowly succumb to corruption and fall. A large part of the servants who originally served laziness have chosen to pledge loyalty to envy for self-preservation. Another part, like me, prefers to resist. Yu Jiyuan listened to this secret for the first time and understood. Luo Su was a servant of laziness. She could feel the same call as Luo Su, indicating that the source of contamination on her was also laziness. There was a bitter smile on Yu Jiyuan's face. She wondered whether she was lucky or unlucky. The good news was that once her contamination reached its limit and completed the fall, her superior wouldn't be an ordinary demon, but one of the 7 demon seeds, fallen. As for the bad news, she couldn't just dream of directly eliminating the source of contamination fallen and completing the purification of contamination. She had to rely on Fang Heng to figure out a solution honestly. So it's the tongue of envy, Fang Heng murmured softly after listening. The few of them were discussing quietly when Luo Zu's phone suddenly rang. Sorry, Fang Heng, it's an emergency call. I have to take it. Go ahead, no problem. Luo Su answered the call, but his expression changed slightly as he listened. Damn it. Are you out of your mind? Nora, listen to me. Don't act recklessly. Calm down. Hello. It's too risky for you to go over there like this. Hello. Hello. Luo Su yelled at the phone, then furrowed his brow, anxiously trying to call back. Unfortunately, the call didn't go through. Luo Su put away his phone, stood up, and said, Fang Heng, sorry, there's a very urgent matter that needs attending to. The hotel you are staying at has been secretly controlled by our fallen agents. It's safer for you to stay there. I'll handle things over there and will be back soon." Feng Heng frowned. Usually, the Fallen Legion would lie dormant and develop. Why was there such an urgent matter now? He reached out and stopped Luo Su, who was about to leave, and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? What's the matter?" "It's Nora. He is the leader of the Fallen Legion in the Brockrid district. We were able to find a foothold with his help, but he has run into some trouble. I need to go find him." And then, explain clearly. 2 minutes won't make a difference. Luo Su was stopped by Feng Heng, so he sat back down again and explained, "In fact, a few years ago, we found traces of another demon seed, gluttony." End of this chapter. Chapter 1555 Exploration. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. Oh. Nora and her group are servants of the gluttony, but they were a step too late in finding the gluttony. It was found and sealed by the Renewal Association before they could get to it and hidden away. Over the years, we've been trying to find the gluttony, and we've got some clues. We deduce that the Renewal Association is holding the gluttony captive in the Snow Mountain Manor area, and we're certain that the person guarding the manor is Sheng Dao. Hearing this, Feng Heng and Yu Jiyuan were moved in their hearts and couldn't help but exchange a glance. It's such a coincidence. Sheng Dao had just been sealed by him. Yes, as you thought, after Sheng Dao disappeared, the Renewal Association made a big move again. They probably realized that Sheng Dao was in danger and mobilized personnel to the slums. Nora received this information and believes that now is a rare opportunity to enter the Snow Mountain Manor area to search for the imprisoned gluttony. There was a hint of anxiety in Luo Su's expression. Demons are an extremely chaotic race, and the Renewal Association has always had deep dealings with demons. Even if Sheng Dao isn't in the Snow Mountain Manor area, there will definitely be others guarding there. A game prompt flashed on Feng Heng's retina. Hint: player triggers main quest-related mission, Imprison Gluttony. Mission name: you learn that one of the demon race gluttony is currently imprisoned in the Snow Mountain Manor area, and the servants of gluttony are trying to rescue it. Mission requirement: please make your choice whether to enter the Snow Mountain Manor area for the search. Current mission completion: 0%. Mission reward: fallen reputation, follow-up missions. Explanation: this mission is an open mission, and players can choose from multiple completion methods. Your choice will have a significant impact on future developments. Feng Heng scanned the game prompt. The mission prompt wasn't very clear, but searching for the gluttony in front of him seemed like a very good opportunity. He had almost been beaten to death by the Renewal Association in the slums before, and now that Sheng Dao had been sealed, would this be a chance for revenge? Feng Heng was intrigued and asked, "Where is the Snow Mountain Manor?" "Take the high-speed train from here. It's not far, about an hour's drive." After some thought, Feng Heng hesitated. He seemed to have promised Ruin Zian not to run around carelessly. And as Luo Su said, it was indeed dangerous there. But that was Sheng Dao's stronghold. And they were also holding a demon, gluttony. In addition to the mission, they might find valuable things. Or even something to deal with Sheng Dao. Following the mission might also provide more guidance. After pondering for a while, Feng Heng said, "I'll go with you to take a look." Feng Heng, this is very dangerous. Luo Su, reluctant to see Feng Heng taking risks, said, "No need to persuade me, I've already decided. Just to take a look first, investigate the manor area, and decide later." Luo Su frowned. Thinking of Feng Heng's powerful display in the slums, he nodded, "All right, please be careful." Snow Mountain Manor area. This place was once one of the famous scenic spots in the Bricklewood district a few years ago. Due to a special extreme weather event that trapped tourists on the manor, resulting in deaths, the entire manor area was forced to close for renovation. Later, it was said that the manor was bought by a private tycoon. Luo Su drove with Feng Heng and Yu Jiyuan along a small road towards the estate built on the mountainside. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. Based on the information we've collected over the years, we've confirmed that the Snow Mountain Manor area is one of the new strongholds of the Renewal Association. And we have reliable information that we believe the gluttony is hidden inside the manor, Luo Su said, looking down at his phone. About 20 minutes ago, Nora launched an operation on the manor. Just now, Nora sent me a message that they have breached the manor and are currently searching for the traces of the demon. Feng Heng looked through the window at the manor area not far away. With the night vision ability of the vampire's eye, he could see the scattered fallen ones patrolling inside the manor area. There were at least a few hundred of them. Soon, the vehicle slowed down, smoothly entering the entrance of the manor. Looking through the rearview mirror at Fang Heng sitting in the back seat, Luo Su said seriously, "Fang Heng, the manor is very dangerous inside. For safety's sake, I suggest you stay outside. We will thoroughly search the manor to find the demon." Before Fang Heng could reply, two young people in gray clothes walked towards the vehicle, blocking its path. "Stop!" Luo Su and Nora were leaders of two fallen legions from neighboring countries who had previously cooperated more. Most of Nora's subordinates knew Luo Su. Seeing Luo Su in the car, the two fallen ones nodded at him. "Mr. Luo, you're here. Earlier, Leader Nora led us into the manor. Shengdao is not inside the manor. The resistance we encountered wasn't strong, and we've now taken complete control of the Snow Mountain Manor area. The search is ongoing, and we haven't found the whereabouts of the demon yet. In addition, the alarm system of the Renewal Association has been dismantled in advance by us. They're probably unaware that we've successfully invaded." A fallen leader under Nora pointed to the central villa in the manor. "We seem to have made a discovery inside the central villa. Leader Nora is investigating inside, and he asked us to wait for you here. Once you arrive, we'll take you in immediately." Luo Su and the group got out of the car, asking, "What's the casualty situation? Have you encountered demons or monsters?" "We faced some resistance when we stormed the manor. There were some casualties, but we quickly took care of them. We didn't encounter demons or monsters." Luo Su's heart sank. The manor's defense was so weak that Nora and his men took control in less than 20 minutes. This didn't seem like the style of the Renewal Association. It seems the demon was evacuated early. Luo Su felt this was the only possibility. The Renewal Association didn't have layers of guards here because it wasn't important. "Let's go. Let's have a look. I'll go with you." Since they had come, Fang Heng naturally decided to go with them to see if they could find any clues related to the Renewal Association. Everywhere in the manor, groups of fallen ones were gathering for patrols and searches. Soon, the group entered the largest central villa in the manor. Upon entering the central villa, Fang Heng frowned involuntarily. The fallen ones were digging inside the hall. "Mr. Luo, we discovered an underground entrance while searching carefully just now. Leader Nora has gone down to investigate." End of this chapter. Chapter 1556. A part of Luo Su's eyes lit up when he asked, "Where is it?" "The entrance is in the backyard. Please follow me." Fang Heng led them into the backyard. Sure enough, in the center of the backyard, there was a large section of the floor that had been excavated. Below the floor, there was a passage leading downwards. Luo Su carefully examined the dark passage below and pondered for a moment before saying, "It seems that our intelligence was correct. The Revolutionary Party is using this as a base to do something unspeakable in the passage. Lord Fang Heng, the danger is not fully resolved yet. It's better for you to wait outside while we carefully inspect below." Before Luo Su could finish his sentence, a loud explosion reverberated through the hall, causing the ground to shake violently. Despite the chaos, Fang Heng remained steady, furrowing his brows. A deep red aura filled the entire hall, causing panic among the people. The explosion clearly originated from the passage below. Could something have gone wrong? Was Nora investigating down there? Were they in danger? Luo Su's face turned pale as he looked regretfully at Fang Heng, realizing it might be a trap. He had been careful, but it seemed they had still fallen into a trap. "Lord Fang Heng, this place is very dangerous. I will take you outside first," Luo Su said, prioritizing Fang Heng's safety. With that, he led Fang Heng and the group out of the villa. As they reached the door, they encountered fallen ones guarding the backyard. One of them reported in a panic, "Lord Luo Su, not good. Unsealing barrier has appeared outside." Luo Su's heart sank. "Show me." When Fang Heng and the others walked out of the central villa, it was already too late. The entire Snow Mountain Manor was shrouded in a dark red wall, trapping everyone inside. It was evident that the fallen ones were trying to attack the barrier, but all their efforts were futile as the barrier absorbed their attacks and bounced them back. Yu Jiyuan, who had followed them, felt a sense of impending trouble seeing this. Trouble! From afar, she sensed a powerful energy fluctuation emanating from the barrier. Disaster? Luo Zhu's face turned pale as he whispered to Fang Heng, "Lord, don't worry. It seems Nora triggered an alarm while inspecting below. We can break the seal soon and leave before the Revolutionary Party reinforcements arrive." "No, it's futile, hum." Upon hearing this, the fallen ones around them looked towards Fang Heng with questioning eyes. His right eye showed a slowly rotating magical formation. Through the eye of all-knowing, Fang Heng learned about the barrier's partial attributes. Magic barrier unknown, type, unknown, attributes, hell, hybrid, rank, super large, description, hybrid magic barrier with extremely high energy conversion rate. This super large magic array requires continuous energy supply to function. Current durability of the barrier, 99.99%. Fang Heng noticed that the barrier's durability would rapidly recover if damaged by the fallen ones, indicating there was energy support from below for repairs. This is a special barrier that prevents entry and exit. From the size and defense capabilities, it is undoubtedly a super large barrier. We cannot break through with our current strength unless we destroy the central hub below, where the power source is. The group exchanged glances. The central hub. Wasn't it the passage leading underground that they had just seen? An older fallen one, hearing Fang Heng's resolute tone, furrowed his brows and asked, "Mr. Luo Zhu, who is he?" Luo Zhu glanced at Fang Heng and said solemnly, "He is the newly appointed Demon Seed, and we just escaped from the Revolutionary Party." Demon Seed. The fallen one showed surprise upon hearing this confirmation from Luo Zhu, and they immediately kneeled. "Greetings, Demon Seed." Hint. Player's current mission, completeness of the captive gluttony mission increased to 3%. Hint. Player triggered a side mission, escape mission name, escape mission details. You have encountered a ceiling barrier while exploring the Snow Mountain Manor. The Revolutionary Party has detected the anomalies at the Snow Mountain Manor and sent reinforcements. Find a way to break through the ceiling barrier and evacuate from the Snow Mountain Manor. Mission requirements: break through the ceiling barrier and evacuate. Mission rewards: the main mission captive gluttony mission completeness increased. Extra information: after completing the mission to escape the Snow Mountain Manor area, the main storyline mission will immediately enter the settlement phase. Get up. It seems we fell into the Revolutionary Party's trap. Nora might be in danger. We have to go downstairs, destroy the central hub completely, and then we can leave here. Let's go. Let's go downstairs to see. Central Villa, underground 4th floor. Circular hall. Nora looked up, seeing two people on the upper stairs. Heh. The young man on the left had a sickly smile on his face, laughing arrogantly and mocking Nora below. Although that idiot Sheng Dao has always been annoying, I have to admit, he is quite perceptive. He said you might come while he wasn't here. I can't believe you are really this foolish, so easily believing those lies deliberately spread by Sheng Dao, thinking that gluttony was hidden here by us. Nora clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, staring fiercely at Lingzhen from the 2nd floor. They had been tricked. The so-called gluttony hidden in the Snow Mountain Manor was a trap set up by Sheng Dao to lure them in. Nora didn't expect the trap to be so deep. Heh. A red life form gradually spread and wriggled on the walls surrounding the circular underground hall, resembling dense veins covering the walls. Nora and the fallen ones with him were trapped in a swamp of red flesh, unable to break free or use any attack skills. Lingzhen looked at this group of enemies like ants, a look of disdain on his face. When Sheng Dao suddenly left, he temporarily took over the guard duties of the entire manor. Suddenly, Lingzhen noticed something and looked towards an entrance to a passage leading to the main hall. A young man was swiftly running along the passage towards them. Oh, more visitors. Even better. I will make a quick end of these rats hiding underground. End of this chapter. Chapter 1557. The attack and murder of Lingzheng raised his hands high. Under the gaze of the gluttons, forever, completely, sink. Sneer. The blood vessels on the surrounding walls accelerated their beating under Lingzheng's chanting. Nora found that the flesh and blood swamp under her feet kept surging, oozing out a foul pus, and everyone was slowly sinking downwards. Damn it! Nora struggled desperately. They were about to be slowly consumed by the flesh and blood marsh. Lingzheng, who was manipulating the swamp of flesh and blood, suddenly frowned, tightly staring at Fang Heng, who was entering the hall from afar beyond the passage, rushing towards him. What's going on with that person? Ling Zhang saw that Fang Heng, after entering the hall, did not slow down at all. He quickly darted past Nora and the others, almost instantly arriving in front of him. Ling Zhang stared at Fang Heng closely, his eyes showing an expression of astonishment. What's happening? How could someone ignore the mouth of gluttony? DRIZZLE! What's he doing? The hellish imp attached to Ling Zhang's shoulder saw Fang Heng coming straight towards them, equally shocked. It's you. The hellish imp saw Fang Heng in a panic. This was the first time Ling Zhang had seen DRIZZLE in such a panicked state, shouting, DRIZZLE! What are you doing? We signed a contract. Swish! Swish! The red phantom attached to Ling Zhang's shoulder quickly trembled and disappeared in a flash. Damn it! DRIZZLE! Ling Zhang had no idea what was happening. He stared closely at Fang Heng approaching him quickly from below. Who are you? Swish! Fang Heng didn't answer. His toes lightly tapped the ground, suddenly leaping up in place, rushing towards Ling Zhang on the second floor at a rapid speed. Buzz ... The Book of Oaths appeared in front of Fang Heng. Swoosh! Swoosh swish swish! Sacred remnants formed streams of flying golden flashes. Boom boom! Boom boom! The dark red barrier in front of Ling Zhang continuously burst out golden sacred waves under the impact of the sacred remnants. Bang! Under the bombardment of the golden sacred remnants, the barrier exploded after only half a second. Ling Zhang's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he stared tightly at Fang Heng, approaching him head-on. Not only did he ignore the spiritual power of gluttony control, but he also quickly broke through the protective barrier. Fang Heng's actions completely took Ling Zhang by surprise. In his confusion, Ling Zhang realized he was too slow to respond. Fire Gate! A crimson flame condensed in front of Ling Zhang's chest. The spell was not yet complete. It hadn't even flown forward. Who? Fang Heng had already flown to Ling Zhang's front, fiercely swinging a metal rod forward. Bang! The rod fiercely struck the fireball, completely shattering it. It then continued to fly forward, heavily smashing onto Ling Zhang's shoulder. Crack! A bone-cracking sound came from the rod, accompanied by sending Ling Zhang flying, heavily impacting the wall behind him. Hint: you killed Ling Zhang. Your reputation with the Fallen Legion faction has increased. Your friendship level with the Innovation Council has greatly decreased. Hint: due to your killing of Ling Zhang, temporary manager of the Innovation Council Snow Mountain Manor area, the completion rate of the player's current mission, Imprisoned Gluttony mission, has increased to 23%. Am I dead? Fang Heng coldly glanced at Ling Zhang. He had previously communicated with Luo Su and learned that members of the Innovation Council had the ability to possess hell creatures. Through possession, the abilities of the practitioner's body could be greatly enhanced, and they could also gain special skills from evil spirits, making them very difficult to deal with. Once deprived of the possession of hell creatures, however, Ling Zhang was just a frail abyss worshipper. Fang Heng was somewhat surprised that he could easily deal with the Innovation Council member who had been possessed. I didn't expect the demon seed to be so effective. Fang Heng thought to himself, then turned to look at an elderly man who had been standing next to Ling Zhang. Professor Anu had just witnessed Ling Zhang being struck down by Fang Heng, dying right before his eyes. He looked at Fang Heng in horror. He never imagined that Ling Zhang, the Snow Mountain Manor area manager known for his extraordinary talents, would be taken out so easily. Subconsciously, he took a step back, wanting to run. Swish! Fang Heng quickly reached out and grabbed Professor Anu by the neck. Don't move. Let me go. I don't know anything. I'm Professor Anu from the Quantum Academy. I was a researcher captured by the members of the Innovation Council. I don't know anything. Shut up. Professor Anu quickly closed his mouth and stood still. Sneer, sneer. Below, as Ling Zhang died, the lifelike red barriers attached to the walls and the flesh and blood marsh under their feet gradually receded. Nora, including a group of over 30 people, broke free from the mental control state. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Fang Heng standing above on the second floor. Who is he really? With just a simple move, he easily took care of the Innovation Council's ambush. As everyone was astonished, hurried footsteps were heard from behind. Luo Su arrived with a group of Fallen Legion reinforcements. Upon seeing their eyes, Luo Su took a step forward and looked at Fang Heng above the second floor. Lord Demon Seed, are you okay? Earlier, Luo Su and Fang Heng, along with the Fallen Legion, quickly discovered the flesh and blood barriers and marshes lining the walls and ceilings of the underground passage once they reached the underground 4th floor. Almost everyone was ensnared by the flesh and blood marsh, unable to move. Only Fang Heng remained unaffected. Fang Heng realized that the flesh and blood barriers and marshes around him were merely illusions created by special abilities. The all-knowing eye was immune to the power of illusions. Afterwards, Fang Heng came alone and tried to destroy the source of the illusions. Upon hearing Luo Zu's words, everyone was momentarily stunned, once again shifting their gaze to Fang Heng. Demon Seed. He's actually the Demon Seed. Nora hesitated for a moment, finding it hard to believe what she had heard. She turned to Luo Su seeking confirmation. Luo Su nodded gravely. This is Lord Demon Seed. Things happened suddenly. I'll explain more details to you later. In short, Sheng Dao entered the slums earlier to deal with Lord Demon Seed, but unfortunately, he failed. Nora looked at Fang Heng, standing on the upper level, her eyes flashing with brilliance, leading the fallen behind her to all kneel and bow on the ground. Greetings, Lord Demon Seed. Fang Heng raised his hand. Please rise. Everyone got up one after another. Just now, we were trapped by a special barrier outside. Members of the Innovation Council will soon arrive. We must escape before they come. What about you? Did you discover anything? End of this chapter. Chapter 1558 Viscous Substance. We've been outwitted. Nora gritted her teeth, shaking her head and saying, the gluttony should not be here. This is one of the research points of the Innovation Society. We just arrived here and encountered Lingzhen. They have lifted the ceiling barrier and tried to completely engulf us in the illusion. Fortunately, Lord Mas Hong arrived in time. Nora spoke with a hint of fear. If Fang Heng had come a little later, they might have been completely lost in the illusion. The other fallen also felt a sense of relief at narrowly escaping. Fang Heng loosened his grip, releasing Dr. Yanubo from his hold, and coldly asked, have you made up your mind? Do you want to live or die? Dr. Yanubo nodded repeatedly. I want to live. Good. Tell me how to leave this place. I really don't know. Yanubo's face was filled with distress, almost on the verge of tears. My research direction is waveform propagation. I was captured and brought here recently, responsible for studying the waveform amplifier, which, after modulating a selected fixed waveband area, can amplify the range and intensity of mental waveform power. Yanubo pointed to a device fixed on the edge, not holding back. I know the Innovation Society is conducting a special experiment downstairs. I heard it's a special cell-binding substance. That area is a secret zone, and what we're researching is different. I don't know anything. By the way, that direction over there leads to the Biological Research Laboratory. All the information is inside, with many researchers who surely know more than me. Fang Heng glanced at the passage indicated by Professor Yanubo and asked, what about the external barrier? And the central magic array? I don't know. I've never heard of any central magic array or barrier. I know there's a secret special experiment going on 6 levels below. Normally, Sheng Tao and Lingzhen don't allow experiment personnel in there. If you're looking for something, it's likely down there. The group listened to Dr. Yanubo's words and exchanged quick glances. Fang Heng said, members of the Innovation Society will arrive soon. Let's split up and act quickly. We will go below to explore, and you go to the research lab with him. Okay. Fang Heng said as he pulled Dr. Yanubo with him. You're coming with us downstairs. Upon hearing this, Dr. Yanubo turned pale. Let's go. Wait, Dr. Yanubo pointed to the body of Lingzhen that Fang Heng had sent flying with a punch earlier. Search his body. He should have the magnetic card for the lower passage. Otherwise, if we go in, it will trigger an alarm and we'll be locked in. Fang Heng glanced at Dr. Yanubo and went to the body of Lingzhen, pulling out a metal identity card from his pocket. Hint: player acquires item, Metal Magnetic Card, Innovation Society Secret Research Department, Snow Mountain Manor. Let's go. With time pressing, everyone immediately split into 2 teams, with Luo Su following Fang Heng to explore underground, while Nora led another group toward the research lab direction on the right. Fang Heng's group crossed the circular hall and then entered the front passage, descending the stairs into the underground 5th level. The area of the underground 5th floor had obviously undergone special construction, with the entire passage made of alloy metal. As they descended the stairs, Dr. Yanubo held back the group and gestured with his eyes to a sensor on the right side wall. "There's a detection here. Use Ling Zhen's card." Fang Heng nodded, took out the card, approached the sensor, and swiped it. Beep! The sensor light turned green in an instant. "We can proceed." Dr. Yanubo nodded at everyone. "I've only seen Ling Zhen come over once. I don't know what's behind him. I only know that the confidentiality and danger levels here are the highest." "All right, everyone be careful." Fang Heng nodded to Luo Su behind him, leading the way down the passage. As they moved along the passage, walking for more than 30 meters, they encountered a large metal door blocking their path ahead. Beep! Access confirmed. Click! After the door emitted a prompt sound, it opened swiftly in front of Fang Heng. Phew! Fang Heng's pupils constricted. As the door opened, a very hot wave of energy rushed towards them. The others following Fang Heng also sensed this intense wave of energy and looked cautiously towards the depths behind the door. Behind them was still a straight metal passage, with nothing visible in the distance. Luo Su observed carefully and said, "It should be a specially manufactured metal shielding door. This type of door can shield energy waves. It seems the Innovation Society has hidden something else inside besides controlling the central barrier. Could it be the gluttony? Doesn't seem like it. Be careful, let's proceed further inside." Fang Heng continued to stride forward, leading the way down the passage. After walking for another 3 minutes, they stopped once again. From this point on, the walls, ceiling, and floor on both sides of the passage began adorning large pieces of red organic matter, emitting twisted and scorching waves of energy. Everyone stood cautiously in the passage, carefully observing. Unlike the dense and twisted flesh seen in the illusion on the 4th floor, the flesh on the walls and ceiling did not rapidly spread towards them, engulfing and slowly dissolving everyone. Instead, pieces remained scattered on the ground and walls. It looked somewhat eerie. Upon closer inspection, unlike the flesh seen previously, the walls were covered in small red vein-like objects pulsating with small lymph node-like structures. Everyone looked towards Fang Heng simultaneously. Fang Heng stared ahead, with his right eye revealing an all-knowing magical array spinning rapidly. "It's not an illusion." Everyone's heart sank instantly. "Let's keep going and see what's ahead," Fang Heng said, taking steps forward into the passage strewn with fragments of red organic matter. The further they walked down the passage, the denser the flesh clung to the walls became. Soon, Fang Heng saw a circular hall ahead in the passage. "Look at that!" Yu Jiuan pointed to the interior of the hall. "Is that the central magic array we're looking for?" Indeed, they found it. Even though it was far away, Fang Heng saw the approximate appearance of the magic array at first glance. Engraved on the floor of the hall was a giant magic array. Dim red light emanated from the magic array, indicating it was in operation. In theory, controlling the external barrier required a giant magic array, and this one in front of them looked like it fit the bill. Tick! Suddenly, Fang Heng heard a faint dripping sound by his ear. Following the sound and looking up, a large drop of dark red viscous substance dripped from the pile of flesh on the ceiling. End of this chapter. Chapter 1559. Flesh tumor body click, gurgle. What is that? Fang Heng's pupils constricted. After the viscous substance hit the ground, it quickly coagulated into a small round flesh tumor the size of a fist. Hiss! The front half of the flesh tumor suddenly tore open, revealing sharp red fangs. The round body bounced on the ground and swiftly charged towards Fang Heng. Be careful! Fang Heng swiftly dodged the attack of the flesh tumor lifeform by sidestepping. Drip! Drip! Ahead in the passage, fist-sized drops of viscous substance continued to fall, forming red spherical flesh tumors on the ground. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen flesh tumor lifeforms charged towards the group. Everyone was seeing this kind of bizarre lifeform for the first time. Unable to dodge in time, the Fallen immediately entered combat mode, wielding weapons to resist and counterattack. Bang! 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 The spherical flesh tumor lifeforms seemed unable to withstand much damage. After sustaining some wounds, they would immediately burst open, causing extensive damage to the surrounding area. The explosion also spattered a mixture of red blood and fluids outward. One of the fallen was splashed with the red blood mixture, and their expression changed drastically. They quickly stepped back, checking their body cautiously, and warning others, "Be careful, don't let the liquid from their explosion splash on you." The rest of the group became more cautious upon hearing this, defending against the attacks of the flesh tumor life forms while carefully retreating. Fang Heng stared at the continuously growing and bursting flesh tumor life forms. Blood! Fang Heng's blood lineage endowed him with the ability to control and sense blood. He felt that the blood from the bursting flesh creatures contained powerful energy. Could he control the blood? With a thought, Fang Heng tried to use his blood lineage power to control the blood from the bursting flesh tumor life forms. Just as he attempted to manipulate the blood, Fang Heng noticed something strange. After the blood burst, it was being controlled by another force. Upon closer inspection, the mixed blood from the self-destructed flesh tumor life forms was absorbed back into the ground, blending with the blood and flesh on the ground. What kind of creature is that? Fang Heng furrowed his brow, preparing to try to control the blood by using his blood lineage power to compete with the other force. Fang Heng, be careful! Don't stand there, move back quickly! Luo Su had been watching Fang Heng's every move. Seeing Fang Heng standing in place motionless, Luo Su pulled him back towards the passage. Unfortunately, Fang Heng's control over the blood was interrupted, so he had to temporarily retreat with the group. The team continued to fight and retreat, soon forced back tens of meters to the rear of the passage. The flesh tumor life forms did not pursue them further. The passage ahead once again fell into silence. The group looked at each other. Luckily, there were no casualties in the recent battle, but they had also gained no advantage. The trouble was that the passage ahead was completely blocked by the flesh tumor life forms. How would they pass through? Fang Heng cautiously took a few steps forward and reached out towards the wall. Hiss, hiss! A small clump of red flesh tumor blood left on the wall after bursting was being pulled by Fang Heng's power, floating in mid-air, condensing into a blood droplet. Fang Heng observed the blood droplet closely. Very good. The power of the blood lineage can control it. It seemed that the creature's control over blood was not as strong as his own, perhaps because it was too far away. With a thought, Fang Heng made a move. Swoosh! The blood droplet flew into Fang Heng's palm in an instant, and he clenched it tightly. A burning and tingling sensation spread through his hand. Several game prompts flashed on his retina. Prompt: player receives low-level paralysis effect. Prompt: player receives moderate poison effect. Prompt: player receives low-level corrosion effect. Prompt: player receives moderate burning effect. Prompt: player's undead body effect triggered. Paralysis, corrosion, burning, and poison effects removed. After a brief silence, the fallen began whispering among themselves. What kind of monster is that? I've never seen it before. It looks like a hellfire lamb. Yu Jiyuan, who had been following the group, recalled some information after experiencing the recent crisis with them. It's an ancient creature that grows in the depths of hell. It is said to possess strong vitality, but very low adaptability. The flesh tumor-like life forms we saw just now are secreted by it. Its main body is very large, and the red nodules on the walls are also part of its body. Luo Su asked, is there a way to deal with it? Holy magic and ice-based attacks have enhanced damage against them. Okay, let's give it a try. Luo Su instructed the fallen behind him. Among the fallen, there were practitioners of mysterious arts. After their fall, their mental attributes were strengthened, manifested directly in the intensity of magical attacks. Swoosh! Swoosh! Several remote ice-based skills converged and flew towards the far end of the passage. Bang, bang! Bang! After several consecutive attacks, the life form attached to the wall squirmed slightly and retreated a bit. The group looked at each other. It was evident that the damage caused by spells was limited. Fang Heng also tried to summon the Book of Oaths. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sacred remnants of the spell condensed into several golden streams of light flying towards the far end of the passage. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! Suddenly, the area in front of the passage was engulfed in explosions, bursting with patches of holy light. Game prompts once again flooded Fang Heng's retina. Prompt: you dealt 1,913 points of damage to an unknown life form. After bombarding for more than 10 seconds, Fang Heng put away the Book of Oaths. The group looked towards the passage again, revealing a hint of joy on their faces. The sacred remnants of the Book of Oaths possessed multiple attack effects, the first stage being penetration, and the second stage being a range explosion with a purify effect, highly effective against the Hellfire Lamb. Before Luo Su could speak, the red life form from the depths started slowly spreading towards the front again, sparsely clinging to the ground and walls. Seeing this, the group's morale just plummeted once again. Trouble. Even that didn't work? What should they do now? Fang Heng glanced again at the game prompts. The game didn't provide much information. The Hellfire Lamb had a strong vitality. Half of the energy contained in his Book of Oaths had been used up, clearly unable to engage in a war of attrition, not to mention the possibility of reinforcement members from outside coming to support at any moment. Time was running out. They couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. They needed to act swiftly. End of this chapter. Chapter 1560. Caught in it, the only method that Fang Heng could think of at the moment was to charge indirectly. The passageway ahead was at most 50 meters away. Just charge through. Utilizing the ability to control blood with his bloodline heritage, along with the powerful regeneration effect and immunity to physical damage of the undead body to forcefully break through. Breaking through the attacks of the flesh tumor life forms was not a problem. Then, he would use the Eye of Omniscience to remotely destroy the magic array. There was a layer of red attached to Fang Heng's pupils as he observed the end of the passageway, recalculating in his mind. Doable. In silence, Fang Heng solemnly said, "Step back, I'll try to go in." Luo Su was greatly shocked, turning back to block him. Fang Heng. "It's okay, I have a way." Swish. Fang Heng said as he lightly tapped his toes on the ground, his figure quickly flashing towards the front of the passageway. Drip, drip. A large amount of blood clots dripped from the ceiling, quickly coalescing into spherical red flesh tumors upon landing, bouncing on the ground before rushing towards Fang Heng. Push through. Fang Heng's figure suddenly accelerated again, darting through more than 10 flesh tumor life forms at an extremely fast speed, breaking into the hall. Hiss, hiss. More flesh tumor life forms dropped from above, quickly forming on the ground, opening their mouths full of sharp teeth and lunging towards Fang Heng. Under the dense attacks, Fang Heng had no way to dodge at all. The flesh tumor life forms bit down tightly on Fang Heng's body, hanging off him. Hint: player is affected by paralysis, poison effect. Hint: player is affected by blood draining effect. Player's health will continue to decrease. Fang Heng saw the game prompts rapidly flashing on his retina. In just about 20 meters of charging distance, Fang Heng rushed to the entrance of the hall. His body was already covered with more than 20 flesh tumor life forms. The flesh tumor life forms bit onto Fang Heng's body, sticking to him and slowing down his movement speed. Once the speed decreased, more red flesh tumor life forms came rushing towards him from all directions. No time left. Fang Heng realized that he could no longer move forward, so he simply stopped in his tracks, staring at the magic array in the hall ahead. Eye of Omniscience. Swish. The magic array reflected in his pupils began to rapidly spin. Outside the passageway, Luo Su and the others saw Fang Heng entangled by the flesh tumor life forms and trapped at the entrance of the hall, their hearts sinking. This was bad. Go save him! Luo Su shouted and rushed forward first. The other fallen ones also immediately followed. Just as they had run a few steps forward, Luo Su was shocked once again. What is that? Who? In front of them, the magic array in the hall suddenly burst with a crimson light. The magic array uncontrollably started spinning rapidly, accelerating further. Similarly, there was a thin layer of red light enveloping Fang Heng's body. Could it be that Fang Heng was manipulating the magic array? Luo Su realized that the situation seemed wrong and immediately signaled everyone to stop temporarily. Boom! In just 10 seconds, the entire wildly spinning magic array suddenly exploded with a deafening bang in front of them. At the same moment the magic array shattered, the red barrier shrouding the Snow Mountain Manor area outside vanished suddenly. Did it succeed? The onlookers didn't know the situation outside and focused intently on Fang Heng. Standing in place, Fang Heng quickly glanced at the information flashing on his retina. Hint: player destroyed the central magic array Snow Mountain Manor. Completion rate of player's mission, Imprison Gluttony, increased to 88%. Hint: player successfully broke through the outer barrier of Snow Mountain Manor. completion rate of player's mission, Imprison Gluttony, increased to 98%. Hint: player is affected by paralysis, poison effect. In an instant, Feng Heng realized that something was not quite right. Previously, killing the supervisor of the Innovation Society, Lingzhen, and rescuing Nora and the group of fallen ones had only increased the completion rate of the main mission, Imprison Gluttony, by 20%. Now, destroying the perimeter barrier of Snow Mountain Manor had only increased the mission's completion rate by 10%, but destroying the central magic array had increased the completion rate by a whopping 60%. That's not right. There must be something wrong with the destroyed central seal. Feng Heng stared intently at the debris left after the explosion, already realizing that something was amiss. Luo Su, on the other hand, was yelling at Feng Heng from behind. "Feng Heng, come back quickly!" Swish! Suddenly hearing a scream from behind, Feng Heng, without checking the remnants of the explosion, prepared to retreat, his brow furrowed tightly. What? Boom! A more powerful and intense heat surged towards Feng Heng from deep within the hall. Hiss! Hiss, hiss, hiss! Following this, a dense mass of blood and flesh rapidly grew inside the hall. Twisted flesh quickly spread towards the front. Not good, run! In that instant, a thought arose in Feng Heng's mind. However, he was covered with numerous flesh tumor life forms, significantly reducing his movement speed. Squeak! Squeak! Almost at the same time, large red nodules of life forms that were originally attached to the floor, walls, and ceiling rapidly expanded and grew. In the blink of an eye, Feng Heng's feet were tightly entangled by the blood and flesh marsh. This is bad. Several thoughts suddenly arose in Feng Heng's mind. He figured it out. Judging from the intensity of the outburst of breath from deep within the hall, the central magic array not only controlled the external barrier, but also served as a shackle. It sealed a powerful life form. Through a special design, the central magic array was not only used to seal a powerful creature, but also utilized the energy emitted by the creature to supply the external barrier. A brilliant design. And just now, by destroying the central seal, whatever was originally sealed by the Innovation Society broke free from its bindings and immediately broke through the seal. That was definitely not something ordinary. It was very likely the Hellfire Ram. Feng Heng was completely unprepared in advance. He couldn't even struggle and watched as a horde of creatures surged towards him from the passageway in front. Feng Heng. Behind the passageway, Luo Zu's eyes turned red. He watched helplessly as Feng Heng was engulfed by a large amount of red flesh flowing from within the passage. Go! Lord Luo Su, hurry! To fallen ones who saw Feng Heng being engulfed, their expressions changing drastically, immediately grabbed Luo Su and ran back. The crimson blood flesh marsh formed by the Hellfire Ram engulfed Feng Heng and continued to roll towards the rear of the passage with an intent to engulf everyone. Run! Hurry and run! That kind of terror was something that humans simply couldn't resist. The fallen ones, in a panic, immediately hastened back towards the rear. Until they retreated from the 5th underground floor to the 4th underground floor, Luo Su still seemed somewhat lost, standing dazed in place, not yet recovering from the huge blow of losing the magic seed. Finally finding the master of the magic seed, and then, what a fool! He cursed himself for his stupidity. Why didn't he stop the master of the magic seed from coming to this cursed place in the first place? End of this chapter. Chapter 1561. Mixed Body. Luo Su, wake up! Yu Jiyuan saw Luo Su in a daze and shouted at him. Who are you making that expression for? Wake up! Feng Heng is not dead yet. Upon hearing this, Luo Su was startled and looked up at Yu Jiyuan. In such a situation, can he still survive? He is a demon seed. Yu Jiyuan said angrily. In the slums, not even the tongues of jealousy could kill him. Now he will mysteriously die. Luo Su heard this and suddenly felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. Yes, he is a demon seed. There's still a chance Feng Heng may not be dead yet. In the slums, he managed to escape even in the most dangerous situations, even sealing Sheng Dao of the Revolutionary Society. It's just a research point of the society. What does it matter? There must still be a chance. Feng Heng is a demon seed. How could he die so easily? No. Suddenly, a fallen one next to them exclaimed, Hellfarum! It's here again! Everyone turned to look at the entrance on the 5th floor below, showing expressions of shock. The red flesh life form had not stopped spreading and continued to emerge from the 5th floor entrance underground, heading towards the 4th floor. "Let's go!" Luo Su quickly calmed down, leading everyone to retreat along the passage to the back. Everyone continued to run back along the passage and coincidentally ran into Nora and her group of fallen ones coming over. Luo Su shouted, "Quick! Retreat first!" Nora was still puzzled by why Luo Su was running so hurriedly and was about to ask, but when she glanced at the rapidly spreading red hellfarum behind Luo Su, her expression changed and she yelled, "Retreat! Back off! Leave the underground area!" The group of fallen ones immediately regrouped, driven by the rapidly spreading hellfarum, until they arrived at the villa lobby on the ground floor. The red flesh gradually stopped spreading as it approached the exit to the ground. Without time to exchange information, everyone was panting heavily. The fallen ones who were originally guarding the outside saw Nora leaving from underground and immediately approached to report, "Lady Nora, the barrier outside has disappeared. We can evacuate now." "Good." Nora was delighted by the news, thinking that Luo Su had successfully broken through the barrier. Just as she was about to say something, she noticed that Fang Heng was not among the crowd and couldn't help but ask, "Huh? Where is the demon seed?" Luo Su remained silent, staring firmly at the blood and flesh overflowing from the passage below, clenching his fists tightly. Nora felt a sudden pang and asked urgently again, "Luo Su, where is the demon seed?" "The demon seed is trapped below." "What?" Nora was shocked, grabbing Luo Su's wrist tightly. "Explain clearly. What happened to the demon seed?" Luo Su took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "The demon seed took a risk to break through the central seal of the underground 5th floor, but encountered an accident. He got caught in the blood and flesh swamp of hellfarum, and his situation is still unknown." Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a deathly silence. Nora tightly clenched her fists. This infiltration into the Snow Mountain Manor not only failed to find Gluttony, but led to another demon seed being implicated. Damn it! It's all because of him. Because of his wrong choices. He wished he could die in place of the demon seed now. Luo Su looked at Nora and said, "Now is not the time for self-blame. The demon seed is not dead yet. We still have a chance to rescue him and make amends. Did you go to the research lab just now? Did you discover anything?" Nora, understanding Luo Su's point, rallied herself and pushed forward with a researcher brought out from the laboratory. "You, speak." A chief researcher of the secret research base took a few trembling steps forward and whispered, "The Snow Mountain Manor below is a secret research lab built by the Revolutionary Society many years ago. Our main research is cultivating a special species never seen before, supervised by Sheng Dao, called hellfarum. At the beginning, hellfarum had a great non-adaptability to the surrounding environment, gradually losing vitality and almost becoming inactive. We followed Sheng Dao's research plan and tried to merge it with many other life forms, but there was no progress. At the most dangerous moment, hellfarum once entered a state of hibernation or false death. A few years ago, Lord Sheng Dao brought an unknown liquid, allowing us to skip the testing phase and directly attempt to merge this liquid with hellfarum. Without much thought, we carried out live tests, and unexpectedly the unknown liquid fused excellently with hellfarum. After the fusion, hellfarum showed a strong adaptability to the surrounding environment. The chief researcher reminisced about that time, with a tinge of dread in his eyes. However, due to over-adaptation, hellfarum gradually got out of control. Besides, after waking from hibernation, hellfarum exhibited a strong craving for food, constantly needing to replenish. At first, we thought it was a normal reaction after hellfarum revived from hibernation, needing to replenish energy, but the situation wasn't as simple. As hellfarum absorbed an excessive amount of energy crystals, it underwent extremely rapid growth within a short period, exceeding our expectations, causing significant damage to the Snow Mountain Manor. Subsequently, the people of the Revolutionary Society expanded to the 5th and 6th underground levels, and we continued our in-depth research. Nora stared at the chief researcher and inquired, "What kind of unknown liquid was it? What about the follow-up? Did you not investigate?" "No, our research focused only on hellfarum. The research on the liquid was strictly prohibited by the Revolutionary Society. We dare not conduct private research, and Lord Sheng Dao would send back a small bottle of liquid every month, watching us mix it with hellfarum." Luo Su further asked, What about others? What was that liquid called? I don't know. I only glanced at it when I received the liquid for the first time. The cell state was very peculiar, never seen before. HMPH. Nora's face grew cold, sneering and threatening. Is that so? Looks like you know nothing. Then you don't have a reason to continue living. Frightened by the threat, the chief researcher turned pale and hurriedly said, Wait. I overheard Lingzhen mention something about extracting the liquid from the gluttony. That's all I know. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances. Gluttony. Demon seed. Gluttony. The answer was becoming clear. The unknown liquid was extracted from gluttony. End of this chapter. Chapter 1562. Turning point. I understand. Luo Su nodded, looked at everyone, and analyzed. As we know, the Renovation Society has been collaborating with Hell while also utilizing Hell's power. They have been researching the power of the Abyss, attempting to harness the power by merging with Hell. They are not on any side, but instead are relentlessly pursuing the ultimate power. The Hellferum is their latest research. To address the adaptability issues of the Hellferum, they tried to infuse the Hellferum with the power of the gluttonous demon seed. The gene-enhancing liquid of the gluttony significantly increased the adaptability of the Hellferum and gave it the ability to devour and grow rapidly, a power that made the Hellferum gradually lose control. To prevent the Hellferum from getting out of control, they set up seals on the 5th underground level, suppressing the power of the Hellferum to prevent excessive growth. Nora frowned. All right, I roughly understand. Let's set aside this for now. How can we get rid of the Hellferum and rescue the Demon Seed Lord? Several researchers who were forcibly brought out of the research room looked at each other. We have conducted some tests, and there are several potions that can suppress the activity of the Hellferum, but now that the Hellferum is out of control, the effect is very limited. The potion! Quickly! The chief researcher grimaced. The instruments for the potion's formula are in the research lab, which is likely destroyed now. We remember the formula, but we don't have the instruments and ingredients. Damn it! Nora felt incredibly anxious. The Hellferum was already a terrifying monster lurking deep in the abyss, now infused with some of the glutton's powers. The crisis faced by Fang Heng was unimaginable. What should we do? Just as she was feeling anxious, two fallen ones rushed in from outside the villa. My lords, we have found that the Renovation Society is heading towards the mansion. They will arrive in about 10 minutes. We need to quickly make arrangements for evacuation or prepare to fight. The fallen ones fell silent again at the news, inevitably looking to Luo Su and Nora. With their current abilities, they couldn't think of any way to save Fang Heng. If they continued to wait, by the time the people from the Renovation Society arrived, they would be even more passive. After a moment of consideration, Luo Su raised his head and said in a deep voice, Nora, you take your people and leave first. Nora's eyes widened. What about you? What about the Demon Seed Lord? I will stay here. When the Renovation Society finds out that the Hellferum is out of control after they arrive, they will try to regain control of it. I will hide and observe in the dark, seeing if I can find an opportunity to rescue the Demon Seed Lord. Nora quickly pondered. Indeed, they couldn't suppress the Hellferum, but the Renovation Society must have a way to handle the current situation after researching for so long. It seemed like the best plan they could think of for now. All right, I will stay with you. Luo Su waved his hand. No need. This action plan is extremely dangerous. We need to avoid the Renovation Society's attention by having fewer people. You take your people and leave. Leave the rest to me. No need to say more. I'll stay. Nora said, clenching her fist. This matter started because of me, and I have a direct connection to the Demon Seed Lord being trapped. I must stay. Don't worry. No matter what happens later, I'll follow your arrangements. Luo Su glanced at Nora, knowing that there was no point in trying to persuade him anymore. He didn't waste any more time and simply nodded. All right. ... The slum district. The octagonal seal still hung over the slum district. The Committee of Mystical Studies had set up a temporary headquarters on the edge of the civilian district. So far, they had dispatched the fourth wave of reconnaissance teams into the slum district for exploration. Yet, they had found nothing. Pollution remained their biggest challenge. Members of the Renovation Society had also organized a group to investigate the slum district. The newly appointed Renovation Society commander, Qin Siwan, was currently troubled. They not only couldn't find Fang Heng, but even Sheng Dao had gone missing. Various signs indicated that Sheng Dao must have run into trouble. Ruin Zian had been standing at a distance from the temporary command center, wearing a quiet and obedient look as she watched everyone's futile efforts. She felt somewhat pleased in her heart. These people were all high-ranking government officials and powerful indigenous beings from the original world, usually acting all high and mighty. In the end, they were all being played by Fang Heng like fools. And now, Fang Heng had escaped from the slum district without them even knowing. Ruin Zian thought she had her share of credit in this. All the better. Let them waste time here. She would leave with Fang Heng as soon as it got dark tomorrow night and complete the 3-year company KPI. As Ruin Zian was happily thinking, some commotion occurred within the Renovation Society. Some of the Renovation Society members were hurriedly leaving their temporary gathering point. They're leaving. Did they find something amiss? Ruin Zian couldn't help frowning and asked, "Boss, what's happening over there?" Shan Fukai had just contacted the headquarters and had a somewhat puzzled expression on his face as he answered, "Well, we just received news from the DRIZZLE district in a neighboring country. There were unknown power fluctuations at the Snow Mountain Manor." "Huh? The Snow Mountain Manor? What place is that?" Shan Fukai explained, "According to the information we have, that place is a secret stronghold of the Renovation Society, relatively close to the DRIZZLE district. Due to the sudden event, some Renovation Society members have returned to support it." Upon hearing this, Ruin Zian's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. DRIZZLE district? Wasn't that where she had sent Fang Heng? What a coincidence! Ruin Zian cautiously asked, "Who dares to attack the Renovation Society?" "Currently, it seems to be the Legion of the Fallen." Ruin Zian suddenly felt nervous again, feeling her heart rate accelerate. Could it be that Fang Heng had something to do with the Legion of the Fallen? Fang Heng had just promised her solemnly that he wouldn't cause any trouble anymore. Hint: player receives corruption damage. Player receives intensified damage effect. Hint: player suffers crushing damage 3,356. Hint: player triggers the undead body effect, immune to this damage effect. Fang Heng felt like he was squeezed into a lump of flesh. He was continuously compressed by the walls of flesh and blood from all directions, his body firmly restrained in the middle. Even moving his hand was a struggle. The damage numbers kept appearing above his head. Because the damage he received was physical, when his health dropped to a certain extent, he would be immune to the undead body effect. He couldn't die, but he was in extreme discomfort. End of the chapter. Chapter 1563. After the giant beast confirmed its temporary safety, Fang Heng calmed down and began to think of a strategy. He had a strange feeling, as if he was currently inside a giant beast, serving as a foreign object within its body. The foreign object inside the beast was causing it great discomfort, constantly pressing against it. Fang Heng felt himself slowly wriggling in a certain direction due to the pressure. Swoosh! Swoosh! Magic formations flickered around Fang Heng. A group of 10 zombie clones and 5 lickers resurrected. Creak, creak, ... The zombie clones had just crawled out of the magic formation when they were immediately trapped by the surrounding fleshy wall, unable to move at all. It looks like the zombie clones are useless. I need to come up with a new plan to take control again. Fang Heng thought to himself as he opened his backpack to check. There it was. Item: Staff of Divine Judgment corroded, decreases durability. All skill and attribute effects reduced by 40% until repaired. Note: this item is quite heavy. Please use it cautiously, and it reduces movement speed by 30% when equipped. Note: equipping it also provides an additional 50 points in will and 50 points in spirit. Additional skills: repentance. Additional skills: piety. Skill description: surrounds the player with a defensive barrier that absorbs damage absorption value based on player's current health plus spiritual power when the skill is cast, lasts for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. The staff is a divine item, and Fang Heng had always disliked its passive movement speed reduction penalty, planning to sell it off. He hadn't got around to selling it yet. Let's try it out. Fang Heng took the staff out of his backpack. A dark golden defensive barrier spread out from Fang Heng, forcibly pushing the surrounding fleshy wall outward. It worked. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. He tried to control his movement, and the next second, numerous damage numbers appeared on the divine barrier. Bang! Just as the barrier lasted for a few seconds, it burst open. The fleshy wall rolled around again, trapping Fang Heng firmly in place, unable to move. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Relying solely on the divine barrier could only last for about 5 seconds. Should he wait for the next cooldown? The cooldown time of the defensive barrier skill was manageable, only 5 minutes. Fang Heng pondered and continued to wait quietly for 5 minutes. The divine barrier. Almost instantly as the barrier opened, Fang Heng leapt forward swiftly. Swoosh! Teleport! Wall of bones! A massive wall of bones rose from the ground. The bone wall was just about 1/3 up when it was crushed by the incoming fleshy wall. Bang! The bone wall bought Fang Heng another half a second. Combining all available skills on his body, Fang Heng struggled to leap forward just over 3 meters. Bang! The divine barrier shattered, and Fang Heng was once again enveloped by the fleshy wall, completely unable to move. At least, he could struggle a bit. But this struggle was obviously too inefficient. While waiting for the skills to cool down, Fang Heng roughly estimated the situation in his mind. He was currently on the 5th underground floor of the villa, at the edge of the hall when the Hellfarum erupted. Initially disoriented by the Hellfarum's eruption, Fang Heng was now completely unable to determine the direction. He could only grope his way forward. It was better than staying still and waiting to die. So Fang Heng cast the Divine Staff's barrier skill every 5 minutes, slowly moving forward. Even he himself didn't know which direction he was moving in. As Fang Heng grew accustomed to the strength of the divine barrier and the effects of various skills on the fleshy wall, he could move a bit further each time after using the barrier. Half an hour later, Fang Heng once again opened the divine barrier. Teleport! Swoosh! Fang Heng leapt forward a distance, about to continue forward when he suddenly felt something amiss this time. On the right, there was a metal gate. Beep! Detecting identity card ... Identity verification successful. Fang Heng heard a prompt from the metal gate and was momentarily stunned. Bloodline barrier. Just as the divine barrier was about to close, Fang Heng immediately activated the bloodline barrier. Fang Heng gained a few seconds to catch his breath as the metal door on the right side opened with a click. Bang! The bloodline barrier was crushed by the surrounding Hellfarum wall, but Fang Heng swiftly darted into the open door. Fantastic! Fang Heng's eyes sparkled. The room was not occupied by the fleshy wall. A sense of freedom. For the first time, Fang Heng felt how easy it was to regain mobility. Hiss, hiss. However, the joy lasted only a second as a large amount of flesh quickly followed him through the open door, flooding into the room. Click! Blocked by the fleshy mass, the metal door got stuck and couldn't close. Oh no! Not again! Fang Heng's heart sank as he pulled out a metal rod from his backpack, ready to resist. Fang Heng raised the rod, squinting. After a small portion of the red Hellfarum entered the room, it slowly came to a halt. It only occupied a small part of the room's entrance, attaching itself to the walls and floor in the entryway. What's going on? This is a safe room. Who are you? An intruder? Fang Heng heard a voice behind him and turned around to see a young man standing in the corner of the room. Next to the young man was a crystal emitting a green light. The shimmering green light illuminated his face. Is it strange? The crystal can have some impact on the Hellfarum, making it fear, but triggering it requires continuous energy consumption. Yes, there have been several occasions of Hellfarum going out of control in the underground lab before, resulting in heavy casualties. As a precaution, when rebuilding the underground lab, we designed this safe room. Seeing the puzzled look on Fang Heng's face, the young man slapped his head. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Cole, a researcher here who participated in the Hellfarum research project. As you can see, I, like you, are also trapped here. Fang Heng stared at Cole. Suddenly, the next moment, Fang Heng dashed towards Cole. Startled, Cole quickly backed away and gathered his hands in front of him, forming a hand seal. Rock shield. A thick shield of earthy yellow soil quickly formed in front of Cole. Bang! Fang Heng's rod struck the earthy shield, which let out a dull thud before shattering into pieces. The shattered rocks flew in different directions. Cole retreated again, his expression changing. What kind of monster was he? End of this chapter. Chapter 1564. Even though the person Cole was cooperating with was not a member of the Innovation Association, wasn't possessed by evil spirits, his speed and strength attributes were in no way inferior to a regular possessed by evil spirits. With just one strike, he could easily shatter the thick earthen barrier surrounding him. In just a brief encounter, Cole realized that he was no match for Feng Heng. In a moment of urgency, Cole immediately used a spell to teleport and escape a distance away, pointing at the green crystal beside him, shouting, "Wait! Whoever you are! Stop! If you don't stop, I'll destroy the crystal! In the end, we'll all be unlucky together!" As Feng Heng approached Cole once again, he furrowed his brows and involuntarily stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on the green crystal on the side. Indeed, he did not want to experience the pain of being controlled by the Hellfire Lamb again moments ago. "I am Feng Heng. I will give you one more chance. Who are you?" Cole gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I am a conservative. I hold no grudge between us and the Fallen Legion. There's no need for hostility. Besides, even if you kill me, it won't change anything." Feng Heng was momentarily surprised. He thought Cole was also a member of the Innovation Association, never expecting him to be a conservative. TCH. Cole saw Feng Heng halt and slightly relaxed, shrugging his shoulders, and continued, "Surprised, aren't you? How did you discover me? This is the secret 5th underground level of the Innovation Association. Entry requires a magnetic card, and Professor Yanu informed me that Sheng Dao does not allow anyone else to enter here. You are just a regular researcher. How did you get in?" Feng Heng stared at Cole. "Most importantly, as an unarmed researcher, I did not see you exhibiting any panic." Cole smirked. Indeed, he had been careless. He thought he could easily manipulate the Fallen, so he didn't pay much attention. How could he have imagined a tough character barging in from outside? Cole raised the instrument on his wrist. "All right, I won't lie to you. I am a conservative. My name is Cole. I infiltrated here to investigate the Innovation Association. The watch on my wrist is worn by researchers and has a tracking function." Feng Heng stared coldly at Cole and said, "Go on. You should have heard some things about the conservatives, right? Anyway, we conservatives received information and knew that the Innovation Association is scheming something in the Snow Mountain Manor area. I accepted the task of the conservatives, and I managed to disguise myself as a researcher to investigate here. Coincidentally, today I discovered that your Fallen Legion intends to launch a surprise attack on the manor while Sheng Dao is away. So I took this opportunity to secretly sneak into the 6th underground level, intending to actually check on the Hellfire Lamb situation and gather some information. You probably know what happened next. The Hellfire Lamb suddenly went rampant. So I quickly hid in the safe zone until I just saw you breaking in." Cole quickly recounted what happened to him and looked at Feng Heng, saying, "Now it's your turn. Tell me, what's the situation with the Hellfire Lamb outside? How did it suddenly go berserk? Did the Fallen Legion do it?" Feng Heng remained silent. Cole pursed his lips, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "Bro, really? I've already told you everything I know, and you also want to get out of here, right? How about we share information? We all think of ways together." Feng Heng said in a deep voice, "We broke the central seal." Cole was shocked. "What? Destroyed it? Yes. Bam!" Cole cursed, tilting his head back and covering his forehead with his hand, looking like a hapless guy. "What's wrong? The central seal is used to contain Hellfire Lamb. If it is completely destroyed, we are completely finished. We won't be able to get out, and even if the rescue team manages the Hellfire Lamb outside, it will still take at least a day and night before they arrive here." Cole lamented, "And when they find out that I'm here, there's no way I can hide my identity. Really unlucky." Feng Heng stepped forward, pointing at the green crystal beside Cole. "Isn't there that thing? It can affect the Hellfire Lamb. We can use it to get him out of here." "It's useless. Don't be fooled by the small size of that crystal. It requires a magic array and base to operate stably," Cole explained. "Also, I'll give you another piece of bad news. Its energy consumption is very high. It probably won't last long, at most 3 hours, before it runs out of energy and becomes ineffective. After 3 hours, the flesh wall outside will roll in." The two men looked at each other, staring silently for a moment. "So, why don't we cooperate first? We can deal with other conflicts after we figure out how to get out," Cole suggested, cautiously assessing Feng Heng. "The Fallen Legion people wouldn't go back on their word, would they?" Feng Heng asked. Do you have any other options? Damn! Cole cursed, directing the partially conjured spell behind Fang Heng. Whoosh! Boom! The white frost spell instantly froze a small portion of the Hellfarlam's flesh wall at the door, then shattered it completely. Fang Heng glanced at Cole and went forward to carefully inspect the condition of the green crystal. He found that Cole had not deceived him. There was a base beneath the green crystal where it could be inserted. At the bottom of the base was a magic array that perfectly matched it. All three needed to be used together. Fang Heng's eyes quickly showed a rotating alchemical magic array. Game tip refreshed. Tip: player discovers unknown alchemical magic array. Tip: analysis in progress. Tip: player discovers unique transformation array energy conversion custom low tier. A large amount of information guarding the magic array flowed into Fang Heng's consciousness. No problem. After observing for a moment, Fang Heng lifted his head and saw Cole standing behind him. Friend, did you notice something? The magic array isn't difficult, but I need your cooperation. What? Cole asked casually, but hearing Fang Heng's confident response, he couldn't help but be surprised. You really know how to do it? Fang Heng nodded, taking out a portable stone tablet used for engraving magic arrays from his backpack. This thing was very useful. Ever since the last trouble when he had no tablets in his backpack, Fang Heng made sure to prepare several just in case. As for the magic array under the green crystal base, it was even simpler. Just a regular low-tier magic array. The array's effect was suitable for energy conversion, used to complement the absorption and emission of energy with the base beneath the green crystal. End of chapter. Chapter 1565. In simple terms, a magic array is like a customized transformer interface. Fang Heng only needs to copy the transformer magic array and record it on a movable stone tablet. The difficulty of copying a basic magic array is quite low. In front of Cole, Fang Heng took out a carving knife from his backpack and quickly started carving patterns on the stone tablet. Cole looked on, praising repeatedly, "I didn't expect you to be an alchemy scholar." In just under 3 minutes, Fang Heng completed recording the magic array in his hand. Done. Fang Heng stood up again and put the carving knife back in his backpack. Cole looked at Fang Heng, then at the stone tablet, feeling that Fang Heng's actions were a bit too quick. So fast, yes. Okay, then what? And then? What next? Fang Heng said as he prepared to move the base. Then we can take action. Hold on, don't move yet. We haven't solved the stability problem of the device. How do we ensure that the crystal and base can be moved smoothly to maintain the normal operation of the energy stone, right? Fang Heng didn't see it as a problem. He reached out to try moving the base to feel its overall weight. It's not heavy. The two of us can move the stone tablet and base together. It won't topple over. Cole shook his head. No, just the two of us won't be able to handle it. Why? There are parts of the Hellfalam's body attached to the ceiling, and Phalam seeds will drip down from above. There are a large number of these things, and they are very difficult to deal with. Just the two of us won't be able to handle fighting the Phalam seeds and protecting the device. If the device loses stability on the way, we're done for. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and involuntarily stopped in his tracks. Hellfalam seeds. Are they the tuber-like creatures that dripped down earlier? They were indeed quite troublesome. However, he sensed a strong surge of bloodthirsty power from the Hellfalam seeds. It seemed like it could be utilized in some way. Seeing Fang Heng stop in contemplation, Cole stepped forward and continued to persuade him. Fang Heng, you haven't seen it before. You don't know how terrifying the Phalam seeds are. When a large number of them drip down from the ceiling and pounce on you, unable to use close combat attacks, or they will explode at close range, causing all kinds of malignant effects, even more troublesome. Cole described the disgusting aspects of the Phalam seeds and sighed at last, concluding, Fang Heng, I suggest you think about it carefully. Fang Heng lowered his head again, pondering for a moment before slowly reaching out his hand. 2 minutes later. Suddenly, Fang Heng was surrounded by several alchemical magic arrays. 10 zombie clones and 5 lickers crawled out one after another from the swirling magic arrays. Huh? Cole looked at Fang Heng with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Necromancy. It started with alchemy and then moved to necromancy. Cole couldn't help but become more interested in Fang Heng. In this world, there are very few scholars who practice necromancy. Yes, that's right. Fang Heng didn't explain the differences between undead, zombies, and lickers. He controlled the zombie clones to move towards the green crystal base at the edge. Let's change the battle plan. Let them take care of the transportation. They can maintain the stability of the crystal and magic array while we guard and deal with the Phalum seeds. What do you think of this plan? Cole pondered. Risky. Too risky. He could imagine the scene with his eyes closed. When a multitude of Hellphalum seeds come pouring in from all directions, the two of them won't stand a chance. However, this was the best plan they could come up with for now. Perhaps the green crystal might have a unique effect that could reduce the number of Phalum seeds. It was better than waiting here to die. I'm not very optimistic, but let's give it a try. After some thought, Cole conceded and stood at the back of the room, summoning the Book of Elements and concentrating on a high-level spell towards the door, nodding at Fang Heng beside him. I'm ready. You have 5 seconds to start moving the crystal. Can you handle it? Yes, almost. Fang Heng estimated the time and controlled the zombie clones to move forward. 3, 2, 1. As Fang Heng counted to 1, the zombie clones worked together to lift the base and crystal smoothly. Suddenly, the base lost the magic array's power supply from below, and the green light in the room dimmed instantly. The Hellphalum outside felt the disturbance disappear, and immediately flesh and blood surged towards the room. Crystallization freeze. Cole focused on the high-level spell he had been preparing and launched it towards the entrance of the room. Boom! The writhing flesh exploded from the impact of the freezing attack. Subsequently, the scattered exploding ice crystals covered a thick layer on the walls of the Phalum. The surging flesh was frozen in an instant. Fang Heng. 5 seconds. Quick! Cole concentrated on controlling a second-stage freezing spell, shouting at the top of his lungs. As the 5 seconds passed, boom! The ice crystals exploded. At almost the same time, the crystal and base were placed on the magic array stone tablet. The magic array successfully activated, and the crystal emitted its bright green light again. The flesh at the doorway was affected by the light and slowly retreated from the room, leaving only a small part at the entrance. Phew! Cole breathed a sigh of relief, retracting the Book of Elements and walking over to Fang Heng. The first stage of the plan to transport the crystal had been somewhat successful. At this moment, 6 zombie clones were all lifting the stone tablet with the magic array carved on it, holding it steadily in mid-air. Above the special stone tablet were the base and green crystal. It seemed quite stable. The fuel used for power supply needed to be replenished in the base regularly, which wasn't too troublesome. Cole circled around the zombie clones and observed carefully. I found a problem. What? Cole pointed his finger towards the ceiling. The Hellphalum seeds will drop from above. I mean, if a seed happens to land on the crystal, are we done for? You're right. We need to find a way to prevent such a probability event from happening. Fang Heng thought Cole made a good point and stood next to the zombie clones, raising his hand forward. Cole's expression suddenly changed. He saw a dark golden scepter appearing in Fang Heng's hand. The scepter of sacred judgment. Weapon skill, piety, A holy light shield emerged from the scepter, enveloping him and the zombie clones holding the stone tablet and crystal inside. End of this chapter. Chapter 1566. Cole couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw Fang Heng's move. Holy attribute. Damn it. This is even rarer than the undead attribute. Fang Heng didn't explain, responding to Cole with a cold gaze. The protection strength of the holy barrier is not strong. It can only block for a short time. Can you handle the seeds of the Phalum in time? What do you mean? Are you underestimating me? Provoked by Fang Heng, Cole's voice also increased in volume, carrying a hint of rational strength. I can't handle it alone. The number of Hellphalums is uncertain. If there are too many, I definitely can't hold them back. I can't guarantee that for you. Fang Heng knew Cole was telling the truth. He himself wasn't sure. Let's try first. Saying that, Fang Heng controlled the zombie avatar behind him to maintain the stability of the magic circle and green crystal, slowly moving towards the safe house. The light emitted by the green crystal at the center of the golden holy barrier affected the Hellphalums outside the door. The flesh wall gathered at the entrance began to slowly retreat, opening up a passage. Effective. The next step is dealing with the seeds of the Hellphalums. Fang Heng quickly exchanged a glance with Cole, the latter slowly moving towards the door. The Hellfowrums had not completely retreated, with a large portion of remnants still on the walls and ceiling. Fang Heng maintained stability, controlling the zombie avatar to slowly push forward. It took a full 2 minutes to reach the exit of the safe house. "Be careful!" Cole, who had already left the safe house, suddenly gestured. Fang Heng looked towards the passage where the Hellfowrums had just retreated. Drop by drop, crimson orbs gathered on the ceiling flesh wall. "Here they come!" Drip, drip. The liquid dropped onto the flesh wall on the floor, quickly forming masses of red fleshy lumps flying towards Cole. Cole concentrated his hands on forming seals and chanted lightly, "Wind, split, swish." Several sharp blue light blades slashed forward. The Hellfowrum seeds flying towards them were instantly split into 2 by the blades. Cole had spent some time studying at the Institute for Innovation and had seen many experimental videos, so he was very familiar with the Fowrum seeds. Distant, deadly attacks could prevent the Hellfowrum seeds from self-destructing. Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted as he sensed it again. The blood of the Hellfowrum seeds contained a strong power. To test it out. Swish! Fang Heng stood still, forming a seal in front of him with both hands, concentrating his mental power to control the remnants left by the Hellfowrum seeds. Hiss, originating from the half that had fallen to the ground, the blood conglomerate floated slowly under Fang Heng's control. Cole's expression changed as he witnessed this scene. What's going on? The central seal suppression failed, causing another mutation in the Fowrum seeds. Cole furrowed his brows, forming spell seals on his hands to prepare for another attack when he suddenly heard Fang Heng's light drink behind him. "Cole, hold on, huh?" Cole quickly stepped back, turning to look at Fang Heng. Fang Heng's eyes were now tinged with a crimson hue. In front of them, several Hellfowrums that had been split in half and fallen to the ground were gradually merging together, forming a blood mixture suspended in midair, condensing into a sphere the size of a fist. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The blood mixture seemed to be undergoing some sort of burning purification, emitting white mist from the blood clot, while small black fragments fell to the ground. The originally fist-sized blood mixture rapidly shrank, taking only a few seconds to condense into an extremely small droplet in midair. Cole looked astonished, staring at Fang Heng. "Did you do that?" Fang Heng didn't answer, staring at the small droplet of blood. After removing all impurities, only this tiny droplet of blood remained. Yet this tiny droplet contained a tremendous power. With just a droplet of blood, Fang Heng could take down tens of thousands of elite second-tier barbarians in the savage game world. Excellent! For Fang Heng, blood containing such powerful strength was a very rare material. One thing had always been recorded in Fang Heng's plan book, but he had never found the opportunity. Upgrade the Blood King's bloodline. Currently, Fang Heng couldn't continue to purify this droplet of blood. But the Blood King's coffin could. Collect the blood, bring it back, and continue to purify and elevate the level of the bloodline using the coffin. Unexpectedly, there was a harvest in this strange place. Next, Fang Heng softly called out, taking a small test tube vial from his backpack and tossing it to Cole outside the holy light barrier. Cole was puzzled, reaching out to catch the bottle, looking confusedly at Fang Heng. "What's this?" "Open the cap." Cole was bewildered by Fang Heng's actions, but like a robot, he reached out and unscrewed the cap. Snap! The suspended droplet of blood was quickly drawn into the bottle. Cole immediately closed the lid, furrowing his brows. He realized that Fang Heng possessed a unique ability he had never seen before, the ability to manipulate blood. Cole turned back to Fang Heng. "What's going on? What is this thing? Purified blood may be useful after all." Cole opened his mouth wide. He felt Fang Heng wasn't telling the whole truth, but considering their fragile partnership, he couldn't pursue it further. Fang Heng said, "Slow down a bit, let's continue." "Okay." Nodding, Cole tried to move forward a few more steps. Drip, drip. The seeds of the Hellfowrums began to drop from the ceiling once again. Condense. Cole formed hand seals, and wine blades struck out, accurately hitting the falling blood clot and quickly splitting it into 2 halves. Huh. Cole frowned. The blood mixture clumped together again after being split by Fang Heng and quickly suspended in midair, forming another blood clot. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As before, fist-sized clumps of blood mixture emitted blue-gray smoke and quickly shrank. Cole quickly turned back to Fang Heng. More coming. Fang Heng's eyes were tinged with crimson. Continue. This time, Cole didn't retreat, but stayed in place to deal with the hellfire seeds gathering around. Open the bottle. After a moment, Cole heard Fang Heng shout, again quickly stepping back, opening the test tube bottle. The newly condensed droplets of blood were once again manipulated by Fang Heng and poured into the bottle. Cole couldn't help himself and turned back to Fang Heng, making an exasperated expression. Bro, what are you up to? Well, I suspect that the blood mixture left after killing the Falrum seeds will be reabsorbed by the flesh wall, recondensing into Falrum seeds, thus achieving a continuous generation effect. End of chapter. Chapter 1567. Din Heng stated his judgment, explaining, I thought that if we could directly absorb the blood, we might be able to prevent the Hellfarum from cyclically absorbing and utilizing it, thereby reducing the number of Hellfarum seeds. Cole opened his mouth. At first, he didn't quite understand, but then he calmed down and thought carefully. You probably don't know the number of Hellfarum seeds, right? At our current speed, can we really clear them all? Din Heng rubbed his chin with one hand and said, I think we can give it a try. If we can reduce the number of Farum seeds, it would be very beneficial for our escape later. Additionally, he could also absorb some blood containing powerful energy. Din Heng added in his mind, just give it a try, it can't hurt. After all, the support from the outside revolutionary group should have arrived long ago. It didn't matter if they delayed a bit more. Cole frowned and expressed a different opinion. It may not work. We are too slow in dealing with the Hellfarum seeds. How many can you handle with this efficiency? 10, 20, or 100? We haven't completely left the safe house yet, and once we enter the passage, the number of Farum seeds outside will be in the tens of thousands. Let's give it a try. Din Heng interrupted. We can change our approach. You go further out and attract more Hellfarum seeds to attack you, and I'll assist you from behind. Huh? Cole blinked, looking as if he thought Din Heng was trying to deceive him. Go on. I have no reason to deceive you. Give it a try. Believe me, you won't die with your abilities. Cole saw that Din Heng was determined, so he could only purse his lips and say, okay, I'll reluctantly give it a try. But let me make it clear, it's only one attempt. If it doesn't work, you have to immediately dismiss this impractical idea, and the next time we have a disagreement, you have to listen to me. Deal. Cole saw that Din Heng agreed and stepped forward. Wait, what now? Attract more of them, otherwise it'll be hard to achieve the experimental effect. Are you crazy? Do you have misconceptions about my abilities? If I could handle so many Hellfarum, would I be stuck here? Cole looked at Din Heng, amused. He thought to himself, do you even know the situation right now? And you still have the mind to conduct experiments here. Don't worry, use the area of effect attack spell directly. I can handle the rest. Trust me. Really. Cole saw Din Heng's seriousness and raised an eyebrow with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Go ahead. Fine, I trust you this once. Cole made up his mind and let Din Heng proceed, so Din Heng walked quickly towards the passage ahead. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Once they were outside the green crystal-covered area, clusters of thick blood mixtures began dripping from the ceiling, coagulating on the ground into clusters of Hellfarum seeds. There were at least 70 to 80 of them. Hiss, hiss. Once formed, a large number of the Farum seeds immediately bounced towards Cole. It was a dense cluster. Cole felt his scalp tingling at the sight. Wine blade. Swiftly, multiple wine blades flew forward. Cole roughly aimed towards the spell release area, then turned and ran away, shouting, Din Heng, it's up to you. At this moment, Din Heng stood at the entrance of the safe house, his eyes already covered in crimson. He exerted his mental power to the utmost, completely unleashing his bloodline power. Hiss, hiss. The chopped-up Hellfarum corpse blood mixture was once again controlled by Din Heng's power, floating in mid-air, hovering together, emitting a hissing sound and rapidly purify. While running, Cole quickly condensed several marks in front of him and chanted incantations under his breath. Nearly reaching Din Heng, Cole suddenly turned around, aligning his skills with the dense cluster of Farum seeds following him from behind. Extreme A Thunder Array. Sizzle. Sizzle. Purple electric currents poured out from Cole's hands. The Thunder Array. The elemental spell skill instantly enveloped the front area. Boom. As the electric current stimulated them, the blood quantities of the hellfire seeds rapidly decreased to the point where they exploded and shattered. Sprays of red blood mixture splattered everywhere. Cole had anticipated the explosion of the Faram seeds, so after casting the spell, he immediately took shelter inside the sacred barrier created by Dinhang. Hoping the sacred barrier could withstand it, Cole prayed internally, turning to look. When he looked, an expression of profound astonishment appeared in his eyes. What the hell? Even the burst blood mixture was controlled by Dinhang's power, halting in mid-air before splattering onto the sacred barrier. They were being drawn by an invisible force, slowly gathering in mid-air, congealing into a mass of mixed blood clusters. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The blood clusters were evaporating rapidly, emitting a grayish-blue mist, while black debris continuously fell. Cole turned to Dinhang, his eyes filled with deep confusion. Dinhang. Who exactly was this guy? Since they met, he had successively used necromancy, divine magic, alchemy. Now he displayed the ability to easily manipulate blood, a power system Cole had never seen before. Unbelievable! How could an ordinary fallen one possess control over so many different power systems? Quick! Get out and use the vials! Cole was still in shock and suddenly heard Dinhang urging him, startling him. He quickly left the sacred barrier, opened the vial cap where the blood was stored earlier. Swift, swift! The purified blood quickly flowed into the vial. This wave eliminated approximately 100 hellfire seeds, and all the collected blood filled 1/3 of the potion bottle when combined. Cole carefully closed the cap, then looked back at Dinhang. Dinhang also looked at Cole and asked, "How do you feel?" Cole hesitated for a moment. Actually, not bad." Cole was also uncertain. It didn't feel too bad, but it seemed a bit more dangerous than expected. Moreover, he still had several life-saving methods left untried. What surprised him was Dinhang's ability to simultaneously control and purify so many hellfire seeds. With this ability, perhaps they could indeed reduce the number of Faram seeds. Let's try again, and see if we can reduce the number of hellfire seeds from the bloodstains. All right. With a bit more trust in Dinhang, Cole turned around and stepped into the passage outside the safe house. Tick, tock, tick. Once again, clusters of viscous blood mixtures dripped from the ceiling. End of this chapter. Chapter 1568. Cole's eyelids twitched slightly. Good partner. Quite capable. Twice in a row, he personally came to seduce the daughter seeds. He keenly felt that the daughter seeds fell at a slower rate. Fang Hang. Cole shouted and cast a dense flame spell towards a newly born swarm of hellflamras. Boom! Boom boom boom! The flamras exploded in flames. Clumps of flesh burst open, only to be controlled by Fang Hang and reformed in midair. This time, Cole did not run away immediately like last time. He looked up at the bursting blood and flesh conglomerate rapidly reassembling in midair under Fang Hang's control. Hiss, hiss, continue. Fang Hang and Cole gradually gained control over the rhythm. Hellflamras kept generating towards Cole, only to be destroyed by his spells, then manipulated by Fang Hang to merge into a huge blood mass in midair, undergoing rapid purification. It lasted for a full 5 minutes. Fang Hang filled to test tubes with blood. The birth speed of flamras had significantly decreased. Cole felt energetic. It's really effective. At this rate, leaving this hellish place won't be a problem. Watching the significantly slowed birth speed of the flamras in front, Fang Hang commanded his undead clone to step forward and prepare to leave the safe house. Be careful, let's go. Fang Hang had just stepped out of the safe house when a game hint popped up on his retina. Hint, trigger side quest, research on hellflamras. Quest name, research on hellflamras. Quest details, you learn that the Innovation Group is conducting research on hellflamras in the underground laboratory of Snow Mountain Manor. Please try to obtain more research information related to hellflamras. Quest reward. Main quest, completion percentage of the Imprisoned Gluttony, Legion of the Fallen reputation. Current quest completion percentage, 5%. A quest related to flamras. Fang Hang quickly glanced at the game hint and slowed his pace once again. His main quest completion rate had reached 98%, with just a final push remaining. If searching for research information on hellflamras is required, the laboratory should have it. He planned to revisit the laboratory before leaving to complete the mission. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Cole, who was walking slightly ahead, noticed Fang Heng stop behind him and quickly returned. No, nothing. Is the research data on hellflammeras in the 4th floor lab? Oh? Cole was surprised by Fang Heng's question, then nodded in response. Yes, it's in the research lab on the 4th floor. Do you want to go check it out? I also thought about taking the data with me when leaving, but copying the files is a hassle due to confidentiality reasons. It takes time. Now the entire lower base research area is destroyed by hellflammeras, and the data content has entered a locked security mode, impossible to retrieve. Fang Heng frowned at his words. It seemed that going to the lab wouldn't help complete the mission. With the main quest completion rate already at 98%, where could he replenish the remaining 2%? Suddenly, Fang Heng thought of something. He narrowed his eyes, slowly turned around, and looked towards the passage behind him. Hellflammeras. Changing tactics, go directly to the lower level to search for hellflammeras. By directly using the Eye of Omniscience, they could surely obtain relevant information on hellflammeras. Getting to % completion rate should not be a problem. Cole saw Fang Heng appear lost in thought, staring at the passage behind them, and asked, "What's going on? Isn't that the way out of the underground?" "Yes, I know. Hellflammeras should be on the lower level, right? Shall we go there, yes?" Cole answered, looking in the direction blocked by the blood and flesh wall, then swallowing nervously. "I want to go in and see." "Are you crazy?" Cole had thought Fang Heng's behavior was somewhat crazy from the beginning, and now he was more convinced of his view. Fang Heng is a lunatic. Encountering such a situation, most people would run as far as possible. He actually wanted to go in and take a look. Isn't that insanity? It won't take long. Since we've come this far, don't you want to witness hellflammeras with your own eyes? Besides, the innovation group has already surrounded the outside, so a little extra time won't matter. Fang Heng calmly explained, with reasonable arguments. The information on hellflammeras studied by the innovation group is highly confidential. Not to mention ordinary researchers, you haven't seen it with your own eyes, right? Even if we can find research data, it won't be complete. Now that we have this opportunity, don't you want to see the true face of hellflammeras and obtain first-hand data? Things have come to this stage. Are you still planning to continue lurking among the researchers? Why not gather some information before leaving, then leave directly? Cole listened to Fang Heng's words and smiled bitterly. What you said does make sense. It was a reasonable argument. Obtaining first-hand information on hellflammeras was also appealing. But they had to have the means to take it. Let's go. Fang Heng made an immediate decision, not giving Cole a chance to hesitate. Damn. Cole cursed inwardly. He knew he had boarded the thief's ship. There was no way out without Fang Heng. He had to cooperate. In fact, he was also subtly swayed in his mind, just unwilling to admit it. I'll say it first, we're just going to take a look. If we encounter danger, we'll leave immediately. Okay. The good news was that Cole had previously found the construction plans for the underground of Snow Mountain Manor. He knew the specific layout of the entire underground research lab. The main body of the hellflammeras was on the 6th underground floor, and the path to the 6th floor from their current location was very close. It wouldn't take long. Cole also felt a bit excited deep down. With Fang Heng's abilities, perhaps they really had a chance to uncover the true face of hellflammeras. Fang Heng's idea was right. Since they were already here, why not make a bold attempt? Who's afraid of whom? So, the two turned in a different direction and headed towards the depths of the 5th underground floor. Tick-tock! In front of them, the daughter seeds of hellflammeras began to drip from the ceiling, gradually coalescing. You stay back, I'll handle this. Outside, Zishaoen of the Innovation Group led his team into Snow Mountain Manor. The squad leader of the Innovation Group briefed Zishaoen on the general situation of the manor area. About 10 minutes ago, the Legion of the Fallen evacuated from the east exit of the manor area, engaging in a conflict with our outer blockade team. They took a desperate gamble, and without the support, we allowed them to break through after a battle. The wounded have been sent to the hospital under our control for treatment. End of this chapter. Chapter 1569 Main Body Hum. How's the situation at the estate now? Zishaoen agreed and hurried towards the central villa. He was not responsible for the Snow Mountain Manor area before. Innovation Society attached great importance to the Hellfarum, and due to security requirements, everything in the Snow Mountain Manor area was managed by Sheng Dao personally. Zishaoen had only heard about the research on the Hellfarum before, and as for the specific situation of the research, he was completely in the dark. Currently, Sheng Dao was nowhere to be found, and Lingzhen may have already lost his life, so Innovate Society had to send him in a hurry to save the situation. Zishaoen probably also knew that Sheng Dao had set up traps in the estate. How could the members of the Fallen Legion break through the traps and kill Lingzhen as well? Zishaoen was feeling uneasy, sensing that things were not as simple as they seemed. The estate is now under our control, but we found, just as everyone entered the central villa, two members of Innovate Society who were guarding outside the villa quickly reported, "Sir, the Hellfarum in the secret research lab went out of control not long ago. Lingzhen was ambushed with people in the lower secret research lab earlier, and now he's gone missing. It's feared that the situation is dire." Zishaoen furrowed his brows. "Take me to see." Everyone arrived at the entrance to the underground on the first floor. Beneath the entrance, red life forms were continuously attempting to grow outward. Zishaoen's face showed a hint of surprise. Was this the Hellfarum? An old man who had been following Zishaoen approached and observed for a moment, then said, "The central magic circle for suppressing the Hellfarum has shown abnormalities, causing the Hellfarum to grow excessively in a short period of time. Old Chen, what should we do now?" Chen Ji, a senior consultant of the Innovate Society who had been involved in the research of the Hellfarum, suggested, "Given the current situation, we can only find a way to temporarily suppress the Hellfarum. Make it slowly settle down, and at the same time, we need to enter the 4 levels below and restart the control central magic circle. There are special activation crystal stones left in the outside snow storage area. Activating the special waves generated by the crystal stones can help us break through the flesh and blood barrier of the Hellfarum. However, we also need to be wary of the Hellfarum seeds. I need some time to prepare to explore the underground area." "Well, please go ahead and prepare, Old Chen." Zishaoen nodded and signaled to his subordinates, "Double-check the Snow Mountain Manor thoroughly. I want to ensure absolute safety here." "Understood." Outside the villa, in a corner not far away, Luo Su and Rui La were hidden in the shadows, carefully observing the villa. The two exchanged a quick glance. The power of the Hellfarum was so terrifying that even the Innovate Society couldn't break through it in a short time. The current situation for Feng Heng could be imagined. Rui La held Luo Su's shoulder, shaking her head at him. "It wasn't time to act yet. Wait a little longer." Underground 6 levels of the research lab. With the help of the green crystal stone, Feng Heng and Cole broke through the flesh and blood barrier, clearing all the Hellfarum seeds they encountered along the way. The passage wasn't long, but clearing a large number of Hellfarum seeds still consumed a lot of time. It took nearly 2 hours for the two of them to travel about 100 meters through the passage and reach the stairs leading to the 6 levels below. The long staircase spiraled downward, taking them about 10 minutes. Upon entering the 6th level underground area and passing through a small passage, what finally appeared before Feng Heng's eyes was a huge cavern. The cavern was incredibly vast. Feng Heng felt like it was formed after an explosion, with thick Hellfarum flesh and blood covering the walls and floors. The two nodded at each other and cautiously approached the cavern, examining the environment inside. The good news was that the flesh and blood barrier didn't completely fill the cavern, leaving them plenty of room to move around. In the back of the cavern, a huge red life form gathered on a rock. It was an oval-shaped, spherical organism covered in black spots. It was attached to a huge rock, with dark red spectral chains still lingering on its body. The flesh and blood in the entire cavern spread out from the spherical organism. It looked like a huge, pulsating heart, about 15 meters high. Compared to the Hellfarum, Feng Heng and Cole seemed quite small. Feng Heng carefully inspected the Hellfarum. He remembered seeing illustrations of giant octopuses in the past. The Hellfarum looked somewhat similar to that. Hellfarum. Cole gazed intensely at the giant creature in front of him, muttering under his breath. A prompt appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Prompt: player discovers special creature body, Hellfarum fusion organism. Prompt: current mission completion progress for Hellfarum research increased to 35%. Prompt: Current mission completion progress for the imprisoned glutton increased to 118%. This mission will be settled after the player successfully escapes from the Snow Mountain Manor area. The player can continue to increase mission completion progress to obtain more rewards. Run. Main mission completion reached 100%. Mini goal achieved. As for what comes next, Feng Heng gazed at the Hellfarum, realizing that it seemed to be quietly perched on the rock without launching any attacks. Originally, he had planned to take a quick look and leave. However, the creature from hell seemed to be of a very high rank. Since he had come this far, why not take a bit of a live sample to improve the mission completion progress? Moreover, bringing the sample back for research by Qiu Yao Kong might even lead to further fusion with the zombie clone. After all, it wasn't easy to come here, and it might not be so easy next time. Feng Heng. While Feng Heng was contemplating, he heard Cole's soft call and turned to look back. What? The whispered conversation between the two had triggered the Hellfarum. The Hellfarum in the center of the cavern suddenly became restless, with its body trembling slightly. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Accompanied by the trembling of its body, a large number of dense Hellfarum seeds fell from the sky in the cavern, so much so that the seeds were continuously rolling off the Hellfarum's body. In a brief moment, a large tide-like surge of Hellfarum seeds rushed towards the two of them. Firewall. Cole hurriedly cast out a wall of flames. The densely packed Hellfarum seeds had no room to dodge. In fact, they were crowded together and had covered the ground, leaving no space for evasion, crashing directly into the firewall. Boom bang. For a while, the sound of bursting Hellfarum seeds filled Feng Heng and Cole's ears. End of this chapter. Chapter 1570. The seeds of the Falram that poured in large quantities actually directly crushed Cole's spell firewall with blood. Feng Heng saw the burst blood mixture, immediately felt a jump in his eyelids, almost instinctively reaching out his hand to control the blood with his spiritual power. The burst blood and flesh aggregate was once again controlled by Feng Heng, continuously condensing and gathering in midair, forming a large mass of huge blood. Cole couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb when he saw so many seeds of Hellfarum. Not good, Feng Heng. There are too many seeds of Falram here. Let's retreat first. The number of Falram seeds was too many, and Feng Heng, who was controlling the blood, felt great pressure for the first time. Couldn't bear it. In a short moment, the blood mass collected in midair had already reached a diameter of 2 meters. It had reached his maximum control limit. This wave would be impossible to resist. If they continued to resist, they would be doomed. Feng Heng immediately followed Cole as they slowly retreated towards the stairs outside the cave entrance. Feng Heng, aren't you leaving yet? Seeing that they had retreated to the entrance of the stairs, Cole saw Feng Heng still struggling to control the blood mass in midair. Looking hesitant, couldn't help but shout, "We can retreat now." The sixth layer also came, and they also saw the body of the Falram, and they understood what the Innovation Association wanted to do. Why aren't they leaving now? What exactly do you want to do? Just as Cole was about to ask, Feng Heng spoke first, saying, "Wait a little longer." Wait again. Feng Heng glanced at Cole without answering, focusing on quickly purify the blood mass in midair. He secretly thought that Cole was inexperienced and didn't know the value of firewood and rice. The blood containing powerful power outside was too rare. Just now, they were standing outside the cave, and the birth rate of the Falram seeds inside the cave had increased by 100 times. In a short moment, he had filled several test tubes with blood. Each tube of blood could save him several weeks of effort. After finally finding this opportunity, should they not go all out? Faced with the overwhelming number of Falram seeds surging in, Cole was under immense pressure as well, and he didn't have time to turn around and look at Feng Heng. He launched another area of effect skill. Lightning Array. Boom. Boom boom boom. The dense lightning enveloped, exploding the Falram seeds in large swaths. Blood splattered around. Feng Heng gritted his teeth, tilted his head back, and drank a bottle of spirit enhancement potion with subsequent punitive effects. There were too many. His blood control ability had reached its limit. He could no longer continue to control all the burst blood and flesh conglomerates. He could only control all the blood splattered toward Cole. The blood mixture gathered in midair grew larger and larger, forming a mass with a diameter of more than 2 meters, steaming rapidly. Fang Heng realized he was in a dilemma. Should he retreat directly and abandon this huge mass of half-condensed blood, or should he continue to withstand this wave of attacks by force? But could he endure it? Fang Heng, think of a way quickly. Cole felt his mental power rapidly depleting, took out a bottle of potion from his pocket and drank it in one gulp. He activated another spell. Not good. Cole gradually retreated backward. Fang Heng, I really can't hold on anymore. We have to go. Just a little more time. Fang Heng called out softly, putting away the Holy Spirit wand in his hand. It would be too much of a waste to give up like this. Use that. Give it a try. Perhaps it could work. Ha! Cole saw that the protective Holy Spirit barrier surrounding them suddenly disappeared, shocking him. What's going on? Cole glanced back at Fang Heng. How could it be so easy to block such a dense attack of Hellfallrum? Signs of mental exhaustion had already appeared, and for the time being, he could only continue to fight, but he would need at least half a year of rest in bed to fully recover after returning. Huh? Cole was stunned. What was that? He saw Fang Heng's hands forming a hand seal he had never seen before. Stop them! Give me 10 seconds! The last 10 seconds! As he spoke, the 5 flesh-eaters behind Fang Heng rushed towards the dense group of Falram seeds in front of them, instantly engulfed in the red lumps. Crack! Cole was astonished. He felt a slight tremor in the ground. What was that? He looked at Fang Heng, who was concentrating, and suddenly felt a chilling feeling in his heart. Who exactly was this guy? At this point, he still had some hidden cards not yet played. Cole didn't have any more time to think. He pulled out a sealed scroll of spells from his backpack. Freeze, ice sealing 1,000 miles. His mental power infused into the scroll. The cold wind swept through the cave. The scroll formed into a crystal ice ball in Cole's hand. Swish! The ice ball flew forward and exploded among the group of Falram seeds in front of them. Boom! In an instant, a thick layer of frost covered the area ahead. Everything in the covered area was instantly frozen by the ice sealing 1,000 miles skill, forming a long frozen ice barrier in front of them. Fang Heng, hurry! You have 5 seconds left. Seeing the successful skill, Cole shouted, but before he could turn around to check, he suddenly felt a powerful wave of force behind him. Crack! What the hell? The ground cracked. Dark red coffins gradually rose from the ground. Cole stared at the cracked ground in front of Fang Heng. A coffin! What the hell? A kind of power wave that Cole had never felt before overflowed from the coffin. Boom! A strong blood-colored aura spread out from the coffin. The Blood King's coffin gradually lifted. 2 Blood King and more than 10 Blood Duke revived from the coffin, and they all flew to Fang Heng's side together. Greetings, Great Lord! In the midst of the apocalypse world of the Blood Clan, as things had calmed down and most of the work was left to the Elder Council, Fang Heng arranged for 2 Blood Princes and several Blood Dukes to take turns staying in the coffin for cultivation, so they could be summoned for battle during critical periods. Tip: players can use the Blood Temple skill to summon the Blood King's coffin. Tip: the remaining duration of the current Blood King's coffin summon is 60 seconds. Players can extend this summon time by sacrificing blood value at the Blood Altar. Tip: the longer the Blood King's coffin summon duration is extended, the higher the blood value consumed at the altar. Fang Heng looked at the game tips and pointed forward with his hand. Give me a hand. Stop them, yes? In an instant, the Blood Clan members all flew into the air, focusing their Blood Clan spells towards the large groups of Hellfallrum seeds. Blood Burst. The dense blood bursts converged in the air and blasted towards the large swaths of Hellfallrum seeds ahead. Boom! Boom boom! For a while, blood surged and exploded in front of them. Fang Heng stood on the side, took out a vial filled with the freshly condensed blood, and threw it directly into the Blood King's coffin in front of him. End of this chapter. Chapter 1571 Order Call. A purplish red flame instantly surged up from the coffin. Fang Heng's pupils suddenly shrank. Boom! The blood-red flame phantom unexpectedly rapidly rushed towards Fang Heng, engulfing his whole being. What? Fang Heng stood within the purplish red flame, furrowing his brows, involuntarily clenched his fist. He felt no pain, but instead, sensed a power surging in his hand. Game prompts appeared on his retina. Prompt: Your blood monarch coffin has obtained blood containing highly concentrated energy. Prompt: Blood monarch coffin has gained the transformation of high-density energy. Unknown skill: Awakening. Additional skill: Monarch's Command. Explanation: extends the blood monarch coffin's presence time. As the time extends, the required energy consumption will increase additionally. Adds player's control over blood. Extra blood attribute damage. When attacking, additional damage is related to the remaining energy of the blood monarch coffin and consumed energy during the attack. The player gains an additional 99% damage reduction. When taking damage, the reduced damage will deplete the blood monarch coffin's energy. Once the energy is fully depleted, the skill becomes ineffective. Explanation: only high-level biological blood can be used to convert energy for the monarch's coffin. Prompt: current rank is a high-level rank. Extending coffin duration will consume more energy. Prompt: blood monarch coffin is currently undergoing blood energy transformation. Current transformation ratio 24:1. Fang Heng carefully read the skill explanation, then lowered his head, re-gripped his fist wrapped in the blood red flame phantom. He initially only wanted to earn some blood and run away, but unexpectedly, after the coffin absorbed high-energy blood, it triggered a hidden skill. Enhanced blood control ability. Fang Heng murmured softly, trying to stretch his palm forward. Swish! 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 The blood clumps left by the burst of hellfire directly flowed into the blood monarch coffin through his guidance. So strong! Fang Heng felt delighted. With the boost from the blood red flame phantom, he sensed that his blood control ability had increased by at least 10 times compared to before. Boom! With the infusion of a large amount of blood mixture left by the hellfire burst, a higher purplish red flame surged on the blood monarch coffin. Prompt: blood monarch coffin is currently purify blood. Prompt: blood monarch coffin is currently condensing blood. Prompt: blood monarch coffin is continuing blood energy transformation, currently gaining 38 energy points. Prompt: player is maintaining the descent of the blood monarch coffin, requiring an extra 10 energy points. Hissing. The coffin continued to emit alternating blue and white smoke. The blood mixture was rapidly condensing, much faster and more efficient than his own condensation. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompts and made a decision immediately. There's profit to be made. Apart from the energy required to maintain the presence of the blood monarch coffin, the energy value was rapidly increasing. Good. Let's continue. Seize this opportunity to earn some more. Fang Heng pushed his mental power to the limit, giving his all. At this moment, Coral had already fallen back. What he saw far exceeded his imagination. He looked at Fang Heng with a strange gaze. Who are you, exactly? Coral was completely puzzled. Is this the fallen special ability? He couldn't fathom what kind of creatures emerged from the coffin. They resembled humans, but their aura was extremely peculiar. They were definitely not fallen. And their abilities were not weak either. The energy orbs they released could directly intercept the oncoming burst of hellfire. A special race. Fang Heng didn't have time to explain anything. He focused all his efforts on controlling the blood infusion into the blood monarch coffin. What a perfect opportunity! Liver for a minute here is the equivalent of several months outside. Fang Heng didn't want to waste even a second. Coral also understood that Fang Heng was in a critical moment and refrained from disturbing him further, just staying vigilant on the side. His expression was becoming increasingly strange. It had been 5 minutes since that peculiar coffin appeared. He could visibly see the number of hellfire seeds gradually decreasing. The hellfire seeds in the cave began to violently contract, the walls of flesh and blood flesh in the cave crazily wriggling. Another wave of intense struggling. More and more seeds were dropping from the cave sky. They rushed towards them outside the cave. But it was futile. The powerful blood-colored bombs set up by the blood race output a firepower net blocking all the hellfire seeds. It lasted for a full 10 minutes. The number of hellfire seeds had significantly decreased. As time passed, the energy consumption of the blood monarch coffin also gradually increased, reaching over 100 per second. It seemed unsustainable. Continuing like this meant loss. Unfortunately, failing to completely clean out the cave left some regrets. Fang Heng inwardly sighed with regret, controlling the zombie avatars to slowly move closer to the main hellfire body ahead. It's time to retreat. But before leaving, there was an important task to carry out. Extraction of samples. Brule. Seeing the distance was almost right, Feng Heng tossed a sample collector towards Prince Brule, pointing forward. Collect it, yes! Brule hovered in midair, taking the sample collector thrown by Feng Heng, swiftly flying towards the main Hellfire body ahead, surpassing the scattered Hellfire seeds on the ground. Feng Heng closely followed from behind, staying alert for any unforeseen events. However, the Hellfire that occupied the terrain remained motionless without any defensive moves. Hiss! Brule wielded the collector, piercing into the body of the Hellfire seed, and a slow progress bar appeared above his head. The remaining blood races also gathered around Brule, cautiously guarding against any potential threats. The Hellfire seed only reacted after being pierced by the sample collector. Its huge body began to tremble. The black spots on its body started squirming, unfolding one by one. Eyes! Beneath the black spots on the Hellfire seed's body were yellow eyeballs. In an instant, numerous yellow eyeballs all over the Hellfire seed's body opened wide. Brule's heart skipped a beat, and his body stiffened. He saw a black hole appearing ahead. The black hole seemed to have an endless attraction. Everything, space, objects, even his body, thoughts, time, everything was drawn into the black hole. Irresistible, no end in sight. The action of extracting the sample in Brule's hand was interrupted. Brule. Behind him, Feng Heng furrowed his brow. A game prompt appeared. Prompt: player is under illusion effect. Player's all-knowing eyes immune to illusion attacks. End of chapter. Chapter 1572. Shocking change, everyone retreat. Feng Heng shouted loudly. It was another illusion attack. The yellow eyeballs on the Hellfalem's body had the effect of illusions. Feng Heng could naturally resist illusions, and it was easy to deal with the zombie clones and scattered feeders behind him. He ordered them to stay still so they wouldn't be affected by the illusions. However, Call behind him quickly fell into an illusion state, ignoring his calls. The expressions of the vampires became dazed one by one. Not good. The scattered types of Phalem around them began to gather again, rushing towards him and the vampires. Trouble. Only he, immune to illusions, could remain alert. He could only reluctantly fight back. Feng Heng stared closely at the huge creature in front of him, lightly tapping the ground with his toes. He leapt forward. Chi. Feng Heng's dagger was enveloped in a layer of purple-red illusion. The Bloodkin King's coffin skill added additional damage. Chi. The dagger easily pierced one of the yellow eyeballs on the Hellfalem's body. Bang! The power of his blood burst open. The entire yellow eyeball was pierced, bursting out of foul-smelling pus. The bursting was too fast, too close, and too wide. Feng Heng didn't completely dodge in time, and was splattered by a few drops. The pus splattered on him, making a sizzling corrosion sound. Hint: player receives corrosion damage reduced by 99%. Hint: this damage will reduce the player's defense and equipment durability. Corrosion damage. A physical damage type that he could also resist. Feng Heng glanced at the game hints and decided not to waste time dodging the pus bursts, continuously wielding his dagger to stab at the eyeballs that appeared on the Hellfalem's body. Bang! Bang bang! The eyeballs on the Hellfalem's body were continuously pierced by Feng Heng, and a mixture of crimson blood and fluid flowed out from the broken eyeballs. Roar! The Hellfalem was continuously attacked and let out a mental scream. Mental impact. Feng Heng suddenly felt his brain go blank, as if his head had been heavily hit. He spat out blood and was forcefully thrown backwards by an invisible force. Hint: player receives 30 to 1,733 points of mental impact damage, with damage reduction from the Bloodkin King's coffin skill. Actual damage received is 2,373. Hint: player receives 25,736 points of mental impact damage. Hint: player receives mental impact damage. Player enters a state of unconsciousness and confusion. At the same time, the vampires and Call behind Feng Heng, who were trapped in an illusion, were also blasted back by the mental impact, including the undead clones protecting the green crystal, flying helplessly backwards. Bang! Feng Heng was slammed hard against the fleshy wall behind him. The fleshy wall had a special absorption ability. After the impact, Feng Heng slowly sank into the fleshy wall, as if being swallowed. Hint: player receives fleshy wall corrosion damage. Hint: player recovers from a state of confusion. The confusion penalty lasted for 5 full seconds. When his body regained mobility, Fang Heng quickly struggled to tear his body out of the fleshy wall, drenched in cold sweat. Mental force field. Continuous wave damage. The closer to the Hellfalum, the higher the damage. He had been almost in close contact with the Hellfalum just now, fortunately protected by the Blood King's coffin, or he would have been likely instantly killed. Fang Heng closely watched the Hellfalum. The spherical Hellfalum's body was now covered with yellow eyes. In the center of its body, layer by layer of skin-like substance began to dissolve gradually. After the skin dissolved, yellow-white sharp fangs were exposed on the inside. Layer upon layer. It seemed like countless sharp teeth were densely packed together. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The teeth made eerie sounds as they rapidly opened layer by layer. At the central core of the layers of teeth, Fang Heng saw a black spiral depression. That is, seeing the depression, Fang Heng felt an extreme sense of danger and immediately pointed forward. Swish! Swish! Behind him, the feeders leapt towards the Hellfalum. Halfway through, the feeders were manipulated by an invisible force and lifted from the ground, suspended uncontrollably in midair. Squeak! The feeders struggled madly in midair. But their struggles were futile. Under the control of mental force, the feeders slowly flew towards the central black spiral depression of fangs. Fang Heng's pupils contracted. Outside the depression, space gradually distorted, and the feeders were slowly devoured by the spiral depression until completely absorbed. Hint: your feeders have been devoured. Hint: your feeders will revive in 3 hours and 58 minutes. Leveling up can reduce revival time. What a monster! It possessed both mental energy field abilities and a spatial devouring capability. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dense hissing noises resounded from his right. This was bad. Losing the protection of the green crystal, the aggression of the Phalum types increased again. They continuously fell from the sky, forming shapes and leaping towards him, and the nearby vampires, who were still unconscious. The vampires and Call were still trapped in the illusion and hadn't awakened. What to do? Even if he could evade the Phalum's encirclement, the vampires and Call caught in the illusion could not escape. In the midst of the crisis, Fang Heng remained unusually calm, focusing intently ahead. The Hellfalum currently possessed 4 abilities: mental energy manipulation, illusion ability, Phalum-type summoning, and an unknown devouring capability. Melee attacks would face mental resistance and mental attacks, making it hard to approach. Should he try using long-range attacks? Fang Heng furrowed his brows. He severely lacked effective long-range attack methods. Calming down, he continued to observe. Were there any other vulnerabilities? Fang Heng kept his gaze fixed on the Phalum types. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. Blood. The Blood King's coffin was still functioning autonomously, continuously absorbing the blood mixture from the surroundings. On the Hellfalum's body, a black-brown blood mixed with pus was oozing out from the wounds he had just inflicted. Blood! Fang Heng realized the peculiar details that his subconscious had discovered. For a high-level creature like the Hellfalum, its self-healing ability was extremely strong. How could these minor wounds on its body be continuously bleeding now? And they were even affected by the Blood King's coffin's area effect waves? Fang Heng stared intensely at the dozen or so wounds. To test it out, Fang Heng pointed towards the Hellfalum. Hiss! The mental energy surged. Almost simultaneously, blood rapidly poured from the dozen wounds on the Hellfalum's body. End of this chapter. Chapter 1573. The rotation turned out to be effective. Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. Faced with a dead end, he tried it out on a whim, and the effect turned out to be this good. It doesn't make sense. Under normal circumstances, let alone the Hellflame Ram, even the blood inside the bodies of ordinary high-level creatures is extremely difficult to activate. But the Hellflame Ram in front of him seemed different. As long as he activated his mental power, the blood in the opponent's body would be stimulated. He couldn't even manipulate the blood within a ram's body so easily. Why? A strong sense of doubt flashed through Fang Heng's mind. Suddenly, he had a very strange feeling. The Hellflame Ram's body could not control the power of its own blood. Can't worry about that now? Seeing hope, Fang Heng quickly leapt back while fully activating his mental power, urging the blood flow within the Hellflame Ram's body with all his might. Boiling. Enhanced by the Blood King's coffin, Fang Heng's blood manipulation reached its limit. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Blood continuously gushed out rapidly from the wounds in front of the Hellflame Ram's eyeballs. Originally it was leaking, then it started gushing uncontrollably. The initially ruptured wounds gradually tore open further and even began to expand. The blood flowing out of the Hellflame Ram's body, under Fang Heng's control, was directly infused into the Blood King's coffin. Blood infusion. Once again, a purple-red flame shadow rose from the coffin of the Blood King. Hint: Blood King's coffin is undergoing blood condensation. Hint: Blood King's coffin is undergoing blood energy transformation. Current energy transformation ratio, 9:1. Hint: Blood King's coffin energy value plus 788. Hint: Player consumes 600 points of Blood King's coffin energy. Effective. A spark of hope lit up in Fang Heng's mind. The Blood King's coffin was still able to convert into energy, and at a higher conversion rate. It could completely make up for his energy losses. Fang Heng raised his head. In the distance, the Hellflame Ram in the center of the molten cave seemed to sense that the wound on its body was continuously expanding. It struggled frantically, continuously using its area-limited mental shock skills. However, the Hellflame Ram couldn't move. The range of the mental shock skill was also limited. Fang Heng hid in the distance, avoiding the range of its mental shock wave attacks. Around him, the Rama offspring quickly gathered towards him. I need to find help. Fang Heng frowned and, with one hand aimed at the Hellflame Ram, continued to manipulate the blood flow within his body, then swiftly moved to Cole, who was trapped in an illusion. With a raise of his right hand, Buzz. The Book of Vows. Sacred Dispersion. The Book of Oaths replaced the initial book of the Sacred series. A dark golden light descended, enveloping Cole. Cole accepted the effects of the skill. He tightly closed his eyes, a struggling expression on his face, looking as if he was fighting desperately in the illusion. Cole! Fang Heng shouted loudly, then kicked Cole in the butt. Snap! After being kicked by Fang Heng, Cole was shocked for a moment, finally snapping out of the illusion. As he opened his eyes and saw Fang Heng, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Hud Fang Heng! Aren't you supposed to be dead? Interrupting him, Fang Heng shouted, Wake up! What you just saw was an illusion. Take a look. We're fighting the Hellflame Ram. Cole seemed to realize something, and his expression changed abruptly, immediately looking around. He saw the other vampires standing dumbfounded in place, and immediately realized. Everything he saw just now was an illusion? What happened? When did it happen? When was he drawn into the illusion? A sense of fear rose in Cole's heart. He had special items to resist illusions, but unknowingly fell prey to it. Wait, where's Fang Heng? Why didn't he? Before Cole could fully grasp the situation, he heard Fang Heng shout, I'll handle the Ram offspring. You take care of the rest. Quickly. Ha! Hearing the urge, Cole turned his head back, only to see the sharp fangs of the Hellflame Ram in the center of the molten cave and numerous Ram offspring rushing towards them. What's going on? Why did the Hellflame Ram change like this? Or is this the true form of the Hellflame Ram? Let's do it. Cole's thoughts were a bit chaotic, responding subconsciously to Fang Heng's urging, feeling that something was not right. Why did he say take care of the rest? Was he referring to the true body of the Hellflame Ram? In a critical situation, without time to inquire, Cole quickly drank a bottle of potion and swiftly conjured a few imprints in front of him, rapidly chanting the incantation. Fire! Incinerate the heavens! Boom! The greatly condensed flames spread forward. The densely packed Ram offspring were instantly engulfed in burning land, roasting in flames. Bang, bang, bang! The Ram offspring continued to explode successively. The blood mixture left by the corpses flowed back into the Blood King's coffin. The crisis was temporarily averted. Seizing the opportunity, Cole took a glance behind him using his peripheral vision. Cole was even more curious about what Fang Heng was doing. When he looked, Cole became even more puzzled. He saw Fang Heng concentrate his hands into a spell in front of him, then stare intently at the Hellflame Ram's true body. What is Fang Heng doing? Cole wondered, looking back at the Hellflame Ram's true body, his eyes filled with extreme astonishment. A large amount of blood continuously gushed from over a dozen bowl-sized wounds on the Hellflame Ram's body. The blood seemed to be under Fang Heng's control, rapidly flowing in the air, mixing with the residual blood of the deceased ram offspring and flowing into that eerie coffin. Gulp! Cole couldn't help but swallow saliva. What kind of strange power was this? The Hellflame ram was huge in size, but it couldn't withstand losing blood like this. Cole could feel that the Hellflame ram's life force was gradually weakening. Turning his head back to Fang Heng, his eyes showing a hint of seriousness. Who is Fang Heng, really? How can he achieve this level of power using the power of blood? An unseen power system. In this desperate situation, he managed to weaken the Hellflame ram to this extent. With such formidable strength, he definitely wouldn't be an unknown in the Fallen Legion. Why had Cole never seen or heard of this name? For a moment, Cole's thoughts wandered, staring at Fang Heng and firmly imprinting his face in his mind. Unaware of Cole's gaze, with Cole helping to control the surrounding Hellflame ram's offspring, Fang Heng could focus on fully controlling the Blood King's coffin to absorb the blood. The blood flowed freely. All of the Hellflame ram's abilities were useless against Fang Heng beyond attack range. As massive amounts of blood flowed out, the yellow eyes on the Hellflame ram gradually became heavy and weak. The effect of the illusion began to weaken. End of chapter. Chapter 1574. As the completion rate gradually decreased, with the decreasing number of Phalum seeds surging from all around, the pressure on Cole lessened significantly. He took the opportunity to use his water purification skills to dispel the illusions that the blood tribes were trapped in. Your Majesty! Soon, one by one, the blood tribes were also rescued by Cole from the illusion. They gradually realized that they were just trapped in an illusion, feeling secretly shocked. The dangers of the higher world were indeed real. They fell into the illusion without any awareness, and if not for Fang Heng, they would have lost their lives. The blood tribes looked towards Fang Heng, waiting for the next instructions. Concentrate. Assist me in controlling the blood together. Yes. The blood royal dukes and marquises received the command and regained their focus, concentrating on controlling the surrounding blood. With the participation of the blood tribes, blood once again gushed out rapidly from the body of the Hellfalum. Losing a large amount of blood, the Hellfalum gradually lost their ability to resist, the fangs at the center of their body gradually closing. Their remaining body gradually became dark, decaying. Cole stood in place, watching all of this, feeling incredibly shocked. He witnessed firsthand how the Hellfalum gradually weakened, watching as the surrounding flesh and blood gradually lost vitality, dissolving and decaying. The body of the Hellfalum gradually shrunk under rapid blood loss, as if all their blood was drained, losing all their strength, leaving only a layer of dry, decaying bones. A game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Tip: based on overall contribution assessment, the player kills the Hellfalum fused body, mutant body. Player gains 99.99% kill contribution. Player gains reputation with the Legion of the Fallen. Player's reputation with the Legion of the Fallen has been raised to the maximum value. Tip: current player subtask. Completion rate of research on Hellfalum 300%. Tip: current player task. Completion rate of the Imprisoned Gluttony task has increased to 556%. The blood tribes confirmed the death of the Hellfalum, turning to Fang Heng one by one and devoutly kneeling. They did not know what the Hellfalum was, but without exception, they all felt the strength of the creature before them and the immense power contained in its blood. The Blood King's coffin absorbed this blood. Probably after absorbing this blood, His Majesty could further enhance his power. Duke Bellamy pondered. The enhancement of His Majesty's power was good for their entire blood tribe. This was their second foray into the alien world, nearly getting lost in the illusion forever. The blood tribes gradually realized the dangers of the outside world. Fang Heng nodded, waving his hand. Go back. Protect the coffin. Maintaining the Blood King's coffin required the consumption of blood power. The battle had already lasted for over 10 minutes. The energy consumption had reached several hundred per second, and it was completely unnecessary to continue wasting it. Yes. The blood tribes flew into the Blood King's coffin one after another. Bang! The coffin lid quickly closed and sank slowly into the ground again. Cole looked at Fang Heng. He had not spoken all along. In his eyes, there was some confusion, some disbelief, and some incredulity. The Hellfalum had actually been completely destroyed. Cole was still a bit dizzy, still somewhat doubting if he was still in the illusion. Is it real? For quite some time, Cole cleared his throat, his voice uncontrollably trembling a bit. Feng Heng, how did you deal with this monster? Feng Heng looked at the large body left by the Hellfalum after its death, explaining, it's nothing. Bloodletting therapy. Its blood seemed to have some issues, making it difficult to control itself. I see. Cole nodded upon hearing this, seeming to have figured out the reason. Having spent time in the Revolutionary Assocation's research room, he naturally knew that the Hellfalum's genetic makeup had been mixed with the gluttony. The Hellfalum was unable to fully suppress the power of gluttony despite the amplification, leading to uncontrollable blood situations. This was one of the weaknesses of the Hellfalum. Cole never expected that Feng Heng would find the weakness of the Hellfalum at first sight. He looked at Feng Heng and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Although it was a weakness, daring to use this weakness to kill the Hellfalum? He wouldn't even dare to think about it himself. After briefly explaining how to deal with the Hellfalum, Feng Heng fell silent. He was now examining the just refreshed game prompts. Tip: current player task. Completion rate of the imprisoned gluttony task has increased by over 100%. Player gains additional rewards. Hellfalum summoning ritual 1/1. Tip: current player task. Completion rate of the imprisoned gluttony task has increased by over 250%. Player gains additional rewards. Fusion elixir gluttony seeds. Tip: current player task. Completion rate of the imprisoned gluttony task has increased by over 500%. Additional rewards will be settled after the game determines the player's escape from the Snow Mountain Manor area. Rewards: like rewards for killing the Hellfalum. Distributed through tasks directly. Item: Hellfalum summoning ritual 1/1. Type: ritual scroll. Description: collect all ritual materials to hold a successful ritual. After executing the ritual successfully, the player can summon the Hellfalum. The success rate and strength of the summoned Hellfalum are related to the player's attributes. If the player uses the ritual in other game worlds outside of the current world, the success rate of the ritual will be greatly reduced. Description: the Hellfalum summoned by the ritual cannot be controlled by the player. Description: this ritual scroll will be destroyed after one use regardless of the success of the ritual. Item: fusion elixir gluttony seeds. Type: special elixir, research material, occult material, ritual material, casting material, etc. Description: the latest product of the Revolutionary Assocation's research over the years, a special elixir extracted from the gluttony bearers. Can be mixed with certain organisms to provide them with high-intensity power and special abilities, with a high probability of generating a mutation reaction. Description: by directly using this elixir, all base attributes except intelligence plus 120, player gains special skill, Ruthless Devour S+, passive skill, Glutton's Persistence. Skill: Glutton's Persistence passive trigger. Skill: extract the biological fusion gene program fragments from the gluttony. The player will be influenced by the power of the Glutton's Persistence, releasing random skills, and with a probability of causing dizziness, power imbalances, illusions, and other negative effects in battle. Description: triggered by alchemy. This elixir can be used as a special potion for the next round of calibration. Description: triggered by occultism. This elixir can be used as a casting material. Feng Heng pondered over the two additional items in his backpack. One was a scroll. A ritual scroll for summoning the Hellfalum from the depths of hell directly. Seemingly not very useful. End of chapter. Feng Heng pondered for a moment. After just engaging with the Hellflam, he found that it was a creature without much intelligence, and the summoned Hellflam was uncontrollable. What use did it have? Also, the Hellflam would quickly die after summoning, because the terrain was not suitable. Quite useless. Feng Heng thought, considering whether to just sell it to the Sea-Star Company. The second item was the potion. Potions are great. It directly increases all attributes by 120 points, except for comprehension. It also includes an S+ rank devouring skill. With it, a regular player can be transformed into a high-level game powerhouse. However, the additional passive negatives were too foolish. Feng Heng didn't hesitate. He wouldn't use this thing anyway. He put it in his backpack, planning to take it back to let Q Yao Kong research it further. Whether used for research in the future or to sell for money, it was a profitable deal. Feng Heng, what's wrong? Cole didn't know why Feng Heng stayed in place for so long, checking his mission rewards. He also cautiously looked around, glanced at the remains left by the Hellflam, and asked softly, Is there anything strange? Nothing. Fang Heng finished checking the rewards, nodded, then carefully examined the remains of the Hellflam. It made no sense. The Hellflam looked like a high-level creature, with an unprecedentedly high kill difficulty. If it weren't for the coincidence of being able to control its blood, it would have been impossible to kill. How come nothing good came out of it? Were the rewards all included in the mission? When he walked to the Flam's remains and observed carefully, Fang Heng's eyes lit up. He found it. Hidden in the remains was a dark purple crystal. Seeing the crystal radiating a purple light, Fang Heng's heart beat heavily, quickly reaching out. There! A crystal flew into Fang Heng's hand. Hint: player obtained. Radiant Crystal *1. Great! The highest grade purple radiant crystal. Fang Heng was overjoyed. It was an unexpected gain. He had been worrying about how to get a purple radiant crystal, and here it was before him. With this purple radiant crystal, he now had two. By figuring out how to deal with the troublesome Nuozian Vein's breath, he would be able to complete 3 to advance to the highest level talent. Excellent! This time it was worth it. He even made profit. Feeling a bit invigorated, Fang Heng put away the crystal and continued to examine the remains. This time, he found nothing more. Besides the radiant crystal, nothing else came out of the Hellflam. Fang Heng was somewhat disappointed when he tried to flip the huge corpse with a metal rod. Suddenly, a game hint appeared in Fang Heng's vision. Hint: detected that the player has a master-level gathering skill. The player can currently gather from the Hellflam remains, but due to some parts of the remains being corrupted, the gathering effect will be affected. Gathering! Fang Heng's pupils shrank suddenly. At the beginning of the zombie apocalypse game world, the advanced gathering skill was a very rare skill, with an extremely small chance of appearing for sale in the survival camp. Leveling up the gathering skill was a very difficult task. Since entering the mid-level game, the gathering skill was rarely used. Given the option to try gathering, Fang Heng crouched down and started gathering. A progress bar appeared overhead. 10 seconds later, the progress bar finished, and a game hint appeared. Hint: player obtained a Hellflam compound *1 higher quality. Item: Hell Flam's compound eye. Type: prop, special material, etc. Description: a special type item raw material, can be used for potion making, spell materials, etc., and can also be used directly as a prop. Quality: higher. Description: after direct use, can cast an illusion attack of the Hellflam on the target. The illusion's effect depends on the quality of the Hellflam's compound eye and the target's attributes and resistances. After use, the compound eye will lose power and can no longer be used. The power-depleted compound eye can still be used as a research material. Fang Heng was delighted upon reading the item description. An illusion attack. A great item. Even Cole and the Blood Royals were trapped by the previous illusion attack, unable to move. If he hadn't upgraded his clairvoyance eye in advance, he might have been controlled and devoured by the Hellflam. Fang Heng looked down again. The remains of the Hellflam were rapidly decaying. There were many closed compound eyes left on the remains. Some were completely rotten and unusable, some were still in very good condition, and most were gradually decaying. Fang Heng immediately understood. The final quality of the compound eyes gathered depended on freshness. While they hadn't completely decayed, he quickly gathered them. Fang Heng waved his hand, and over 20 zombie avatars staggered over from behind, surrounded the Hellflam's corpse, and began gathering. Hint: your zombie avatars have gathered the Hellflam's compound eye *1 extremely high quality. Hint: your zombie avatars. Cole stood by, watching Fang Heng's actions, once again falling into silence. Fang Heng ... and these undead. What are they doing? Gathering. Cole couldn't help but walk up to Fang Heng's side. He saw the zombie avatars collecting the eyeballs from the Hellflam corpse and sealing them in containers. Hellflam's compound eye? Suddenly, Cole understood. They were affected by the Hellflam's compound eyes and fell into an illusion before. If not for Fang Heng's help, they could have lost their lives. It was clear this thing was valuable. But gathering it here, weren't they worried about being chased by the new people outside? What if they can't escape later? Cole hesitated for a moment, coughed lightly, and whispered, Fang Heng, the people from the new organization outside must have arrived by now. After the Hellflam's death, the passage originally sealed by the flesh barrier will be unblocked. We need to leave quickly. Okay, I know. Just a little longer. Fang Heng continued to control the zombie avatars to gather from the Hellflam remains. The Hellflam remains were too large to take away and were rapidly decaying. Due to the rapid decay, he could only control the zombie avatars to gather the freshest eyeballs. Unfortunately, there were too few usable zombie avatars available. This round wasn't able to gather everything, making him feel even worse than if he had been killed. At the same time, as Fang Heng gathered, he deep in thought. It had been a few hours since he had been trapped beneath the research area. The support from the new organization must have arrived. Cole's words were right. He had to run. However, they could cooperate in times of crisis, but now that the crisis was resolved, was he still trustworthy? Fang Heng pondered and couldn't help turning his head, shifting his gaze to Cole. End of chapter. Cole, after we leave here, you won't try to harm me, right? Don't be ridiculous. That's an insult to my dignity. Cole was startled by Fang Heng's gaze and quickly raised his hands, shaking his head repeatedly to indicate that he had no ill intentions. He had never thought of doing anything to Fang Heng. Even as a joke, why would he entertain thoughts of going against Fang Heng? In the worst-case scenario, Fang Heng could take down even a Hellflam at ease. Why would he risk that? He wasn't stupid. We're in the same boat, and you've saved me more than once. I'll find a way to escape with you. So you have a plan? Cole thought quickly and nodded. Yes, I do have a plan, but we need to act fast. We have to set it up before the renovation committee's people arrive. Fang Heng glanced back at the Hellflam corpse on the ground, decided to collect the highest and higher quality compound eyes before leaving. Almost done. Just a little more time. Bro, we really need to go. Time is running out. Inside the underground secret research facility passage, Xiaowen and the members of the renovation committee cautiously stayed in the passage, scanning their surroundings. Initially, the passage was completely blocked by flesh walls. They relied on the power of the green crystal waves to slowly make their way forward. After more than 2 hours, they had finally entered a deeper level. Unexpectedly, 10 minutes ago, the Hellflam rapidly deteriorated at a visible rate. The team members were alarmed and dared not act hastily. In a short moment, the Hellflam walls completely decayed. The entire underground research area, the passageway, became empty, with only remnants left after the Hellflam decayed. The air was filled with a pungent odor. What had happened? Xiaowen felt extremely uneasy upon seeing this and turned to the senior consultant from the headquarters who had come to assist him, Chen Ji. Chen Ji had engaged in research on Hellflam before. He noticed the changes in the flesh walls around them, and his expression darkened significantly. He could tell that this was a sign of the Hellflam losing its life force. Dead. Impossible. After the Hellflam integrated the genes of the glutton, its adaptability to the environment greatly improved, and its own vitality was incredibly strong. How could it suddenly collapse? Was it because of the recent skirmish with the Fallen Legion? It was impossible. They definitely couldn't achieve that by themselves. But why did the Hellflam show signs of death? Chen Ji was filled with doubt and couldn't explain the situation. He muttered softly, "It seems like a big problem. The Hellflam was sealed on the 6th underground level. We need to speed up and go downstairs to see what happened." Xiaowen's face was serious as he nodded and gestured for the team to proceed cautiously. Despite the urgency, he didn't dare to move too fast. The disappearance of the flesh walls was too sudden. What if they suddenly reappeared? The team remained vigilant as they cautiously moved forward. It took them half an hour to reach the 6th underground level. It was the first time for all of them to be there, and they were all visibly shocked. When had such a large cavern been built on the 6th underground level? Inside the cavern, the ground was covered in damp sticky fluids and patches of reddish-brown organic matter. In the center of the deep cavern, the Hellflam had completely lost its life, leaving only its lifeless husk behind. Chen Ji stared intently at the remains, his face turning pale, finding it hard to believe. Just as he suspected, the Hellflam was already dead. Who did this? Who had such strength? Xiaowen saw the Hellflam's appearance for the first time and turned to Chen Ji beside him, asking in a deep voice, "What happened?" Chen Ji remained silent for a while before clearing his throat and saying, "It has lost its vitality." What? Xiaowen was greatly surprised. He knew how much effort the renovation committee had put into nurturing the Hellflam. To think it died just like that. How did it die? What happened? Chenji was equally confused. He took a deep breath and carefully approached to inspect the Hellflam's corpse, trying to figure out how it died. Unfortunately, the Hellflam's body had begun to rapidly decompose after death, and by now, it was no longer a proper body, just partially decayed remains. There weren't many clues to gather. However, Chenji soon made a discovery. The Hellflam had external injuries. Someone had tampered with the remains. The more he examined the remnants of the Hellflam, the more shocking it became. The external injuries meant little to the Hellflam, as its vitality allowed it to heal rapidly. Based on his research and understanding of the Hellflam, Chenji felt that the death of the Hellflam seemed more like an exhaustion of all its life force. Zishaoen approached Chenji and asked, "What's the situation?" Chenji remained silent for a while before finally speaking. "There are signs of a fight on the Hellflam's body, but the cause of death is still uncertain." A fight? Upon hearing this, Zishaoen was taken aback, instantly becoming alert and quickly scanning the cave. Was someone here? The Hellflam had collapsed as they entered the cavern. But there was no one in sight from the moment they entered the cavern after the Hellflam started acting up. Were there other people hiding here? No. Zishaoen suddenly realized something, his expression darkening as he turned to a subordinate and asked, "Did you see anyone else on the way here?" The team had headed straight to the 6th underground level upon arrival, without checking all the laboratories. There must have been a mistake somewhere. The renovation committee member caught by Zishaoen was shocked and responded anxiously, "Sir, the 3rd squad found over 20 researchers in the research area on the 4th level. Some of them were injured, and a few were severely wounded and unconscious. The severely injured have already been urgently taken to the medical building in the mansion area. We have questioned them thoroughly. All researchers took cover in safe rooms immediately after the Hellflam started acting up, and they were unaware of the situation outside until we found them." Zishaoen's face changed abruptly, questioning sharply, "Where are they now?" "Those with minor injuries are waiting on the 1st floor. 7 severely injured personnel should already be in the medical building in the villa area." The renovation committee was not adept at treatment. According to procedures, severely wounded individuals would be taken to the medical building in the Snow Mountain Manor area for emergency treatment. If they couldn't be saved there, they would be transferred to an external hospital. "Have you confirmed their identities?" Zishaoen pressed, leaving his subordinate speechless. In the laboratory, only these 20-something people remained. Due to the emergency status of the entire underground research facility, internal data storage had been locked, and some electronic equipment had been damaged. They hadn't had the chance to verify the identities of these individuals. Fools! Go and stop them now, yes? End of this chapter. Chapter 1577. Flashing people outside, Luosu and Nora stood guard outside the main villa building. Worried about being noticed by members of the Innovation Council, they stayed outside the building, not daring to get too close. "It's been 2 hours. Are we not going in?" "Wait a little longer." Luosu clenched his fists. The chance of rescuing Fang Heng under the layers of protection of the Innovation Council seemed slim. He was well aware of this. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer one must be. "Hey, look!" Nora suddenly noticed a new situation in the direction of the villa. Dozens of Innovation Council members were carrying several stretchers out of the villa's main hall. The people on stretchers were all researchers wearing the work uniform of the Innovation Council. They were injured. Nora's heart skipped a beat. Did they find injured individuals? Did this mean they had reached the 4th underground level? In a blink of an eye, the injured individuals were quickly taken into a van parked on the driveway outside the villa. Nora's eyes fell on one of the injured individuals on the stretcher, and her pupils suddenly shrank. That person! So familiar! Was it Fang Heng? The person on the stretcher had passed out, his face slightly injured, making it hard to identify him. But he looked very much like Fang Heng, both in terms of facial features and body size. Nora's heart raced, and she turned to see Luo Su next to her, equally surprised. Luo Su was absolutely certain. That was Fang Heng. Thankfully, Master Mojang had managed to escape from the hands of Hellflame on his own. "Be careful, follow me." The two lurked in the darkness, quickly leaving with the ambulance, exiting the central estate. The entire Snow Mountain Manor was originally a resort area, transformed into a huge estate, and the van arrived at the medical building. Luo Su and Nora saw Fang Heng and the other injured individuals immediately brought into the medical building by Innovation Council members. They hid in the shadows, looked at each other, and became entangled. There were many guards outside. Forcing their way in would quickly reveal Fang Heng's location, attracting the enemy's attention. What to do? Nora was a bit anxious. How about we just detonate the explosives? Distract them? Don't rush, let's go check behind, Luo Su said. He led Nora towards the rear of the hospital building, preparing to sneak in from behind to make contact with Fang Heng and assess the situation. Upon reaching the back of the medical building, they were just observing their possible entry point when they suddenly noticed a window opening above. Soon after, a shadow floated down from high above. A bat. Luo Su's heart raced. In an instant, the bat landed and quickly transformed into a human form. It was Fang Heng. Luo Su and Nora showed surprise. Fang Heng. Seeing Fang Heng unharmed before them, Luo Su couldn't contain his excitement, suppressing the slight trembling of his hands as they emerged from the nearby bushes. Fang Heng, seeing the sudden appearance of Luo Su and Nora, was also taken aback. He hadn't realized these two hadn't managed to escape yet. Shh! Fang Heng gestured for them to be quiet and looked up. Cole was at the window. He envied Fang Heng's ability to fly quickly. Unfortunately, he found it challenging to do so himself. Relying on the feather wind skill from the elemental book to keep his body steady, Cole floated down from the window. Landing unsteadily, he saw Luo Su and Nora waiting below and immediately became cautious, taking a step back. He recognized Luo Su and Nora as two prominent figures in the Fallen Legion. Seeing Cole's unusual behavior, Luo Su and Nora's expressions turned wary. Don't be nervous, they are friends. Let's go, we'll talk once we leave here. Fang Heng nodded at Cole and then turned to Luo Su. Do we have an escape plan? Yes, Fang Heng. We can leave through the west exit of the manor. It is a weakly guarded area, and we've set up remote explosives in the research building on the east side. When we escape, we can detonate the explosives to distract them. We can escape during the chaos or slip away quietly. Let's carefully move towards the west exit now and avoid alarming the guards outside. All right, let's go. At this moment, members of the Innovation Council had just taken control of the Snow Mountain Manor again. Many personnel were still in the slum area, with the internal security forces gathering in the villa area and a few entrances blocked. There were many vulnerabilities in their patrols. Fang Heng's group smoothly escaped from inside and arrived near the eastern exit. Click! Nora pressed the detonator button. Boom! Boom boom! 2 seconds later, there was a small explosion at the research building on the west side of the manor. The building quickly caught fire, billowing black smoke. The entire Snow Mountain Manor fell into chaos once again. Guards from the east exit immediately split up to support the explosion area. With only about a dozen guards left, they would be easily handled by Luo Su alone. Go! Fang Heng and his team immediately took action, swiftly defeating the remaining guards from the dark, fleeing the Snow Mountain Manor estate. Meanwhile, Zi Shaoen had just arrived at the hospital with his men. Before he could enter the hospital, an explosion occurred at the research building. Bad news! Zi Shaoen immediately felt that something was wrong and quickly ordered to strengthen the lockdown of all entrances to the manor, sending reinforcements to the research area. But it was too late. Fang Heng and his team had already left the Snow Mountain Manor estate, quickly finding a small car hidden on the roadside on a path. Nora drove the car, flooring the gas pedal as they sped away. Along the way, Nora was somewhat silent. Fully focused on driving, he didn't dare to breathe until they completely left the Snow Mountain Manor and entered the urban road. He finally let out a sigh of relief. They were safe. Luckily, Lord Mojang had not encountered any accidents. In the back seat, Cole occasionally glanced at Fang Heng beside him. He had been pretending to be a researcher recently, locked inside the Snow Mountain Manor researching Hellflame, thus unaware of Fang Heng's true identity. But he had seen pictures of Luo Su and Rila. He knew the prominent positions of Luo Su and Rila in the Fallen Legion. These two were taking a great risk by staying behind to assist Fang Heng personally, showing a deferential attitude towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng's identity was self-evident. The one who could single-handedly take down Hellflame was not to be trifled with. But who exactly was he? Luo Su couldn't figure it out. Nonetheless, the information he gathered this time was critical. Fang Heng and Hellflame. It was necessary to return to the Abyssal Explorers to report everything promptly. Essentially, the Abyssal Explorers and the Fallen Legion had long been at odds, with tense relations, but not yet reaching a point of outright hostility. End of this chapter. Chapter 1578. Pursuitker was contemplating as he saw Fang Heng turn his head and cast a glance at him. Kerr said, "Thank you, brother. No matter what, you saved me once. You're welcome. Without you, it wouldn't have been so easy to deal with Helgram." Hearing the two casually chatting, Nora, who was driving the car in front, had just put his heart at ease when it suddenly soared once again. Helgram? They dealt with Helgram? Nora was extremely astonished as he glanced through the rearview mirror at Fang Heng's calm expression, as if discussing a very ordinary matter. Nora couldn't stay calm and looked at Luo Zhu beside him, seeking confirmation. Luo Zhu's eyes were also full of surprise. The situation had been too urgent just now. They were solely focused on escaping for their lives, and had not had the chance to ask how Fang Heng managed to escape from the blood flash walls built by Helgram. He subconsciously thought that Fang Heng had found an opportunity to evade the Revolutionary Society's search and slipped out from inside. Never did he imagine that Fang Heng had actually eliminated Helgram directly. This news was too shocking. Nora couldn't help casting an inquiring gaze at Luo Zhu. Wasn't the Demon Seed Lord not yet completed his formal awakening? Luo Zhu looked puzzled and shook his head. He didn't know either. With outsiders present, the two couldn't interrupt and could only suppress their curiosity and remain silent for the time being. Nora's hands on the steering wheel trembled slightly. The strength of the Demon Seed Lord exceeded his expectations. To be able to kill Helgram without being fully awakened yet. Once the awakening was complete, his power could undergo a qualitative change. By then, an opportunity to save the gluttony. This greedy lord shouldn't be completely exterminated like the envy. Good brother, I won't say much more politely. You can always come to me if you encounter trouble in the future. As long as it doesn't violate the rules of our conservative faction, Kerr said, snapping his fingers. Oh, I'll also give you an extra good thing. If I'm not mistaken, your Fallen Legion has always been looking for the gluttony, right? Did you come this time because you got the information deliberately leaked by Sheng Dao? Upon hearing this, Nora's face immediately turned very unpleasant. Yes, he was deceived. If it weren't for him, the Demon Seed Lord wouldn't have been in such a dangerous situation. He regretted it deeply. Fang Heng nodded. Yes, that's right. Well, I think this thing can help you, Kerr said as he summoned the elemental book. He opened the elemental book in front of him, took out an ancient parchment, and handed it to Fang Heng. Take this. What is it? Ritual scroll. A disposable prop. With this, you can roughly locate the specific location of gluttony, but the success rate isn't high. It depends on your luck. What? Upon hearing this, Nora, who was driving the car, was startled, almost pressing the brakes to the floor. His heart was pounding wildly. Through the rearview mirror, he kept a close eye on the scroll held by Fang Heng in the back seat. Fang Heng took the scroll from Kerr's hand, and the information of the parchment appeared on his retina. Item. Bloodline Tracking Ritual Scroll 1/1. Type. Ritual Scroll. Description. After collecting all ritual materials, relevant rituals can be performed. After successfully executing the ritual, the player can know the general location of the Demon Seed Lord Helgram. The success rate of the ritual is related to the attributes of the ritual controller, the materials of the ritual, etc. If the Demon Seed does not exist in the current domain, or the ritual of the current Demon Seed does not successfully descend, the ritual is considered a failure by default. Explanation. The ritual scroll will be destroyed after one use regardless of the success of the ritual. Fang Heng glanced at the instructions and flipped over the back of the ritual scroll. The back of the ritual scroll was densely packed with ritual magical circles, required materials, and related incantations. The magical circles and incantations were already troublesome, and the required materials were even more numerous. It was tens of times more complex than summoning Helgram previously. Initially, Fang Heng thought that the Helgram ritual scroll was worthless, but now he realized it wasn't the case. If the eyes of Helgram were profitable later on, he could summon it to cultivate them and sell them for money. Well, let's wait until the current tasks are completed before talking. Fang Heng brought back his wandering thoughts and continued to review. Blue Jasper * 2, Imp Blood * 5, Demon Seeds Blood * 1. Seeing one of the items, Feng Heng couldn't help but ask, Demon Seeds Blood. Yes, Demon Seed Blood is necessary. It's not difficult to obtain. Hellgram bred by the Revolutionary Society has fused part of the gene fragments of the gluttony and injected the blood of the gluttony, so you just collected a lot not long ago. You can try it with this, Kerr explained. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Feng Heng looked through the list and put away the ritual scroll. The required materials for the ritual were complex, with several rare materials, which would take some time to collect. It's a piece of cake, Kerr said as he took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Feng Heng. I'll take my leave now. There's a lot of things I need to report back. Goodbye. Remember to contact me. With that, Kerr pushed open the car door and directly leapt off the moving car on the street. Feng Heng looked at the business card in his hand. At the same time, several lines of game prompts appeared on his retina. Prompt: the player's escape from the Snow Mountain Manor area has been determined. The current main quest for the player, the imprisoned gluttony, the quest completion rate has reached 400%. Additional reward: bloodline tracking ritual scroll 1/1. Prompt: main quest, the imprisoned gluttony, the quest completion rate has reached 500%. Additional reward: a bloodline tracking ritual scroll's basic success rate increased by 50%. Prompt: the player's reputation with the Fallen Legion has reached the maximum. No more rewards can be obtained. Prompt: player's quest, the imprisoned gluttony settlement is complete. Feng Heng looked at the game prompts and then at the ritual parchment in his hand. He roughly understood it. So, the main quest was to find clues related to gluttony. The ritual scroll was a good thing. Feng Heng had a vague idea. Once he triggered the ritual, he would most likely trigger the next stage of the quest, and through the quest, he would be able to trace the gluttony. He estimated that by then, he would have a direct confrontation with the Revolutionary Society. He was looking forward to it. Feng Heng lightly rubbed the parchment with his finger. It wasn't time yet. It was already late, and he had less than 20 hours to leave this world. In just 20 short hours, he couldn't even gather all the ritual materials. No rush, the ritual quest could wait until his next return. By then, he should have completed his talent upgrade and wouldn't be as miserable as this time, being chased all the way. End of this chapter. Chapter 1579. After a few minutes of silent contemplation, Feng Heng had roughly outlined a good plan in his mind. Sitting in the front seat of the car, Luo Su and Nora exchanged a glance. The expressions on their faces were a mix of surprise, joy, and shock. They had been searching for the glutton for years, but had never received any reliable information, and even fell into a trap set by the Innovation Association this time. As soon as the Magus arrived, they found a clue. Luo Su wanted to be more cautious and couldn't help but ask, Sir, is there any risk in cooperating with the conservative faction? Feng Heng nodded and handed over the ritual scroll. Take a look at this too. Luo Su felt his hands tremble slightly for the first time. He took the scroll and immediately opened it, inspecting it closely to verify its authenticity. It was real. At least he couldn't see any obvious errors on the scroll. I will be leaving for a while. The ritual requires a lot of materials. During this time, you can start gathering the materials for the ritual. Yes. Feng Heng glanced at the gradually brightening sky outside the window and nodded, saying, Let's go back first. Yes. Outside the slums. After lasting for 24 hours, there were finally signs of dispersal in the sky over the slums. The elite members of the Innovation Association entered the slums and searched the entire area. Unfortunately, they still didn't have any information related to Feng Heng. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Even Sheng Dao had disappeared along with him. Not even a shadow could be seen. Qin Siwan, who was sent by the Innovation Association to direct operations in the slums, was already worried about the disappearance of the Magus and Sheng Dao. Suddenly, he received a message from his subordinate, and his face revealed an incredulous expression. Qin Siwan stared at his subordinate and asked coldly, What did you say? Are you sure? The subordinate dared not speak out of turn and simply said, Yes, the surveillance camera captured a blurry image. We conducted an analysis, and it was confirmed to be 90% similar to the target individual, undoubtedly the Feng Heng we are looking for. Qin Siwan furrowed his brows. How could this be possible? They actually discovered the trace of the Magus within the Snow Mountain estate area. It made no sense. How could the Magus slip away from under the noses of the octagonal seal and so many people? Even after returning, they seem to have taken advantage of their absence to launch a sneak attack on their Snow Mountain estate area. Qin Siwan clenched his fist tightly. How is the situation on the Snow Mountain side? His subordinate fell silent again. What are you hesitating for? Spit it out. There hasn't been an official update on the specific situation at the Snow Mountain estate area, but I heard from a friend that they seem to have encountered a huge problem. The person in charge, Lingzhen, seems to have died, and the on-site commanders who went to report the situation to the president overnight, Zi Xiaoan and Chen Lao, are said to be facing a very serious situation. Qin Siwan listened, his heart sinking further. A huge problem. Could it be that the Hell Phalanx has encountered trouble? With a bang, Qin Siwan felt a burning anger and pounded on the table heavily. How could he still have the mood to care about others? They had been on guard here all night, only to find out that Fang Heng had already left the seal area a long time ago. They had been fooled. And Sheng Dao? Where was Sheng Dao? From the current situation, Sheng Dao had inexplicably disappeared, while Fang Heng appeared in a place outside the slums. Sheng Dao's situation was very grim. He might have already died. An increasing sense of unease arose in Qin Siwan's heart. The Magus had probably completed the second stage of awakening, strengthening his power once again. They couldn't delay any longer. They had to strike decisively without giving him any room to grow. Thinking this, the noise of car engines outside the temporary camp suddenly erupted. Military vehicles hurriedly arrived at the outskirts of the temporary camp, and squads of armed soldiers lined up into rows. A young man with a kind face stepped off the vehicle. His face was slightly round, giving the impression of a university student, but his receding hairline hinted at his older age. None of the people present dared to underestimate him. Lu Shan, acting chairman of the Committee of Mystical Studies. He looked very young, but was actually in his 40s. Officer! Everyone immediately saluted Lu Shan. Good job! Lu Shan's face was serious, and his gaze fell on Shan Fukai standing not far. A sincere smile spread across his face as he waved at Shan Fukai from a distance. Ruin Zian had been staring wide-eyed from the side. Lu Shan. She finally caught the opportunity to meet him. As a master-level player of natural studies, becoming an insider for Shan Fukai was definitely strategic. In fact, the scheme to become an insider was carefully designed by her. Shan Fukai was just an elite investigator. His rank was not high, nor low. Mixing with him and establishing ties with higher-ranking officials made many things easier. Aside from that, there was a crucial point. Shan Fukai had once been Lu Shan's direct subordinate. The two had a deep bond. Despite not having seen each other for some time, Ruin Zian had always held the idea of establishing a connection with Lu Shan through Shan Fukai. It had been more than a year. The opportunity had come. Contact with the big shot. Ruin Zian never expected to meet Lu Shan in this way. In a way, she had to thank Fang Heng. Ruin Zian naturally seized the opportunity and immediately walked closely with Shan Fukai, moving up together. Shan Fukai walked up to Lu Shan. Lu Shan whispered softly, "This investigation is not ordinary, follow me." Okay. With too many outsiders present, the two only exchanged a few words. Ruin Zian casually mingled with Shan Fukai and integrated into the core investigation team of the event. In the midst of the crowd, Lu Shan arrived outside the octagonal seal. Lu Shan lifted his head with interest and observed the octagonal seal above the slums. The tongue of envy has historically influenced our world through external means, rarely in such a direct manner. It seems to have encountered something that forced it to intervene. Shan Fukai was surprised by his words. Only then did he realize that the power of the octagonal seal was derived from the tongue of envy, and it was directly affecting the slums. The former head of the Committee of Mystical Studies took a step forward and reported, "Chief, we are still investigating the slums. The Fallen Legion has been showing unusual activities one after another. There are likely connections between them, and the Innovation Association arrived first after the incident. They must know some inside information, but they haven't disclosed it to us yet." Lu Shan had already looked through related information on the way in the plane. Meanwhile, Qin Siwan and his team from the Innovation Association arrived. "Chief Lu Shan, hello, I am Qin Siwan, the head of the Innovation Association. Nice to meet you. Lu Shan nodded with a smile and greeted, "Hello, I know your president Pang Xiaolon. How is she?" End of this chapter. Chapter 1580 Astrology. The president recently encountered some minor troubles. She often mentioned you a lot. She often said, "You are the most talented in astrology among all humans she has met. She did not expect you to come here in person." Qin Siwan stepped forward and said, "Lu is good at astrology. We know that you have extremely strong abilities in astrology. Our member Sheng Dao went missing after entering the slum area. The situation is extremely critical now. We implore you to help find him. We know the rules. Our revolutionary society is willing to pay the corresponding price. I can consider it, but I want to know what happened here." Lu gestured towards the octagonal seal above. Qin Siwan hesitated, looking back at the soldiers behind him. Lu waved his hand. "Core investigation team stay. Others unrelated personnel leave first." Ruin Ziying licked her lips and stayed beside Shan Fukai. In the blink of an eye, most of the people around retreated, leaving only about a dozen people. Qin Siwan then said, "It's a demonic seed. We found a new demonic seed in the slum area. Our revolutionary society received instructions from the Tongue of Envy and sent Sheng Dao to deal with the demonic seed." The expressions of everyone present became more solemn. Shan Fukai listened and thought, no wonder. Demonic seeds appeared. It's no wonder the Tongue of Envy is acting so crazy. Wait, demonic seeds. Could it be? Shan Fu's pupil contracted, immediately associating it with Fang Heng. He was the one who initially investigated the whole thing. Various signs indicate that many things are related to Fang Heng. It's Fang Heng. We believe he has completed the demonic seed ritual and has also awakened preliminary demonic seed abilities. Shan Fukai heard this, suddenly turned his head to look at Ruin Ziying beside him. It really is him. Ruin Ziying felt bitter in her heart. She knew about this bad news a bit earlier than Shan Fukai and had already prepared herself in advance. It was all well and good. She thought it was just a simple task. Who knew she would encounter demonic seeds? She still had to pretend to be extremely surprised and also gave a surprised look to Shan Fukai. But perhaps it's a blessing in disguise. If it weren't for Fang Heng, she wouldn't have had contact with Lu. So it's a demonic seed, I understand. Lu's expression became more serious. He had carefully checked the information on his way here and had some guesses in his mind. The Revolutionary Society confirmed his guess. So Fang Heng is still in the slum area now. Zi Shaoen shook his head and said in a deep voice, "No, we believe Fang Heng has already left the slum area. I won't hide it from you. Early this morning, our secret branch in the Snow Mountain Manor area of DRIZZLE district was attacked. After reviewing the footage, we found traces of Fang Heng and confirmed that he had left." At these words, Shan Fukai turned his head back to Ruin Ziying. Ruin Ziying also looked confused. This time, the shock on her face was not pretended. Really? When she heard about the problems at Snow Mountain Manor yesterday, Ruin Ziying had a bad feeling. Who would have thought it was really Fang Heng's doing? That con artist. He said to act low-key and wait to leave as tonight, and then he goes and causes trouble in the early morning. Running to the DRIZZLE district, stayed up all night to cause trouble. Ruin Ziying felt both angry and amused in her heart. She was afraid that he would leave as tonight. Wouldn't it be too late for more mischief? So many people were blocked here, and he still managed to slip away. It seems that the strength of this demonic seed is extremely strong. Lu said, looking back towards the interior of the slum area, a hint of a smile on his face. "It seems we've all been tricked by him, right? Head Lu, just now, the information we have from our revolutionary society is all we currently know. We can't disclose the situation inside Snow Mountain Manor. We hope you can help find Sheng Dao. This is Sheng Dao's blood, Lu took the vial of potion, gently tossed it into the air. Bang! The vial shattered in mid-air. A blob of blood congealed in the air. The people all turned to look at the blood in mid-air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The blood, manipulated by psychic power, continued to change and twist in the air, slowly melting into the air. Lu's left hand manifested a book of prophecy, closed his eyes and focused for a moment until the blood completely disappeared. Everyone turned to look at Lu. Not good news. Lu put away the book of prophecy, looked at everyone. We've lost track of Sheng Dao. Lost track. Zi Shaoen looked at Lu. Lu was a young man promoted by the mysterious society in recent years, a standout among the younger generation. His strength even surpassed several old folks in the society. He had exceptional talent and strength in astrology. Even he couldn't sense Shengdao. 2 explanations. First, he's already dead. Second explanation, his aura has been shielded by a special power. Head. Just then, a mysterious society investigator hurriedly entered from outside. Speak. Head, there has been a strong unknown spatial fluctuation event in the neighboring country's DRIZZLE district hydroelectric plant area. The neighboring country has initiated an investigation. While collecting surveillance, they found suspicious individuals. The neighboring country just sent a cooperation notification, suspecting the spatial fluctuation event may be related to Fang Hang. Ruan Ziying heard this, her expression changing once again. Fang Hang. Again. Is it him again? She was going crazy. What is Fang Hang up to now? Just after causing a commotion in the Revolutionary Society research, he hurriedly went to the hydroelectric plant to mess with spatial fluctuations. Isn't he tired? Can't he take a break for a while? In the water and electricity station in DRIZZLE district, a beam of light rose into the sky. The faithful followers rescued by Fang Hang from the sacred court looked at the beam of light and the spatial channel in front of them, feeling like they were witnessing a miracle, showing devout expressions. Let's go, yes. Following Fang Hang's guidance, the followers passed through the channel built by the spatial portal and returned to the zombie apocalypse. After that, Fang Hang began the transport work. God-restricting space. Shengdao, who was suppressed by the sealed God-restricting space, remained in a coma. Fang Hang was a little helpless. He had prepared, choosing an area with a strong magnetic field to establish a spatial portal. Who knew the effect of the magnetic field was almost negligible? There were still beams of light shooting into the sky and intense spatial fluctuations. Soon, the zombie doppelgangers with the sealed Shengdao entered the zombie apocalypse and later brought back some special minerals from the local area. The mine was Nora's gratitude. If it weren't for Fang Hang's timely rescue, their fallen legion in the DRIZZLE district would have been completely wiped out at the Snow Mountain Manor. The transmission channel was maintained for a full minute. Fang Hang immediately closed it, then leapt into the nearby dam's lake, following the rushing river downstream. Exit game. In the deep water, Fang Hang silently thought. A magic circle appeared under Fang Hang's feet. His figure was quickly shrouded by the red tentacles protruding from the magic circle, dragged into the magic circle, and disappeared. End of this chapter. Chapter 1581. A return to the real world. Again Fang Hang lay on the bed, staring at the pure white ceiling. The biggest gain of this trip was that he figured out the demon seed hidden in his body. However, at the moment, the troubles on his body not only did not decrease, but increased. The contamination of the tongue of envy still had 6 months left. If he did nothing, after 6 months, the contamination would completely devour him. A deadline. Fang Hang took a deep breath and quickly calculated. This time he was tricked by Fiona. He must definitely get back at her. So, there will probably be a falling out between him and the Holy See. Anyway, the Holy See wouldn't let him off. Step by step. In any case, he needed to figure out the transplant of the divine tree first to resolve the lingering worries. The matter of Vaughn could be put on hold for now. Realizing that he had to fully engage in a war with the Holy See, Fang Hang felt a sense of urgency. Thinking about this, he immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Tan Shuo to prepare and recruit some manpower to cooperate with him in entering the abyssal corridor. Tan Shuo almost immediately responded with a surprised expression. Boss Fang, you're back. There are rumors outside that you were trapped in Punos. Are you all right? I'm fine. Remember to keep it confidential, Fang Hang replied. After hesitating for a moment, he added, sorry, my identity is special, and my superiors have emphasized multiple times to keep an eye on your situation. So if there's any news, I must report it as soon as possible. All right, keep it confidential to others, Fang Hang shrugged. His identity was already exposed when he was in the high-level game world. Outsiders knew that him breaking free was just a matter of time. He needed to rescue the divine tree, Abechia, before the news completely leaked. Then he wouldn't have any concerns. No problem, I'll keep it under wraps. Go make the arrangements. After sending the message, Fang Hang contacted Mo Jiawei again, only to find out that the latter was still in the game. so he left a message for him. A wave of drowsiness came over him. Since entering the high-level game world of Oz, Feng Heng had been working tirelessly. Even his strong mental state couldn't handle it. He decided to take a short nap. After transplanting a Bechia, he would need a good rest. Feng Heng set the alarm clock and fell asleep. After a few hours of rest, Feng Heng felt slightly better. He quickly got up and went to find Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqiang. During this time, Tan Shuo had been busy buying and selling goods in the Undead Studies Society, apart from cultivating. After upgrading the Book of the Dead, he could earn a wave of points by selling it. He finally repaid all his debts and even made a small profit. Following Feng Heng's instructions, he exchanged all the points he earned for nutrient potions for plant cultivation. Tan Shuo found it strange that Feng Heng had suddenly returned to doing business in natural studies. Earlier, Mo Jiawei had bought a piece of land in the outskirts of the Undead Research Society and turned it into a villa, storing all the 8 boxes of potions they purchased there. Now Feng Heng suddenly wanted to go to the Abyssal Corridor? What was his game plan? Unable to contact Feng Heng, Tan Shuo had to focus on other tasks. In the hall outside the Abyssal Corridor, Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqiang, along with 3 teams of hired players, were waiting. Feng Heng, dressed as an undead attendant with a deep hood covering his face, entered the gathering hall. He saw Tan Shuo and the others and walked straight towards them. "Is everyone ready?" Tan Shuo heard Feng Heng's voice and immediately straightened up. "You can trust me with the task, we're all set." Tan Shuo pulled Feng Heng aside and whispered, "Boss Feng, why do we need so many people? Do they all have to go into the Abyssal Corridor together? What are we going to do inside? The people you requested are all beginners and intermediate scholars. It might be difficult to venture deep into the central area of the Abyssal Corridor." The Abyssal Corridor was still under reconstruction, with a small part of the Death Aura not completely converted. Recently, many people had taken on missions from the Undead Research Society to enter the depths for repair work. It wasn't too dangerous. However, their team's strength was limited, and they might run into high-level resentment spirits halfway. If they couldn't defeat them, they would have to retreat, wasting time. Yes, there are still some post-incident tasks that need to be handled inside the Abyssal Corridor. No worries, the team is strong enough. Oh, what are we doing in there together? You'll find out once we're inside. Feng Heng whispered a few words in Tan Shuo's ear. After listening, Tan Shuo had a puzzled look on his face, but quickly went back to gather the 30-plus beginner and intermediate scholars hired to enter the Abyssal Corridor's entrance. Feng Heng's task was a bit troublesome. He decided to use the Blood Clan's transmission channel in the central part of the Abyssal Corridor to transport the Phoenix Ming Pine Tree back from the Blood Clan Doomsday to the real world. The fluctuation of Death Aura in the Abyssal Corridor could well conceal the wave brought by the Blood Clan's transmission array to avoid trouble. Feng Heng had previously inquired with Mo Jiawei. The interior ceiling of the Abyssal Corridor had been completed, but a large part of the area had been damaged and still needed to be reconstructed. Therefore, a lot of tools and materials, such as soil, sand, and stones were being transported inside. When the opportunity arose, he could slip out. A group of people entered the entrance of the Abyssal Corridor. The staff responsible for guarding the entrance of the Abyssal Corridor were stunned to see a group of students carrying various equipment like hammers, metal plates, pulleys, and nails ready to enter. What does this mean? Are they here to dismantle something inside the Abyssal Corridor? Several high-ranking staff of the Undead Studies Society were taken aback for a moment before realizing what was happening. They stopped Tan Shuo's group and said, "So many people? What are you here for? The Abyssal Hall is not yet fully open to the public. All entering personnel need to pass through screening." Tan Shuo approached with a smile and explained, "Seniors, it's like this." Feng Heng observed discreetly from the crowd. Previously, he was worried about encountering an elder at the entrance who might prevent him from entering. Seeing there were no elders present, he felt relieved. He let Tan Shuo handle it. He could use his federal status to avoid trouble and sneak indirectly. While watching Tan Shuo and the staff argue, Feng Heng's peripheral vision caught a familiar frown on Li Qingren, being accompanied by 2 apprentices. Seeing her here, Feng Heng's eyes lit up. Li Qingren was also here, and it looked like she was in charge. That made things even easier. Feng Heng stepped forward and whispered to Li Qingren, "Senior sister, why are you here? Where's Master Pu Shai? Li Qingren hadn't noticed Fang Heng in the crowd dressed as an undead attendant until he blocked her path. Fang Heng. Li Qingren's eyes showed surprise. Did you bring these people here? It was good to see him. She had just heard about a group of students bringing tools into the abyssal corridor for relocation, and it seemed strange, so she hurried over to check the situation. Seeing that it was Fang Heng, she suddenly felt it all made sense. It was Fang Heng after all. Things have come full circle. End of this chapter. Chapter 1582. Disappearance come with me. Li Qingren didn't even bother to ask Fang Heng what he was doing with his people inside the sunken corridors. She led Fang Heng to a corner of the hall where no one was around and whispered, "Weren't you trapped in Punos? When did you come out?" Not long ago. Fang Heng made a gesture indicating he didn't want to make it public. "Senior sister, please keep this between us. You know I'm still in a bit of trouble, Li Qingren nodded. She was quite worried when she first found out that Fang Heng was trapped in the frozen prison of Punos. However, Pu Shilao, the teacher, assured her that the kid couldn't be in danger, so she should relax. Indeed, in just a few days, Fang Heng appeared in front of her safe and sound. Li Qingren thought about the trouble she encountered in Punos. Despite this junior being young and having only studied necromancy for less than a year, his potential was so strong that it was despair-inducing. He even went alone deep into the heart of Punos' frozen prison and didn't leave until the open day was over. And unbelievably, he emerged unscathed. Maybe she should seek his help. Perhaps he could work wonders. Fang Heng didn't know what Li Qingren was thinking and asked, "Senior sister, why are you here?" "Well, the seal of the Death Realm needs repairing again, and this time it still needs people to look after it and reinforce it. The teacher is overseeing the reinforcement work there, and the other two teachers can't leave as they are investigating the disappearance of artifacts. So, I rushed back these 2 days to help with the temporary repair of the sunken corridors." Li Qingren explained softly, and her expression became more serious. She then said to Fang Heng in a low voice, "Junior brother, I also went to Punos before and encountered some trouble. I may need your help later." Senior sister also went to Punos? Fang Heng was surprised and nodded. "No problem. Senior sister has always taken good care of me. Just let me know if you need anything. I'll thank you in advance. With so many people here, let's talk in detail another time." Li Qingren turned and glanced at the group of Fang Heng's followers. She couldn't help but tease, "Junior brother, did you bring so many people with you because you knew in advance that senior sister was in trouble and needed help rebuilding the sunken corridors?" Fang Heng chuckled, "Senior sister, you're overthinking it. We're just here to see around and perhaps bring something out on the way. Letting you in is not a problem. But as you saw, the interior of the sunken corridors is still very dangerous. You need to be extra careful." "No problem. I happen to have something troublesome on my hands too. So, this time I won't accompany you into the sunken corridors. I'll arrange a few senior scholars to accompany you to ensure safety." "Is it related to what you mentioned earlier about the missing artifacts?" Fang Heng couldn't help but be curious. "Artifacts? Shouldn't they be under control? After all, once someone gains an artifact, it is not influenced by the game world and can freely accompany the player in and out of the game, usually stored in the Sea of Consciousness or a backpack. How could it be easily stolen?" "Well, just now, after you escaped from Punos, you might not be aware that a few days ago, there was an incident of theft of artifacts within the Necromancy Research Society. It's under investigation, and along with the missing artifacts, many special materials disappeared, some of which were funded by the Federation. As you know, once the Federation is involved, things get very complicated. The Federation is leading the investigation into this matter, and after their investigation, it was confirmed that it was done by someone internal, suspecting that unknown individuals have infiltrated our ranks, potentially from an anti-Federation faction." Seeing Fang Heng's puzzled expression, Li Qingren summarized briefly. "Some artifacts are unique and cannot be used by ordinary people, so they are typically not well guarded." "I see." Li Qingren was now very troubled. Suddenly, she felt a sense of internal and external crises. Now, while the Necromancy Society and the Holy See are in dispute outside, the internal seal of the Death Realm needs reinforcement, and there is also an artifact theft incident. They have to find the traitor and deal with the internal review by the Federation. Consequently, The entire organization's reconstruction work around the sunken corridors fell on her shoulders. Besides this, her study in Punos also encountered some trouble. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. The disappearance of the artifact had nothing to do with him. So, there might be infiltrators from an anti-Federation faction within the Necromancy Society. They needed to be more careful. Fang Heng declined the help Li Qingren offered and instead led over 30 scholars from the Necromancy Society directly into the depths of the sunken corridors that he hired. It was mainly to avoid trouble. The scholars Li Qingren sent to help at least were proficient in advanced necromancy. These people could easily recognize his identity and even notice clues when he opened spatial passages. Fang Heng wanted to minimize any potential trouble. At this moment, some traces of Death Realm aura were still present in the sunken corridors, where few grudges and spirits had gathered. As the team advanced gradually, Li Shakyong and Tan Shuo looked at Fang Heng with a different expression. Compared to over a month ago, Fang Heng had made remarkable progress in necromancy. When they first saw him, he was just a novice who had barely grasped the basics of necromancy. Now, he could skillfully manipulate soul chains and control 7 at once. Thick soul chains overflowed from the Book of the Dead, tightly wrapping around the soul bodies, swiftly dragging them into the book. Many necromancers also looked at Fang Heng with surprise. They didn't know the person dressed as a necromancer was Fang Heng. They were just astonished by his strong soul control ability. With Fang Heng leading the way and the numerical advantage, the group spent an hour crossing the outer and middle layers of the sunken corridors until they entered the central area. They saw the alloy iron wall leading to the center of the sunken corridors. Fang Heng signaled to Tan Shuo. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Rest here for a moment and wait a bit." In accordance with the prior arrangement, Tan Shuo instructed everyone to take a break. Fang Heng immediately left the crowd and entered the central area of the sunken corridors from another side. There was still a high concentration of Death Realm aura in the central area that had not been completely cleared. When the vengeful spirits sensed the presence of living beings, they rushed towards Fang Heng. Swoosh! A dark golden light bloomed in front of Fang Heng. Then, more than 20 beams of light attacked him from the Book of Oaths. Bang, bang, bang! A large group of vengeful spirits shattered around. End of this chapter. Chapter 1583. Fang Heng looked around and took out a small stone from his pocket. Soul Jade Crystal. Obtained from the ice prison. It could create a small barrier, blocking the majority of life breath in the area and reducing the aggressiveness of nearby undead creatures. Fang Heng opened the barrier. After clearing out the wandering vengeful spirits, the remaining ones also reduced their hostility towards Fang Heng and quieted down once again. Fang Heng looked around, then returned to the game. In the game world of Blood Vampires, the elders of the Blood Vampire Court had prepared a magic array to reopen the gateway to the game world. The Phoenix Cry cedar trees were dug out again by the vampires, carefully wrapped in black oilcloth, and placed in metal boxes. When the king arrived, they would together send the metal boxes back to the real world. Shoo! The teleportation magic array shimmered. Upon seeing Fang Heng walking out of the magic array, all the vampires kneeled to greet him. "My lord!" Outside the central area of the abyssal corridor, the scholars who were waiting sensed something, and their expressions changed slightly. Many of them looked towards the center of the abyssal corridor. They felt an explosive energy fluctuation from inside the abyssal corridor. They glanced at each other, but no one made a move. If a player with higher power were present, they might be able to sense more information and even consider going inside the central area of the abyssal corridor. But for now, the players all looked at Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqiang. Their eyes were filled with questioning. It seemed like something had happened inside. Could they run away first? Tan Shuo reassured everyone, no need to panic. Some spatial experiments will be completed soon. This was the explanation Fang Heng had given to Tan Shuo. After hearing this, everyone understood. It turned out that the Federation was conducting some special experiments internally. The spatial fluctuation lasted for more than 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. After a moment, everyone saw Fang Heng walking towards them from the other side. "Everyone, it's all right. Follow me and help out." The crowd couldn't help but look at Tan Shuo. "Let's go." Tan Shuo followed Fang Heng into the central hall of the abyssal corridor. What was that? In the entrance of the hall, there was a large metal container. It was about 15 meters long and 3 to 4 meters wide and high. When was this thing placed in the central area of the abyssal corridor? Could they really move it? The undead scholars looked skeptical and turned to Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqiang for guidance. Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo were also surprised. However, they quickly calmed down. Hadn't they seen enough strange things on Fang Heng? Their resilience was already strong. Let's move it. No matter where Fang Heng got this thing from, as long as the Undead Research Society allowed them to move it outside, they would. Tan Shuo's initial surprise disappeared, and he nodded, saying, "Get ready to move it. Let's get it out before sunset, and the reward will double." Upon hearing the reward doubling, the scholars no longer hesitated. They rolled up their sleeves and summoned black spirit chains from the Book of the Dead to tightly secure the metal box. Afterwards, they lifted the box into the air together. Another group of people immediately inserted a newly assembled large rolling skateboard under the box. They could then move the entire metal container using the skateboard. While everyone was busy moving the container, Li Shaoqiang approached Fang Heng and pulled him aside. "Fang Heng, there is an urgent matter. We have just reported your escape from Prunos to the higher-ups of the Federation, and someone named Cao Ming sent a cooperation report, hoping to communicate with you. Do you know him? Do you need me to take care of him or who?" "Cao Ming. He claims to have cooperated with you in the Prunos game world, and said he couldn't contact you in the game." Fang Heng immediately knew who it was. The undead player who had cooperated with him to complete the talent advancement mission in the Prunos game world, and they had entered the ice prison together to complete a mission. Cao Ming was also affiliated with the Federation. "Yes, I know him. Let him leave a contact method. I have some unfinished business to take care of first, but I will contact him soon after." "All right." 3 hours later. Let's begin. In the backyard of the private villa 5 kilometers away from the Undead Society, Fang Heng nodded at Mo Jiawei, and the Book of the Dead appeared in front of him. Hiss, hiss. 7 soul chains emerged from the Book of the Dead. These soul chains really saved Fang Heng a lot of effort in transporting things. The two of them worked together to open the container, and spent quite a bit of effort planting the half-dead phoenix cry cedar tree into the prepared pit. After that, Mo Jiawei started to pour a recovery potion for plants and trees onto it. "Fang Heng, are you sure this will work?" "Not sure, but let's give it a try." Fang Heng was somewhat resigned. According to the elders of the blood vampires, the phoenix cry cedar tree had a strong vitality and wouldn't die easily, but after this ordeal, it would take a long time for it to fully recover. In any case, it was worth a shot. After pouring 2 boxes of nutrient solution, Mo Jiawei's phone rang. It was a call from the driver. A visitor had arrived. "Fang Heng, Oleana has arrived early. She is on her way, and will be here in 10 minutes. So fast? Let's go, let's welcome her." Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei immediately went outside the villa to greet her. 10 minutes later, a shiny silver car slowly drove into the villa compound. The natural scholar Oleana got off from the passenger seat. Following her were 2 young women who sat in the back seat of the car. They each got off from the back and stood behind Oleana. Mo Jiawei couldn't help but nudge Fang Heng. "Fang Heng, take a look at that. She's quite attractive." Fang Heng was also a bit surprised to see the 2 women. Both women were exceptionally beautiful. The younger one standing on the left side was slightly younger. She was wearing a hat that partially obscured her face, but her outstanding appearance couldn't be concealed. She seemed a bit shy and avoided making eye contact. The woman on the right was tall, with a high nose bridge and a somewhat stern expression. Fang Heng felt like he had seen this woman somewhere before. "Fang Heng." Oleana saw Fang Heng at the villa entrance, her eyes filled with surprise as she looked him over. She came over with a few hints of curiosity. She didn't expect him to have interests in natural studies. Chapter 1584. Follower. In order to complete the task you assigned, I spent some time learning, which will be useful in the future as well. Oriana nodded slightly in praise, introducing, "This is Cleve, my apprentice. She is about the same age as you, and has been studying natural science with me for over a decade. She is also a half-elf with exceptional talent in natural science." Fang Heng looked at the somewhat timid woman. She was actually a half-elf. Fang Heng knew about half-elves. They were the offspring of humans and elves, considered impure by the elf race. Elves were extremely rare, and their presence was only found in a few high-level game worlds. Each elf had exceptional features. Unlike humans, their ears were pointed and grew upwards. Feng Heng understood why Cleve wore a hat. Cleve noticed Feng Heng's gaze and, with a wary look in her lively eyes, nodded cautiously at him before stepping back half a step and trying to hide behind Oriana. This is Loberia, also my apprentice. Compared to Cleve, Loberia standing on the right was much more seasoned and had a cooler demeanor. She also had outstanding features, with facial and bodily features more akin to foreigners. I am Loberia, the legitimate heir of the Snowfield Orthodox royal family in the Federation's northern district. Loberia stood in front of Cleve, blocking Feng Heng and the other's view, her tone laced with a hint of severity. Feng Heng remembered. He had seen her on TV before. Since the unification of the Federation, the royal families in various countries had lost real power and were more symbolic. Only the Snowfield in the northern district stood out among the royal families. The royal family owned several large multinational companies, controlled about 500 officially recognized royal guards, and even had a strong presence in games. So you are royalty, hello. Loberia nodded slightly. Feng Heng noticed her aloof expression, but didn't bother with it, focusing on quickly obtaining the method to transplant the god tree by Miss Oriana, regarding what you mentioned last time, I have prepared the plants that meet your requirements. Please follow me. All right. Feng Heng led the group to the backyard of the villa. Oriana's eyes lit up at the sight of the phoenix cedar tree planted in the backyard. Obviously, it had just been planted, with some disorder around it. Even the shovel nearby was not cleaned up. Oriana praised, Phoenix cedar tree, Feng Heng, your teacher was right. You can bring us surprises. Cleve, who followed Oriana, also looked surprised. The phoenix cedar tree, a plant only seen in high-level game worlds. It must have taken a lot of effort to transplant it here. Loberia was a bit surprised too. However, she quickly realized. She didn't think it was difficult to achieve this. In her view, Feng Heng couldn't have brought the phoenix cedar tree alone. He must have used the power of the undead society. After Oriana checked the condition of the phoenix cedar tree, she was very satisfied. Phoenix cedar tree, S-level rare plant, indeed can only be found in high-level game worlds. It's clear you put a lot of effort into bringing it here in such a short time. However, Feng Heng, this phoenix cedar tree is not complete, Miss Oriana. Feng Heng interrupted. The phoenix cedar tree is just a part. Besides it, I have prepared another plant for you, also S-level. Oh. Oriana was even more surprised when she saw Feng Heng bring out the red hell mandala. Red hell mandala. Cleve whispered in surprise behind her teacher. Feng Heng, you have surprised me again. Oriana's eyes showed a moment of astonishment as she took the hell mandala from Feng Heng's hands and carefully examined it, continuously praising, a plant living in hell, very rare. You did a great job. Thank you. Oriana smiled. Now I can rest assured. Huh. Cleve, yes. Cleve obediently stood next to Oriana, timidly stealing a glance at Feng Heng. Cleve has exceptional talent in natural science. She has been studying with me for over a decade, and it's time for her to gain experience. Due to her half-elf status, I have been uneasy about her being alone outside. That's why I hope she will accompany you for some simple training during this time. Can you take care of her, Feng Heng? Feng Heng looked at Cleve, then at Oriana, feeling a bit confused for a moment. What did this mean? Babysitting? Oriana noticed Feng Heng's confusion and nodded to Cleve beside her. Cleve. Yes, teacher. Cleve obediently walked to the phoenix cedar tree, clasping her hands together. Feng Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. Natural power. As someone who mastered intermediate natural science, he could see clearly. Under Cleve's guidance, natural energy surged around, quickly converging in front of her. Boom! Life force rapidly poured into the phoenix cedar tree. The tree flourished with vitality under the infusion of natural energy. The roots spread rapidly underground, firmly attaching to the deep soil. The branches and leaves that were cut off by the zombie doubles and vampires quickly regrew and spread outwards. In just a few minutes, with Cleve's help, the phoenix cedar tree was restored to its original state, even more lush than before. Cleve seemed to effortlessly complete all this, then stood next to Oriana obediently. Cleve, you will accompany Feng Heng for training during this time. Cleve looked at Feng Heng, nodding cautiously towards him. With your current abilities, you cannot transplant the god tree. It requires at least master-level natural science, which I cannot personally assist you in the game, but Cleve can. She will help you with the tree's transplanting. Additionally, she can assist you in your natural science practice as compensation for protecting her. Fang Heng understood and nodded. I see. Thank you. I will make sure to protect Cleve's safety. Following Oriana's signal, Cleve walked to Fang Heng's side. Young man, I trust Diki's judgment. You are good. No need to see us off. We have arranged everything and will soon return to the Northern Federation. Remember, Cleve's identity is special. Try not to let others know. All right, I understand. Watching Oriana and Loberia leave the villa together, Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei looked at each other, feeling somewhat confused. End of this chapter. Chapter 1585. Promise to leave the villa. Lorelei looked out the window, feeling a bit reluctant about Cleve's departure. Teacher, can we really trust them with Cleve? They passed the assessment, and it was very perfect, Oriana said lightly. Cleve also needs some experience, and you have felt the recent situation. With us, she will only be in more danger and become our weakness. Lorelei bit her lip tightly, then said after a moment, I investigated Fang Heng. He is an extremely dangerous individual. Nothing is absolutely safe. I trust Deck's vision, and I'm willing to believe his promise, Oriana replied. Outside the villa. Hint. Player completed the mission, rare plants, mission completion rate, 170%. Hint. Special character Cleve will follow the player for a period of time to help with transplanting trees. Due to the player's extra completion of the mission, the player gains additional Cleve friendship points. Hint. If Cleve's friendship points decrease, there is a chance she will leave. Hint. Due to the player's extra completion of the mission, the player gains the rejuvenated Phoenix Cry Cedar Tree. Fang Heng looked at the game hints, then looked at Mo Jiawei, feeling a bit annoyed. He had put in a lot of effort to bring the Phoenix Cry Cedar Tree into the real world to overcomplete the mission. Originally, there was the concept of overcompleting missions in the game, and he had completed with over 1000% completion rate before. But now, after going through all that trouble to transplant the trees, the extra reward was only so-so. Cleve seemed to be very afraid of Mo Jiawei, and after the teacher left, she stayed close to Fang Heng. She had been ostracized since childhood in the village until she met the teacher and followed him under his protection. Mo Jiawei hesitated for a moment and asked, Fang Heng, what should we do with this tree? Leave it here. Is it clean? Fang Heng thought for a moment and shook his head. Indeed, the origins are not very clean. Cleve naturally had a fear of outsiders. As Fang Heng and Cleve discussed how to handle the Phoenix Cry Cedar Tree, Cleve shyly said, Teacher, leaving the Phoenix Cry Cedar Tree behind, maybe to help you in your study of natural sciences. Continue the study. Fang Heng couldn't help but be curious and asked, Use the Phoenix Cry Cedar Tree? Cleve explained, the Phoenix Cry Cedar Tree has strong vitality. When it reaches maturity, it can emit and gather natural aura around it, which can assist in cultivation. Fang Heng understood, so he would need to find a way to bring this thing back into the game world. It seemed a bit absurd. Since this thing was useful, it meant it had value. With this realization, Fang Heng looked at Mo Jiawei and said, Ask the Ocean Star Company if they will take it and sell it if they do. Mo Jiawei nodded in agreement. No problem. Leave it to me to handle. Fang Heng then asked Cleve, Can you enter the game, Cleve? Yes, Cleve nodded. I am still in the game world where the teacher stayed. The teacher has prepared a teleportation token for me. After you grant me permission, I can use the token to teleport to your world. All right, you go back to prepare in the game, and I'll also prepare here. I will come to pick you up in the game in a few hours. Okay, sounds good, Cleve obediently replied, closed her eyes, and a magic circle appeared under her feet. Hey! Green vines spiraled up from the magic circle, enveloping Cleve and pulling her completely into the magical circle. After seeing Cleve off, Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei looked at each other. Another demi-human. It seemed like they had gained another tag-along, but maybe it wasn't that simple. Cleve still had her strengths. Maybe she was just a pretty vase. Mo Jiawei thought that things were not as simple as they seemed and asked, Fang Heng, how do you plan to arrange her? Fang Heng pondered for a moment. Firstly, he didn't intend to run around with Cleve. What if something happened on the road? It would be hard to explain to Oriana. Also, Cleve had a special status, and appearing in front of outsiders could easily cause trouble. For safety, he decided to first bring the sacred tree back, and then leave Cleve in the zombie apocalypse. It was the most stable and safest option. The zombie apocalypse was his territory, so even if Cleve caused a commotion, it wouldn't matter. Fang Heng had a preliminary plan. He looked at the time and nodded. "You get ready. I've arranged with the Ocean Star Company to evacuate from Vaz. I'll return to the game first." Okay. In the game, Ruin Jiyang was nervous and looked towards Fang Heng. Finally, in the last few hours, Fang Heng had quieted down and didn't cause any trouble. She had smoothly constructed the ritual channel and was ready to return. The preparations have begun. The teleportation channel will open in 2 minutes. All right, this is the agreed-upon reward. Fang Heng took out a Hell Mandara from his backpack and handed it to Ruin Jiyang. "You are sensible. Let's work together happily." Ruin Jiyang happily accepted the Hell Mandara. It was worth it. Luo Su asked quietly as he followed Fang Heng, "When will you be back?" "Soon. Things have been quite turbulent lately, so you should find a way to lay low for now, then gather the necessary materials for the ritual." Here Fang Heng paused, a hint of determination in his eyes. "When we meet again, it will be time for us to strike back." Luo Zu's spirit lifted. Striking back. It was something he had always wanted to do, but didn't dare. He never expected that day to come so soon. Fang Heng had a preliminary plan in mind. At the moment, he could locate gluttony through the ritual, which meant he had some control. Next time he visited, he wouldn't be so passive. Luo Su suppressed his excitement and nodded solemnly. "Yes, let's go." Ruin Jiyang, seeing the time was almost up, urged Fang Heng to depart. The ritual began, and a gentle light illuminated the three of them. A blue spatial passage opened. "It's time, let's go." Quickly, Ruin Jiyang lightly pushed Fang Heng's shoulder. Fang Heng stepped into the spatial passage, enveloped in a blue light. Leaving the Vaz game world, Fang Heng smoothly returned to the zombie apocalypse. Prince Gal of the Blood Clan had already led the vampires to await at the entry point. Seeing Fang Heng, Gal and the vampires knelt. "Great King." Rise. Gal was energized, reporting, "Great King, during your absence, the Elder Council has begun tempering the blood obtained from this journey using the Blood King's coffin. It is expected to take a little more time until the tempering is complete, should be done before dawn." Good. Previously when he killed the Hell Pharum, the blood hadn't been tempered in the Blood King's coffin. Fang Heng had ordered Brûlé to return to the Blood Clan Apocalypse immediately to accompany the Elder Council to start the blood tempering. End of this chapter. Chapter 1586 dispersed. And the sacred seal you brought back is considered by the saints of the Holy Court to be conflicting in attributes with the aura inside the Temple of Blood. They suggest storing the seal in the Temple of Zeus for safer keeping. When Gale mentioned the group of believers from the Holy Court that Fang Heng brought back from the high-level gaming world, his expression was somewhat strange. The Blood Clan members couldn't approach the space bound by the gods. Only the group of Holy Court believers could move it with great effort. It took a full 7 hours to walk just 1 kilometer. After the Elder Council discussed, they decided to temporarily take the Holy Court believers and the seal together to the Temple of Zeus for safekeeping, with our people outside guarding. Fang Heng nodded gently, something that Mo Jiawei had mentioned to him before. Currently, the final work of the voyage to Vaz has not been completed. The sealed Shengdao is still a big problem. However, Fang Heng already had a preliminary plan on how to handle it. Well done. The God-bound space is extremely important. Bring people to the outer perimeter of the Temple of Zeus. Make sure to personally guard it. Yes. Prince Gale solemnly nodded and led the group of Blood Clan members hastily away. Mo Jiawei stood aside and couldn't help but smirk. He thought to himself, "Fang Heng, you brought back a lot of things from the high-level gaming world this time, didn't you?" Fang Heng instructed Gale to attend to matters first, then activated the relevant permissions, allowing the connection of portals from higher worlds, and chose Clavey. In a moment, the transmission channel shimmered again. A sparkling green light enveloped the spatial transmission channel. A faint green crack opened up in the space. Clavey leapt lightly out of the crack. It was her first time leaving her teacher's residence to contact the outside world, curiously observing this unfamiliar world. Seeing Fang Heng, Clavey quietly greeted him and walked to his side. "Fang Heng, Clavey, do you need to rest?" Clavey shook her head gently. All right, let me take you to see the Tree of Life. Fang Heng nodded at Victor beside him. Victor, please prepare and activate the transmission device. Open the transmission channel. Late at night. Barbaric territory. Since Tang Mingyu and the others left the barbaric territory, the empire fell into minor chaos once again. However, the chaos never spread to the Plague Land. Clavey and Fang Heng entered the Plague Land through the transmission channel. Stepping out of the transmission channel, they saw the Tree of Life, Abe Crimson, entrenched in the Mage Tower. Clavey's face was full of amazement. She had never seen such a powerful tree before. Was it the ancient Tree of Life? The natural vitality lingering in the air made Clavey feel comfortable and relaxed. She tried to establish a mental connection with the ancient Tree of Life, but was firmly rejected. Fang Heng waved his hand, and the vines blocking their path moved aside. Clavey looked at Fang Heng, her eyes showing a hint of agreement and tenderness. It turned out that he had already made a contract with the ancient Tree of Life. People who could establish a contract with the ancient Tree of Life shouldn't be bad people, right? Fang Heng. Clavey followed Fang Heng and gently pulled his sleeve, quietly asking, "Is this the ancient Tree of Life?" Huh? The ancient Tree of Life? Fang Heng was puzzled for a moment. When he was researching the transplantation issue with Abe Crimson, he had come across snippets of information about the ancient Tree of Life. Translated from the ancient Elven language, embellished with many mythological elements, it was difficult for Fang Heng to understand exactly what the ancient Tree of Life looked like. It was probably a sacred tree revered by the Elven race, said to have given birth to the Elven race. No. Oh. Clavey was surprised. It's not. It's called Abe Crimson, so it's probably not your ancient Tree of Life. Then, can I establish a mental connection with it? Clavey's eyes showed a hint of anticipation as she pleaded, I need to establish a mental communication link with it to better understand its current situation and complete the transplantation smoothly. Of course. Fang Heng looked up. Abe Crimson, she is my friend, Clavey. She will help you with the transplantation. As I told you before, this place is not suitable for us to stay for long. Abe Crimson conveyed a sense of joy, and a few branches extended over, gently caressing Clavey's cheek. Clavey chuckled at feeling ticklish, alleviating her fear of entering this unknown world for the first time. She reached out to touch Abe Crimson's vine gently. The mental connection was quickly established. Clavey was amazed once again. Such vast vitality. Through the mental connection, she perceived the full extent of Abe Crimson's presence. The entire Plague Land was completely enveloped by Abe Crimson. The ancient Tree of Life. It must be the ancient Tree of Life. She had never seen such a broad ancient Tree of Life. Clavey, I have something to attend to. Communicate with Abe Crimson to prepare for the transplantation. We will discuss further later. Please stay here for a few days for now. Is that all right? Mo Jiawei nodded. Grandma Michelle is in charge here. I will take you to meet her later. She will take care of your daily needs. Don't be polite. Let us know if you need anything, and we will prepare it for you. Clavey snapped back to reality. She couldn't understand why the ancient Tree of Life would appear here. Okay, thank you. Fang Heng nodded to Mo Jiawei, indicating for him to take care of Clavey, and then teleported to Hanny City. He had an extremely important task to accomplish. Walking through a long, narrow corridor of over 20 meters, Fang Heng walked for a full 10 minutes until he reached the final gate. He stopped and his expression turned serious. The Saintess, Viona. If the Tree of Life was transferred, there would be a risk of Viona losing control. For safety's sake, it would be best to deal with the troublesome situation posed by Viona first. The twists and turns encountered during the trip to Vaz were largely due to Viona. Thanks to her, he had acquired a pollution. A flash of determination passed through Fang Heng's eyes. Inside the room, Viona sat on the edge of the bed in a white dress with a slightly sacred aura on her face. She looked unwelcoming, but internally she was extremely anxious. Fang Heng entering Vaz so quickly caught her off guard. She never imagined that Fang Heng would come into contact with contamination from the high-level gaming world so quickly, triggering the demon seed within him. What's more troublesome was that she had not found an opportunity to relay Fang Heng's information outside. Fang Heng was a demon seed, and an unawakened one at that. Before awakening, Fang Heng had already caused such a big impact on the Holy Court, and he had a great deal of connection with the Blood Clan in secret. Once successfully awakened, end of this chapter. Fiona had a strong premonition. The entire Holy Court may be destroyed because of Feng Heng. With no other choice, Fiona made a decision. She directly triggered the demonic seed within Feng Heng's body, allowing the secretly controlled Vaz's tongue of envy to deal with Feng Heng, suppressing the demonic seed within Feng Heng's body, forcing Feng Heng to cooperate with her. Fiona didn't know how Feng Heng's situation was at the moment, but she felt that Feng Heng's abilities were unlikely to win against the tongue of envy. Fortunately, the tongue of envy couldn't truly descend into that world, greatly weakening its power. Based on her assessment of Feng Heng's abilities, after paying a huge price, Feng Heng still had a chance to survive. By that time, Feng Heng would realize the danger of the high-level gaming world and be contaminated by the tongue of envy. She could then use this as leverage, invite him to sit down, and have a good talk about cooperation. As for the worst outcome, Feng Heng would die by the hands of the tongue of envy. That would simply be his bad luck. Fiona was thinking about this when the door to the room was pushed open from the outside. Fiona, long time no see. Seeing the person walking in from outside, Fiona's expression turned serious. It was Feng Heng. He had returned from Vaz. Fiona breathed a sigh of relief. Outwardly, she maintained a cool demeanor, looking at Feng Heng. "You're back. How is the situation in Vaz?" "Not bad." Feng Heng smiled, sitting across from Fiona, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. "Thank you for your help. I encountered a lot of trouble in Vaz because of you." Fiona's expression changed slightly. "What do you mean? Do I need to spell it out more clearly? Like I encountered a demonic seed." Fiona's pupils suddenly contracted. "How much do you know?" "A lot. For example, I am a demonic seed. For example, the tongue of envy wants to kill me. For example, you intentionally attracted the attention of the demonic seed within me to draw the tongue of envy?" Fiona's cool demeanor finally couldn't hold, and a hint of astonishment appeared on her face. He already knew everything. Soon, Fiona regained her composure. "I apologize for putting you in danger. Believe me, I had my reasons for doing so. Once the demonic seed awakens within you, you're no longer yourself. This was the best solution I could think of. Understand your ass. Still trying to fool me, huh?" Feng Heng thought to himself, but he maintained a calm expression on his face. "Only I can help you remove the contamination on your body," Fiona said, raising a finger. "In the name of the holy light, I swear to keep my promise, to help you completely rid your body of the demonic seed." The golden light sprinkled down, making Fiona look sacred and solemn. "I also hope you can trust me. Without removing the demonic seed, your mind will gradually be controlled by it until you become a puppet of the demonic seed." Feng Heng looked at Fiona, extremely skeptical of everything she said. Could the demonic seed really control him to become a puppet? This was completely different from what he had learned from the Fallen Camp. Loxley never mentioned this. The demonic seed doesn't control the mind at all. It chooses itself. Even if what Fiona said was true, Feng Heng still didn't dare to cooperate with her. He didn't think he would fall twice in the Holy Court. After some thought, several thoughts flashed through Feng Heng's mind. "Are you threatening me, Fiona?" Fiona looked gentle and soft-spoken. "This isn't a threat, Feng Heng, it's a plea. The power of hell is not something you can resist alone. Please trust us." Feng Heng's expression became more serious and he nodded. "All right, I think you have a point. We should set aside our past grievances and cooperate sincerely. It's best if you can think that way. Given that you have deceived me once, the condition for cooperation is that you must first help me remove the contamination of the tongue of envy." "No problem." Fiona agreed without hesitation. "However, the contamination on your body directly from the tongue of envy, my current strength is unable to do so. Only after awakening some of the saint's power can I possibly help you remove the contamination on your body. Or, if you're willing to trust me, I can take you to see the oracle and pray for the power of the gods to help rid you of the contamination." "Is that so? It feels like I'm being led to the slaughter again." Feng Heng's eyes held a deep suspicion. Fiona looked at Feng Heng and once again persuaded, "Feng Heng, demons are extremely cunning and evil creatures. They have always been the most powerful opponents in the divine domain. The fight against demons is not something that can be achieved overnight. We need to let go of our grievances. You are also a victim of demons. We need more trust." Hint: player affected by psychological skills. Hint, your willpower is above 150, immune to this psychological influence. Fang Heng looked at the game prompts flashing on the retina, feeling even colder. After all that was said, Fiona still wanted to break free, even if she had to paint him a bunch of cakes. Fang Heng glanced at Fiona, nodded, and said, I need to think about this again. I understand. What happened before was my fault. Fiona nodded. I sincerely apologize, and I'm willing to wait for you to come around. I also hope you can understand me. Understood. Fang Heng stood up and left the room, disdainfully curling his lips. Ha! Holy Court! I'd sooner believe in ghosts. Fang Heng was already resigned to the fact that cooperation with the Holy Court was impossible. I gave you a chance, Fiona, Fang Heng muttered under his breath, his gaze gradually turning cold. Fiona could only complete the mission. However, she wouldn't be able to simply submit the mission to her. Fang Heng had a better plan in mind. He returned to the Plaguelands. Inside the teleportation channel, Clavey was playing with the vines of Abyssalia. Fang Heng asked, Are you getting used to it? Yes, it's good. Abyssalia is a good friend. Abyssalia also conveyed its joy to Fang Heng. Can I stay here with the God Tree? Of course. Clavey would be better off not running around, especially with Abyssalia protecting her. She wouldn't be in danger, which made Fang Heng feel more at ease. But we will transfer it back to the zombie apocalypse, the world you saw before. Okay. Clavey nodded. That's fine. Abyssalia, and I have discussed it, the transfer will cause some harm to Abyssalia. But with Abyssalia's abilities, it will recover quickly. However, sealing Abyssalia's entire being through the power of space will require a huge expenditure of power within a short period of time. We need a power source. Power source. Fang Heng frowned, asking, such as cosmic crystal ore. It's the most practical and common energy source. End of chapter. Fang Heng let out a sigh of relief and looked towards ManhwaRecap. They had just completed a trade with the Starfish Company and acquired a portion of cosmic crystal ore. ManhwaRecap walked over and said, Our trade with the Starfish Company is still ongoing. We have already sent 9 batches of goods, and they have delivered 1 point for tons of cosmic crystal ore. How much ore do we need to transfer to Abysaki? I'll go communicate with them. No need. We don't need that much. Claire waved her hand, taken aback by ManhwaRecap's use of ton units. Just 1 truckload of crystal ore will be enough. Just 1 truck. Easy breezy. All right. I need to prepare before transferring to Abysaki. In a few days, we will officially begin the transfer. Take a look and let us know if you need anything. Claire timidly glanced at ManhwaRecap and nodded. Good. There should be no issue with moving Abysaki. Next, they could focus on dealing with Fiona, using Fiona's life to complete the talent upgrade. Fang Heng pondered the layout. The risk was too high. He still lacked some real power. In a very short time, Fang Heng thought of 2 ways to quickly increase his strength. The first one was upgrading the bloodline of the Blood Clan. They had gathered enough blood and could immediately proceed with the transformation if all went smoothly. The second way was the undead skeleton boss at the source of yin veins. Yes, over at Jixiobo's side. To complete his envisioned plan, he first needed to find a way to fully control the source of yin veins. This morning, the zombie avatars he left at the source of yin veins had stopped being imprinted. He wondered if Jixiobo had encountered any trouble. He had to go check. The ice prison. Deep in the yin veins, Jixiobo was tinkering with something in a large metal cauldron. Suddenly, the dark space fluctuated, and a radiant light emerged in the area covered by the holy light ahead. Jixiobo's heart skipped a beat, and he looked up in haste. Fang Heng's figure emerged in front through the dark space. Fang He! Jixiobo's face lit up with joy as he waved at Fang Heng, sounding a bit excited. Fang Jie, you're finally back. Come, see the results of my operations these past few days. Oh, how is it? Fang Heng surveyed the cave. After a few days apart, the source of yin veins remained the same, roughly divided into 3 areas. The central area, guarded by a giant holy sword, the middle defense layer lit by the sword's radiance, and the outer layer filled with undead skeleton bosses and elite undead skeletons. Jixiobo stood fully armed on the outermost layer, with a black metal cauldron in front of him. The cauldron bore intricate patterns and emitted wisps of gray mist. It's almost done. "Come take a look at this." Jixiaobo proudly gestured towards the cauldron in front of him. Blue soul flames burned beneath the cauldron, and gray mist continuously wafted out from inside. The special aura produced by the metal cauldron can suppress the strength and soul power of the surrounding undead creatures. In simple terms, it can restrain their power and soul. Fang Heng glanced at the undead creatures surrounding the area covered by the holy light. A group of undead skeletons, which he had imprinted with spiritual mark, gathered in the right corner of the cave, while the rest were enveloped in a thin layer of dark mist. Their aggressiveness seemed to have decreased compared to before. Only a small number of undead skeletons still attempted to approach the central sacred giant sword. So, Fang Heng suddenly noticed something and turned to Jixiaobo. "Wait, where are the specter bosses?" He clearly remembered that aside from the ice-cold skeleton boss, the source of Yin Veins was full of specter bosses as well. But now they had all disappeared? Heh. Jixiaobo chuckled, rubbing his nose in satisfaction. "I added some extra ingredients to the cauldron. The specter creatures don't like the smell, so they've all drifted to the entrance and are blocked outside." "Impressive!" Fang Heng gave Jixiaobo a thumbs up. "Fang Jie, why don't you try leaving the area covered by the holy light?" "Leave!" Fang Heng frowned upon hearing this. The undead skeletons were suppressed, and their aggressive nature greatly reduced. The specter bosses had gathered at the cave's entrance, meaning the potential danger outside had decreased significantly. It seemed worth a try. "All right." Without hesitation, Fang Heng nodded and took a few steps forward, standing at the edge of the protective area of the holy aura. Suddenly, as he stepped out of the area, Fang Heng immediately transformed into his undead mode. A loud bang. His transformation wasn't complete, as he hadn't completely left the area encompassed by the holy aura. A strong force pushed him outwards, and he carefully observed the undead skeletons outside. The undead skeleton bosses seemed to have sensed something and turned towards Fang Heng, their eyes filled with flickering soul flames locking onto him. Fang Heng quickly grasped the soul crystal in his hand, enveloping himself in a dark light, shielding his life force. Thud! Controlling his fall, Fang Heng landed on the ground. He quickly scanned his surroundings. The undead skeletons were no longer interested in him and continued to move towards the sacred giant sword in the middle. Bang! Bang bang bang! After switching to undead mode, the zombie avatars previously inside the area covered by the holy light were also expelled due to the sacred power, now scattered around Fang Heng. The plan was a success. Fang Heng stood up, dusted himself off, and gestured to Jixiaobo that everything was under control. "Fang He! Awesome!" Jixiaobo cheered, giving Fang Heng a thumbs up. Fang Heng continued to control the zombie avatars as they stood up slowly, regrouping behind him. The zombie avatars were now free to move around the cave. This made things much easier. Previously, due to the terrain limitations, he could only summon approximately 100 zombie avatars to remain within the area covered by the holy light. Now that they were free, he could summon all the zombie avatars at once. With more zombie avatars, the efficiency of successful spiritual marking could be enhanced. Jixiaobo grinned. "Heh, Fang Jie, the next moment will witness a miracle." "Huh?" Fang Heng looked at Jixiaobo with curiosity. Jixiaobo rubbed his hands together and sprinkled a deep blue powder into the metal black cauldron in front of him. Hissing sounds filled the air as a light blue mist emanated from the cauldron. Jixiaobo focused on controlling it. The blue mist rapidly condensed. In an instant, mass amounts of mist enveloped a lone wandering undead skeleton boss. Sensing the effects of the mist, the undead skeleton boss struggled, but the blue mist surrounded him completely. Jixiaobo shouted, "Fang Jie! I've restrained him! Quickly, imprint his spirit!" "Got it!" Fang Heng raised his hand and imprinted the spirit of the undead skeleton boss immediately. End of this chapter. Chapter 1589. Injecting Chicken Blood. The invisible spiritual power fluctuations were guided by Fang Heng's palm and quickly spread towards the skeletal leader of the undead. Fang Heng felt a movement in his heart. In the past, when he performed spiritual imprinting, the suppressed undead skeletons would always put up fierce resistance. But this time was different. The undead skeletal boss was completely suppressed by a layer of light blue mist enveloping it. It couldn't move at all? A game prompt quickly appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Prompt: you are currently imprinting the spiritual mark on the target undead skeleton leader. the creature is in a suppressed state, increasing the success rate of the spiritual imprint. Great! Feng Heng's eyes lit up. A progress bar appeared above his head. The skill progress bar quickly advanced until it was filled. Prompt: your spiritual imprint failed. No surprise, it still failed. Feng Heng didn't feel disappointed. The level difference between the two sides was still too great. His luck was average, and the chance of success was very low. No worries. Let's stack attempts. Zombie clones controlled by Feng Heng gathered around and extended their palms towards the suppressed undead skeleton, all attempting to imprint spiritually. For a moment, skill progress bars appeared above the heads of the zombie clones. Game prompts began to refresh gradually on Feng Heng's retina. Prompt: player zombie clone's spiritual imprint on the target. Undead skeleton leader failed. 20 minutes later, Ji Xiaobo continued to maintain the steaming mist from the artifact's black pot as sweat dripped down his forehead. Feng Heng, observing from a distance, focused on the sacred giant sword at the center of the yin pulse source. He felt that there might be some kind of entrance sealed beneath the sacred giant sword. While a series of spiritual imprinting failures were being signaled, a red game prompt suddenly flashed. Prompt: player zombie clone's spiritual imprint on the undead skeleton leader completed. Success! Feng Heng's heart stirred, and he immediately turned to look behind him. The light blue soul fire hidden in the two holes in the undead skeleton boss's eye sockets vanished and then bloomed once again. The imprint was completed. Under Feng Heng's control, the undead skeletal leader slowly moved to the corner position, remaining there with the other undead skeletons that Feng Heng controlled. Impressive! Ji Xiaobo was even more excited than Feng Heng. He shouted, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and pumped his fist heavily. Feng brother, amazing! Feng Heng shifted his gaze away from the undead skeletal leader. Indeed, with Ji Xiaobo's help, the sealing efficiency had increased. The exact increase in success rate still needed more testing to confirm. Currently, his number of zombie clones had not reached its maximum. Once all zombie clones were revived, the sealing efficiency would further improve. The only issue now was whether Ji Xiaobo would hold up. Feng Heng looked at Ji Xiaobo, sweating profusely, and asked, "Can you still handle it?" "No problem. I can hold on for a while longer," Ji Xiaobo said, taking a few deep breaths to calm his excitement. "But I can't keep it up for much longer. I'll need to rest after controlling for a while." Feng Heng walked to the black metal pot and inspected it before asking, "How about I take control of it?" "That won't work. This thing is an artifact, very troublesome to use, and without our family lineage, you won't be able to control it," Ji Xiaobo replied. Artifact? Feng Heng's internal alarm was triggered. He remembered the Undead Research Institute's artifact theft incident mentioned by Li Qingren. Feng Heng looked at the black metal pot with a skeptical tone. "Are you saying this artifact was stolen from inside the Undead Research Institute?" "What do you mean stolen? I took it. Okay? The Undead Research Institute was founded by our family. Is it considered stealing if I take our own things?" Ji Xiaobo defended himself agitatedly. "This item is just an ordinary artifact. My grandfather has a bunch of them at home, and it also has an eternal mark that only our family members can use. Later, it was stored as a sacrificial item, and it has been kept in the Undead Research Institute. I brought it back." "So what?" Indeed. Feng Heng was convinced and nodded. "It's not stealing if it's our own thing." "Exactly. The Central Federation is no good either. They want to seize our family's assets, and I heard that the Central Federation has been establishing deeper cooperation with the Holy See, probably aiming to deal with our Undead Research Institute for a long time." Ji Xiaobo's displeasure grew as he spoke, getting more and more irritable. "Let's drop this topic for now. We'll settle the score later." Ji Xiaobo stopped on this topic, then said, "By the way, Feng Heng, controlling the artifact is not a problem, but we're short on fuel." "What do you mean?" Ji Xiaobo pointed to the black pot in front of them and said, "The generation of the blue smoke that suppresses the undead skeleton requires fuel, and it's called blue incense filled with resentment. I brought a little when I took the artifact out last time, mainly because it's hard to get. Unexpectedly, the Undead Research Institute has performed a sudden inspection these days, and they found the pot missing. The Central Federation sent a special investigation team over, and the remaining fuel was temporarily sealed as evidenced by the Central Federation." "Feng Heng, You'll have to figure out a way to get the incense from other sources. Ji Xiaobo pointed to a sack lying nearby. All right, Fang Heng lightly responded, approaching and touching the incense in the bag. Game prompts quickly appeared on his retina. Item: blue incense filled with extreme resentment. Type: special material, building material, spell material. Description: blue incense made through a special process containing lingering resentment, relatively rare. It doesn't seem to be a very rare material based on the description. Getting it should not be too difficult. Fang Heng estimated in his mind and said, "Okay, let me handle the incense. You rest for a while. After getting the incense, we need to seal all the undead skeletons as soon as possible." "No problem." Ji Xiaobo rolled up his sleeves, showing a spirited posture. "Fang brother, just wait and see. As long as we have enough incense, 2 days. I'll get it all resolved for you in 2 days. Then we'll go trouble the Holy See. 2 days is too long. You only have 1 day at most. I'll go get you some dust." "Huh?" Ji Xiaobo was surprised. 2 days was considered long. "Ji Xiaobo, you only have 1 day. Can you do it?" Fang Heng placed his hand on Ji Xiaobo's shoulder. "The truth is, I have a major plan to deal with the Holy See right now. Do you know? You now carry the hope of our future in undead studies. Only you can do this." End of this chapter. Chapter 1590. When Xing Hook heard that he was the hope for the future of necromancer studies, Jie Zhaobi immediately felt a boundless sense of determination, gritting his teeth and adopting a fierce posture as if he was going to push himself to the limit. "Good. 1 day at a time. Feng Ji, don't worry. Even if I don't sleep and continuously take medicine, I will make sure to accomplish everything within a day." "Good." Feng Heng quickly calculated in his mind. Time was too tight. In total, he only had 2 days. He needed to quickly obtain the Xing Hook and then settle View as soon as possible. Inside the Necromancer Research Society, in a secluded corner to the east, stood a 5-story building. The Central Federal Investigation Bureau had just moved into the building 2 days ago to conduct a special investigation into the recent disappearance of artifacts from the Necromancer Research Society. An entire container. Inside the Investigation Bureau's office, everyone was a bit incredulous when they heard this news. Someone took something from the deep sunken corridor, filled an entire container, and left the Necromancer Research Society directly. Did no one from the Necromancer Research Society try to stop them? Even during normal times, this would be outrageous. But now, it was precisely during the crucial period of the artifact's disappearance. Could it be related to the missing artifact? Could it be the transportation of the artifact that was taken away? The Central Federal Investigation Bureau was still investigating here. Were they openly transporting items outside? Did they really believe they were just for show? The related events immediately caught the attention of the investigation team. "It's Tan Shuo, a player cultivated by the East District Federation. We just finished interrogating him, and these are the results of the interrogation." Tan Shuo received a joint inquiry from the Senior Investigation Bureau and the East District Federation, so he did not hide anything and straightforwardly confessed Feng Heng's matter. As for what was inside the container, he didn't know either. Team leader Hen Dongming flipped through the investigation report and suddenly raised his eyebrows. He heard Feng Heng's name from the report. At the same time, doubt arose in Han Dongming's mind. Feng Heng, wasn't he trapped in the Pruno's ice prison? How did he end up here? This time the Central Federal Investigation Bureau entered the Necromancer Research Society for inspection, and there were also shadows of the Holy See within. In recent years, the Holy See had been closely associated with the Central Federal, with high-level exchanges being extremely close, and even engaging in deep cooperation projects. Hen Dongming came from the Central Federal and was given special missions from to superiors this time, helping the Holy See find the whereabouts of the Saintess. When Hen Dongming saw Feng Heng's name in the investigation report, he became quite interested. The Holy See had always been suspicious of Feng Heng. After all, the investigation before the disappearance of the Saintess pointed directly to Feng Heng. However, during the time of the Saintess's disappearance, Feng Heng happened to be trapped in the Pruno's ice prison, and the Lords of the Danny served as scapegoats, attracting the attention of the Holy See. Therefore, the investigation against Feng Heng was temporarily put on hold. Han Dongming raised a note of caution. Feng Heng may be related to the theft incident. Find a way to locate him immediately, control him, and subject him to individual questioning. There was a moment of silence in the room. Ahem. On the side, an elderly investigator, Lao Chen, coughed lightly, raised his head, and softly suggested, "Team leader, do we need to be more cautious in this matter?" Han Dongming furrowed his brow, looking at Lao Chen. Lao Chen had been transferred from the East District Federation and was more familiar with the matters there. Why? You may not know, but Feng Heng has close cooperation with the North District Federation, and the minister has already made contacts. Feng Heng has a special status, and it's best not to act against him lightly. Han Dongming's brow furrowed even more. Lao Chen continued, "Before we have evidence, directly arresting him may provoke a significant backlash. Then invite him to assist in the investigation." Without waiting for others to object, Han Dongming stood up and said, "This investigation is an independent action by the Central Federal against the missing materials. Regardless of who stands behind Feng Heng, as long as he is indeed a suspect, we have the right to invite him to assist in the investigation. I don't care who stands behind Feng Heng, as long as he violated federal laws or did something against federal interests, he must be punished." There was a moment of silence in the room. What are you waiting for? Take action, yes. Night fell. The sky had completely darkened. After leaving the game, Feng Heng hastily returned to the Necromancer Research Society, preparing to directly use points to exchange for Blue Sheen Hook at the trading post in the Hall of the Dead. Necromancer-related items should be obtainable at the Necromancer Research Society. Professional connections. Upon learning about the materials Feng Heng needed to purchase, the clerk showed a regretful expression. "I'm sorry, Mr. Feng Heng, the Blue Sheen Hook you need is a rare item and has been classified as a grade Federal Military Supply Reserve. The Necromancer Research Society only supplies 1 kilogram of it internally each month. If you need it, please leave your identity information for pre-booking. We will conduct a lottery at the beginning of the month after verification is completed, and if you are selected, you can exchange for up to 50 grams of Sheen Hook." So troublesome. Feng Heng was overwhelmed by these complicated procedures. And he would have to wait until next month. There was simply not enough time. Besides, the amount of Sheen Hook he needed was significant. Even if they gave him the entire 1 kilogram, it would still be far from enough. Forget it, he might as well go ask Lao Hai and the Sea Star Company to purchase it from them. But doing so would further delay his plan. Feng Heng contemplated. As Jay Zhabi said, the Sheen Hook had been temporarily confiscated by the Central Federal people as evidence of the theft incident. Going through that route would be the quickest. He needed to come up with a way to try again. Yes, he would go find LS Kyungrin and see if she could help him obtain some Sheen Hook. Feng Heng made up his mind, turned around to leave, and encountered two tall players blocking his way, walking straight toward him. Feng Heng. The two stood in front of Feng Heng, blocking his path, looking serious and firm. "Please come with us." Feng Heng looked at the two and furrowed his brow. "Who are you?" A foreigner with short golden hair walked out from the crowd. "Mr. Feng Heng, we are a special investigation team under the Central Federal Investigation Council, responsible for investigating the recent artifact theft related to the Necromancer Research Society. I am the deputy team leader, Tabalesk. Please come with us to assist in the investigation." As he spoke, more than 10 people walked out from the crowd in the Hall of the Dead and converged on Feng Heng from all directions, subtly surrounding him in the center. Feng Heng glanced at the people around him and furrowed his brow involuntarily. He was surrounded. These people had been hiding in the hall since he entered the Necromancer Research Society, waiting for him all this time. And although he had noticed some details midway through, he hadn't paid much attention. He had been careless. Feng Heng said in a deep voice, "It's unnecessary. I have business to attend to and can't cooperate with the investigation." End of this chapter. I feel that there is nothing more important than cooperating and accepting the investigation. Two tall investigators stood steadfast in front of Feng Heng, blocking his path. Feng Heng took 2 steps back and looked towards Tabaris, saying, "You don't seem like you're inviting me to investigate. If I refuse, what will you do? Are you going to physically take me away?" Several members of the Federation frowned and looked towards Deputy Team Leader Tabaris. The reputation of the Central Federation has always been useful. In the past, when ordinary people encountered such situations, who wouldn't cooperate? They all obediently accepted the investigation. There have been those who acted recklessly and ran away, but someone like Feng Heng, who dared to provoke without restraint, had never been seen before. Tabaris looked at Fang Heng, feeling uncertain about how to proceed. He knew Fang Heng had a special status, but the team leader instructed him to bring Fang Heng back at all costs. Should he take action? After a moment of hesitation, Tabaris made a decision. You misunderstood. We are not forcibly taking you away. We are asking you to come back and assist with the investigation. Tabaris narrowed his eyes and gestured, saying, "Take him back." Suddenly, Fang Heng swiftly leapt back a few steps, his eyelids twitched, and he extended his hand forward. Swift. The Book of the Dead appeared in his palm. Swoosh, swoosh. 7 deep black chains flew out from the Book of the Dead, hovering in front of Fang Heng, with the pointed ends aimed at the members of the Central Federation surrounding him. Inside the Hall of the Dead, there were still many members of the Society of Necromancers present, and seeing someone suddenly wielding the Book of the Dead in the center of the hall in a confrontational posture, they cast curious glances in that direction. Private fights were prohibited within the society, yet someone was openly defying this rule. The person who made a move seemed to be a formidable necromancer, capable of controlling 7 soul chains simultaneously. Judging from the solidity of the soul chains, this person's necromantic level and mental power were not low. However, he wore a hood that obscured his face, making it impossible to identify him. And who was the other party? Tabaris had not expected Fang Heng to take the initiative to act, but after his initial surprise, he suddenly saw an excellent opportunity. As more and more people turned their attention towards them, Tabaris raised his voice, making a statement that everyone could hear. I am Tabaris, the team leader of the Federal Investigation Team. I suspect you are involved in the recent theft of artifacts from the Society of Necromancers. Please come back to assist with the investigation. Do not resist, and others who are not involved, please step back immediately. Upon hearing this, the players in the hall took a few steps back. They had heard rumors of the recent artifact theft within the Society of Necromancers. Federal matters were now involved, and it was best not to provoke them. Though many had some resentment towards the Central Federation, most necromancers preferred not to get involved and withdrew to avoid any repercussions. Moreover, they saw the young man controlling the Book of the Dead slowly remove the hood from his head, revealing his face. You suspect me of being involved in the theft? Do you have evidence? Tension filled the hall as numerous eyes focused on Fang Heng. People who had been moving back suddenly stopped in their tracks. The entire Hall of the Dead was abuzz with whispers. Is it him? Who is he? Do you know him? He is a student of Master Dicky, very talented. He was a newcomer not long ago, but now he's at an intermediate level in necromancy. It's Fang Heng. Yes, it's him. I recognize him. He helped me when I was trapped in the abyss of death, clearing the aura of death. The one who controls the realm of the Blood Clan. Hearing the buzzing discussions around him, Tabaris couldn't shake off a sense of foreboding from the depths of his heart. Fang Heng. Before Tabaris could continue speaking, Fang Heng interrupted. Do you think I am involved in the theft at the Society of Necromancers? Do you want to take me away without evidence? As Fang Heng spoke, the necromancer players who had originally dispersed began to gather around him once again. If Fang Heng was being taken away, the situation would change. Recently, Fang Heng had saved the abyss of death and prevented the spread of death's aura, earning him a reputation within the society. Many players now felt a sense of solidarity with Fang Heng. Coupled with his status as a student of Master Dicky, things took a different turn. There were numerous students of Master Dicky, but regardless, Fang Heng belonged to the Society of Necromancers. In their territory, was it reasonable for an outsider to bully Fang Heng? As more people gathered behind Fang Heng, Tabaris realized the gravity of the situation. Step back, all of you. You are obstructing the investigation of the Central Federation. If you don't retreat, I have the authority to detain you. Suddenly, a deep voice emerged from the crowd. Detain? How audacious! Since when can the Central Federation arbitrarily detain us with just a word? Today, we are standing here, and if you dare, go ahead and detain all of us. Someone incited the crowd, and chaos ensued. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow and caught sight of a middle-aged man in the crowd who was provoking the situation, feeling puzzled. What was going on? Where did this person come from? He didn't recognize him. Why was he more agitated than himself? You dare not! Then scram! Can't you hear? This is the Society of Necromancers. We have no time to cooperate with your investigation." Someone shouted, and others quickly joined in. "Get out of here!" Scram! Scram! Ha! Fang Heng suddenly sensed something amiss. Through the crowd, he saw a familiar face among the troublemakers. He was sure he had seen that person somewhere before, but for the moment, he couldn't recall where. Oh! It wasn't until he saw the young man standing next to that person that Fang Heng realized the connection. It was Cao Ming. Fang Heng saw Cao Ming signaling to him. Tabaris found himself in a dilemma. He never expected the members of the Society of Necromancers to be so bold. Seeing that a riot was about to break out, he feared the wrath of the entire society. He alone couldn't bear the consequences. Someone took the lead, and the crowd surged towards the group from the Central Federation. Understanding Cao Ming's signal, Fang Heng took advantage of the chaos to gradually retreat into the throng of people and quietly disappear. "Fang Heng, I finally found you." Cao Ming led Fang Heng to a secluded corner where no one was present. Seeing Fang Heng intact in front of him, Cao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Since Fang Heng had been trapped in the ice abyss, Cao Ming had been tirelessly searching for ways to help him escape. However, the ice abyss was an enigma. For thousands of years, there was no record of anyone surviving inside for so long. Previously, there had never been a case of someone being released early. In his quest to find Fang Heng, Cao Ming had sought help from his former team leader, who quickly agreed to come. However, they felt that Fang Heng was in extreme danger. As time ticked by, Cao Ming's heart sank deeper. Unexpectedly, a pleasant surprise awaited him. Fang Heng had somehow managed to free himself without their knowledge. End of this chapter. In fact, Cao Ming knew that the captain had already contacted the owner of the ice fortress through various means, preparing to open a secret passage in advance to enter the prison of the ice beast to search for Fang Heng. The preliminary time was set for tomorrow. Completely unexpected. What great news! Fang Heng actually came out on his own. Once Fang Heng's safety was confirmed, perhaps there would be no need to open the secret passage to the ice beast prison. Unable to contact Fang Heng online, Cao Ming had to personally travel a long distance offline to find Fang Heng and confirm his situation. Cao Ming briefly introduced Pruniz's current situation and their movements during this period, and said in a deep voice, "Fang Heng, when I just arrived here, I met Li Shaoqiang. His identity is quite special, and it's not convenient for him to intervene in the Central Federation investigation case. So he asked me to arrange in advance to save you and to apologize to you on his behalf. He had no choice but to report your whereabouts to the Central Federation." "No need, I understand. There is also some not-so-good news. We were a step too late. Mr. Mo has already been taken away by the Central Federation for investigation." Fang Heng opened his mouth. "Mo Jiawei. No wonder I couldn't contact him just now." "Mr. Fang Heng, you don't need to worry too much. It's just a routine questioning. The East District Federation has already negotiated with the Central Federation. Mr. Mo has the backing of the Beihai Heavy Industries Group. Coupled with pressure from the East District Federation, there is no evidence to suggest that Mr. Mo is related to the disappearance of the artifact. Letting Mr. Mo go will not be a problem." "Okay." Fang Heng listened, squinted his eyes, and then looked at the Central Federation team in the hall working hard to maintain order. Suddenly a good idea came to his mind. "Mr. Fang Heng, I came to you in such a hurry this time for a very important matter that requires face-to-face communication with you." Fang Heng was still pondering, and couldn't help but raise his head at the words. "What?" Cao Ming's expression became more serious, and he whispered, "It's about cooperation." "Aren't we already cooperating?" "Deeper cooperation. In fact, the person who wants to cooperate with you is my former superior. He also received the highest level talent advancement mission from Master Gullo in the past, which took him several years to complete. He later took a mission from the Federation and was transferred from the business department responsible for other tasks, which has been delayed until now. The mission he received is the same as yours, and after learning about your situation, he wants to cooperate with you to complete the talent advancement mission together." When it came to Master Gullo's talent advancement mission, Fang Heng felt bitter. That was a deep pit. Fang Heng could already imagine how the Federation personnel would react when they received this mission. Cao Ming, seeing Fang Heng's expression change, continued, "Fang Heng, I'm very sorry. My former captain is currently on a confidential mission, and his name is also confidential, so I can't disclose it. But he has already entered Pruños and is ready to meet with you at any time. Also, please believe that he can offer you greater help. In fact, if you hadn't shown up, we were prepared to enter the prison of the Ice Beast to find you in advance. Huh? Fang Heng's eye showed some surprise, and he asked, "Isn't the Ice Beast prison already closed?" "Yes, it is closed. However, a friend of my former superior has contacted the Lord of the Ice Fortress and can find a way to open a secret passage into the Ice Beast prison." Fang Heng's eyes narrowed suddenly. So, they can open a passage to the Ice Beast prison from the outside. In that case, he could leave the Ice Beast prison early. Ideally, he might even be able to figure out what was sealed in the source of the Ice Beast prison. There are still many unstable factors in the plan to kill Fiona. If he can figure these out, the success rate would greatly increase. Okay, tell your former superior that I am very willing to cooperate with him, and I already have a preliminary plan. Before that, I need him to help me with a favor. Fang Heng leaned over and whispered a few words in Cao Ming's ear. Cao Ming, upon hearing it, couldn't help but blink his eyes in surprise and asked, "More? Haven't you already?" Fang Heng interrupted, saying, "Time is tight, and it needs to be done quickly. Can it be done by tomorrow morning?" After a brief thought, Cao Ming nodded and said, "Yes, no problem. I will go back immediately to report to the captain and ensure it's completed on time." "Okay, I'll go report to my superior first." Cao Ming was a bit anxious and was about to turn and leave after agreeing. "Wait a moment." Fang Heng reached out and pulled Cao Ming back again, asking, "I heard that, in order to investigate the stolen artifact, the remaining supplies in the warehouse where the artifacts were stored have been temporarily sealed as evidence by the Central Federation, right?" Cao Ming was caught off guard by Fang Heng's question, and after recalling for a moment, he replied, "Yes, I have heard some news about it. The materials stored in the artifact warehouse have been handed over to the Central Federation for safekeeping as evidence, and this time the investigation team has also brought along many people. Do you know the specific location?" "I'm not sure about the specific details, but I can try to find out. Getting the location shouldn't be a problem." "Very good, that will be convenient." Fang Heng licked his lips and quickly formulated an action plan in his mind. Cao Ming saw the familiar look in Fang Heng's eyes and couldn't help but ask, "Are you planning to?" "It's nothing. The group of people you brought just now, right? That was well done. I need your help with something else." "Sure, please tell me, as long as it's feasible." Fang Heng leaned over again and whispered a few words in Cao Ming's ear. This ... Cao Ming was a little puzzled at first by Fang Heng's words, but quickly figured out some things. He looked at Fang Heng with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Do you want to? Just take care of this, the rest is none of your concern." "Okay, I understand. Leave it to us." Cao Ming, understanding what Fang Heng meant, immediately agreed. ... How did it turn out like this? Han Dongming found out that the person he sent out to hire didn't bring Fang Heng back, but instead made a mess of things and lost face, returning in embarrassment. Would he become the subject of ridicule by others when news got out? Immediately, an inexplicable anger rose in Han Dongming's heart. Tabaris roughly recounted the process of capturing Fang Heng. Han Dongming's brow furrowed even more. He really hadn't expected Fang Heng to have such influence within the Undead Research Society. It was strange. When did the Undead Society become so united? Han Dongming suppressed his anger and asked, "Where is Fang Heng now?" "Not clear. He took advantage of the chaos and left. His whereabouts are still unknown. We are searching for him and will find him soon." "Report." A scout hurriedly entered the room and reported, "Report, sir. A group of Undead Research Society members have gathered outside the building, blocking the entrance, claiming we have unlawfully imprisoned Fang Heng and other Undead Research Society members and demanding their release." End of this chapter. Chapter 1593. Opportunity Bang. Han Dongming slammed the table heavily and stood up from his seat. Have they gone mad? Han Dongming couldn't believe it. The normally honest Undead Studies Association was acting so aggressively. They dared to barge into their building. Hold on. Suddenly, Han Dongming looked over at Tabaris. Didn't they fail to capture Fang Heng? Since they didn't catch anyone, what was the point of this commotion by the Undead Studies Association? Tabaris also looked confused for a moment and then turned to the scout, asking, "Who told them that Fang Hang is currently under our surveillance?" "I'm not sure." The rumor within the Undead Research Society is that we have imprisoned Fang Hang, and more people are gathering, protesting outside, demanding that we release Fang Hang and the members of the Undead Studies Association, the scout explained. Just as he finished speaking, Han Dongming's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Han Dongming's expression changed. He immediately answered the call and nodded while speaking on the phone, his face alternating between pale and flushed. After he hung up, Han Dongming looked even more grim. "What's wrong?" Tabaris inquired. "Superiors are not pleased with our investigation within the Undead Studies Association. They believe we have caused a negative impact and want us to quickly resolve the situation and calm things down." Late at night, the scholars of the Undead Studies Society were still spirited at this hour. Upon hearing that Fang Hang was being rudely detained by the Central Investigation Team under the organization of a concerned individual, a large group of Undead Association players had gathered outside the building of the Central Federation's Special Investigation Team to protest. In reality, Fang Hang was doing quite well at the moment. He was dressed in the attire of an undead attendant, wearing a deep hood to conceal his face, blending in with the protesting crowd. Only a small portion of the protesters were sent by Cao Ming, while the rest came upon hearing about Fang Hang's detention, some seeking trouble with the Central Federation investigation team, and others simply there to watch the spectacle. Upon receiving the news, Li Qingren also brought a group of people to join the demonstration, following behind the protesting students. She was deeply concerned about Fang Hang's well-being. Her allowing the players to negotiate this matter was her silent consent from behind, even providing whatever assistance she could. She was also observing the situation closely. Most of the Undead Studies players managed to maintain restraint as they shouted outside the building, attempting to negotiate with the Central Investigation Team. The two sides began to argue. The Central Investigation Team claimed they didn't take Fang Hang. Those causing trouble, influenced by bribes, refused to believe and demanded to go inside for inspection. Naturally, the Central Investigation Team would not agree. The troublemakers then began inciting the crowd, demanding Fang Hang's release. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the crowd, Fang Hang quietly entered on his own, going through the rear door of the building and using a spare key to sneak inside. Since the Central Investigation Team had moved in, all remaining items stored within the artifact warehouse had been transferred inside the building as evidence. Late at night, due to the large number of players causing a commotion outside, the guards brought by the investigation team had been urgently called to monitor. The whole building's security was very lax. Fang Hang held two larger stone tablets in his hand, proceeding up the stairs to the third floor and continuing down the corridor. He found it. There were only two ordinary guards at the entrance to the evidence storage room. "Who goes there? Halt!" The two guards guarding outside the warehouse were feeling annoyed by the commotion outside and suddenly saw someone approaching along the corridor, carrying two strange stone tablets. They became alert, pulling out their firearms and aiming at the person. "I said halt!" Fang Hang stopped and slowly placed the tablets on the ground. At the same time, he infused spiritual power into one of the tablets. A faint light appeared on the stone tablet. "Who are you? Who sent you?" The two guards stared at Fang Hang, trying to discern his true face beneath the hood. Who was this guy? And why was he here carrying stone tablets late at night? "Halt! Don't move!" When one of the guards saw Fang Hang set down the tablet and make a move, he immediately shouted. The other one directly pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The next moment, a dense sound of gunfire rang through the hallway. The Federal Guard's eyes widened in astonishment as they were sure their bullets had hit the figure accurately. But the attacks were ineffective. The figure in the gray robe approached them swiftly. They aimed their firearms at vital areas and fired. The two Federal Guards' faces changed drastically. Despite being shot in crucial areas like the heart and head, the figure completely ignored the attacks. Suddenly, one guard kept pulling the trigger, watching in horror as the dark figure rapidly closed in, and then the figure raised a fist. Oh no! The guard felt an extreme sense of danger and immediately raised his hands in defense. Bang! A heavy blow. The guard felt a sharp pain in his hands, the bones shattering and deforming. With a tremendous force pushing him, his body uncontrollably flew back and slammed into the door behind him, then his head tilted, and he passed out. The remaining guard tried to speak, but was then knocked unconscious by a punch from Fang Heng. Quickly dealing with the guards, Fang Heng was somewhat surprised. Even the ordinary guards of the Central Federation possessed the strength equivalent to mid-level game players. Fang Heng found a key in the pocket of the guard who had passed out, then proceeded to open the room's door. Pushing it lightly, the door creaked open. Click, click, click. The door made a slight noise. Attack! At the same time, several shouts were heard. End of this chapter. Chapter 1594 Ambush Shoo. Shoo shoo shoo. What? Fang Heng's pupils suddenly tightened. Several golden streams of light appeared before him. At the moment the door opened, several golden streams of light rushed toward him head-on. Bang! Bang bang! Several streams of light hit Fang Heng head-on. Ambushed! There are people inside the room. And not just one person. There are even sacred people. Why would sacred people come here? Carelessness. In the moment when he was hit by the holy light fires, several thoughts flashed through Fang Heng's mind. At the same time, his body was blasted by holy attacks and slammed heavily against the window on the side corridor. Fortunately, the spell attack intensity was not high. Fang Heng quickly assessed his injuries and realized that the other party did not continue to attack. So, he leaned back against the wall next to the window, closed his eyes, tilted his head, pretending to be seriously injured and fainting. Chi Chi. The effect of the undead body was triggered, and the areas where Fang Heng was burned by the holy fire quickly healed. In the room, 3 people stood in a shape, staring closely at the invaders outside the door. The 3 exchanged glances. Earlier, they heard gunshots outside, and immediately reacted by setting up an ambush in the room. One of them, observing Fang Heng from a distance, whispered, "Is he passed out? Or dead? He was hit by the holy fire head-on. Even if he doesn't die, he'll lose some skin." In the center, an elderly man nodded at the other 2. "Go up and see. Try to keep him alive to find out who sent him here. Be careful." "Okay." The 3 nodded and each opened their sacred shields, slowly approaching the place where Fang Heng fell outside the room. In fact, the 3 were from the Holy Court. They never expected someone would invade this place. Judging by the intruder's attire, they belonged to the Undead Research Society. Furthermore, the troublesome aspect was that their hiding place had been discovered. To enter the Undead Research Society as a sacred scholar required registration and review, but they bypassed this through connections with Han Dongming, infiltrating the investigation team through irregular means. If news of their presence here were to leak out, the entire team would be in trouble. "Who are you? Speak up. Don't play dead, or don't blame us for being impolite." The eldest leading figure, with the most experience, didn't get too close, standing at a distance from Fang Heng, focusing on his actions. "I'll count to 3. If you don't speak, don't blame me for being impolite. 1, 2, be careful." Suddenly, one of them noticed a slight movement in the corner of the gray robe figure that had collapsed. It seemed like he was waking up. "Don't move." The 3 immediately shouted sharply, while aiming their half-formed spells at Fang Heng. The elder shouted, "Slowly raise your head, and let us see your face." Subsequently, the person leaning against the window slowly raised his head. The faces of the 3 suddenly changed, as they saw a reflection in his eyes. Beneath the gray hood, a twisted face distorted by flames gradually emerged. Apart from the mouth, no distinct features were visible, and it was even undergoing further distortion. What kind of monster was this? The trio from the Holy Court could not relate this face to any known similar creature. What? Suddenly, the elder's pupils dilated. The central mouth of the bizarre face suddenly opened up. Out came rows of sharp, fine teeth lined up together. Quickly, the sharp teeth expanded. The gaping maw almost seemed to occupy the entire face. The fissure spread to extreme lengths, and the person's body even began to swell rapidly, until the entire body was reduced to a giant maw filled with sharp teeth. Kundu was astonished to the extreme, finding himself losing control of his body. At some point, he realized he was surrounded by darkness. His 2 companions were in the same situation, standing immobilized, unable to move an inch. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and though he tried to struggle, he couldn't. He could only watch helplessly as he was devoured by the abyss-like giant maw. Clap! Fang Heng landed a chop on the back of Kundu's neck. Kundu's vision darkened, and like the others, he slumped to the ground, unconscious. Gurgling. The Eye of Hellfire held by Feng Heng slowly closed in his hands. Surprisingly, this thing is so effective. If only I had collected them all earlier. Feng Heng couldn't help but sigh. Dealing with 3 sacred scholars simultaneously outside of the game, and without causing much commotion, was a bit challenging even for Feng Heng's current abilities. Initially, Feng Heng had planned a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, the 3 from the Holy Court were also experienced in combat, and didn't fall for it. Helpless, Feng Heng thought of using the illusionary power of the Eye of Hellfire to seize the initiative. Unexpectedly, the Eye of Hellfire proved to be incredibly powerful, trapping the 3 in a long-lasting illusion. Feng Heng retreated, picked up the slate on the floor, quickly closed the door behind him, moved the unconscious individuals into the room, and swiftly inspected the entire room. Originally a large research laboratory, the room had been temporarily used to store critical evidence for the Central Federal Investigation Team. There it was. Incense ash. Bags upon bags of incense ash piled high against the back wall of the room, forming several rows. Feng Heng approached, cut open one bag of incense ash with a knife, dipped his hand in, and examined it. It was blue. The texture was exactly the same as what Ji Xiaobo had shown him in the game. Excellent, found it. Next, all he needed to do was quickly open the passage to the Bloodline Apocalypse, bring back all the incense ash, and be done with it. Feng Heng stroked his chin, and then shifted his gaze to the 3 sacred scholars lying on the floor. Sacred spells were usually exclusive to members of the Holy Court. They should be from the Holy Court. But why were they here? Were they guarding something important? Feng Heng surveyed the warehouse once more. Time was short, so he decided to move the incense ash first. Feng Heng brought the slate over, laid it on the ground, infused it with mental energy, and a crimson light appeared on the magic circle engraved on the slate. Hiss! A red circular hole about 7 centimeters in diameter emerged from the slate. The spatial passage was open. A super miniature portal, sustaining without causing significant disturbances for a short duration, and within Feng Heng's manageable mental energy consumption range. Feng Heng extended his hands forward. Shoo! The Book of the Dead materialized. Hiss! His hiss! Several soul chains emerged from the Book of the Dead, flying towards the stacked cloth bags filled with incense ash ahead. The bags were securely bound by the soul chains, then lifted into the air and ripped open. Bang! Bang bang! The cloth bags shattered under the tearing of the soul chains. Incense ash scattered all over the floor. For a moment, the room was filled with incense ash. Some of the incense ash fell into the teleportation channel opened by the magic circle above. However, the opening of the space portal on the magic circle was too small, so Feng Heng couldn't toss the bags in one by one. He had to disassemble the transmission process and figure out a way to sweep the incense ash into the mouth of the space portal later. Wait, what's this? End of this chapter. As the incense ash bags stacked on the ground were lifted one by one into the air and torn open, Feng Heng couldn't help but squint his eyes. Behind the piled bags, there was actually a hidden space. Feng Heng's eyes widened, and he glanced at the 3 members of the Holy Court who had passed out on the ground, sensing something faintly. He stopped the Book of the Deceased and walked towards the back of the stacked incense ash bags. Behind, a huge magic array appeared on the ground. People from the Central Federation were hiding here to set up a magic array. What were they planning to do? Feng Heng felt even more suspicious and stared at the magic array. His all-knowing right eye suddenly rotated, reflecting the spinning magic array. The array on the ground seemed to be a type of sensing magic array. Roughly judging, it seemed to be of the sacred type and was still under construction, about 60% complete. On the table next to the magic array was an open parchment scroll. Feng Heng observed it briefly, walked over, picked up the parchment scroll from the table, and read it carefully. The parchment scroll detailed the layout and operation of the magic array. With it, Feng Heng could independently set up one. The effect of the magic array was to locate individuals. There were some annotations on the parchment scroll, and Feng Heng saw the name Viona marked on it. So that's it. Feng Heng put down the parchment scroll with some speculation in his mind. The Central Federation's investigation team entering the Necromancy Society for investigation was just a cover. In addition to that, they were secretly collaborating with the Holy Court. Infiltrated within the investigation team were members of the Holy Court. The Divine Domain believed that the disappearance of the Saintess was related to the Necromancy Society, so they secretly followed the Central Federation team into the Necromancy Society, preparing to set up a magic array inside to locate Fiona. To avoid detection, the Holy Court chose the evidence room, which usually nobody entered, as the location for setting up the magic array. The probability of being discovered was very low. Unfortunately, he was unexpectedly discovered when he was looking for the incense ash. Interesting, Feng Heng muttered quietly. However, the Holy Court would be disappointed, as Saintess Fiona was not there. At the same time, Feng Heng also quietly raised his guard. The Holy Court had many ways to find Fiona. Fortunately, the Plaguelands were protected by the World Tree, preventing the Holy Court's people from setting up tracking magic arrays in their vicinity. Otherwise, Fiona's location might have been exposed long ago. Feng Heng thought to himself before shifting his gaze back to the magic array on the ground. In the center of the magic array was a square wooden box. To complete the operation of the tracking magic array, a central prop was needed. According to the parchment scroll, the wooden box should contain a medium related to Saintess Fiona. Feng Heng was curious. What could this medium be? The parchment scroll also circled the medium and marked it with distinctive symbols, indicating its importance. Could there be more unexpected gains? Feng Heng mumbled, walking to the center of the magic array. Taking a deep breath, he bent down, extended his hand, and opened the wooden box, CHK. As his fingers touched the wooden box, a dark golden light flashed on its surface, and his fingertips felt a tingling sensation like a mild electric shock. Feng Heng quickly withdrew his hand, switched to his sacred scholar state, and then extended his hand to touch the wooden box again, CHK. The wooden box was not locked, so Feng Heng opened it directly. Inside, a stone with a dark golden light flowing on its surface lay quietly in the wooden box. Huh, a stone. Feng Heng was puzzled as he grasped the stone and examined it in his palm. A fist-sized stone with a few drops of crimson blood mixed in the center of the surface as it fused inside the stone. Blood. Bloodline vampires were extremely sensitive to blood, and Feng Heng sensed a trace of the sacred energy flux contained within the blood. What was this? Below the wooden box, there was also a piece of paper. Opening the paper and reading its contents, Feng Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. Hint: player obtains item, Magic Array Ritual Blueprint. Sacred Resurrection. Item: Magic Array Ritual Blueprint. Sacred Resurrection Type: Special Ritual Blueprint. This ritual cannot be learned. Completing the ritual requires drawing the magic array according to the blueprint and performing a ritual with no fewer than 10 participants. There is a chance of failure in the ritual. Description: by collecting relevant materials, activating the magic array, performing the corresponding ritual, and consuming the stone of primordial source, including the blood essence of the resurrected, you can revive deceased individuals of the 5th rank and above in the Sacred Department. Please confirm the target unit's soul vitality and current death status, otherwise, the ritual will default to failure. Hint: player obtains item, Stone of Primordial Source Fiona. Upon seeing the blueprint, Feng Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. Fiona. Resurrection. Stone of Primordial Source. Not only the Sacred Department, but other departments also have ways of resurrection. For example, their vampire bloodline had the Sacred Tree and Blood King's Coffin that could provide resurrection effects. Feng Heng realized this. For ordinary people, killing them would suffice. But dealing with Saintess Fiona was not that simple. Her soul needed to be dealt with as well. Otherwise, Fiona might be reborn. The good news was that the undead had some advantages in dealing with souls. Previously, Feng Heng's plan was to destroy Fiona's soul directly after dealing with her. But now Feng Heng raised the Stone of Primordial Source again, holding it in front of him for observation. This Stone of Primordial Source contained the blood essence left by Fiona. Feng Heng could be sure that the Holy Court had more than just this one stone in his hand for resurrecting Fiona. Good stuff. At this moment, Feng Heng felt like laughing a bit. With this item, he could make some adjustments to his plan. The success rate could be increased by at least 20% based on the original plan. However, it was still unstable, as the plan was lacking the most crucial piece. He hoped to find the missing piece from the depths of the shadow skin. 2 hours later, inside the evidence room, The 3 members of the Holy Court who had passed out gradually woke up. Not good. Seeing the whole messy room as if it had experienced doomsday, the 3 awakened members of the Holy Court looked at each other, immediately struggling to get up from the ground and search for the magic array. Fortunately, the magic array was still there. However, the elder's face changed immediately. Where was the stone of primordial source used as a medium placed at the center of the magic array? Was it stolen? The faces of the 3 individuals all turned grim, and they looked at each other. The stone of primordial source. An important tool that could awaken the power of the Saintess for resurrection. The Saintess was extremely important to the Holy Court, so a total of 24 were made within the entire Holy Court. To activate the tracking magic array, they were only granted one by the divine domain. Unexpectedly, it had been stolen. The elder stood there, contemplating for a moment, and then said in a low voice, "It is very likely that the Necromancy Society did this. It appears that our entry here has been discovered by them. Keep this matter confidential for now. Both of you stay here. I'll go find Han Dongming to discuss." Yes. In the same building, inside the conference room on the 5th floor, Han Dongming was currently feeling extremely frustrated. The noisy necromancers from the outside had not left, still causing trouble and demanding the release of someone. Release someone? They had never even captured Fang Heng, so how could they ask for his release? Even if Fang Heng was actually in their hands, Han Dongming would never release anyone because of that. This was about honor. The Central Federal Investigation Unit was conducting a specialized investigation mission. Since when did they need the permission of the Necromancers Guild players? If they were to release someone this time, how would the investigation continue in the future? How could they continue their work after going back? Who is leading the protest outside? Have we identified them yet? His subordinate responded, "It's a deliberate spread of information by someone with ulterior motives. It will take some time to trace it to the source." What about the Necromantic Research Society? So many people are blocking the way outside. Aren't they doing anything? The subordinate's face showed bitterness as he replied, "We have already lodged a complaint with the Necromantic Research Society, but they are currently engaged in trilateral discussions with the Holy See and our Federation regarding the missing Saintess. The few leaders left in charge at the Research Society are strengthening magical barriers and have not paid us any heed." Just then, another investigator hurried into the room and murmured a few words to Han Dongming. His expression changed instantly. "Damn it! The Holy See personnel hiding in the evidence room have been discovered. Does the Necromantic Research Society know about this? Not yet. Hurry, have them leave with their belongings, discreetly, and do it immediately, yes?" Fortunately, the people from the Necromantic Research Society had not discovered the incident. Perhaps they had found out, but chose not to disclose it. Han Dongming took a deep breath. He had a feeling that someone was pulling the strings behind all this. Were the ones who took the primordial stone from the Necromantic Research Society? Was it just a warning? It should be noted that Fiona had more than one primordial stone. Losing one wasn't that crucial. Han Dongming felt that things were strange and said in a deep tone, "What did they say? Have they identified the attacker?" It is said that the attacker had extremely strong abilities and was proficient in illusion magic. The 3 Holy See personnel were all ensnared in illusions and didn't see the attacker clearly. However, the attacker did not harm anyone, nor did they damage the magical formations. They just took the primordial stone, so the Holy See suspects that this attack was a warning from the Necromantic Research Society. Illusions, Han Dongming lightly hummed, feeling a severe headache. Illusion magic was considered very difficult in most people's understanding. It was weak in the beginning and overwhelmingly strong in the later stages. It was insidious and one could easily fall into its control if not careful. Who could it be? Suddenly, Han Dongming realized something was amiss and swiftly turned to look out the window. He had a strange feeling. Did the troublemakers outside have any connection to this incident? The farce continued until late at night, only ending after Tutor Pufu reinforced the magical formations and scolded everyone. Tutor Pufu was closely tied to the Federation and sort of fostered by the Federation. However, he had no goodwill towards the Central Federal people. As he was leaving, he cast a warning glance at Han Dongming and the others from afar. Han Dongming's face turned pale, having realized that someone was plotting against them, but they couldn't retaliate over the matter of the Holy See personnel hiding. He couldn't even confirm whether the disappearance of the primordial stone was really the doing of the Necromantic Research Society. Captain, should we continue the investigation? Yes, keep investigating. Keep going until the end. What about the remaining people we invited for the investigation? The East District Federation has protested, requesting the immediate release of those people. Let them go. If we can't catch Fang Heng, what's the use of detaining these people? Keep them a bit longer. Release them after 24 hours pass, yes? Meanwhile, Fang Heng had re-entered the game with repackaged incense and had been in Panos for a while. The three newly inscribed noble undead leaders stood obediently by the wall. After successfully inscribing 3 undead leaders in a row, Fang Heng paused, ready to rest and regain energy while adding incense fuel to the cauldron. Upon hearing that there was a conflict between the Necromantic Research Society representatives and the Central Federal personnel, Jixalbo became excited and wished he had been present to stir up the situation at the Central Federal building. Oh, the Holy Sea's people sneaked in and set up magical formations on our turf. Ha! I knew those Central Federal scoundrels coming over never meant well. Jixalbo muttered quietly and then asked, "But Brother Fang, what's the use of that primordial stone for us?" During Jixalbo's break, Fang Heng was still observing the giant sword in the center of the cave. The sword used for sealing. What exactly was it all about? What was the source of the veins? Where did the underground crevices lead to? Brother Fang! Brother Fang! Fang Heng heard Jixalbo calling and turned to face him, nodding. Brother Fang, what are you planning to do with the primordial stone you took? Care to share? Fang Heng turned to Jixalbo, nodding. Yes, since the Holy See is destined not to cooperate, it's better to take out Viona directly, complete the talent advancement mission. Just that it might lead to a direct confrontation with the Holy See, so we need to be extra cautious and prepare some backup. On hearing this, Jixalbo's face lit up. That's to deal with Viona. That's just great. He had wanted to take action for a while now. As for a frontal confrontation, he was not afraid. So Brother Fang, do you already have a prepared plan, right? Yes? Fang Heng turned his head once again, looking at the giant sword at the center of the cave. He indeed had a plan. It wasn't easy to snatch a win from the goddess domain. A slight mistake could lead to total loss. He had to be 200% prepared. The undead leaders were one of the precautionary measures. With the power of the undead leaders, we should be able to suppress Viona for a while. With the primordial stone of Viona now in hand, the contingency plan was in place. As for going further, to ensure that nothing unexpected happens, it's best to clarify what exactly the source of the yin vein is. Thinking about it, Fang Heng focused his gaze on the crack beneath the holy giant sword. The power to free souls originates from this fissure. Influenced by the frosty breath, a thin layer of frost clung to the scattered bones surrounding the crack. Bones! Right, the frost-white bones of the City Lord's ancestors are nearby, next to the giant sword. Through Kaoming, Fang Heng learned that the Federation's people have managed to find a way to open a secret passage to the ice prison in advance. By then, he can leave through the secret passage. When leaving, he can take the bones with him and complete the task of finding the ancestors' bones issued by the Lord of the Frost Fortress. Fang Heng has a hunch that this task may be related to the secret of the yin vein source. However, how can he get the bones out? Unfortunately, the bones are located inside the barrier created by the holy giant sword. Gotta try it. Fang Heng switched to his divine form and once again stepped into the area covered by the sacred light, until he reached the heap of bones of the City Lord's ancestors. Clearly only about 5 centimeters away from the bones, he was unfortunately separated by the sacred shield and couldn't touch them. What could break through the defensive barrier? Fang Heng looked around, then lowered his head to focus on the defensive barrier, lost in thought. Ji Xiaobo had already finished infusing the blue dust next to him, ready to proceed with the next wave of imprinting on the undead bone spirits. He saw Fang Heng standing there dazed and couldn't help but wave his hand and call out, "Fang, I'm done. We can start now." Okay. Fang Heng didn't turn back, continuing to stare at the sacred barrier in front of him and asked, "Do you know of any way to temporarily break through this inner layer of the sacred barrier? Isn't that impossible? The energy of this defense shield is too strong. Or is there some way to extract the bones?" Ji Xiaobo also moved towards the outer layer of the area, covered in holy light, and shook his head. The strength of the giant sacred sword was unprecedented, making breaking through impossible. It's useless, Fang. The power of the defense barrier is too strong. Just the outer fluctuation alone can block the undead bone leader. The internal barrier is hundreds of times stronger. Breaking through the barrier forcefully is something we can't do. Oh. Then what about breaking in from the inside? From the inside? Ji Xiaobo blinked, looking puzzled. How from the inside? Are you suggesting using the undead binding technique to revive the bones? Then let it come out on its own. That makes sense. Suddenly, Fang Heng's eyes lit up, and he looked at Ji Xiaobo with admiration. Your thinking is very excellent. Fang, what are you talking about? What thinking? According to your idea, since we can't get inside the barrier to extract the bones, let's find a way to let the corpse come out on its own. Ji Xiaobo looked at Fang Heng, puzzled, thinking, did I really suggest that? Soon, under Fang Heng's control, more than 30 zombie avatars swayed and came to the edge of the physical barrier created by the giant sacred sword and took out the multifunctional alloy engineering shovel bound to their waists. The zombie avatars picked up the shovels and began digging directly downwards along the ground. Clang! The alloy engineering shovel struck the ground, making a hard impact sound. It worked! After years of being influenced by the frosty breath, the soil beneath the cave had become frozen solid. Using the alloy shovel, combined with Fang Heng's zombie avatar's high-strength attributes, they were able to dig. However, the efficiency was a bit slow. Ji Xiaobo stood by watching the zombies' actions, jaws dropped in amazement. Could it really work like this? With the giant sacred sword at the center, the surrounding barriers formed a three-dimensional circular barrier area. So as long as the zombie avatars dug along the edge downward, gradually creating a large pit, the solid frozen soil beneath the bones would be emptied. Theoretically, once they reached a certain depth below the barrier's edge, the bones would fall due to gravity. Can it really work? Ji Xiaobo didn't rush to imprint the ice skeleton avatars, staying on the outskirts of the area covered by the holy breath to observe. Half an hour later, Ji Xiaobo stood at a distance, watching Fang Heng, silent. Fang Heng's plan seemed to have some flaws. Ji Xiaobo asked quietly, Fang, does it seem like it's not going well? The ground was heavily frozen due to the influence of the yin vein, and although a large hole had been dug below by the zombie avatars, the frozen soil was still attached and unable to fall. It hasn't started yet. Wait for 2 more minutes. Fang Heng said, taking another half step forward, closely pressing his body against the sacred barrier, standing still and staring at the countdown on his retina. 3, 2, hiss. As the countdown finished, magical arrays appeared on the ground around Fang Heng, and liquors emerged from the arrays. Accompanied by the howls of the undead, a gray-blue hand emerged from the hard-frozen soil. Tip: Player Zombie Avatar Liquor, Zombie Avatar Revival. Several randomly revived zombie avatars within the central sacred giant sword barrier had just reached out a hand from the soil and had not completely crawled out from underground, when they were immediately compressed and either sent flying or exploded on the spot due to the effect of the sacred barrier. Bang! The zombie avatars that were still in the frozen soil exploded or were sent flying, directly causing a small piece of frozen soil in front to shatter. Crash! Following that, a small piece of frozen soil that was floating collapsed instantly, along with the undead bones on the frozen soil, fell into the pit dug by the zombie avatars. Perfect! The mission is triggered! And just as he guessed before, from the mission description, it seems that this mission does have a follow-up, and it might be related to the secret of the yin vein. Next, all he needs to do is get the ancestors' remains out of here. Fang Heng glanced at the mission instructions, beckoned to zombie avatars to start organizing and moving the corpses, then turned back to look at Ji Xiaobo, who was still in a state of surprise. Ji Xiaobo couldn't help but feel that Fang Heng was truly a genius. Fang Jie, can this work? Of course, the area of the sacred barrier is a three-dimensional circle, Fang Heng said as he jumped out of the pit and dusted off his pants, turning his gaze back to the black big pot in front of Ji Xiaobo. Enough talking about that, let's begin. I will cooperate with you to start the spiritual imprint process as quickly as possible. Great! Ji Xiaobo's excitement grew even stronger at the thought of being able to deal with the holy court. Get ready. Ignite the oil. While speaking, Fang Heng had already left the area covered by the sacred light. When the time came, A dry and thin hand emerged from the hard frozen soil. The zombie avatars struggled to crawl out from underground and slowly gathered behind Fang Heng. Around 600 zombie avatars crowded inside the cave. With their assistants and jointly performing the spiritual imprint on the leader of the undead skeletons, the efficiency would definitely be greatly improved. Let's do it! Fang Heng nodded at Ji Xiaobo. He had made an agreement with Cao Ming that tomorrow morning at 10:30, the secret passage of the ice prison would open. Before that, they needed to imprint all the undead skeleton leaders as quickly as possible. Fang Jie, let's begin! Ji Xiaobo saw the large number of zombie avatars summoned by Fang Heng and couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Nodding slightly, he focused on controlling the black big pot in front of him. Let's start. A blue mist emanated from the divine pot and spread towards one of the undead skeleton bosses in the cave, trapping it in place. Following this, under Fang Heng's control, the zombie avatars gathered around the controlled undead skeleton boss, forming circles around it, and took turns to perform spiritual imprints on the undead skeleton leader. The game prompt then began to refresh. Hint: your zombie avatars are conducting spiritual imprints on the undead skeleton leader. Fang Heng didn't personally participate in the spiritual imprints. The zombie avatars were enough. Taking advantage of the zombie avatar's actions, he couldn't help but look towards the cave's exit. Due to the effect of the black divine pot, many of the Ice Grudge spirit leaders were congested outside the door, waiting to leave. If he wanted to leave, he would have to figure out how to deal with this group of Ice Grudge spirits bosses. Not a difficult task. Fang Heng had a plan in mind. Swish! Swish! At the edge of the cave, the undead skeleton bosses marked by Fang Heng suddenly lit up with sparks of soul fire in their pupils, flickering frequently. The undead skeleton bosses slowly walked towards Fang Heng. Seeing this, Ji Xiaobo, who was controlling the black divine pot, couldn't help but pause. Why was Fang Heng suddenly controlling the undead skeleton bosses? Fang Jie, what's going on? It's nothing, you continue. Don't mind me, I'm just testing something, Fang Heng said, extending his hand and lightly pointing towards a certain Ice Grudge spirit boss at the cave exit. Go! The ice skeleton beings, with the soul fire aglow in their eyes, marched forward, brandishing their ice crystal swords towards the Ice Grudge spirit boss indicated by Fang Heng outside the cave, who, the ice crystal swords, imbued with blue soul fire, sliced through the air. The swords were effective against soul life forms as well. Injured, the Ice Grudge spirit boss let out a piercing scream, immediately releasing a visible wave of mental shock that rippled outward. Bang! Bang bang! In the blink of an eye, consecutive soul explosions and shards of ice flew about. Fang Heng quickly stepped back to avoid getting caught in the aftermath of the battle. With both being boss-level creatures, it was hard to predict who would prevail in a one-on-one battle. But with the numerical advantage of the ice skeleton avatars controlled by Fang Heng, over 10 ice skeleton spirit bosses converged, aggressively hacking at an Ice Grudge spirit entity. Good comrades! Watching the intense battle outside the cave, Ji Xiaobo's heart tightened. He wondered whether Fang Heng had started using the undead skeleton leaders to spawn monsters. Standing behind, Fang Heng observed the battle while carefully holding the Book of the Dead. Boss-level entities like this possessed high health and various resistance bonuses. Both sides had area control skills. The ice skeleton spirit leaders besieged for over 10 minutes before the Ice Grudge spirit's health was completely depleted. Roar! The Ice Grudge spirit leader let out a mournful screech before shattering on the spot. Boom! The explosion released shockwaves of soul detonations that spread rapidly in all directions. Even though Fang Heng was inside the cave, the shockwave still affected him, showing a -8,000 red number above him. Ji Xiaobo, equipped with special items, emitted a blue light that absorbed the damage as the shockwave passed over him. Damn, so terrifying! Ji Xiaobo wasn't sure if he was marveling at the Ice Grudge spirit boss or at how Fang Heng controlled the undead skeleton leaders. He patted his chest and continued to focus on controlling the black big pot in front of him. After the Ice Grudge spirit leader was defeated, a suspended bone spirit coffin appeared in front of Fang Heng. Swish! Swish! The white undead spirit veins left by the Ice Grudge spirit were all absorbed into the bone spirit coffin. The game prompt then refreshed on Fang Heng's retina. Hint: player kills Ice Grudge spirit leader. Player gains Soul Ice Crystal Supergrade. Asterisk 7. Ice Crystal. Great. Soul Ice Crystal. This item could be exchanged for points with the City Lord after leaving the Ice Prison. The Soul Ice Crystals previously collected inside the Ice Prison were mostly fragments and low-grade items, with few in the medium grade. Killing the boss-level creature directly yielded super-grade items. The specific value of these items was unknown to Fang Heng, but it was likely significant. As for the Ice Crystal, it was a very rare material that, when simply worn on a string, increased the player's resistance to fire damage, making it very convenient. Fang Heng had seen it listed on the exchange list at the Starfish Company. Its value was considerable. Fang Heng then assessed the condition of the Ice Skeleton Spirit Leaders. After the battle, the boss's health had decreased. Undead creatures generally did not suffer various negative effects from having their health reduced, such as bleeding, weakness, or physical exhaustion, as well as rarely gaining positive effects like rage, fighting spirit, or near-death surges. In the deep environment of the Ice Prison, their health was slowly recovering. Unfortunately, the recovery rate was too slow. Their healing needed to be accelerated, as relying on the Ice Skeleton Spirits for combat would not be sustainable. Fang Heng once again summoned the artifact, the Bone Spirit Coffin. It was currently in a damaged state, and had 3 awakened abilities. One of them was Purification. Being able to absorb the breath of the dead realm, the breath of grudges, impure breath, and other breaths, and purify them, preliminarily purify them into undead breath. Afterwards, the undead breath needs to be further transformed into highly purified death breath under Fang Heng's control. Both can be directly absorbed by Fang Heng, converting into undead skill experience points. Comparatively, the efficiency of increasing death breath is higher. In addition, death breath can also be absorbed by undead creatures to accelerate the recovery of their HP and even slightly enhance the abilities of the undead creatures. The Bone Spirit Shrine is less efficient in converting ordinary breath similar to the Dead Realm breath or impure breath, but has a very high efficiency in absorbing breath left by grudges. Hiss! Hiss! Storing up the death breath in the Bone Spirit Shrine is not much. Fang Heng estimates it's enough. Theoretically, as time goes on, the more undead skeletal bosses Fang Heng controls, the less damage they will sustain in battle, and the less death breath the Bone Spirit Shrine will consume. Killing the Cold Ice Grudge boss can also replenish the death breath. Eventually, a perfect cycle can be formed. Fang Heng couldn't help but clench his fists. Very good. Keep going. Persist. The next day. Outer walls of the Cold Ice Prison. In an inconspicuous corner, a small opening appeared in the steel wall. This temporary opening of the Cold Ice Prison was kept secret, unknown to outsiders. A group of more than 10 people stood not far from the entrance of the Cold Ice Prison. The chilling cold wind kept blowing through the gap in the steel wall that had been opened. Cao Ming had already consumed the 7th bottle of cold resistance potion. He was still shivering with cold, his gaze occasionally shifting to the 3 people standing further ahead by the steel wall. The woman on the left whispered, "Suzan, we've been waiting for 2 hours, Suzan looked towards the interior of the Cold Ice Prison and nodded imperceptibly. In order to persuade the Lord of the Cold Ice Fortress to open the gates of the Cold Ice Prison, the 3 of them had spent considerable effort and mission points. The woman, Milani, couldn't help but ask, "Suzan, I want to know, what are our chances this time?" "Indeed, Suzan, I'm also curious," the other short and slender old man asked. "Don't be fooled by my age. If there is hope, I can't resist trying." As they spoke, they both turned their gaze to Suzan. These 2 were both high-level players of the Necromancy School, each with a long-standing reputation. Coincidentally, like Suzan, they had been absent from the public eye for a long time. Upon receiving Suzan's message, they had come immediately to join forces. However, they had been deceived by the missions of Guluo for too long. Suzan whispered, "I've seen his information. From the current strength perspective, he may still have some shortcomings, but his potential is the strongest I've seen among all. And he is also a student of Master DG, most importantly." "What?" Suzan lowered his voice and said softly, "And he already has a plan to complete the mission." The old man spoke calmly. "Is that so? Young people always don't know how to respect their elders, but you, Suzan, seem to trust him a lot." The old man shook his head. "I've been disappointed too many times. I hope this time will give me a surprise." The group fell silent once again. They waited for more than 2 hours. The chilling cold wind inside the cold ice prison gradually intensified, and even small snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance amidst the wind and snow. The group's hearts stirred. It's Fang Heng. Seeing clearly that person, Cao Ming's expression changed, waving towards the front excitedly shouting, "Fang Heng! It's Fang Heng! He's coming out!" Su Zun and the others looked at the figure speeding through the wind and snow, their expressions changing slightly. Being able to survive inside the cold ice prison for so long with just one person showed his strength. What is that? Lickers. The slender old man noticed a group of lickers accompanying Fang Heng, his eyes showing some doubt. Are they creatures brought out of the zombie apocalypse? Looking closely, Fang Heng was followed by more than 20 lickers. They were tied with ropes, with the other end of the ropes connected to 3 large iron boxes. They were dragging 3 large boxes swiftly across the ice and snow. "Quick, come up with me to assist." Cao Ming, seeing this, waved his hand and led a team of over 10 people to rush to the entrance of the cold ice prison to await assistance. Seeing Cao Ming and the others waiting outside the entrance, Fang Heng also breathed a sigh of relief. After opening the secret passage, the freezing effect of negative souls inside the cold ice prison weakened. Relying on potions, his high constitution attribute, along with the super recovery effect of the undead body, he could easily tough it out. Leaving the cold ice prison alone was not difficult. The trouble was that he had to carry the accompanying supplies. Yesterday, he and Ji Xiaobo had been grinding all night long until 3 hours ago, when they had barely managed to successfully imprint 70% of the undead skeletal leaders. By daybreak, Ji Xiaobo couldn't hold on, falling asleep on the spot. The remaining cold ice grudge bosses gathered outside the cave had also been mostly eliminated with the combined efforts of Fang Heng controlling the undead skeletal bosses. Throughout the night, the cold ice grudge leader had dropped a large number of high-level soul ice crystals and ice spirit crystals. These were all valuable items that could be sold or exchanged for points. So Fang Heng packed them all into boxes, used the liquors to transport them, and prepared to submit them to the Lord of the Fortress to exchange for points after leaving the cold ice prison. The crystals and spirits filled 2 large boxes to the brim. The third box still needed to hold the ancestral bones of the Lord. In the end, all was done successfully. Fang Heng, this is the one I mentioned to you, my former team leader. Cao Ming stepped forward first, introducing the 3 people behind him to Fang Heng. Fang Heng looked up at the stern middle-aged man in the middle and nodded to him. I am Fang Heng. Mr. Fang Heng, I am Su Zun, currently executing a federal secret mission. These 2 are my friends, Melanie and Imlay. Their identity information is quite sensitive, and leaking it could cause unnecessary trouble. Got it. Su Zun signaled to Cao Ming, who immediately understood and led the group to receive the box that Fang Heng had transported from the ice prison. We have all accepted the talent advancement mission from Elder Gu Luo, targeting the top personnel of the Holy Court. Even just the planning, if leaked, could cause significant trouble. For safety reasons, this cooperation is limited to the 4 of us knowing. These 2 are my friends, and I can vouch that they will not disclose any information to outsiders, Su Zun said, gesturing to the 2 undead servants beside him, an elderly man and a young woman. All right, I also promise not to disclose any of your information, Fang Heng readily agreed. To successfully complete the mission, he knew he needed help. Fang Heng then asked, have the spell materials that you prepared earlier given any results? Yes, we're in the process of preparing and only lacking a small part, which should be ready tonight. Mr. Fang Heng, won't you introduce your plan to us? Elder Inlay suddenly interrupted. His tone was so calm that there was no hint of emotion. Whether opening the secret passage in the ice prison or finding the materials you need, all of these require time and effort. We are willing to invest more, but as a cooperating party, I want to know the information related to the mission to ensure its feasibility, Su Zun said. Having researched Fang Heng's background and with recommendations from his subordinates, Su Zun had some trust in Fang Heng. However, the other 2 still held some suspicion since Fang Heng was quite young. All right, Fang Heng nodded and continued, in short, Viona is in my hands. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 present individuals changed abruptly. Fang Heng had already found the Holy Court Saintess. They had guessed that Fang Heng must have some idea of how to complete the mission, which was why they agreed to join in the cooperation. But they never expected Fang Heng to have already reached this point. Despite the lack of intense discussions in public forums, the disappearance of the Saintess had spread throughout the upper gaming community, with numerous eyes watching for the missing Fiona. None of them had expected Fiona to be in Fang Heng's hands. "Where is she?" Melanie unconsciously asked, immediately feeling some regret as she realized her question had crossed a boundary. Fang Heng didn't mind and replied, "She's not here right now. She's in another world, safe." Suzan and the others exchanged glances, showing rare signs of tension. An unawakened Saintess ranked high even among the divine domain. Completing the mission was definitely possible, and if done, it would be a step up, leading to more advanced mission rewards. They could see hope of completing the mission. "Elder Lei said in a deep tone, "What is your plan? Are we going to another world with you?" Suzan added, "Fang Heng, killing Fiona requires careful preparation. The Saintess may have marks on her that, if any danger arises, could trigger detection by the Holy Court. Our situation could worsen significantly." "I know. That's why I plan to eliminate Fiona at the source of the yin pulses. The place's energy is extremely chaotic, making it hard for the Holy Court to perceive. Even if they seek to investigate later, it will be very difficult. In case of any accidents, there is still room for recovery." Fang Heng briefly introduced the situation at the source of the yin pulses and then paused, considering, "As for the specifics of the operation, I am still planning. Fiona is extremely powerful, and to prevent any mishaps during the assassination, I will need your help, especially in terms of resources. I can't handle it alone." "Sure, we will do our best." Suzan and the others nodded in agreement. As the three discussed the details to supplement Fang Heng's plan, a surprised cry came from the other side. Mr. Fang Heng. This is... Cao Ming, taken aback, looked at the group in disbelief. After receiving the materials from behind the liquors, he opened the metal box and was stunned. To full boxes. The boxes were filled with the highest tier soul ice crystals and valuable ice po crystals. Cao Ming and his men looked at Fang Heng, their eyes showing a mix of amazement. Those were the highest tier soul ice crystals, only obtainable from deep within the ice prison by creatures of rare mutation and boss levels. So, what had Fang Heng been doing inside the ice prison all these days? Killing bosses tirelessly? When they had previously participated in the ice prison open day with Fang Heng and the Ran Merchant Association, they had managed to extract nearly 100 boxes of low and medium tier soul ice crystals, causing quite a stir. However, the combined value of those soul ice crystals did not compare to the high-tier ones casually taken from the box now. Suzan and the others also saw the highest-tier crystals in the metal box from afar, their eyes showing surprise. How had he obtained so many high-tier soul ice crystals? They knew they couldn't have gathered as many even if they worked together. Initially, Melanie had doubted Fang Heng's abilities. However, now, most of her doubts had dissipated. "Got lucky and used some means," Fang Heng casually explained, gesturing to Cao Ming to continue working. He then turned to Suzan, "I need to go see the Lord of the Ice Fortress to complete a task, and I also want to try to uncover the secret at the source of the yin pulses, which I may need for dealing with Fiona next." Melanie nodded. "I have some understanding of the ice prison mission, and I have some rapport with the Lord as well. I will accompany you." "Thank you," Elder Lei added. "I know of a special ritual magic circle that can suppress the power of the divine series, preventing any accidents during Fiona's assassination. However, I will need some time to prepare. Will it be ready by tomorrow?" "Tomorrow? So soon?" Upon hearing this, everyone was surprised. After a moment of thought, Lei nodded. "It will be." Suzan glanced at Fang Heng. "Then we will split up. I will keep an eye on the materials you need, and once it's ready, have it transported immediately." "Great, thanks." After a brief discussion, the four separated to carry out their respective tasks. Chapter 1601. The Past of the Ice Fortress. Chapter 1601. The Past of the Ice Fortress. A fortress built along the contours of the mountains. Several soldiers of the Ice Fortress clad in blue iron armor walked ahead, leading the way. The owner of the Ice Fortress, Mr. Homla, is a stern elder. I have handled several long-term tasks related to him before. After successfully completing them and increasing our friendliness level to a certain rank, only then could I meet him. Melanie roughly explained the situation of the Ice Fortress to Fang Heng. Behind them, Several elite undead skeletons, summoned by Feng Heng, were dragging packed iron boxes along. Guided by the Ice Fortress soldiers, Feng Heng and Melanie entered the hall. The steward of the fortress had received advance notice and hurried over. "Miss Melanie, the owner is currently resting in the study. As you know, he prefers to be left alone in the afternoon. Unless it's urgent, it's best not to disturb him." Melanie looked at Feng Heng beside her. Feng Heng stepped forward. "I am Feng Heng. I found something in the ice prison before. I heard rumors outside that Lord Honla is looking for it. If you are talking about the exchange materials found in the ice prison, you can just hand them over to me." The steward noticed the boxes behind Feng Heng and gestured. The Ice Fortress soldiers stepped forward and received the boxes from the undead skeletons. The boxes were quite heavy, tightly bound with ropes. After putting in some effort and opening the boxes, the soldiers' eyes widened as they let out a soft exclamation. High-grade ice crystals. These soul ice crystals were crystal clear, shimmering with a frosty luster. They were definitely superior-grade soul ice crystals. And the box was filled to the brim with them. Were all of these taken out from the ice prison? The steward also showed surprise upon seeing this scene, and looked at Feng Heng. Is this the person trapped inside the ice fortress? How could someone be unaffected by the violent aura during the closed period of the ice prison, and even manage to acquire so many high-level crystals? How did he do that? If so many crystals spread outside, it would definitely cause chaos. The steward's attitude improved significantly, and he nodded to Feng Heng, signaling, "Please rest here for a while. After the crystals are counted, the Lord will meet you in person." Saying that, the steward gestured for the guards to start counting, and at the same time, the soldiers opened another box. Upon opening the box and seeing the frozen corpse inside, everyone was stunned. A corpse? What kind of corpse was this? What was it doing here? The soldiers were confused, but the steward was staring intently at the corpse. Confirming the golden ring on the skeleton's hand, the steward's expression changed from doubt to astonishment, and then to disbelief. He turned to Feng Heng and asked, "Have you been to the source of the yin vein?" Yes, Feng Heng nodded lightly. Someone had actually been to that place, and he even brought out the ancestral remains of the castle owner. The steward was extremely shocked by this revelation and changed his attitude. Respectfully bowing to Feng Heng, "Please follow me, Mr. Feng Heng. I will take you to see the Lord immediately." Melanie couldn't help but feel a bit emotional upon seeing this. She was also startled when she saw the corpse just now. She thought the boxes contained only the highest-grade soul ice crystals, but Feng Heng had managed to get his hands on the castle owner's remains. No wonder the steward's attitude changed so drastically. In fact, their relationship with the Lord was already quite good, and the steward's respectful attitude towards her still had a hint of arrogance. Feng Heng and Melanie followed the steward to the third floor. After reporting to the study, the steward came out and gestured respectfully to the two of them. "The Lord has been waiting for you. Please." Feng Heng entered the room first. Lord Honla was already several hundred years old. He was dressed in blue armor and sat at the desk, playing with the golden ring he had just removed from the bones, his eyes filled with memories. "The remains of our ancestors left in the ice prison have always been a concern for my father. By bringing them back, you have done me a favor," Lord Honla said, putting the golden ring back on the table and gesturing for Feng Heng and Melanie to sit down. "Please, sit. Can you tell me in detail where you found the remains? What else did you discover?" Feng Heng briefly recounted his experiences in the ice prison. When Lord Honla heard about the center of the yin vein and the sacred giant sword, his expression changed noticeably. After finishing the story, Feng Heng looked at the pensive Lord Honla and asked, "My lord, do you know what the source of the yin vein is? Is it a portal to another world?" "Yes, your judgment aligns with our speculation," Lord Honla nodded, explaining, "The source of the yin vein is likely a gateway to another world. A long time ago, the Holy See discovered this world before us. After finding the gateway, they realized its threat and wanted to completely sever it. The necromancers later arrived in this world and found the leaked energy from the yin vein source extremely useful for their studies. The previous necromancers discovered the Holy See's plot. In order to prevent them from cutting off the portal, they paid a great price. My ancestors were among them, sacrificing their lives for it." Melanie also knew about the rumors surrounding the yin vein and added, "Fortunately, we succeeded." Lord Honlaw glanced at Melanie and shook his head, saying, "No, quite the opposite, we failed." "What?" Melanie and Fang Heng were both stunned. The Holy See arrived at the depths of the Yin vein before us and began to seal and disrupt the gateway. The necromancers tried to stop them, leading to a fierce battle in the underground primitive maze. From the wounded survivors who were evacuated, we learned that they failed, and many people died, including my ancestors. Lord Honlaw paused for a moment and continued. However, the people from the Holy See also did not succeed. An explosion occurred in the cave. As the underground maze collapsed, everything at the depths of the Yin vein was wiped out. Immediately after the explosion, the energy from the Yin vein burst out completely, causing an abnormal transformation in the undead creatures that originally lived nearby. Just like the ice skeletons and ice specters you saw in the ice prison, and the Yin vein energy spreading throughout the ice prison. Fang Heng listened to Lord Honlaw's account, his brows furrowed. Combining what he saw at the source of the Yin vein and the giant sacred sword, a thought popped into his mind. Could it be that the people from the Holy See had intended to use the sacred sword to completely destroy the portal? However, they underestimated the strength of the portal. Instead of destroying it, a crack was revealed. A large amount of Yin vein energy leaked out from the crack, ultimately affecting and wiping out the Holy See's team. End of the chapter. Chapter 1602. New main storyline continues. Hornlow continued to recount, the ice prison is filled with cold ice aura and numerous undead creatures. After the loss of all the people from the Holy Court, we could no longer continue exploring the lower layers of the Yin vein. Therefore, the Holy Court gave up and completely withdrew from Prunos. Subsequently, the undead scholars completely occupied this world, and our family built the ice fortress here to prevent the leak of the Yin vein aura. At the same time, we have been guarding the source of the Yin vein through generations. Guarding. Fang Heng felt skeptical and asked, to prevent another accident at the Yin vein source? Yes, we are not certain what happened at the Yin vein source, but after that explosion, the leakage of the Yin vein aura became thousands of times stronger than before. The initial establishment of the ice fortress was to prevent a larger-scale leakage of the Yin vein. We have been responsible for guarding this place through generations. Of course, this is just one reason. As time passed, the aura of the Yin vein source did not seem to strengthen. Fang Heng thought to himself. The reason why the leakage of the Yin vein aura did not increase further was most likely due to the sacred giant sword. The sword, to some extent, sealed a small part of the crack. We continue to stay here for a second reason, Fang Heng asked. What is the second reason? For soul essences, which can only be found after the death of creatures within the ice prison. It can enhance the power of undead creatures. The Lord looked at Fang Heng. You should know that undead creatures have a very singular attribute. On the front lines, soul essences can rapidly enhance the strength of undead creatures and give them the frost attribute. Therefore, the ice soul essence has excellent strategic value for us undead scholars. After explaining everything, the Lord looked back at Fang Heng. Now, going back to the original question, where does the Yin vein source lead to, or what it actually is, I do not know. From some traces and past records, I tend to believe it might lead to a special area in the Death Realm or an undiscovered world. Fang Heng, perhaps you are the first person to enter the depths of the Yin vein after our ancestors. I see potential in you. The Lord gazed at Fang Heng. I have a mission for you. I hope you can venture into the depths of the Yin vein again to investigate and confirm the situation there. Fang Heng's retina displayed several game prompts. Hint: player completes the mission. Ancestors remains. Player receives 3000 W contribution mission points reward. Player's friendship level with Lord Hornlow greatly increases. Points can be redeemed for rewards at the Ice Fortress Quartermaster. Hint: player gains Lord Hornlow's trust. Hint: player submits Soul Ice Crystals Supreme Grade, * to 1933. Player's friendship level with Lord Hornlow greatly increases. Player receives 1933 W points reward. Fang Heng was taken aback. With 50 million points, he could exchange for the top-tier crystal. He actually gathered enough, including the initial one he received. Then he acquired another one after going to the high-tier game world to kill Hellfarum. 3 crystals in total. Even the ancient mentor promised him one after completing the mission. And now even more. Sell them. Suzun and others also received similar gifted advancement missions. Perhaps they also have a great need for these items. An auction, perhaps. The highest bidder wins? As Fang Heng was calculating, several game prompts appeared once again. Hint: player triggers special world main storyline side quest. Explore the Yin Vein source. Quest name: Explore the Yin Vein source. Quest type: special main storyline side quest. Can be triggered by multiple players simultaneously. Teamwork required. Only one player can complete the quest and trigger all rewards in the end. Current stage quest description: you have learned about the story of the Yin Vein source from Lord Hornlow. Quest requirements: please seek out relevant undead scholars. Characters must have a level rating of at least S+ and gain their trust. Bring them into the deep Yin Vein for exploration and obtain information relevant to the source of the Yin Vein. Quest rewards: Lord's friendship level and Ed faction reputation. Quest progress rewards: current player special main storyline quest progress 17.8%. Fang Heng looked at the quest prompt in astonishment. It's still a main quest. After completing this world's main quest, would he obtain the right to belong to this world? Previously, Fang Heng knew that there was a concept of belonging in beginner games, which could be acquired upon completing the world's main quest. For intermediate and advanced game worlds, there are cases of player control, but he had never heard of obtaining control rights recognized by the game. Melanie also received a slightly different quest prompt. She couldn't help but glance at Fang Heng. She was now even more convinced that Suzun was right. Fang Heng had the ability to help them complete the gifted advanced missions. Unlike Fang Heng, she had triggered the relevant main quest line a long time ago. However, she did not prioritize the main quest. Major player guilds were competing for main quests, and Melanie didn't think she was lucky enough to complete one. Moreover, she preferred to be a lone wolf and had no intention of getting involved. Hence, her quest progress had always been 0.01%. She had long given up. The game defaulted that they were teammates and shared information, resulting in a significant increase in her quest progress, skyrocketing to 9.14%. And through Fang Heng's help, she also triggered the next stage of the quest line. Seeing Fang Heng fall silent, Lord Hornlow continued, I am acquainted with the mage in the Mage Tower, Ms. Garona. I know she has done a lot of research on the Yin Vein aura. I can write a letter of recommendation for you, and I believe she would be willing to explore the Yin Vein source with you. Hint: due to reaching the friendship threshold with Lord Hornlow, you receive Lord's letter of recommendation Garona. Players can find Ms. Garona using this recommendation and gain additional friendship points. Hint: this item is tradable and will drop upon death. Melanie saw the letter of recommendation and couldn't help but be secretly surprised. With the recommendation letter, Fang Heng's main quest progress could be further accelerated. Fang Heng had only entered Prunos recently, right? Not only did he trigger the main quest, but his progress was at least 10%. Many major guilds have been trying to explore this quest for over a decade, with their progress ranging from 7% to 9%. The highest completion rate was just approaching 20%. Fang Heng put away the recommendation letter, nodded in thanks, and said, Thank you. If I have time, I will visit. A recommendation letter. A main quest. That will be later. If not for the incident involving Fiona, Fang Heng might have chosen to complete it along the way to see if he could gain any benefits. But now, time was of the essence, and he couldn't afford to focus on this quest. End of this chapter. Chapter 1603. The Coffin of Calamity. Fang Heng continued the topic, asking, Lord Hornlook, what would happen if I were to break the sacred giant sword that seals the Yin Pulse source? Hornlook glanced consciously at Fang Heng, wondering why he was asking this. Based on your description, I believe that the sacred giant sword left by the Holy Court plays a role in partially sealing the Yin Pulse source. Once the Yin Pulse source completely disperses, the entire Frosty Fort may be exposed to the impact of the Yin Pulse energy. Based on the intensity, the surroundings would freeze directly. Not only the Frosty Prison, but even our outer Frosty Fort would be greatly threatened. Fang Heng fell into thought upon hearing this. Don't worry. When that day comes, there are reserved seals inside the Frosty Fort as well, designed to prevent the diffusion of Yin Pulse energy and ice crystals, though they have never been needed before. Hornlook realized what Fang Heng was planning. It's difficult, but not entirely impossible. For example, the Coffin of Calamity was originally built by our ancestors for emergency shelter. In the event of a crisis, we could hide inside the coffin, shielded from the external Yin Pulse energy. Of course, once you're inside the coffin of calamity, you lose your ability to act and can only wait for external help. Furthermore, the defense of the coffin is not strong. It was simply built to resist the yin pulse energy. If you encounter enemies, hiding inside the coffin of calamity would be like seeking death. Feng Heng asked, "How can I obtain the coffin of calamity?" Hornlook replied, "I have to in my possession, and I can give you one, but it's not without conditions." "So, Feng Heng, are you willing to use the favor I owe you?" Feng Heng thought for a moment and replied seriously, "Yes, thank you. I need to obtain the coffin of calamity as soon as possible." Hornlook raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by Feng Heng's decisiveness. "All right, I need some time. You can come back here tonight to collect it from the steward, who will arrange everything for you." "Thank you again." Feng Heng and Melanie stood up to bid farewell and left the study room. During this visit, Feng Heng gained important information that the yin pulse source was indeed a dangerous place. Therefore, Feng Heng pondered. His plan would need some last-minute adjustments. Melanie observed Feng Heng lost in thought and hesitated to speak several times. She remained silent until they left the frosty fort. Unable to hold back any longer, she said, "Feng Heng, it's too much to exchange the coffins for a favor from Lord Hornlook." "Huh?" Feng Heng, deep in thought, didn't hear clearly, raising his head to ask, "What?" "Never mind, forget it," Melanie said. Feng Heng didn't pay much attention, turning to Melanie and asking, "Do you know if there's anything else besides those two coffins that can withstand the freezing effect of the yin pulse energy?" "Resistance to yin pulse energy?" Melanie looked at Feng Heng, furrowing her brows. "No," she replied, completely unaware. And she felt that Feng Heng's thoughts were too detached. What was the need to resist the yin pulse energy for? Wait a minute. Could it be that he wants to break the sacred sword? To completely liberate the crack? Melanie began to have a faint guess about what Feng Heng might be planning. She couldn't help but stare at Feng Heng. Is this person crazy? And what does this have to do with the plan to kill Fiona? Feng Heng said, "We still have some time. Please help me think of a way. It's crucial for us to complete the mission."